Hi, I'm Sophia from Armenia. Please like and subscribe. When I was little, my mom and I moved a lot. We changed towns every few months, and I couldn't help noticing that I was different from the people around me. Even Mom. Everyone had dark eyes and hair, so my blonde curls and green eyes attracted attention.
Wow, she's so precious.
And well, she looks nothing like you. Is she really yours? Mom always smiled and said I looked like my dad, but I knew she didn't like the comments. And soon, we moved again. Don't look at anyone directly, and never take your hoodie off outside. People get jealous of your beauty, love. I was 6 when Mom started working as a cook in a mansion, and she told me strictly to never leave the kitchen. One afternoon, Mom had gone out for groceries when a tall woman walked in, and she stopped short when she saw me. "Aren't you a beautiful little girl? Why don't you come with me, honey?" As I was in her living room eating cakes and chatting nonstop, Mom came bursting in. "There you are. I've been looking for you everywhere. Sorry, mistress." "Oh no, I brought her here. From now on, she'll spend time with me while you work." Mom wasn't happy at all, but I'd have the best time. The mistress helped me with my reading and gave me lovely gifts. But a few weeks later, she said she wanted to adopt me. "I can give her every luxury in the world. Her life will be 1,000 times better as my daughter." "How can you even ask this, ma'am? To part with my own child? I would never." "You fool! If you truly cared about her, you'd let her have the life she deserves. Also, I looked up your records, and there's no birth certificate for any child of yours. Leave her with me, and we can keep all our little secrets." She reached out for my hand, but I grabbed hers and bit it hard. She screamed as Mom and I ran. "Pack your things, quickly, hurry." And so we left. But this time, we kept traveling till we reached some docks late at night. "We're leaving for the U.S., darling. We'll never know any peace here." Someone Mom knew helped us sneak onto a cargo ship, and we left to start a new life in New York. We spent the first few months in a homeless shelter, but Mom found a job at a restaurant soon, and we could afford a small place. Mom even let me join the public school after changing my name. When I asked why, she said it was for my own good, and I didn't ask anymore. Even though I didn't really stand out here, people still admired my looks. In 5th grade, my friend Melissa, who participated in beauty pageants, told me to try out too. The prize money was good, so I begged Mom to let me join. And I soon became a pageant queen, and modeling offers started pouring in. By the time I was in high school, I'd done my first national ad for a shampoo, and my face was on a billboard. One morning in 10th grade, I walked into the school hallway to see some kids gathered around a boy. He turned his face, and I caught my breath. He was beautiful. He threw his head back and laughed at something, and it was the most captivating sound in the world. Suddenly, our eyes met, and I realized I'd been staring at him like a moron. But I had to find out who he was. I walked into class to find all the girls talking about this handsome new stranger. Just then, we heard a loud groan.
Ugh, jeez. I'll tell you who he is if you give me $20 each. And for $50, I'll introduce you gals to him. He's my brother.
The new boy introduced himself as Derek and said his brother Adrian was our senior. Just then the teacher walked in and everyone flew to their seats. I caught Derek looking at me and he smiled. He was cute, but his brother was a Greek god. One day, I had to reach a modeling audition after school, and as I quickly crossed the road, my heel got stuck in a pothole. As I struggled to set it loose, I looked up to see a motorcyclist charging straight at me. But suddenly, someone pushed me out of the way. I opened my eyes to see Adrian looking down at me.
Hey, are you okay?
I think so. Nope, I feel dizzy. Adrian swept me up effortlessly and carried me to his car. He took me to the hospital, and it turned out I had a minor concussion.
Your mom's on the way. I called her.
Thank you. I am so lucky you were right there.
Well, it wasn't a coincidence. I was actually following you to ask you out.
Really?
Why do you sound surprised? I can't be your first admirer. You just might be the most beautiful girl I've ever met, Sophia.
He touched my cheek, and my heart fluttered. Just then, Mom walked in, and she couldn't stop thanking Adrian. I was discharged soon, and he even dropped us off at home. Adrian and I started dating, and the next few weeks were like a dream. He was intelligent and thoughtful and always knew how to make me laugh. We were the golden couple of the school. A few days later, I got paired with Derek for a science project, and we met up at the library to discuss it. It's funny, we've hardly spoken before, especially since you're in my class and I'm dating your brother.
Well, Adrian has that effect on girls. They fall head over heels for him and see nothing else.
That's not true, and I'd like to get to know you. Let's all have dinner sometime.
I'm not sure that's a good idea. Listen, Sophia, there's something... What's going on here?
Hey, we're working on our project, and I was just...
He's your project partner? No, that won't work. I'll talk to your teacher and have your partner changed. What? This is none of your business, dude.
It's very much my business, dude.
I don't want my girlfriend to fail, which she will with you.
Derek looked furious and stormed off. Adrian, you can't tell me who to be partners with. And what's wrong with your brother?
Listen, babe, you don't know him. He's not serious about anything, and he just thinks he'll inherit millions one day without lifting a finger. I'm already working with Dad in his company, and freeloaders like Derek just bother me. Trust me, he's gonna make you do all the work and just take credit for it in the end. Just ask your teacher to change your partner, please.
Derek didn't seem like that, but Adrian knew his brother better, and he looked upset, so I requested the teacher for a partner change the next day. Life was good, except that lately I'd been getting rejected after auditions, and Melissa had gotten a few ad campaigns I'd really wanted, but she was my friend and I was happy for her. We were at a party together one evening, and I noticed Adrian was really quiet on the way home. Hey, you worried about something?
Yeah, just you, babe. You trust people way too easily.
What do you mean?
You don't think it's strange that Melissa has suddenly been getting every single commercial? She's rich. What if her mom paid bribes to get her those parts?
What? No, Melissa would never do that. She's the one who got me into modeling.
And she probably regrets it now, since you've been doing so much better than her. Jealousy can really change people, Sophia. Trust me, I know.
His words made me uneasy, but I decided to ignore him. But a few days later, Melissa and I were at an audition for a lipstick commercial, and she kept forgetting her lines. I had a flawless audition, so I was shocked when Melissa was selected again. Hey, I was so sure you'd get that. Yeah, me too. Wait, why do you sound mad at me? I'm just as surprised. Oh, drop the act. It makes no sense you'd get selected unless you paid your way in. What? Are you crazy? I can't believe you'd stoop so low. Adrian was right. He said this about me? Sophia, you've known me since we were kids. Why are you letting this guy? He's my boyfriend, and he's clearly less naive than I am. Melissa and my other friends stopped talking to me after that, and it just made me angrier that they all took her side. Thank God I had Adrian. Soon it was our 2-month anniversary, and Adrian wanted to celebrate in style by taking me out on a date to a classy French restaurant.
I want you to sit on this side, facing just me. I don't want anyone else to admire your beauty tonight.
That's a bit weird, and so cheesy.
It's just how I feel. And here's your present.
Adrian, you've already done so much. I gasped as I stared at a gorgeous amber necklace.
See? How could I not get that? It's like it's made for you, Amber.
My heart was pounding as he put it around my neck. Why did you just call me Amber?
Did I? Obviously a mistake, Sophia. Now, shall we order?
I felt so distracted that I could barely read the menu. I needed some air. I excused myself to go to the bathroom, but just as I got up, I bumped into the waiter bringing our drinks.
Oh, I am so sorry, madame.
No, it was my mistake. Here, let me help you.
Please, don't worry about it. I'll get you some drinks.
As he ran off, Adrian turned to me coldly.
Why were you flirting with the waiter?
What? I was just trying to be nice. But suddenly, Adrian swiped all the plates off our table.
Don't play me for a fool. You kept touching his arm.
You're insane. I'm leaving. I ran out of the restaurant and looked around for a cab, but Adrian caught up with me.
If you walk away now, I'll make your life miserable, Amber.
Why do you keep calling me that? Just stop it.
Because that was your name before you came here, wasn't it? I know all about your past, and you can't escape it. Yeah, I'll have you and your mother deported to Armenia, and...
Suddenly, Adrian tripped over something and fell down, hitting his head. I frantically called an ambulance and used Adrian's phone to call Derek to the hospital.
What happened?
He tripped over something. The doctors say he'll be fine, but I can't stay here another minute.
Sophia, what really happened?
I broke down and told him how crazy Adrian had acted in the restaurant.
I wanted to warn you. You're not the first girl he's done this with. He's the perfect boyfriend at first, but then he gets so jealous and scares every girl away.
It's not just that, Derek. He knows things about me, and he's threatening to ruin Mom's life and mine.
If you tell me what it is, maybe I can help you.
I need to talk to Mom first.
Of course, and you need to be sure you can trust me.
I looked into his warm brown eyes, and I felt I could. So the next day, I asked Derek to come to my place, and Mom told him everything.
I'm not Sophia's mother. I'm her aunt. Sophia's parents passed away when she was a baby, and I was her guardian in their will. But her other aunt and uncle kept insisting that I give Sophia to them. They only wanted her because of all the money in her name. They were powerful people, and I knew they'd keep trying to take Sophia away from me. So I ran away with her. We traveled far, but I'd always felt they'd find us. Then we came here and changed our names, and it seemed like we'd finally left everything behind. Until now.
We can't go back there, Derek.
I'll do everything I can. I promise.
I couldn't bear to go to school for the next few days. I felt sick with anxiety. Then finally, one evening Derek showed up, and he was smiling.
My lawyer worked on your case, and given how long you guys have lived and worked in the U.S., your status will be made legal immediately. You can't be deported. No one's going anywhere.
Mom and I cried and laughed as we hugged, and I threw my arms around Derek too. Thankfully, Adrian still hadn't returned to school, and I started hanging out with Derek. I also apologized to Melissa. Sophia, I was so affected by what you said that I confronted my mom. She didn't pay for me to get those roles, but someone did, and I have no idea who. I do. It was Adrian. He did it because he wanted to turn me against everyone close to me, but I never should have doubted you. A few days later, I'd just put some stuff in my locker when I turned around to see Adrian.
Hi, Amber. Did you miss me?
You wish. And don't think you can ever bully me or scare me again. I don't care what you know. You can't use it.
Wow. What a transformation from the chicken girl I last saw. But yeah, I just came to tell you that I've lost all interest in you. Seems like you've really lowered your standards when you settled for my brother. And I don't date trash.
He walked away, and I realized I'd been holding my breath. But minutes later, I heard loud voices down the hallway, and I ran to see Adrian smashing Derek against the lockers and beating him up. It took 4 teachers to pull Adrian away as he screamed like a maniac.
You want everything I have, don't you? You always have, you little worm. Do you think I'd let you be happy? I'll ruin your life, Derek. You'll regret the day you ever crossed me.
Derek went home early, and I was completely shaken by the day's events. Later that night, I was having trouble sleeping when I heard a loud tap on my window. I sat up in horror, only to realize it was Derek. Gosh, you scared me. How are you feeling now?
I can't feel my face, but my heart's happy. I just had to tell you. Adrian went completely bonkers at home, too, and my parents have admitted him to an institution for therapy.
That's such a relief. I'm sorry you got hurt because of me, Derek.
Don't be. I'd take 100 punches for you. Well, not 100, but you know what I mean. And Adrian's right about one thing. I've wanted to be with you since I first saw you.
He leaned in and kissed me, and it was lovely. We graduated from high school and both went to the same college in another city. Right after graduation, Derek and I got married in a small ceremony with our parents. Adrian was apparently out of the institution now and managing his dad's company in Europe, but of course, he wasn't invited. And a year later, we were blessed with a beautiful baby girl, Sarah.
Musical sensation Cameron Cassie has gone bananas. She's turned the stage into a scene from Jumanji.
And if you don't stop talking, I'll turn you into a scene from The Walking Dead. Yep. That's me, crazy old Cameron. But I wasn't always like this. There was a time when I was the most patient, quietest person around. Want to know what happened? Then stick around. And yeah, like and subscribe to MSA. I grew up in a big family. And by big, I mean I was the oldest one among 10 siblings. You don't believe me? Okay, team, let's go. This is Lana. This is Rose. These are my twin brothers, Brad and Pitt. My twin sister, Hala and Lala. Another sister, Ava. And that's Thanos. Don't ask me why. My parents are huge Avengers fans, and they thought this might be a good idea. pizza. Of course it's not. You forgot about me. Again. Just like you forgot me in that park last year. I didn't forget you, Liam. You pooped your pants, so I asked you to stay where you were while I looked for an extra pair of diapers. You were the one who ran behind the squirrel. She was cute. And why didn't you just carry an extra pair of diapers? You were 7. You were supposed to be potty trained by then. My parents worked as hospital nurses, so they didn't have a lot of time, and I had to step up and look after the house and my siblings. They also didn't make much money, so whatever little we had was shared between everyone, and because I was the oldest, I was made to sacrifice the most. I didn't mind that, though. My parents were already working hard enough, so I did what I could to help them out. But sometimes, I wish I could just get a little space of my own, where I could play my guitar in peace. It was a rusty old thing, but I loved it. In this world so big, give me a place oh so tiny, with nobody screaming or acting whiny. Ah! What the heck was that, guys?
Sorry, Pitt started it. No, I didn't. Brad threw his lunch in my face. I didn't throw it at you. I was just throwing it away.
Why?
Because it's tasteless. I want pizza. I want pizza too.
Did someone say pizza? No one's getting pizza. Go inside and finish your veggies or no TV for a whole week. So, yeah, things weren't peachy at home, but school was worse. Between house chores and studies, I had no time to make friends and grew up to be an introvert, which somehow made me the perfect target for bullies like Bailey. We'd been classmates all our lives, but ever since her family struck it rich, she became this mean, hostile person with a personal vendetta against me. It didn't make sense. She was the lead drummer of the school band, really popular, and even had her own YouTube channel where she did covers of famous songs. So I just never understood why she was so obsessed with me. Like this one time in high school, I was casually singing my favorite songs when Bailey barged in. Hi, everyone. So in this episode of Off-Key Talents, we have Cameron Cassie. She thinks she sings well, but she sounds like someone stepping on a squeaky toy. Maybe it's because she's always screaming at her horrible siblings. How many are there again? Can you get that off my face? I'm not comfortable. And I don't care. Anyway, I got what I wanted. You can go back to whiny singing now. You're not gonna post that, are you? Bailey just gave me an evil grin and left. I wanted to scream in her face, but I knew she'd only make my life more difficult. So I kept my head low and went on with my day. But the next morning, I was still in bed when my sister Lana came running into my room and told me that the video Bailey posted had gone viral. What? Why would she post that? That's it. I will bite Bailey's head off and then use her hair to mop floors. What are you talking about? People are loving you. You're famous. Lana shoved her phone in my face, and I was shocked to see that she was right. People were calling me inspiring, adorable, amazing, and all sorts of great things. Within a few hours, it had more than 1 million views, and I was famous.
You got pipes, girl. Would love to take you out sometime. You have the most beautiful voice in the world. Will you sign my pizza?
Sure. Bailey sat in a corner, looking totally humiliated, and it was the best day of my life. I was debating whether to thank her or kill her for posting my video without asking me, when suddenly my phone rang. It was some lady who told me that Tucker Wayne, owner of one of the biggest talent agencies in the world, wanted to see me. Apparently, he was assembling an all-girls band and wanted me as the lead singer. The money was great, and he'd even sent me a first-class ticket to New York for the same night. I was pretty excited, but my parents weren't happy.
Who's gonna look after the house?
Maybe we could hire some help?
Don't be ridiculous, Cameron. We don't have that kind of money. Millions of people go to New York every day because they think they can change their lives. What makes you think you're any different? You'll only become disappointed.
And what if I'm successful? This opportunity could change our lives.
Fine, do what you want, but don't come sulking back to me when you fail at this stupid music thing.
I was hurt that my parents didn't support me, but I knew this was my one chance to turn things around. So I packed my bags and left for New York that night. When I arrived, a limo whisked me away to the most stunning building I'd ever seen. Mr. Tucker greeted me warmly and gave me a tour of the studio. The first day of recording was an absolute blast. Everything seemed to be falling into place until a few days later, I was chilling in my hotel room when the door flung open and Bailey walked in. Ah! Bailey? What are you doing here? Your drummer had to drop out because of personal reasons. So Tucker called me in. Why? What do you mean, why? Because I'm talented, you butt-face? Talented in making my life miserable. Ooh, someone grew a tongue while I was away. Relax, that was school. But this is real life. I won't bully my own teammate. You can take my word for it. As soon as Bailey left, I spoke to Tucker, and he confirmed Bailey's story. He asked me if I was okay with it, and I wanted to say no, but Bailey was insanely talented, so I let it slide. But the next day, I regretted every bit of my decision. Not only was Bailey somehow more annoying, she was also really controlling. She gave me notes on my singing and would stop the recording every 2 seconds because she wasn't feeling the music. Then one time, in the middle of a performance, she changed the notes to my solo on the spot. What are you doing? Improvising? No, you're messing up my solo. And what are you gonna do about it? Bailey just laughed, and at that moment, something snapped inside me. I closed my eyes, focused on the notes, and sang. When I opened my eyes, the crowd stood still, and then they burst into a massive applause. Everyone was chanting my name, and Bailey looked like someone had pulled her kidneys out. From that moment forward, my life was an absolute whirlwind. We were getting more live shows, doing interviews, talk shows, and I was truly famous. I even got the first ever call from my mom, but it wasn't what I expected. Hey, Mom, I'm so glad you called.
Your sister plays the oboe, you know.
Lana? Yeah, I know.
So let her in your band.
But I thought you hated the idea of getting into music.
I do. But Lana will be going to college soon, and playing oboe professionally will look good on her application. Now, will you help her or not?
I wanted to say no, but Mom was talking to me after weeks, and I didn't want to disappoint her. So I agreed, and a week later, Lana joined me. But I had no idea how to fit an oboe in the band. And Lana didn't seem too interested either. All she did was sleep or order room service all the time, and I barely had any cash left for myself. To make things worse, we were a month away from the album launch, and I still had a bunch of songs to write. In this world so big.
Stop! This is not working out. We need something edgier.
Could we try a different note?
No! I want more emotion. Was there ever a time when you were angry?
Not that I can recall, but maybe when Bailey posted that video of mine without asking me, or the time she dipped my books into spaghetti sauce, or when she tried to spoil my solo on stage.
Darling, you can't let people walk all over you like that. Stand up for yourself. Dig into that rage and come to me tomorrow with a new song.
I spent the entire night replaying the conversation with Mr. Tucker, and when I calmed down, I realized he was right. I was a pushover. Bailey had tormented me for years, and I'd never stood up for myself. My own parents had treated me like a pushover, but not once did they pay attention to what I wanted. And when I finally did something for myself, they tried to snuff that spark out too. Heavy with rage, I picked up the phone and dialed in. Bailey, yeah, you're out. You're a bully, and no bullies are allowed in my band. And I cut the call before she had a chance to scream. On a high, I called my mom next. Hey, Mom, Lana doesn't want to be here, and oboe doesn't make sense in this band. I'm sending her home. Finally, I couldn't believe I just stood up to my mom, and to be honest, I felt pretty proud of myself. The next day, I walked up to Mr. Tucker and told him the conversation I had with Bailey. I thought he'd be mad, but instead, he smiled.
Good for you, darling. And don't worry, we'll find a new drummer. Let me hear that new song.
I poured my heart into my song, and Mr. Tucker was so impressed, he sent it straight for recording. He even set up auditions, and within no time, we had a new drummer in our band. A week later, when the song was released, it got more popular than all our live shows combined. We rose to the top of every chart, got invitations to every celebrity show, and Mr. Tucker even extended my contract. I was making more money than ever, and life was pretty good. But the more I leaned into my emotions, the angrier I got, and pretty soon, I was lashing out at everyone. I ordered this salad with ranch. This is blue cheese. What are you doing? Trying to make me fat?
I'm sorry, ma'am. I forgot.
Did you forget to brush your teeth? Did you forget to take a bath? Did you forget to sleep? No? Then how can you forget to follow simple instructions? The waiter ran away crying, and I felt a bit bad. But with the amount of money I was spending, I deserved better service. But the next day, I was making waves on social media for being rude and mean. Apparently, someone from the restaurant posted a video of me screaming at the waiter, and now everyone was out there to get me, including the paparazzi.
Have you always been this spoiled, or has success gotten to your head?
Have you always been this stupid, or did you fall on your way here and damage your brain?
That's inappropriate.
Your face is inappropriate, Jane. You are a terrible interviewer. You should switch jobs because I don't think this one's gonna last that long. I was mad with power, and no matter how much people called me out for it, I just didn't care. I partied like there was no tomorrow, shopped like a crazy person. I was finally living my life the way I wanted to. I didn't even care about showing up at work, and my bandmates tried to warn me, but I was the star of the show. No one would replace me. I thought I was untouchable, until one day I walked into the studio and saw Bailey in the recording room. What is she doing here?
Oh no, this is awkward. I was gonna tell you, but you're off the band, Cameron.
Since when? And why?
Because you're a loose cannon, and I can't let you tarnish my reputation anymore.
But I did what you asked me to do, and now you're kicking me out? I'm the star of the band. You can't replace me.
Honey, everyone is replaceable in showbiz. Now, bye-bye. Have a nice life.
I was stunned. Just like Bailey and my mom, Tucker had manipulated and used me. I felt betrayed, but I had no time to sulk. I wanted to show these suckers what I was made of. So I tapped into my network to find a new label, but no one was ready to take me on, thanks to my negative image. And while I struggled to find work, Bailey rose to fame. She was having her first ever solo concert, and it was completely sold out. I couldn't let her win this time, so I crashed her concert, sneaked my way to the stage, and right before Bailey was about to sit down for her performance, I pushed her away. What are you doing? Stealing your thunder, just like you stole mine for years. Cameron's back, baby! I kicked over her drums, and in a moment of pure rage, I grabbed the guitar and smashed it to pieces. Some of the things went flying into the crowd, and everyone started panicking. Show was canceled, security was called in, and I was thrown out of the venue. Tucker even threw me out of the hotel, and thanks to my crazy party expenses, I couldn't afford another place. Eventually, I had to move back home, but I was so messed up in the head, I hardly ever came out of my room. All day, I would watch TV and see Bailey's rise to fame, and it only made me realize the things I'd lost. Then one day, I was sitting in my room when Mom walked in.
You know you can't stay cooped up in here all day, right?
I don't know what else to do. It's not like anyone needs me anymore.
That's not true, Cameron. I was angry at you for moving out and then sending Lana back home. Then I realized that we'd been really tough on you. You were just a teenager, and you deserved to have a life of your own.
So you're not angry at me now?
Of course not, sweetie. We love you. We always will. My mom hugged me tight, and I felt better than I had in days. With my family by my side, I slowly started picking up my life again. I got back to music and even joined my old high school again. I had to repeat a year, but that was okay. At least I had something to look forward to. One day, while playing in the backyard, one of my sisters recorded a video of me and posted it on YouTube. It went viral again. People were amazed by my transformation and started requesting my old songs. So I played them. Soon, I started getting calls from agencies. One of them asked me if I could perform my singles at their show. The pay was good, the venue was close to home, so I agreed. As I got ready backstage, someone tapped on my shoulder. Mr. Tucker.
Great to see you, kid. You've been doing well. Ever thought about coming back?
Aren't you working with Bailey now?
Yes, but she's boring. You're so much better. I will double your pay if you want. Think about it.
As tempting as it was, there was one thing I'd learned in my time in New York. Never let anyone walk over you. So I immediately called Bailey and gave her a rundown of what had happened. Why should I believe you? Because Tucker is a manipulative worm, and I don't want him to ruin your career like you ruined mine. You don't have to believe me, but just watch your back. Wait, thanks for letting me know. It's no excuse, but I'm an only child, you know? And my parents put this insane amount of pressure on me, and your family just seems so big and fun, and I was just jealous. Life's not always as it seems, but we can be a bit kinder to each other. Anyway, glad we had this talk. Same. You know, I really did like your new album. Bailey and I never stayed in touch after that, but I heard she quit and started her own band. As for me, I'm still singing in the backyard and making my own music. That's the best kind. Hi, my name is Kayla. Please like and subscribe to MSA while I tell you my story. My whole life, I've been a book nerd. Stories are my escape into new worlds where I can fight dragons on the top of the highest mountains or move cars out of my way using my mind. However, in real life, I'm virtually invisible and usually powerless in the face of danger.
Hey, watch where you're going, geek!
Sorry.
What's the point of those dumb glasses if you can't see anything?
Thankfully, help was never too far behind.
Ow! You hurt my head!
That was the idea. Now imagine what I can do with all these. Are you okay? I am now. Hey, is that Harry Potter? I love that book. You know, I think we're gonna be best friends. That was the first day I met Faye, and she was right. We instantly bonded over our love of reading, and I was forever in awe of her confidence. Everyone, make way. Your queen is coming through. She proved to me that being into books did not mean you had to be timid. And that ends my presentation on why every Friday should be pizza day at the cafeteria. But while Faye's life was forever blasting out loud, I felt like something was missing from mine. I'd read so many romantic tales of a prince riding into town, conquering the angry monsters just to be with the one he loves. And then I wonder, is my prince ever gonna come and save me?
Snap out of it, Kayla.
Huh? Look around you.
These boys are no match for your intellect. They're all stinky and stupid.
Speak for yourself, nerds. That's why you weren't invited to the big house party this weekend.
Your fly is undone.
Huh? Oh, oops.
You see what I mean, Kayla? Is that the prince you were looking for?
Yeah, maybe you're right. Except I really did want to go to that house party. I knew there was no way that was gonna happen. Or at least, that's what I thought, until everything changed one day as I was looking for a book in the library.
Hey, what's this? Looks like a secret compartment. Pull it up.
Whoa! Hidden beneath the shelf was a dusty book we'd never seen before. I blew on it and read its title, The Secrets to Get Boys to Fall in Love with You.
That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. No wonder somebody hid it.
Look at this stuff. How to dress for a man, how to talk to a man. I wonder if it works.
Who cares? Shove it back where you found it.
Actually, I think we should try it out.
What? You can't be serious.
I am. We could test it out tonight at the house party. Think of it as a social experiment where we see how easy it is to get boys to fall for us.
Well, I do love a social experiment.
All right, why not?
I'm in.
After school, we rush to my house and follow the book by the letter. Always wear bright red lipstick for attention.
Check.
Clip in hair extensions for more bouncy hair.
Check.
Learn how to walk correctly by balancing books on your head.
Check.
Juice your meals to digest them faster.
Check. Ugh.
Lift weights to tone your figure.
I'm exhausted.
Don't sit down, you'll get chair butt. And according to this book, boys hate chair butt.
Ugh.
Eyelashes, short skirts, pink everything, and ta-da! Wow, we look like completely different people.
More like complete bimbos.
I didn't care what Faye said. I was super excited. And when we arrived at the party, everyone was looking at us, and I felt seen for the first time.
Hey there, good looking. Can I get you some punch?
I'll give you a punch.
Faye, remember the book?
Like, oh my gosh, I would totally love some punch. Duh.
Once alone, I scanned the room looking for my prince. And oh my god, there he was. He was the most beautiful boy I had ever seen. Tall, muscular, well-dressed, and looking so cool. I wanted to go over there, but I remembered what the book said. Chapter 13, don't pester boys. Rather, stand against a wall and look mysterious, and they'll come to you. And so, that's what I did. But unfortunately, it attracted the wrong guy.
Excuse me, miss. My name is Ricardo. And let me just say you are a radiant vision of sunbeam perfection.
Oh, thanks.
Please, let's swap numbers.
Okay.
Now, watch my superb dance moves.
This weird dude distracted me with the most bizarre dance in the world. And when I looked over, my prince was gone. And then Faye came up to me. We have to go. Wait, I need to find someone first.
Hey, that's the girl that dumped the guacamole bowl on my head.
Like I said, we have to go. Now. We ran away as fast as we could, but I turned just in time to see Ricardo blowing kisses after me. Ugh. But hey, at least we knew the book worked. The next day, I woke up to 100 messages from Ricardo. Some of them were sweet, but others were a little creepy. Like when he sent selfies of himself with roses in his teeth, or pictures of sketches he'd made of me. And there were a lot of them. Of course, I was just gonna ignore him. I was still hung up on finding the dream boat from the party, and I decided something else that weekend. I liked my new look and how other people looked at me. But on Monday at school, Faye didn't see it the same way.
Excuse me, Miss Barbie. Why are you still bimbo-fied?
I think I want to try this out for a while. It makes me feel different.
Except it makes you look just like every other bimbo here.
Can you stop calling me that, please? You know, I think we didn't fully commit to our social experiment, so let's read a few more chapters and then go to the arcade tonight.
Why would we do that?
Just then, as I opened my locker, an avalanche of teddies and gifts and love letters poured to the floor. Looks like Ricardo found me.
Whoa, wait a minute. I'm starting to get the picture. You think you're actually gonna get your prince this way, don't you?
You mean this guy? I don't even like him. Please, just come to the arcade. Do it for me, Faye.
Hard pass. I'll be at the library where the smart people usually are. You're on your own.
I hated to see Faye so annoyed, but I figured she'd get over it. Besides, I needed to continue my mission. That night, I read a few
more chapters and then went to the arcade alone, where all the popular kids hung out. I felt super nervous by myself and considered leaving when...
Hey, are you just going to stand there or are you going to play something?
Oh my gosh, it was the hunk I saw at the party, and he was talking to me. Think quick, Kayla. What did the book say? Oh yes, chapter 7. Always laugh at boys' jokes. You're so funny.
Thanks. My name's Lloyd. Are you waiting to play this claw game?
Chapter 20. Be the damsel in distress. Oh, it's too complicated for me.
Oh, here, I'll show you. The trick is all about timing.
Like, oh wow, you're so good at that. Thank you.
Sure thing. Would you like to get ice cream?
Uh-oh. Chapter 3. Avoid fatty desserts. How about a low-fat milkshake instead? As we shared a vegan milkshake, Lloyd started telling me about his life. He was a part-time model, but his true passion was volunteering at the children's hospital. I mean, can someone be more perfect? I gazed into his eyes, and then we both moved forward to sip our straws at the same time. Our faces were so close, I almost thought he might kiss me, when suddenly my phone rang, and it was my mom telling me to come home immediately. Apparently, my grandma had broken her hip, and my parents needed to go out of town to see her. Since I couldn't miss school, they asked me to stay with Faye for a few days. I know the timing isn't great, and you're mad at me. Don't be silly. What are friends for? You packed all that makeup to bring over? Since when do you even have so much makeup? I went shopping yesterday. And what is this ridiculous bag? Wait, I've seen all the cheerleaders carrying this lately. Are you gonna start waving pom-poms in my face next? Faye, is me staying over gonna be a problem? No, of course not. Fine, I won't say anything. Although, the amount of money you spent on that makeup could run a soup kitchen for a year. Okay, I'm done now. But she really wasn't. She stared at me disapprovingly every day as we headed out for school. She huffed away angrily whenever any of the popular girls gave me compliments or invited me to sit with them at recess. And she gave me the silent treatment as I headed out for the arcade in the evenings. I'd met up with Lloyd there a couple more times, and I thought it was going well. Just as we were sharing another milkshake, we almost came close to kissing again, when suddenly, hey, bestie, I thought I'd find you here. Ooh, aren't you gonna introduce me to this hunky monkey? What? Faye was here? And she was dressed by the book too? Lloyd Faye Lloyd. That's such a manly name. So Lloyd, can you show me how the photo booth works? Oh my gosh, it's so confusing.
Yeah, I can show you.
This was crazy. Faye was trying to steal the spotlight from me. Well, two can play at that game. Oh, wow. Look at these photos. We'd make such a cute couple for sure.
If you say so.
Oh, Lloyd, let's have a dance battle.
All right.
Oh, Lloyd, let's sing karaoke.
Okay.
Oh, Lloyd, let's get some cotton candy.
Sure.
Oh, Lloyd, let's shoot some zombies.
Can do.
Oh, Lloyd, let's break the basketball high score.
No,
Lloyd, let's trade some prizes for our tickets.
Well...
Oh, please, Lloyd.
Ow!
Lloyd, this way.
Ouch!
Come on, Lloyd.
Stop! I don't know what's happening here, but it's freaking me out.
It's not me. It's her. She's a phony. Me? You're the phony. Look at her.
What the heck? Look, I don't know what's going on here, but you two clearly have some serious issues, and I don't want to get in the middle of it. Goodbye.
No, Lloyd, come back. I can explain. Wait, Kayla, don't be a fool. Suddenly, I heard a loud crack and turned to see Faye tumble to the floor. Ow, these dumb heels. Faye, are you okay? I think I broke my ankle. Call an ambulance. As we waited for the ambulance, Faye turned to me angrily. This is all your fault. Me? You're the one who thinks all boys are trash, but then you just show up here to hit on Lloyd and ruin my chances with him? What's wrong with you? I don't want Lloyd. I was just trying to show you the mirror by acting like you. You look pathetic. Trying to be someone you're not just to make some stranger like you? I thought we were the cool, smart ones who don't care about what's on the outside. If you don't care about that, why does it bother you how I choose to dress or what I put on my face? You know what? You're just so used to bossing me around, you're pissed off I'm doing something on my own that you don't agree with. Fine, be a wannabe bimbo. We can't be friends then. Thanks for letting me know that our friendship is conditional on me always listening to you. The ambulance arrived and took Faye away. I didn't want to go to her place right away, so I went to my own house to cry it out. But to my shock, I found my room was overflowing with gifts from Ricardo. Heart-shaped balloons, bouquets, and dozens of teddy bears. This was all too much. And when I looked in the mirror, I didn't even recognize myself. I had lost my chances with Lloyd, and things with Faye were all messed up. Plus, these new clothes were so uncomfortable. And that's when I realized all these troubles started with the book. I opened it up to the final chapter and read in horror. Chapter 31, charm boys by cleaning up after their mess. Chapter 32, make boys sandwiches when they are sad. This was not a magic guide to romance. This was the most sexist book in the world, and I had been such an idiot. I needed to make it right. The next day, I returned to the arcade, only this time as boring old Kayla. Excuse me, Lloyd?
Hey, Kayla?
Yeah, this is how I really look, and I'm just here to apologize. I've been acting like somebody I'm not, which isn't cool or fair to you.
Seems like you have some self-work to do.
Most definitely. Okay, well, sorry again. Goodbye.
Hold on. Do you want to get a milkshake?
As long as it's full fat. The rest of the evening, we played arcade games and then went for a romantic walk by the river. And Lloyd seemed to like me for me. I went home on cloud 9 that night, and when I woke up the next morning, I was determined to fix everything else. Starting with, Faye, I just wanted to apologize. You're right. I shouldn't have to change anything about myself to get noticed or be liked by anyone. Kayla, I owe you an apology too. To be honest, I just got jealous and insecure. I mean, you're out there trying to find your Prince Charming, while I'm perfectly happy just the two of us in the library. I just didn't want anything to change. We can have both, Faye. You'll always be my bestie, no matter who else comes into my life. I can handle that, as long as whoever he is appreciates the Kayla that I know. Deal? Deal.
Yoo-hoo!
Huh?
It's me, Ricardo. I've been searching for you for days. Why are you ignoring my gifts?
There was something crazy in his eye. Ricardo, you're coming on too strong. You broke into my house to leave me gifts, and now you're following me around? We don't even know each other.
But we can spend our whole lives getting to know each other. We're meant to be. I love you.
Ew, catch a hint, dude. She doesn't like you.
No, I will not rest until you're mine.
Ricardo grabbed me by the wrist, and I was about to panic when suddenly,
Let go of her!
two boys battling over me sounded like a fairy tale in a romance novel. But now that it was actually happening, I didn't like it one bit. And that's when I remembered the book. Thwack!
Ow! You break my heart and now you break my head. I don't want to be here anymore.
At least this book came to some good use. Girl, I am so proud of you. Hi, I'm Grace, and I'm a liar. But before that, please like and subscribe. When I was little, my mom worked for this rich woman who was the third cousin of the daughter of the king of bleep. Oops, I forgot. Mom and I signed an NDA, so I really can't say which country or what king. Anyway, the rich woman had a fabulous life. She and her daughter Gigi, who was my age, lived in a beautiful mansion. They went to the spa every week and on vacation every weekend. But the only thing was that the paparazzi never left them alone. They camped in front of the house and hid in the trees to get a glimpse of Gigi and her mom. Gigi and I looked alike, so I'd often pose as her decoy. I'd walk out the front door in her fancy clothes and smile for the paparazzi, while Gigi snuck out the back into a tinted SUV and sped off. Life was great until Gigi and her mom moved back to bleep, and Mom lost her job. We moved into a tiny house, and Mom had to work 2 jobs just to afford the rent. I hated being poor. It made me sick to my stomach. So I decided I had to be rich one day. I worked harder than ever in school so I could get a good job and make a ton of money. Then one day, I was called into the principal's office, and she gave me the best news ever.
Congratulations, Grace! You've been awarded a scholarship to one of the most prestigious private schools in the city.
I was over the moon. But there was one big problem. My new school was filled with rich kids. There was no way I was going to fit in. That night, I had nightmares about them laughing at me and chasing me through the halls. The next morning, I woke up and prayed that I could win $1 million. And then the craziest thing happened.
I talked with your Aunt Maddie. She lives near your new school. You'll be staying with her so I can save some money.
I jumped for joy. I just hit the jackpot. Aunt Maddie was a filthy rich lawyer. She was so generous that she'd recently adopted a daughter my age. That evening, Aunt Maddie's chauffeur picked me up in a limousine and drove me to her mansion. My adopted cousin Victoria greeted me at the door. She looked like a supermodel, aside from these huge glasses that were way too big for her face. Victoria took me to my room, and as I was unpacking, she kept staring at my clothes. Whoa, what happened? I've seen homeless people wear better clothes. I was so embarrassed. I started crying like an idiot. They're all I have. I'm poor. Oh, don't worry about it, Grace. I've got your back. You can borrow some of my clothes. I've got plenty. Victoria led me to her room, where she opened a walk-in closet twice the size of my mom's house, filled with dozens of Gucci and Versace dresses, shoes, and handbags. I was in heaven. When we got to school, I strutted like a superstar down the hallway, and all the kids couldn't stop staring at me. In class, the teacher asked us all to introduce ourselves and share something interesting about our families. All the other kids came from wealthy families that owned huge business empires. Some even had parents who were famous celebrities. When the teacher asked me to introduce myself, I walked to the front of the class. I felt really nervous. I couldn't tell them about my poor single mom who worked as a janitor at a beauty salon and waited tables at a 2-star restaurant. Then suddenly, something strange came over me, and the most unexpected words just fell out of my mouth. Hi, everyone. I'm Grace, and I'm an heiress to the throne of Bleep.
Due to the privacy of the royal family, we cannot...
Jeez. Can we skip the legal mumbo-jumbo and get back to the story? Now, where was I? Oh yeah, everyone in class stared at me like I was a unicorn. I took out my phone and flashed one of my photos from a magazine, and the kids went wild. Victoria appeared out of nowhere and pulled me to the side. Have you lost your mind? You just told everyone a big fat lie. My mind is right where it's supposed to be, if you must know. Plus, it's not really a lie. You were Gigi's stand-in. My mom told me all about it. You're stealing her identity. I'm just borrowing it. She won't even notice. Victoria walked away. Then a bunch of popular kids ran over to me. My plan was working like a charm. Are you really in line for the throne? Yep. It's a very real possibility. Everyone in line before me is old and sick.
I thought you moved back to Europe.
That's fake news. But aren't you living with Victoria? Yes. My mother wants me to have a more grounded experience among commoners, but it's just temporary. Ta-ta. Sorry, no more questions today. Maybe we can have crumpets and tea later. Then Damien, the most beautiful boy I'd ever seen, patted me on my shoulder, and my heart skipped a beat. His sparkly brown eyes and warm smile made my heart flutter.
Your Highness, would you do me the honor of coming to my party tonight?
He took my hand and kissed it. Yes, please. That night, I raided Victoria's closet and found the perfect dress. I pranced around in the mirror, flashed my prettiest smile, and practiced kissing my hand. What's up with you? I told Victoria all about how Damien invited me to his party, and she looked pissed. Don't you mention that jerk to me. He's not a jerk. He's really cool, and he looks like an angel. Listen, you'll live to regret it if you choose to hang out with that idiot. Are you sure we're talking about the same guy? Damien's at the top of our class. He smells like fresh strawberries. He's super cute and the captain of the football team. He's perfect. Never mind. I'm out of here. Victoria stormed off in a huff, but I didn't have time to figure out what put a bee in her bonnet. I had to get to Damien's party. Of course, Damien's party was awesome. We danced together for hours, and at the end of the night, he gave me the most romantic kiss.
You're amazing, Grace.
I know. People tell me that all the time.
I've never met a girl like you before.
Which made sense, because everything I told him was a lie. I must admit, I felt a little guilty for lying, but I wasn't hurting anyone. After that, Damien and I started dating, and we became the hottest couple in school. My popularity was through the roof. Even Victoria stopped shaking her head at me every time we passed each other in the hallway. Life was great until things took a horrible turn. One day, one of the rich kids invited me to an exclusive restaurant. I was busy enjoying my caviar when I looked out the window and saw Victoria and Damien having a heated argument across the street. I was about to go out to snoop on them, but our waiter Brian, this geeky kid from my math class, stepped into my path.
Excuse me, you forgot to pay for your food.
He gave me a bill of over $200. I had less than $20 in my bank account. I was invited to this party.
And we've been told everyone is paying their bill separately.
A couple of popular kids started staring at us, so without thinking, I handed Brian my bank card.
I'm sorry, but your card has been declined.
That's impossible. I'm heir to $1 million fortune.
We also accept cash.
This is no way to treat royalty. I want to speak with your manager now. I dragged Brian to the side, but I was so afraid he was going to call the cops on me that I decided to tell him the truth. Listen, there's no way I can pay all that money. Maybe we can work something out.
You rich kids always try to take advantage of people. Please pay so I can do my job. Aren't you from some royal family anyway?
I'm seriously not a rich kid. That was all a big lie. I just wanted to fit in. Suddenly, tears started streaming down my face.
Oh, geez, please don't cry. Listen, I know what it's like to want to fit in with the rich kids. I'll put it on my tab. but you have to pay me back this month.
I was so relieved. It felt like a huge weight had been lifted. It was good to tell the truth. But then it hit me. If Brian exposed me, my fabulous life would be destroyed. Could you please keep my secret?
Sure, but only if you agree to tutor me. I'm kind of struggling with calculus, and I saw you got 100 on the test.
I happily agreed. By the time I was done with this drama, Victoria and Damien were gone, and neither of them answered their phones. I called my driver to take me home. I waited in my room for hours, but didn't hear a word from either of them. I was confused, worried, and a little jealous. What on earth could they have been arguing about? A few minutes after midnight, I woke up to hear a car pulling into the driveway. I looked out the window. It was Damien, and Victoria was in the passenger seat. I saw red. I raced down the stairs and ran straight into Victoria. Why are you sneaking around with Damien? We aren't sneaking around. I saw you two arguing at the party. It's complicated, and I'm really tired. Can we talk about it later? It's not complicated at all. You're a jealous witch and a boyfriend stealer. And don't try to deny it. You hate that I'm more popular than you and that Damien's in love with me. Victoria marched to her room and slammed her door in my face. Something fishy was going on between those two, and I was gonna find out what. The next day, I asked Damien about Victoria.
Don't worry about it, babe. She's my partner for a school project. We were only talking about that. You know I only have eyes for you.
After that, Damien got really busy with football practice, so I focused on school and tutoring Brian. To my surprise, I enjoyed hanging out with Brian. He was smart and funny, and we were both huge fans of classical music. One night, he played one of Mozart's concertos on the piano for me. That was beautiful. I didn't know you were so talented.
I'm kind of a music prodigy. That's how I got a scholarship to our school.
A couple of weeks later, Brian aced his calculus test and invited me to his piano recital.
I'll be playing that piece you like, and a new song I wrote for you.
You wrote a song for me? Brian blushed, and so did I.
It's a thank you for all you've done for me.
I wouldn't miss your concert for the world. That night, just as I was getting ready to go to the concert with Brian, Damien showed up in a tuxedo. What are you doing here?
You're funny. I told you I was picking you up.
Oh God, I'd totally forgotten that Damien had invited me to be his date for his family's annual charity ball.
Come on, we don't want to be late.
Damien took my hand and rushed me to his car. When we arrived at the ball, Damien's parents were excited to meet me. They spent the whole night introducing me to all their fancy friends and bragged about how their son had landed the heiress to a throne. I needed a breath of fresh air, so I went out into the back alley for a bit to find Damien and the school's head cheerleader kissing. When they saw me, they turned as white as bedsheets.
It's not what it looks like.
Actually, it is. Damien and I are in love.
I was gonna tell you after the party. I just wanted to impress my parents by saying you were my girlfriend. You're their favorite royal, and they've been dying to meet you.
I slapped Damien hard in the face and stormed out of there. The next day, Brian marched up to me at school with a huge scowl.
I waited for you for over an hour, and you didn't even call.
I'm sorry. I had another engagement.
Like what? Your fake royal duties? If you didn't want to go, you should have just told me. You didn't have to play with my feelings. I may not be one of the popular kids, but I don't deserve to be treated like trash.
Brian stormed off. I was gutted. And just when I thought the day couldn't get any worse, I got an alert on my phone. A gossip website had done a news report on me and outed me as a fraud. All the kids crowded around me like an angry mob. I ran outside and straight into a bunch of crazy paparazzi. They chased me through the parking lot. I darted down the street and jumped into a cab. Get me out of here, please. The driver hightailed it out of there. When I got home, I raced up the stairs and locked myself in my room. Then suddenly, someone unlocked my bedroom door and turned the knob. Terrified, I hid under the bed. My lies had finally caught up with me. The police would haul me off to jail. My mom would be so embarrassed she'd disown me. The whole thing might even go on my permanent record. I closed my eyes and braced myself for the worst. Please have mercy. I'm just a kid. I made a mistake. I'm sorry. Don't be so dramatic. It's just me. I told you all this would blow up in your face. The lying, and most of all, Damien. Was he dating you too? No, gross. Damien and I lived in the same foster home years ago. That night at the restaurant, I got a text about our foster mother. She'd gotten into a bad accident and had to have a major surgery. She'd just woken up and was begging to see me and Damien. That's it. Damien hates that he was poor and he won't tell anyone he's adopted. Or that he and I know each other from a foster home. And he's always trying so hard to impress his snooty parents. You're not that different. He just wants so bad to fit in. That information hit me like a ton of bricks. At that moment, I decided to make a change. I apologized to Victoria and sent Brian a dozen I'm sorry memes. And I came clean to everyone at school. After my truth was revealed, I wasn't popular anymore, of course. He was even mocked and branded as a liar. But I had Victoria, and I eventually made friends with some nice kids, and it took a while. But Brian and I started talking again after I offered to tutor him for free for a year. In the end, I realized that being a popular fake royal didn't hold a candle to being surrounded by friends that loved me for me. Hi, I'm Layla. And yep, that's me in the front row of a gala, seconds before I betrayed my best friend and almost ruined his life. But before we get to all that, please make sure to like and subscribe. Ever since I was little, I've been a lot to handle. Or at least that's what I've been told. By my mom, Layla. By my dad.
Layla.
By, well, any adult really. But really, I'm just always trying to do the right thing. And sometimes that gets me in trouble. That's why my parents sent me to Woodmere Academy to begin with. That and other reasons.
It's only the 5th-ranked preparatory school in the country, but heavens, no one else will take you, no matter how much money we throw their way.
Good grief, Layla. How will you replace your father as CEO of Idrizi Tech if you keep up with these morality plays?
Woodmere was supposedly elite, but to me, it was just like every other rich kid cesspool my parents plopped me into, complete with snobby, entitled lookalikes who wore the same navy blazer and walked the halls like the world owed them a standing ovation just for showing up.
You think you belong here? You're just a poor, worthless...
Funny you think he doesn't belong here when your dad basically had to donate a wing to get your sorry butt in here. The scholarship kid ran, but Milo's ego didn't.
You're gonna regret that! My family basically runs this school. I'm untouchable.
Cool. But are you waterproof?
Huh?
I bent down and turned the knob on a nearby sprinkler, which aimed straight at Milo and sprayed water all over him. Some other kids watching us laughed. 15 minutes later, I found myself in a familiar place, the headmaster's office.
Do you think drenching a student with irrigation equipment is leadership material, Miss Idrizi?
I don't think threatening a kid with a lacrosse stick is exactly student of the month behavior either.
That student of the month is my grandson.
Of course he is.
Which is why you're not just suspended. You're expelled.
Wait, no, please. If I get expelled, my parents will actually disown me. You don't understand. I'm supposed to be the next CEO of Idrizi Tech. As the school doors slammed shut behind me, along with, my future, I did the only thing a girl with no options and rapidly shrinking inheritance could do. I walked home. Every step was basically a countdown to whatever fresh nightmare my parents had waiting for me. Mom? Dad?
Pack your bags.
Immediately.
Wait, you already know?
You bet we do. You got accepted to Advena Academy!
I am so sorry. Wait, what? It's the #1 school in the country. Looks like they changed their mind. Wow. So you're not mad about the sprinkler?
The what?
Nothing. When do we leave? Apparently, we were leaving that night. No time to overthink it, no time to sabotage it. Just a suitcase and a second chance that, let's face it, I totally deserved. And when we got there, my jaw almost dropped. Advena made every other fancy school I'd ever been kicked out of look like a daycare run by raccoons. I waved goodbye to Mom and Dad and approached the doors with a fresh start in mind and a promise in my heart. But as soon as I walked through the doors...
Layla Idrizi to the headmaster's office immediately.
Oh, what now? I hadn't so much as eye-rolled at anyone, and I was already in trouble? I braced myself as I entered the headmaster's office. But something felt different this time. For one, the headmaster was smiling.
Ah, Miss Idrizi. Welcome to Advena. I'm Headmaster Quinlan.
Hi?
Don't worry, you're not in trouble. Not yet, anyway. We brought you here for a very specific reason. Let's call it an assignment.
What kind of assignment?
One that requires your particular talents. Quick thinking, initiative, a healthy disregard for rules.
Wow. Most schools just call that detention.
Here we call it useful. But if you mess this up, we will expel you. So, no pressure.
He kept going on about some top secret mission, about how the only reason I was at Advena was to follow someone with as little contact as possible and await instructions for my next steps. Then, he slid a manila envelope across the desk like we were in some low-budget spy movie. I expected a photo of a criminal mastermind, maybe a hacker, a ninja, at the very least someone with a scar or an eye patch. But nope, it was Louis Block, a kid so aggressively average he practically faded into the folder. Brown hair, brown eyes, scrawny. You could lose him in a crowd of two. And yet, that was my mission. Follow Louis. So I did. And at first, everything about him was even more ordinary than I'd expected. He was the quietest kid in class. He didn't eat with anyone. Even his locker code was 1, 2, 3, 4. But because he was allergic to attention, he actually turned out to be weirdly hard to follow. After all, we couldn't both sit in the back row and pretend to be invisible, and there's only so much space between the vending machine and the science wing. But in all that solo stealth mode, there was exactly one group activity where he appeared to be somewhat comfortable. The chess club. A place so mind-numbingly dull that it made math class feel like a rock concert. And, thanks to this seemingly pointless mission, I guess that's how I'm going to be spending my afternoon.
Pawn to b4.
Before what, though? I watched as Louis moved a pawn, then another pawn, then the horse one, whatever it's called. Riveting stuff. But then, his opponent leaned back, grinning like he just solved world hunger.
Checkmate again. Wow, Louis, do you just come here to be reminded about what a loser you are?
Man, even in chess club he was an easy target. My brain was screaming, stay out of it, observe, don't blow your cover. But my instincts, they'd already stood up. Do you just come here to forget that your mom cut your hair with a weed whacker? And out of the corner of my eye, I saw Louis do something I hadn't seen him do all week. He smiled. After the 3-hour chess club that felt like 3 years, I felt a tap on my shoulder. And when I turned around, it was him.
Hey, thanks.
You can talk? Yeah, no sweat. And just like that, we started chatting. Nothing dramatic, nothing spy-worthy. But for the first time since I got here, it didn't feel like an assignment. It felt normal. Actually, it turns out we had a lot in common.
My parents put so much pressure on me. I figure it's better for my future to keep a low profile. You probably wouldn't understand.
Oh, trust me, I do. Maybe he was just a regular guy after all. But as we talked more often, I started noticing something unique about Louis. He had a knack for expressing himself in a way that was poetic. So you always eat alone?
Mostly, but sometimes the birds show up. They all swoop down for the crumbs, pecking at them like it's their last meal on Earth. Yet, somehow, they always leave enough for each other. I think that's kind of beautiful.
Yeah, it kind of is. Even his voice had this magnetic pull, like there was something musical about him. And over the next few days, my whole just observe and report strategy kind of crumbled. I told myself I was keeping things professional, that staying close to Louis was just part of the mission. But the truth? We were becoming friends, real ones. He was also weirdly funny, in that dry blink and you miss it way. And he could quote MSA videos like they were Shakespeare, which, let's be honest, is a wildly underrated skill.
Why don't they teach those videos in school?
I know, right? Then one afternoon, I saw him slip into a place I didn't even know students were allowed into. The old theater backstage loft. I waited for a moment, then crept in after him. And that's when I saw it. Louis, alone, tucked into the shadows with a battered violin under his chin. Playing. But not just playing. Humming, too. A soft, steady note that floated above the strings like it was made of air and magic. It was beautiful. Like, make your heart hurt kind of beautiful. And then, before I even knew what was happening, I was crying. At music. Me. Who knew I could even do that? Unfortunately, he heard my sniffles and looked directly at me.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
What? No, don't apologize.
No, I'm so sorry.
And before I could say anything else, He bolted, like he'd accidentally set the building on fire with a G major chord, and I ran after him. I didn't know you could do that.
No one does. I mean, they used to. But after what happened with my brother, I stopped, mostly.
What do you mean? What happened?
I don't know how to explain it exactly. It's like, when I play, it messes with people. Their emotions. Their insides. I don't try to do it, it just happens. He was going through something really hard, and I thought I was helping. I thought if I could just play the right notes, he'd feel better. But he didn't feel better, it just got worse. And then my parents sent me here after that. Said I needed a break from too much feeling, whatever that means.
Suddenly, everything made sense. The quiet, the staring out of windows, the assignment in general. I wasn't just following a weird boy with a sad vibe and a violin. This was something else. Something powerful and broken. Later that week, I got called into the headmaster's office again.
Miss Idrisi, how are things progressing?
With what? Oh, Louis? Yep. He's just a totally normal guy. Nothing to see here. Definitely not emotionally gifted to the point of concern, if that's what you're wondering.
I understand the two of you have become quite close.
What? No,
I'm the headmaster, Layla. I know exactly what happens around here. You do know about the incident involving his brother, right?
I tensed up. This was going deeper than I ever could have thought.
He blames himself. He hasn't spoken about it to anyone. His parents tried everything to help him out, got him the best therapists in the world. Nothing worked. But we believe his silence is part of the problem. When he plays, he connects. He releases what he's been holding in. Now, suppressing a gift like his is not healthy, especially when it's tied to guilt. Now, that's where you come in. You need to help him heal, Layla. There's a gala next month. Nothing flashy, just a showcase of student work, a safe space. If Louis were to play again, even just one song, it might be the first step back to himself.
Convincing the quietest kid in the universe to sing at a fancy fundraiser? No pressure or anything. I found Louis in his usual spot, tucked behind the music building, sitting on a chipped concrete ledge that overlooked the soccer field.
Want one? The cafeteria throws them out a day before they expire. Still perfectly fine, just no longer worth the shelf space.
Wait, what? That's like a criminal amount of food waste. Someone needs to stage a protest.
You know what you should join? The Social Activism Club. They'd love you.
Yeah, well, not sure I have time for that given my assignment.
Assignment?
Assignments. Like school assignments, homework, tests. Never mind. Anyway, you know what you should join? The roster of performers at the annual gala.
Oh, no,
Come on. I heard you play yesterday. It was...
I said no, Layla. Sorry, it's just not my thing. I should go.
But for a while, I kept trying. Subtly. Isn't it weird how the word gala rhymes with voila, like a big performance reveal?
Sure.
But it was hopeless. I could feel my future as CEO of Idrisi Tech slipping through my fingers. I'd already burned through every other school worth mentioning, and the headmaster had made it clear, screw this up, and I was done for good. And if that happened, my parents would never forgive me, so I felt like I had no choice but to do the ultimate betrayal. I signed him up for the gala anyway. And then I told the headmaster that Louis had agreed to play. Next thing I knew, Louis wasn't just on the schedule. He was the centerpiece. They printed his name on the flyers and announced it in assembly. Was it manipulative? Yes. Did I feel bad? Also yes. But it was for his own good, right? I mean, he had to break out of his shell eventually, right? Unfortunately, he didn't see it that way.
How could you do this to me?
Do what?
Oh, please. You think just because I don't talk much means I'm stupid? I know it was you who signed me up for the gala. Thanks for reminding me why I don't trust anyone.
I'd done the opposite of what I was trying to do. He wasn't coming out of his shell. He was burrowing deeper in. Thanks to me. So I went to the headmaster's office, rehearsing my confession in my head. how I'd pushed Louis too far, how I'd betrayed his trust, that maybe I wasn't the right person to help him overcome his dark past. But when I reached the door, it was already cracked open, and what I heard made me freeze.
Everything's right on schedule. The boy plays his little melancholy solo. The audience tears up, and boom, 50s, no hundreds, no thousands of dollars fall into our laps. Easy peasy. And yes, you'll get your 50% as agreed.
I couldn't believe my ears. He didn't want to help Louis. He was using him for profit, and I was just a pawn in his scheme. But I'm not a pawn, or one of those horse thingies. I was going to show him who he was really messing with. A queen. Chess club stuff. I sprinted to find Louis, who was sitting alone, as expected. Louis!
What do you want?
Well, first off, to apologize. I never should have signed you up for the gala. But honestly, I swear to you, I only wanted to help.
I didn't ask for help. Why does everyone keep trying to fix me? What if I'm not broken? What if I just want to be left alone?
You have every right to feel that way.
Then why are you here?
Because something's not right. I overheard Headmaster Quinlan on the phone. He's not trying to help you. He's using you. The gala is just a cash grab, and your solo's the tearjerker. That's the plan. You suffer, and they get paid. I expected him to explode the way I was about to, but to my surprise, he didn't get angry. I guess he was too broken to even react.
Of course, that tracks.
I thought I was pushing you towards something good, but I got so caught up in juggling my own problems and trying to do the right thing that I guess I never asked what you wanted.
Yeah, no one ever does.
I'm so sorry, Louis.
You know, when I first met you, something clicked in me, and I played something different.
What do you mean? Can I hear it? He didn't say a word, but the way he looked at me hit me harder than any note ever could. No audience, no gala, just me, I promise. To my surprise, he picked up his violin. I braced myself for another emotional gut punch, but what came out wasn't heavy or sad. It was light, and suddenly, so was I. I was grinning like an idiot, flooded with the kind of hope I hadn't felt since before I got kicked out of my first fancy school, back when I still believed the world could change. And then, through my joy, I blurted, "Louis."
Oh, you hated it, huh?
Hated it? I've never felt so amazing in my life. Look, I know I can't get you out of performing anymore, but that doesn't mean you have to fall into their trap. If you played like that, you'll be making people feel good, including yourself. He gave me the smallest smile and left without a word, but I could tell something was shifting in him. On the night of the gala, I had no clue what to expect. Either the one person in my life I truly cared about gets exploited and traumatized even further, or he goes off script and reclaims his story, which meant I was probably getting expelled again. And then, just when I thought my bundle of nerves couldn't get more twisted, I spotted them in the audience. My parents. Guys, what are you doing here?
Layla, look at you. Still enrolled. How nice.
Come sit. We saved you a seat. We hear you're close with tonight's little prodigy.
If getting expelled was my worst-case scenario, then watching my parents' live reaction to it was the apocalypse. But as Louis made his way onto the stage, he looked unchanged in a way that made me sad. It was like the spotlight was too hot and had shriveled him back into the broken boy they all expected. And sure enough, a sad melody followed suit. As I looked around, I could see the audience tearing up, dabbing eyes, sniffles everywhere. And right on cue, Headmaster Quinlan started slinking between rows, smiling and collecting checks like it was church. As I watched Louis crumble, I expected, as always, for my body to move before my mind had a chance to think. But for once, I paused. It was my decision now. I could sit there and be the good girl everyone wanted me to be, or I could stand up and be me. You're amazing, Louis! I believe in you! Louis froze mid-note as the wealthiest people in the country stared me down, I still stood firm. And then, like he just remembered who he was, Lewis's lips twitched into a smile. And suddenly, the music changed. It became lighter, happier. And the audience? They forgot all about me. In fact, they actually started dancing. Headmaster Quinlan's donations became an afterthought. And just as I was ready to start joining the dancing...
Layla, what have you done?
Huh? What do you mean?
The donations are stopping. Do you know what that means for the company? This was supposed to be a proof of concept for investors for our latest tech. Emotional music activation. You've ruined it. Make it stop.
And it dawned on me. The person on the other side of the phone call with the headmaster was my father. How do you think you got into the school in the first place? You had one task. Now we'll never be able to convince the board to make you CEO. No, wait, But I couldn't finish the sentence. I looked up at Lewis and saw something I almost never saw in myself. True joy. And then I remembered what he'd said to me. No one ever asks what I want. Did I even want to be the CEO of some big tech company? I realized the answer was no. If Lewis could find his voice, then maybe I could too. You know what? Fine. Find another CEO.
Layla, you don't mean that.
Stop telling me what I mean. I don't want to be the CEO of Idrizi Tech. I want to work on something that helps people, not manipulate them. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some dancing to do. I walked toward the front of the stage, feeling more alive than I ever had. For a second, Lewis looked up mid-note, and our eyes locked. I didn't know what the future held, but I knew one thing. Unlike so much in our lives, we'd earned this moment. The next morning, I was called into the headmaster's office, and I was rehearsing my speech to talk my way out of expulsion. But I walked in to find Headmaster Quinlan looking weirdly ashamed.
You're not being expelled.
I blinked.
But your parents said if you wanted to transfer to any school of your choice, they'd support it.
I didn't know what shocked me anymore, that I was still enrolled, or that they actually cared about what I wanted. Maybe, for once, they were trying. Thanks, but I think I'll stay here. I hear there's a social activism club that may need some help. I walked out of the office towards Lewis, who was waiting for me down the hallway.
Still enrolled?
Shocking, I know.
You were kind of amazing last night.
Kind of? Wow. Stop. I'm blushing. He suddenly stopped walking and looked at me, more sure of himself than ever before.
I'm really glad you followed me.
Yeah, me too. Turns out, I didn't need a mission to save someone. I just needed to stop chasing who I was supposed to be and finally start choosing who I wanted to be. And maybe, for the first time in forever, that was enough. I sat in the audience for the 1,000th time watching my annoying sister Mara's talk show. I was just about to fall asleep when suddenly a spotlight shone on me.
There she is, my twin sister Brooke. Come help us play the game, sis.
Wait, what? Before I could say a word, the audience started chanting my name and my parents nodded at me encouragingly. Mara was waiting on stage with her guest star, who was some famous model.
So, Brookie, you and Iris are going to play the card game War, and whoever wins breaks an egg on the other's head.
Can I jump off a building first?
Always such a little party pooper.
I played the dumb card game until I won, so I cracked an egg on Iris's head before turning to go off stage.
Ow! You just hit me in the head with an egg.
That was the goal of the game, genius.
Well, you did it way too hard. Ow!
The next day, my accidental egg assault was all over YouTube and social media. Sister of talk show host Mara gets violent with popular model Iris. So melodramatic. My life wasn't always like this. I'd never asked to live in the public eye. All of this started when my bimbo sister got her own show a year ago and became a child millionaire. Then here I was, just trying to get through high school without punching or kicking walls. Hi, I'm Brooke from Manhattan, and this is my story. But before I rant about my drama, please like and subscribe. Everyone at school brought up the stupid talk show incident.
Look, it's Mara's extra crazy sister Brooke. Should we refer to her as the egg beater?
I can beat an egg over your head, but don't worry.
way. I'll avoid smashing your new nose. Ugh, you're always such a witch. This is why nobody at school likes you. She was so cute for thinking that I cared. Anyway, around lunchtime, I headed to the bathroom when suddenly I jumped. One of the most popular guys in school, Lance, was right behind me, smirking. He was a part of a clique of 4 other heartthrobs who all looked like Wattpad princes.
You are looking lovely today, princess.
You just followed me into the girls' bathroom.
I wanted to ask you out on a date.
You've never even made eye contact with me before.
I used to think you were just Mara's mean loser sister, but when I saw what you did on TV, I practically fell in love with you, babe. I've always wanted a girl with that kind of fire. So I'll pick you up tonight at 8.
I didn't answer. I just pushed Lance away from my face and towards the toilet bowl. He landed head first, and I couldn't help laughing. Except later that day, I noticed the rest of Lance's dreamy friends kept staring at me with that same smirk on their faces. In fact, all 5 of them slipped envelopes into my locker asking me on a date. This had to be some kind of joke. I decided to ask Mara about it, since she was the school queen bee and full of gossip. But surprisingly, Mara didn't know anything. Then later that night, she gave me some crazy news. She'd invited all 5 of those guys to come onto her talk show, where she'd set up a competition over who could win a date with me without even asking me. So what if they're just hitting on you for a joke or a bet? It'll be so much fun. You've never been on any kind of date, and you're in the 12th grade. Please. I finally gave in, but I knew those boys were up to something, and if they were gonna mess with me, I was gonna mess with them too. On the night of the show, I sat center stage behind a table while the 5 idiot heartthrobs lined up behind a rope. Each of them had 30 seconds to impress me.
After you pushed me into the toilet, I went and bought you flowers. I also have chapstick to put on before kissing you for our date.
Too bad your breath smells like a sewage drain. Next.
If you were my girlfriend, I'd take you to a restaurant right on the ocean and buy a giant ice cream sundae with
ice cream makes me puke.
So I used to be an underwear model, but then
I'm embarrassed for you.
I had this flown over from Japan.
No! By the time the 5th guy, Zeke, came over, I was already exhausted. Then I noticed he was holding a guitar. Oh my God.
Brookie, oh Brookie, honey, my heart is yours. Yeah, Brookie, oh Brookie, Brookie, my sassy princess I adore.
The audience went wild, and I wanted to cringe. But for some reason, I found myself smiling. So when it was time to choose the guy I'd go on a date with, I chose Guitar Boy Zeke. I just had to remember that he probably didn't really like me, and if he was planning on humiliating me, I had to beat him at his own game. So when I met Zeke for our picnic date, I came wearing my mom's wedding dress.
What's that you're wearing?
A wedding dress. That way, we can imagine what it'll be like when we get married one day. Ever since the talk show, I've fallen head over heels for you, and after that song you sang for me, I know now that you feel the same way. I'd hoped the guy would run scared and crying, but instead, he laughed.
I must have really won you over with that song I played you.
I'm not done with you yet, Prince Charming. During our picnic, I sat on his lap and made him feed me every bite of food and hold the water cup up to my lips. And when he turned to get a napkin, I started fake crying hysterically. We were staring into each other's eyes, but you looked away. Is it because my eyes are ugly? Or are you breaking up with me? I have nothing else to live for now.
You are so extra. I know what'll cheer you up. Let's have a romantic dance.
Wait, what? Before I could say a word, Zeke turned on classical music and pulled me up to dance. He started spinning and twirling me around and even threw me in the air. God, he was crazy. Later on, Zeke drove me home, but he said he needed to stop at his house first for something. I decided then I'd confront him. Look, I know you're either dating me because you bet your friends money or you guys want to humiliate me as a joke. Either way, I'm just telling you, I didn't fall for it.
I told those guys you'd be too smart to trick. It was Lance's idea to bet money on which one of us can win you over. I never wanted to do it, but I couldn't tell Lance that, because whatever Lance wants, Lance gets.
Zeke then told me his dad and Lance's dad were friends, and because Lance's family was rich, his dad was going to pay for a music college Zeke Zeke got into. Therefore, he could never afford to ever piss off Lance.
And don't tell Lance I said any of this. Please, just let me tell him you fell for me and you asked me to be your boyfriend. I really want to go to music school. Come on, you don't care what anyone thinks, and you're already unpopular and barely have any friends, and no offense.
How little self-respect did this guy think I had? I wanted to give him a good slap in the face, but just then, Zeke stopped by this really run-down trailer next to a pile of garbage.
Okay, we're here. My dad's sick, so I have to check on him every few hours.
Holy crud, this is where he lived? This place was a single room, and Zeke's dad was in a bed with an oxygen tank. I guessed with his dad's medical bills, he'd never have enough money to even think about music school. So I decided to let Zeke tell Lance he was gonna keep dating me for a bet. The next day at school, I saw Lance and the other 3 heartthrobs looking at me and snickering to themselves. Even other kids seemed to be onto the bet, but I could live through it. I was doing a good deed by humiliating myself. Plus, Zeke was fun to be around, and I didn't mind having him as my fake boyfriend. One night, I decided to invite him to a celebrity party Mara and I were attending. I even bought him a suit and tie, and secretly, I thought he looked super handsome. At one point, I was walking by the entrance when suddenly I saw Zeke standing with Lance and his friends, and Zeke was saying he had to go. What do you mean? This is a huge exclusive party that I invited you to.
Listen, cranky face, I came to pick up your boyfriend for some last-minute plans. Surely you two can reschedule.
With that, Zeke took off with the boys, and for some reason, I felt really angry about it. Just then, Mara came over to ask if I was okay, and I ended up telling her everything. Look, I know you feel bad for Zeke because of his home situation, but you don't have to sell your dignity for charity. If you think he doesn't genuinely care about you, just dump his sorry butt in front of everyone tomorrow. Or I can talk tomorrow in school, like an actual mature person. But I know maturity is kind of a foreign concept to you and the other kids at school. Okay, listen, sis. You've never had any real friend or boyfriend before, and I'm at the top of our school's social ladder. I know how to deal with these things. I can handle this myself, thanks. Just because I don't date a different guy each week doesn't mean I need boy advice from you. So on Monday at school, I headed to the bleachers at lunch where I knew Zeke practiced guitar, except he spotted me first and immediately came over to hug me.
I am so sorry about what happened at the party. Lance decided at the last minute that he wanted to have a betting party. Kids at school are betting on how I'm gonna break your heart and everything. I realize this may be going too far.
It's going way too far. I tried to do a nice thing for you, but you're totally taking advantage of me. Also, how long are you going to be Lance's slave for? Can't you get a scholarship to the school or something?
No, I'm not talented enough. It's cool. I'll tell Lance the truth and stand up to him. I'll just find something other than music that makes me happy.
Zeke turned to walk away, but I just couldn't let him give up his friends, his reputation, and his dreams. So I told Zeke I'd help him apply for a scholarship because even though he didn't believe in himself, I knew he was talented enough to get one. And 2 weeks later, he got accepted.
You just made my dreams come true. Brooke, no one has ever believed in me like that before. You're amazing.
Zeke suddenly picked me up and spun me around, which made me feel butterflies. After that, Zeke and I became really close and started hanging out all the time. I helped him take care of his dad, and he helped me make some friends at school. Except there were a couple of issues. One, I started to develop real romantic feelings for Zeke. And 2 was Zeke still hadn't told Lance the truth, even though it was part of our agreement. So finally, Zeke decided to confront Lance one day after school as I hid behind a tree to listen in.
Look, man, I told Brooke about the bet. It's not right the way we're manipulating her. Plus, I've been hanging out with her, and I think I want to date her for real. You know, she helped me get a scholarship to the music school you were going to pay for. Now, you don't have to. Are you kidding me? What am I going to tell all the kids who've been giving us money, betting the different ways you can dump her? You're one of us, Zeke, and she's an unpopular loser. It'll make the whole squad look bad. If you date her, then you're dead to us. Well, fine then. You guys are jerks anyway. I'm gonna get myself an awesome girlfriend.
I held my breath as I watched Zeke ditch his friends for me. And just like that, Zeke and I became an item. He held my hand, kissed me in public at school, and didn't even seem to care that he'd lost all his friends in popularity. Everything seemed to be going well, at least for a couple of weeks. Then one weekend, I went away with my family for a camping trip with no Wi-Fi or cell reception.
But when I arrived back at school on Monday, something horrible happened. I was sitting in the cafeteria when suddenly Zeke stood up on one of the tables with a microphone and speakers.
Can I have everyone's attention? I have something to say to my girlfriend, Brooke. I'm sorry, babe, but I just can't date you anymore. I've realized that I don't want to be with a stuck-up sourpuss who's way below my league. It's also really lame that she's never dated anyone before. So for all of you out there who bet money how I dump Brooke, the ones who selected public humiliation win.
I stood with shock as I watched a bunch of kids run over to Zeke, Lance, and the other guys with cash. None of this made any sense. Had it just all been a setup? I ran out of the room and into the hallway to collect myself when I saw Zeke behind me.
Brooke, I am so sorry I had to do that, but I had a good reason.
What good reason could you possibly have for humiliating me like that?
Please, just listen to me. My dad had to have an emergency medical procedure over the weekend that I couldn't pay for, and since there was no way to reach you, I had to ask Lance for help. He said he'd only pay for it on the condition that I publicly dump you. I'm so sorry. I still want to be with you, though. It just might have to be in secret.
You know what? No, I don't care what your reasons are. I am so freaking sick of all of your excuses to manipulate and humiliate me. We're done, Zeke. That night, I refused to let myself cry. Zeke didn't deserve my tears. I didn't need any cowardly idiots in my life anyway. The next afternoon, I was studying in the library when I decided to take a break for some coffee and MSA videos. But while I was relaxing, Lance suddenly sat down next to me.
Ooh, MSA. I watch them on TikTok all the time. Let me help you pick an episode.
If you come anywhere near me or my computer, I'll squeeze your head until your brain pops out. Oh wait, I forgot. You don't have a brain. Probably why you watch MSA on TikTok instead of YouTube. You know, YouTube, the site for smart people.
Wow, Zeke must really regret dumping you.
Yeah, about that. I know it was you who forced Zeke to break up with me. Why do you have to go around messing with his life and mine? The way you and your friends bet on me and tried to break my heart for fun? How sick do you have to be to want to do something like that?
Maybe some people just enjoy messing with other people's lives. You should ask your sister. After all, the whole betting game was her idea.
Lance got up and left, leaving me very confused. What did he mean by that? He was probably just messing with me, but I still asked Mara about it, and she got really quiet. Okay, it's true that it was my idea, but let me explain. I just felt bad because our whole lives, you've lived in my shadow. I have everything. Fame, popularity, friends, and you didn't get any of that. So I wanted to find you a cute boyfriend to make you happy. Except none of the guys at school wanted to date you. The only ones who were willing to were Lance and his friends, if they could make money off of it. But I had hoped one of them would fall for you for real. I was stunned and silent as Mara apologized over and over. I knew her heart had been in the right place, but she'd gotten me into such a giant mess. God, I just needed space from everyone. The next morning, I was going through the mail when I saw an envelope from Zeke's music school. To my surprise, they'd returned a check I'd paid as a deposit to confirm his place in the program. Apparently, Zeke had called the college and declined the offer to attend. I thought right away of his sick dad, and suddenly I got a bad feeling. I drove immediately to Zeke's house, but when I reached there, he was sitting outside and playing guitar, looking perfectly happy. Zeke, is everything okay? Did you call your college and decline the offer?
Yeah, I just didn't feel right taking your money to attend there, not after the way I treated you. So I'm just gonna save up and reapply next year. In the meantime, I got a job and my dad's doing better. Thank you for believing in me, Brooke. You have no idea how much it means to me.
Zeke came over to hug me and I felt those stupid, happy butterflies again. Hey, listen, are you still friends with Lance?
God, no. I'm done being his slave. I took a loan and paid him back everything I owed him for Dad.
So, if I give you a second chance, that means you can't be an idiot this time.
I swear on my life I won't be. I want you back, and I won't have it any other way.
So, I guess my sister did achieve her goal of finding me a guy, even though it was in the craziest way possible. Still, maybe one of these days I could thank her for it. Hi, I'm Kiara, and I'm a hopeless romantic. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. I completely blame Mom for my problem. She's been a soap opera actor since her teens, and I think playing the heroine and all those love stories made her believe they were half real, even though she was often disappointed in reality. But a hopeless romantic doesn't give up easily. Despite some bad experiences, you continue to believe that one day true love really will conquer all. So I grew up watching classic romantic movies and Disney fairy tales, and I believed in soulmates. and love at first sight and happily ever afters. That's what the movies told us. It had to happen as long as we believed. Well, Mom was still looking, and I was on this journey with her. And when things went bad, I was waiting with ice cream and her favorite rom-com, When Harry Met Sally.
When you realize you want to spend the rest of your life with somebody, you want the rest of your life to start as soon as possible. Oh, my heart. This gets me every time. God, where are these men hiding?
As Mom threw her bowl away angrily, my BFF Lauren walked in. Did I come at a bad time? Oh, no. We're just watching rom-coms and crying. The usual. Come on, join us. I was mostly a normal teenager, even a successful one. I'd inherited Mom's good looks, had plenty of friends, and I got good grades. My only problem was that I was always looking for love, and I fell for guys way too easily. Like there was Anthony in freshman year, who was the one until he stopped calling and pretended he didn't know me at school. Or Leo, who forgot to tell me that he was moving to California till he had already moved. And most recently, Mark, who suddenly told me he was becoming a priest and couldn't date girls anymore. I don't get it. These guys seem to like me, and it's going great, and then I don't know what happens. They go out with you because you're pretty and cool, and then you lose your mind and drive them away. What am I doing wrong? Oh, I don't know. How about when you told Anthony on the second date that you were in love with him? Or Leo, man, you looked deep into his eyes and said you could see his soul. Or Mark, you sang a song for him at his sister's wedding. You weren't even invited. I just wear my heart on my sleeve. You come on too strong, and you always pick the wrong guys. They look like your dumb idea of Prince Charming, and they're exciting, but they're not right for you. Okay. But look at this guy I bumped into at the coffee shop today. He asked me out. Lauren immediately set a calendar alert for 6 weeks. What's that for? When you guys break up. This time it's different. I'd love to be wrong about this. But she was never wrong. 6 weeks, like clockwork, the end. And I would scream into my pillow and swear off stupid boys forever. Till the next one, of course. Lauren always supported me, but after watching my summer romance crash and burn before senior year, she'd had enough. I can't watch you go through this again. Listen, why don't you let me choose someone for you? I know you inside out, and I'll pick someone right. I'll try anything at this point. Okay, but there are 3 rules. First, you have to go out with my pick. Deal. And you have to get to know him before you decide you're in love. Don't rush into it. Agreed? And you can't reject him until you've had at least 3 dates. Done. We wrote it into a contract and signed it. Lauren was taking her research very seriously, and I couldn't wait. But that Friday, I came home from school to find moving trucks next door. I casually looked out my window, and that's when I saw him. He was carrying boxes, and it was a hot day, so he took his shirt off, and I nearly fell out. The boy was a freaking work of art, and his smile, brighter than the sun. I wished I was the box he was carrying inside his house. Maybe on our wedding day. Snap out of it, idiot. I really tried, but I just couldn't stop thinking about him. So 2 days later, I went over to introduce myself. I rang the doorbell, but suddenly I lost my nerve. I turned around to run, and I tripped, and I landed face flat in mud. Someone helped me up, and I turned to the son of Zeus himself.
Hey, you okay? That must have been a bad fall.
Oh, this? No, you've got it all wrong. See, we don't have mud at our place right now, so I just came over to do a mud facial. It's really good for your skin. You should try it. Not that you need it. No, sirree.
I've seen you around, and you don't need it either. You're really pretty and all. I'm Brett, by the way.
He held out his hand, and when we touched, fireworks. I don't remember much from that moment, except that he said he was going to start at my school on Monday. I practically floated back home. I couldn't wait to tell Lauren. Except the next day at school, she told me she'd finally picked someone for me. Lauren was explaining her decisions by the locker, but my eyes were busy scanning the hallways for Brett. Are you hearing any of this? Of course, yeah, sure, thank you. But just then, Brett walked up to me, smiling.
Hey, I was hoping to run into you. Think you can show me around later?
I would love to. As he walked away, Lauren turned towards me angrily. No! What do you mean, no? You have to go with the guy I picked. You signed a contract, remember? I know, it's just that... La, can't hear you. Okay, fine. Lauren had picked out this guy, Steven, and she forced me to talk to him. We'd been going to school together for years. He was perfectly nice and even cute in a skinny geek kind of way, but I didn't feel that spark. Still, I agreed to go out with Steven on Friday night because of that stupid contract, but I couldn't get Brett off my mind. Every day that week, we met after school in his kitchen, did our homework together, and just got to know each other. I found myself falling for him. Hard. On Thursday, I learned he was falling too.
So, wanna go out with me tomorrow night?
I can't. It's just this stupid thing I agreed to do for my friend. She picked someone for me and I committed to this date this Friday.
What about Saturday then?
Saturday sounds perfect. The next night was my date with Steven, and it was interesting. I always thought he was shy, but once he got talking, it was hard to stop him. He was smart and made super lame jokes that he cracked up over himself, which made me laugh, but I decided to come clean. Look, this was great, but I kinda have my heart set on someone else right now. I'm sorry.
Oh, don't be. That's a relief, actually. I'm coming out of a relationship and I'm not ready for anything serious. So, who's the guy?
It's my new neighbor. It was like love at first sight, like he's my soulmate, you know?
No, I don't actually. I think that whole idea is stupid.
What? Why?
'Cause it's stupid. Like what? We're supposed to believe that Cinderella and her prince found true love after dancing for 2.5 minutes?
There are so many other examples.
Romeo and Juliet, those morons didn't live long enough to discover there were probably better people out there for them.
How can you not believe in love?
You have to know someone with all their flaws and then decide if you still like them enough to want to be with them. I believe in love, just not your dumb fairy tale version of it. How old are you, 10?
Gosh, you're so rude. I flung a glass of water in his face before I stormed out. Who was this jerk to judge me? I had to break the contract. No way was I going on 2 more dates with this guy. Lauren wanted to know all about my date, but I decided to tell her the details later. I had my date with Brett the next night, and that was amazing. We grabbed a quick bite from this burger joint and then went to a party with other seniors. I couldn't believe how quickly he had made friends with everyone. People just gravitated towards him, and I loved that. We danced all night, and standing next to him, I felt important. We kissed for the first time on my porch. I walked inside feeling excited and dizzy, and then I found Lauren sitting on my bed. Yeah, she knew. I'm so sorry. I was gonna tell you, it's just this time, it's really real. Lauren pulled out her phone and started flicking through it. He's incredible. He's confident and fun, and we went to this party. Lauren, can you please look at me? What are you doing? 6 weeks. Just setting my alert. Come on, don't be that way. Why did you go out with Steven in the first place? Why did you ask me to do any of this? You put so much more faith in random guys than you do in people who actually love you. Steven turned out to be a jerk, okay? He and I have nothing in common, but with Brett, it's something I've never felt before. I have to give this a chance. Okay, 6 weeks. And you know what? Just turn that alert off. You jinx my relationships. Oh, it's my fault now? I'm not turning it off. Yes, you are. Give me that. We both ended up wrestling like crazy over the phone, but as I pulled at it, it suddenly went flying and smashed into the wall. I tried to apologize, but Lauren just stormed off. I'd never really had a falling out with her, and it didn't feel good. But if she couldn't support me being with Brett, then I wasn't talking to her. Brett and I were inseparable, and every weekend we went to some new exciting place or party. I'd never felt so happy. Maybe I was finally done with all the dates and all the boys, but after a perfect month, things slowly started changing. Brett seemed a bit distant. He didn't want to go out on dates or parties so often now. When I asked him about it, he said he missed hanging out with his friends and wanted to spend more time with them. But I had this nagging feeling, and I'm not proud of this, but I followed him from his house to the other end of town, watched him walk into a house party, then watched him kiss another girl. I stormed up to him and grabbed him by his shirt. What do you think you're doing?
Kiara, you followed me?
You're cheating on me.
Look, can we please not do this here?
OMG, is this your crazy ex you were just telling me about? The one who has a whole journal for your future wedding? Girl, I saw the pictures, and you're pathetic. My what? You went through my things and took pictures?
I just found it under your pillow one day. What were you thinking? Planning our wedding? You even had pictures of what our kids would look like. Who does that?
What I do in private is none of your business, and I never said anything to you.
But it was about me, and it's just creepy, okay? And I guess it made me realize that you're way more into me than I am into you.
And you weren't even man enough to break up with me? You just started seeing someone else? You know who does that? A stupid jerk. I pushed him so hard that he fell on his new girlfriend, and I ran out of the party in angry tears. As I waited for an Uber outside, someone gently took my hand. It was Steven. Oh, perfect. You were here to see everything. Go ahead, gloat, laugh at me.
I don't want to do that, Kiara. He's a jerk. This is not your fault.
No, but it is, because I'm so in love with the idea of being in love that I ignore the signs. I've seen him flirting with other girls, and I know he's full of himself, but I just felt so lucky that he chose me. That is pathetic, isn't it?
What can I do to make you feel better? Can I take you home?
Could you take me to Lauren's? I found Lauren in her room, and I just burst into tears. She immediately put her arms around me like she'd done every time in the past. You have to see how valuable you really are. You give too much of yourself to people who don't deserve it. What I don't deserve is a friend like you. But you're stuck with me anyway. Lauren stuck with me in the weeks that followed, and she wouldn't let Brett come near me in school when he tried to apologize. But Brett was persistent. Finally, I agreed to meet him on my porch, and for the first time, he didn't seem so confident.
I made a terrible mistake, Kiara. I just got freaked out over nothing, and not being with you made me realize how I really feel about you. Please, give me another chance.
It would have been so easy to just fall into his arms. No, I'm too valuable to give you any more of my time. It's over. We're over. A couple of weeks later, I was sitting on the bleachers when Steven joined me.
I need to apologize for our date. I had no right to judge you.
Yeah, you didn't, but you weren't wrong. And for the record, I was enjoying our date till I got mad at you.
I was enjoying our date too, till you told me you liked someone else. I lied about my breakup, just so I sounded like I wasn't interested either. But actually, I've kinda had a crush on you for years. I was really excited when Lauren set us up.
Oh, I had no idea. Yeah, Lauren thought we'd be perfect together. I was actually supposed to go on 3 dates with you.
3 dates, huh? So you owe me 2 more?
I guess I do. Lauren was just coming up as he walked away. What was that about? I'm completing the contract. She smiled and pulled out her phone. 6 weeks? Not this time. Not anymore. Hi, I'm Alicia, and I'm about to tell you how I met the love of my life. But before we get into that, please like and subscribe to MSA. If there's one thing you have to know about me, it's that I wasn't an ordinary little girl. Being raised by a single father who was an ex-army officer does that to you. I had rules, discipline, and responsibility drilled into me since I was very young. And growing up, I found other kids my age really immature. I don't know why he'd break up with me. I wore the clothes he liked, woke up at 5 every morning to do my hair because he liked them curly, and pretended to love watching wrestling. Excuse me, but I need to get that muffin. Can't you see that I'm crying? My boyfriend just broke up with me. Aw, I'm so sorry. You know, it reminds me of the time my dad took me for this obstacle course, and I twisted my ankle so badly, the doctors told me I'd never be able to walk again. But I didn't lose hope, and here I am. How is that the same thing? It's not, because that was an actual problem. But yours is just a bunch of high school nonsense. Now move your butt, please. Needless to say, I didn't have a lot of friends, and I didn't care either. My life was all sorted out. Graduate school, get into a good college, work, and retire. But then I turned 18 and met Arthur. He was a transfer student from Greece, and boy, was he dreamy. The first time I met him was in gym class. We were playing catch, and I was so lost in looking at him. I totally missed the ball, and it hit me right in the face. I fell on my butt, and Arthur came running.
Are you okay? You're bleeding.
It's nothing. I'm used to much worse. On second thoughts, I might need a doctor. Arthur smiled and carried me to the nurse's office. The entire time I was there, he sat next to me, and later he dropped me home. We became friends after that, and slowly I fell for him. He was smart, mature, and sweet. If there was one guy I wanted to date, it was him. So I decided to ask him out, except I didn't know how. So I turned to MSA for help, and it did not disappoint. Rule number 1, never let your crush know you're interested in him. Avoid eye contact and do not speak at all. The next day, when Arthur waved at me in the hallway, I wrinkled my nose and turned away. He sat next to me in class, but I didn't pay any attention. But then in the cafeteria, he caught up with me.
Are you avoiding me?
Me? Avoiding you? Oh, don't be silly. I was just really busy thinking about global warming and how it's impacting the fish population. Oh, that reminds me. I have to water my fish. My plants. I'll see you around. And I just ran before I embarrassed myself further. After that epic failure, I turned to step number 2. Dress up nice and behave like a total diva. I went shopping, picked up a bunch of dresses, and the next morning, it took me 2 hours to get ready. I thought I looked great, except the moment I entered, everyone started pointing at me and laughing. Oh my god, why is she dressed like a peacock? What is that on her face? Did someone finally punch her for being a know-it-all? I was so embarrassed. I immediately turned around and ran for the bleachers. I was still sulking when Arthur walked up to me.
If you rub your lips anymore, they're gonna fall off.
This lipstick won't come off. Ugh, it's so annoying.
Let me help you. Also, I'm not saying you don't look good with makeup, but you actually look way prettier without it.
Really? Does that mean you'll go out with me?
Are you serious? I wanted to ask you out for the longest time, but everyone in school told me you're a cold-hearted witch. Cold-hearted girl who hates people.
That's not true. I dumb people. There's a difference. So, you and I, dinner tomorrow?
I'd love to.
My first date with Arthur was perfect, and he told me that his parents were divorced like mine, and he lived with his mom and 9-year-old brother Charlie. We started dating soon after and spent all our time together. People in school were also nicer to me since I was Arthur's girlfriend, and even Dad liked him a lot. Life was just better with him in it, until things started getting weird. Some days he would come to school looking like a half-dead zombie, and other days he would skip school altogether. His grades were slipping, we were barely seeing each other, and I knew something was wrong. So one day when he canceled our date, I went to his place with his favorite ice cream. But when I knocked on the door, some kid opened up. Hi, you must be Charlie. Is your brother around?
Is that ice cream? Give me it.
Hey, that's not very nice. Say, ma'am, could I please have that tub of ice cream? Repeat after me.
Sure. Ma'am, give me the ice cream or I'll kick you.
And Charlie kicked me on my shin, snatched the tub, and ran away. As I yelled out in pain, Arthur came running downstairs.
Alicia, why didn't you tell me you were coming?
When would I tell you? You hardly talk to me these days.
I know. I'm sorry. It's just that Mom's getting married again. The guy doesn't want Charlie in his life, and Mom loves her stupid boyfriend so much that she decided to move out, leaving me in charge.
Why wouldn't you tell me that before?
Because it's embarrassing, and I didn't want to drag you in my mess.
I'm already a part of your mess, and we'll get through it together. Okay, I know that was a bit cheesy, but Arthur looked like he was gonna break in a million pieces, and I really wanted to help him. Besides, how bad could a 9-year-old be? Turns out a lot, because Charlie was a total devil. He would cry over the smallest things, throw tantrums if he didn't get his way, and would constantly butt into my dates with Arthur. We hardly spent any time alone. I was pretty sure he just hated me. Like one time, I was waiting for Arthur in his living room, and Charlie kept giving me death stares. Something on my face?
I was just trying to figure out how someone can look like a horse and a camel at the same time.
That's kind of mean, Charlie.
And you're kind of ugly. Anyway, have fun on the date. It won't last long.
And 10 minutes into the date, Arthur got a call from the babysitter that Charlie had locked himself in the washroom and we had to run back. Then another time, it was Dad's birthday and I had planned a really cool surprise for him. I'd invited all his old friends from the army. Arthur helped me deck up the place and I was arranging the cake when Charlie walked up to me.
Oh, wow. This cake looks yummy. Give me a piece.
Only after my dad cuts it.
But I'm hungry now.
Then eat something else. There's a whole pizza on the counter.
Are you stupid? I said I want the cake.
Charlie tried to get the cake, but I got in his way. He shoved me away, and I accidentally knocked into the cake, which crashed to the floor.
Whoopsie. Guess no one gets to eat it.
What happened? I heard some noise.
Your brother ruined my surprise.
I just asked her to give me some cake.
And I asked you to wait.
Relax, Alicia. We'll get a new cake. I'm sure your dad won't know.
That's not the point, Arthur. Your brother is a spoiled brat. He needs some discipline. You put that kid on a leash, or I swear I will.
He's my brother, not some dog I can put a leash on. I know he made a mistake, but he's just a kid. You know what? We'll just leave. We wouldn't want to ruin your evening any more than we have.
Perfect. Arthur took Charlie's hand and they left. I wanted to stop them, but I was too mad. Later that night, when I calmed down, I realized I might have been too rude and called Arthur up, but he didn't answer. He didn't even show up to school the next day, and neither did Charlie. So I went to his place to talk to him and saw Charlie crying on the porch. What's wrong?
Arthur wasn't here when I woke up this morning, and I don't know where he went.
Did you call him?
He left his phone behind.
Then why didn't you answer when I called? Anyway, don't worry. We'll find him. But till then, you're coming home with me.
No, I don't like you.
You don't have to like me, but I'm not leaving you alone till Arthur gets back.
So annoying.
We waited the whole day for Arthur to show up or get in touch, but he didn't. By nightfall, I decided to sleep in the lounge and offered Charlie my room. If you need anything. The next morning, Arthur was still a no-show. I couldn't reach his mom either, and then remembered he told me she was out of the country on her honeymoon. Next, I asked his friends and colleagues, but none of them knew where he was. Eventually, I contacted the police, but even a week later, they had no news of him, and I was worried sick. What could have possibly happened to him? Meanwhile, Charlie refused to go to school or shower. He mostly kept himself locked in my room and reacted rudely to any nice gesture I made. I was losing my mind. So I turned to Dad for help, and he promised he'd get a word out to his colleagues in the army to track Arthur down. I still don't know what to do with Charlie. He shuts me down every time I try to talk to him.
He's been through a lot, Alicia. What he needs is some distraction to keep his mind off things. After your mom left, you were all over the place. That's why I built such a strict routine for you, so you wouldn't have time to think about her. Maybe you should do something similar.
I decided to give Dad's advice a shot, and the next morning, I walked to Charlie's room and woke him up. Get up. We're going out. Is Arthur back? No. Then let me sleep and go away. Nope. You're getting up right now. Charlie resisted, but I dragged him out of bed, and somehow we made it to the bus stop. He kept cursing me the whole way, but I didn't care. And minutes later, we were at our destination, the paintball arena. I'm not going in there. Why? Too chicken to lose? As if. You're on. Charlie and I had a great time at the paintball game, and it was the first time I actually heard him laugh. Afterwards, we went to a trampoline park and jumped our hearts out. By the end, he was so tired he could barely walk, so I called a cab and took him to my favorite burger joint, but he just stood at the entrance and stared. What, you don't like burgers? No, it's just that this was my favorite place to come with my mom. Every weekend, we'd come here and play our favorite songs on the jukebox machine. And now, she doesn't even call me, and Arthur's left me too. Arthur will be back in no time, I promise you. He loves you a lot, Charlie, and no matter what, we'll always be here for you. You too? Yes, me too. Charlie cried and hugged me tight. For the first time, I saw him as a heartbroken kid who just wanted his family back. Since then, Charlie warmed up to me. We'd have breakfast together, and he would always make my bed when I got home from school. He was a lot calmer and hardly threw a tantrum. I couldn't wait for Arthur to come back and see how much progress Charlie had made, but we still had no leads on him. I wanted to be strong, but with each passing day, my hopes of ever seeing him again were getting dimmer, and it broke my heart. Finally, one night, I broke down in front of Dad. I don't think Arthur's coming back, Dad. It's been weeks, and no one knows where he is. If he was in town, we would have found him by now. And Charlie, he's lost his mom and might lose his brother too. What can I even say to him? What? I turned around and saw Charlie standing at the door. You've been telling me all along the police will find him. You said you were sure. No, I'm sure he's fine, Charlie. I was just... Stop lying. Why do all grown-ups lie so much? I hate you. All of you. And Charlie just ran out of the house. Dad said he'd go after him. And as I was sitting in the kitchen in despair, the phone suddenly rang. It was the police, saying they'd found Arthur in a hospital close to town. I rushed to the location and texted Dad on the way. The doctors at the hospital told me that Arthur was brought in a few days back by the forest rangers. Apparently, he went on a hike and got injured, and since then, he'd been in a coma. I was sitting next to him when Charlie walked in with Dad. How is he? He hit his head, but he's out of danger. Doctors say there's a very good chance he'll be just fine. Charlie, promise me, no matter what happens, you and I will never fight again. I promise. I will never scream again, and I will always be a good brother. He will wake up, right?
What do you think?
Hi, I'm Leah from Indiana. Before I continue, please hit like and subscribe. Since I was a baby, I was meant to be a dancer. I could dance before I could even walk. I would do the cha-cha while cleaning my room, and bust a move while brushing my teeth, and of course, I was shaking it all the way to and from school. People smiled and laughed when they saw me, but I never cared. When I was 10, I would watch my friends head off to dance class after school. It would tear me up inside to see them living my dream. I came home one day as my mom was finishing her makeup. Mom, can I please go to dance class? All my friends are going.
You're not going. You have no idea how much that class costs.
There was no other parent to ask at that time. Just me and Mom and whoever she was dating that week. But Mommy, please. I swear, I'll do your laundry and chores, and when I make money from ballet, you'll get makeup from Sephora. I'll take you shopping, whatever you want. Pretty please. This means everything in the world to me.
We'll see if that ever happens. Right now, I don't have time for this. I'm going to be late. The answer is no, and that's final.
She left me alone in the cold house while she sped off in Ted or Fred's Ferrari to some fancy dinner. For me, another night of instant noodles. I felt devastated with how my life was going, just dreaming about my dream of dancing. But then I turned 12. I was alone, like always, and before I could blow out my candle on my plain cupcake, it flickered out. Oh no, there's still so much to wish for. I was about to leave for school when Mom barged in.
Hold on, Leah. You have
Mail. My mom handed me a card with my name and address on it. Who's it from, Mommy? To Leah from Aunt Lucy. Who's Aunt Lucy?
I haven't spoken to her in years. I don't talk to that side of the family.
She gave me a ticket. Mom snatched it immediately from my hand. That's not a ticket. It's a check for $10 million. My mom went crazy. It was like she stepped into a Louis Vuitton fever dream.
I didn't even know she was that loaded. I could do so much with this. I could buy a Gucci dress, an MK bag, and a diamond set.
And I can't wait to see the look on Mary's face. She'll be fuming. And oh, that Tony who dumped me, he'll come crawling back like a puppy, begging me to take him back. I didn't remember the last time my mom looked so happy. She showered me with hugs and kisses, even making me twirl around like a ballerina. I had so much to ask Aunt Lucy, but Mom said she didn't have her number or anything. And when I turned 14, Mom decided to move. So we packed up everything and headed to New York City. That's right, the Big Apple, the city that never sleeps. We were ready to start a new life. I finally signed up for dance lessons at an art school. Me, the girl who used to have holes in her shoes, had ballet slippers. I practiced every day until my legs cramped, but I was ecstatic. My mom also had new friends, like Tiffany, Chanel, and Fendi. I had always wanted to be close to Mom, so I joined her shopping sprees, and it worked out great. I guess that's what I was always missing. We would spend our time stalking the malls for the best clothes, handbags, and of course, shoes.
Oh, Leah, we have to get these too.
I was covered with shopping bags and balancing shoe boxes while scooting through the aisles. I could barely see in front of me through Mom's haul.
Hurry up! We don't want to miss the first drop of Balenciaga's new collection.
I'm right behind you. But honestly, when we were in these very posh stores, I felt like a princess. I was offered fancy drinks, tried on expensive dresses, and best of all, I felt so close to my mom. I walked out of the dressing room in a sparkling dress. Now spin around.
Oh, beautiful, so beautiful. We'll take it.
I looked at myself in the mirror. I could barely recognize myself, but maybe this is who I was supposed to be. I carefully teetered in the heels my mom had picked out for me, but crashed into the mirror. Do you think we could look at some flats? While I spent so much time with my mom, I might have been distracted from my dancing. My dance teacher seemed to be losing patience with me.
Okay, Leah, you're up next. Saute.
I smiled nervously at my dance teacher, attempting to jump, but fumbled the landing. The other students giggled at me.
Have you been practicing?
Yes, of course. I lied. What time did I have to practice? School was out at 3. I told my mom I would be at Bloomingdale's by 4. I mean, it was so unreasonable. Besides, I never looked more like a ballerina. The clothes, the hair, the shoes, the makeup. I was the definition of what a ballerina looked like. It wasn't my problem if my teachers couldn't see it. By the time I was 16, me and my mom had our routine down. Shopping, dining, and dining. Mom had friends she'd visit while I was in school, and we'd chat about them over dinner.
And you wouldn't believe her hair. It's turned this terrible orange color. And her roots, her roots could be seen from outer space. Honestly, Leah, I'm beginning to think you're my only real friend.
She loved me. My mom loved me. Just then, 2 men walked into the restaurant and surrounded us with serious faces.
Jeannie Roberts?
Yes? What is your problem? They flashed their badges at us. It was the police.
You have to come with us.
Excuse me? I am not done with my dinner. I want to speak to your manager.
Jeannie Roberts, we need to talk to you about your tax evasion.
This is ridiculous. You don't have the right person. You're gonna ruin my blouse. Mom, what's going on?
Leah, I will call you as soon as I can.
Can you let up a little? This is silk. The police dragged my mom out of the restaurant. I didn't know what else to do, so I ran back to our apartment. I paced and cried, staring at my phone. My mom was arrested. What on earth could I do? Finally, at midnight, the doorbell rang, and it was Mom. Mom, what's going on?
Listen, I have to be quick. You need to get help. Otherwise, they'll put me away for good.
They said tax evasion, but you haven't done anything. We have the money. Tell the police we have millions of dollars.
We don't, Leah. It's gone. My stomach dropped. I need you to get me out of this trouble. I need you to go see Aunt Lucy and ask for the money. They have people watching me. They'll pounce on me if I try to leave the city.
But you said you didn't know anything about her.
Yeah, I just remembered her address. Go to her and get the money so I can get out of here.
I had no other choice. It was just me alone, and I had to save my mom.
I hopped on
on the first train I could find. There were a million people on the subway, and I squeezed my way through the crowd. The train car jerked, and the guy's soda splashed all over my face. He glared at me.
Hey, watch it.
But he splashed me. Finally, I arrived at my aunt's house and knocked on the door. Her house towered over me with dozens of closed shutters and fading awnings.
I'm not interested in buying anything.
I'm not selling anything. I'm Leah. Are you Lucy? I'm looking for my great aunt Lucy.
Leah?
I ran to her and opened my arms for a much-needed hug, but I was taken aback when Aunt Lucy sidestepped me like she was avoiding a bug.
Do you know you look very sticky?
I know. I took the subway here. My mom asked for your help. You helped us before, and we appreciate it, so
I didn't help you.
Well, with the money you graciously gave us, you helped us a ton.
That was your father's last investment. I was instructed to cash it out and send it to his next of kin. That's you.
My dad? I can only recall bits and pieces of him.
I know. You're not missing out. So, Jeannie's in trouble. You want something from me? Why should I bother?
We're family, aren't we?
I always disliked your mother. Spoiled, selfish, and vain. Does the apple fall far from the tree? You look just like her.
But I didn't look like myself. She wanted me to leave, but I couldn't. She was my only hope. I kept pestering and pleading with her for days, buzzing around her like a pesky fly. Finally, after what felt like forever, she talked to me.
This used to be a hotel, you know. I took care of everything, and I was great at it. But it's hard for a person my age to manage everything around here. There's too much space and too many stairs. I have a few guests coming over, but I don't have much staff. I would like to see how useful you can be.
Whatever you need, I can do it. I needed to win her over to save my mom, so I got to work by cleaning out the fireplace. Large chunks of ash rained down on me, covering the floor in a thick blanket of gray.
Oh my God, what a mess. Leave this and go wash your face.
And when I scrubbed the windows, one of the panes cracked and a large piece of glass fell. I caught the glass right before it hit the floor. Oh no! I heard some guests coming, so I quickly shoved the glass under the bedspread. A large older man entered the room and plopped down on the bed. The glass made a large crunching noise and the man screamed, "New sheets! You must need new bed sheets!" I scampered out of the room and caught Aunt Lucy giving me the death stare. On the way to get new bed sheets, I bumped into a flower vase and knocked water everywhere. I sprinted off into the hall and grabbed the mop to clean, and then thud! The rest of the guests slipped and fell. Oops, I think I forgot the wet floor sign. Ugh, it's gonna be one of those days. I totally screwed up, and I knew there was no way she'd forgive me. So I hid from her, and when she finally found me, I started bawling like a baby. She couldn't be mad at a sobbing girl, right? I could see her face soften, and I figured I had a chance to get on her good side. I tried to make up for all the mistakes I had made. I gave my aunt a foot massage, made her fresh juices and warm soup, and in my final efforts, I polished her dresser and found a music box.
Don't break it.
Oh, I wouldn't. I love it. I'm a ballerina too. Well, maybe. I used to be.
You're a little young for used to be anything. For me, this ballet feels like
Aunt Lucy and I were finally talking, and it felt like the ice was melting. She told me how she used to be a dancer. When I was a baby, my dad would tell her all about how much I loved dancing. I finally got through to my aunt, but I still needed her help. I brought up how desperate I was to save my mom.
I was wrong. You're not like your mother at all.
Okay, enough of all this. Let's go. We took a car downtown and met my mom.
What on earth happened, Jeannie? You are still as disappointing as ever.
Ugh, here we go. Why did you even bother to come here? You could have sent the money with Leah, but I guess belittling an innocent woman is more your speed. Aunt Lucy asked Mom for her tax forms, but all she got was silence. Mom, just give her the paperwork. She'll help us. What's wrong with you?
Okay, fine. I'll just leave.
And then Mom spilled the beans. She had conned us. The cops were fake. The tax problem was fake. All a scheme to get money from Aunt Lucy. I can't believe this, Mom. How could you do this?
I had to. The bank was going to take the apartment, so I had no choice.
I was in debt and knew only you could convince your aunt. I'm sorry. I know I spent a little, but I spent on you too, and it was for us, right, Leah? It made you happy, right? You were happy, and that's what made me happy. But I'm behind on all of my classes. We're out of money, and we don't even have the apartment. And now you're definitely not happy anymore, so I'm not happy. And And I don't see how I could ever become a dancer.
Enough. Leah, you need to go to school and work on your studies. You want to be a ballerina?
Yes, of course.
Then you are coming with me. And Jeannie, you need to pay all of this off. You'll need a source of income to dig your way out of this.
This is an impossible situation.
I know I made a mistake, but I want to change, and I can't live without you, Leah.
I had doubts, and I was furious too. I even stepped outside with my aunt to leave, but then I realized I couldn't abandon my mom, not even after all the things she did. Okay, Mom, I think we should try to be a family, all of us together. I believed that this time it was gonna work out. The three of us went back to the hotel and were ready to start our new lives together. But the next morning, Mom, I ran around the hotel but couldn't find my mom. Her clothes and purse were gone. I searched up and down until I got to the front desk. The cashier's box was completely empty. She left and took my Aunt Lucy's money. I was devastated. I brought her here, and it all happened because of me. What should I do? I had brought on enough trouble, and I had to earn and return every penny back to my aunt.
Leah, are you leaving too?
I'm so sorry, Aunt Lucy. I just wanted us to be a family. I don't want to cause you any more trouble. I thought it would be better if I just left. I'm so sorry about my mom. I wanted to believe that she would be different, but she wasn't. Just the same horrible, selfish woman.
Leah, you don't have to go. It's not your fault. We're family. Sometimes the family you're given isn't the family you end up with, and that is okay.
Really?
Really. I love you. And I do have some good news. I made a few phone calls, and you have an audition next week.
Oh, thank you. I love you too, Aunt Lucy. At the audition, I danced my heart out, and for the first time ever, I was supported and loved by my Aunt Lucy, and that sounds like the perfect kind of family to me.
Hi, I'm Ramen Lee Min-ho from a place so boring you don't need to know the name. Trust me. And yeah, that's my pen name. You know, just 'cause pen names are fun and add an air of mystery. So I put together my love for K-dramas and my favorite noodles. But if you ever tell my mom that, I will deny it repeatedly. Now, before I continue, you have to like and subscribe to MSA. Sorry, but they make us say that. My mom is Italian and she raised me and my sisters on her own in a very small town in the US. But we might as well have been living in Italy. Pretty much everyone we knew was Italian. Now, my mom has two talents. One, she's an amazing seamstress. She could make a stunning dress out of a potato sack. My sister and I used to wear all sorts of garbage when we were younger. Old curtains, bed sheets, towels, you name it. On a side note, do you know that cotton lasts for like 100 freaking years? That's longer than the seasons of Grey's Anatomy, man. And I thought nothing could compete with that. Sorry, what was I saying? I always lose track. Pardon me. Yeah, so two, my mom knows and remembers everything and everyone in town. And she likes to talk about it a lot. Like her mouth runs as fast as her hands. You know the Bartoli family, right? Their daughter ran away with the homeless-looking boy from the Rossi family. Now, after just a week, the boy sent her back home because she doesn't know how to make a pasta. What kind of girl doesn't know how to make a pasta? So now, man, she could just go on and on about these people, and I didn't give a rat's butt about it. But I indulged Mom and heard all her gossip because I was her favorite, which is what makes me really unique. I'm the middle child, and I'm the favorite. Yeah, you heard me, an unheard of phenomenon, but you'll see why. My sister Bella is 2 years older than me, and it's not hard to see why she isn't the favorite. She's like the opposite of everything a firstborn is supposed to be. Lazy, whiny, irresponsible, and dumb as a button. Actually, buttons are quite useful, but you get the point. Like on her 9th birthday, she got a $50 note from her aunt, and I convinced her to exchange it with me for $21 notes. She was so happy she had so much money, and I was $30 richer. Also, I often got compliments on my rosy skin, which really bothered her. So one day, I let her in on my secret. Mom's been doing something special with me for years, and now I'll share it with you. You have to make a paste of baby powder, milk, crushed daisies, and a few tablespoons of mud, so you don't get pale like a ghost. And then you put it on your face for an hour, but you have to sit really still while it dries, otherwise you'll get wrinkles. And you can only do this between 4 to 5 in the afternoon because it's the golden hour. Works like magic. Worked out great. because we were only allowed to watch TV for an hour between 4 and 5 p.m. And now I had it all to myself. This went on for a month till Bella ended up with acne, and Mom found out what she'd been doing. My younger sister June came 2 years after me, and well, she's just a sweetheart. She could have been the favorite, but our jerk dad left right after she was born, and I think it just wasn't a good time for Mom to bond with the baby. But I adore June. She's just easy to love, and she worships me. Like, I think she'd kiss my feet if I asked her to. I mean, I would never do that, of course. Only the occasional foot rub. That's not an abuse of older sibling power, right? I guess I'm the smartest of my sisters, and it's not me saying it. My teachers say it, Mom says it, everyone says it. Look, this is a picture I colored when I was just 5. No, wait, 7? Okay, fine, 10. Just focus on the colors and not on my amazing nails, okay? But since you're wondering, June did the nail art. But what really got to Bella was when anyone said I was the prettiest. Like in 7th grade, Mom had come to our school for our parent-teacher meeting, and she met with my class teacher last, who couldn't stop gushing about me. What a blessing to have a child like beep. Oh, the year I had Bella in my class, it was so hard. That's when I started my blood pressure medication. But this one, she's such a marvel. And a beauty on top of that. Now, I'm not saying the other two are ugly, but they look more like you. And beep is more on her dad's side of the family with those delicate features. A bit like Cinderella and her stepsisters. That made me so uncomfortable. Like, you know how the truth can sometimes do that. But why say it, man? And Bella just lost it. She flung a bottle of ink at my teacher. Oh my God, I ruined your clothes. Now, I'm not saying they were pretty to begin with, and you'd look like a sack of turnips no matter what, but I'm still sorry. Actually, they look less tacky now. Here's some more. Oh man, I laughed so hard, I peed a little. That was my fondest Bella memory ever. And yeah, there aren't many to choose from, but that one's pretty cool. Mom was really embarrassed though, and Bella got a reputation in town for being a little cray-cray. I honestly never cared that much about looks. But I understand why people are obsessed with being pretty. You get doors opened for you, someone will give you their place in a long line, offer to carry your stuff, or give up their umbrella for you and get soaked themselves. And sometimes you try to refuse, but people won't take no for an answer. Also, pretty people are almost seen as superhumans. I mean, think of some beautiful person, and then think about them burping or farting or pooping. You can't imagine it, right? Because how could someone that pretty do something so nasty and basic? No, they must poop glitter. Like this one time in 9th grade, I was in an elevator in the bank when I felt this really big urge to fart. There was no stopping it, and I let it out quietly. But man, I stank the place up, and everyone glared at this poor big guy in the lift. No one even thought for a second that it could be me. I kind of felt bad, but how could I own up to that? So yeah, life was good in my little town, but my dreams were bigger than that. I wanted to see the world and maybe become a famous singer. Oh, did I mention yet that I have a great voice? Really won the genetic lottery, huh? Please don't hate me, y'all. I'd sing at every school event and even participate in local talent shows or sing at some restaurants. And any money I made, I put away in my piggy bank. I was saving up to go to LA one day to be a star. But things took a wild turn in 11th grade. One day at breakfast, Mom was going through the mail when she nearly choked. Oh, Lord, my prayers have been answered. Which ones? You pray a lot, Mom. Like, seriously, God must be tired of you asking for so many things all the time. Will you just listen? You know our distant family friends, the Ricci family. Those really rich people? They once came to town 10 years ago and we went on a picnic with them. And that Mrs. Ricci kept trying to get my mother's lasagna recipe from me. But I told her it was going to me with my grave. And then she tried to... Get to the point, Mom! All right! Anyway, they have a son who's a year older than Bella. And she wrote to me saying that she wants to come and see my girls. And hopefully choose one to get married to him. Isn't that amazing? Mom, this is America, and it's 2022. No teenager gets married. Oh my God, it's all I ever wanted. I've always wanted to be Mrs. Richie Rich. Yes, 100 times yes. Oh, it's like I'm Cinderella. I'll never have to work a day in my life again. You already never worked a day in your life, Bella. Look, Bella is almost 20.
She barely passed school, she's useless around the house, and she'll never get a job. Also, people in town still think she's, unstable. Getting her married off to someone who isn't from around here is the best we can do. For us.
Here.
Now listen, the only problem in this plan is you. I don't want to have you around when they come over. They might choose you instead, and I don't want to ruin this chance for us. I mean, for Bella. Fine by me.
The Ritchie family was coming over that weekend, so Mom sent me off to my aunt a day in advance, right to the other end of town. I was in for a relaxing weekend. Aunt's house was close to a lake, so the next afternoon I was sitting by the water practicing my singing when I spotted a boy swimming. And oh, mother may I, his blonde hair shone in the sunlight and the water rippled smoothly over his strong arms. Wow. Now, don't think I'm boy crazy. I find most guys annoying, actually. And who knew? Maybe this one was annoying too. But who minds a little eye candy? It's the only candy that's good for you.
But suddenly, he let out a sound I've only ever heard a cow make in labor. A jellyfish bit me!
He passed out and started sinking. I swam like a graceful mermaid towards him. Man, he weighed a ton. I managed to drag him to the shore and checked his heartbeat. Yeah, he was gonna live. And up close, he did look kind of annoying. You know, those boys who are too pretty and think the universe revolves around them. Yeah, he was definitely giving off those vibes. I thought I'd wait around till he came out of his beauty nap, so I started singing one of my original songs.
You wanna hear about this girl who makes jealous witches hurl? She had beauty, she had brains, there was talent in her veins. Not that everyone was dumb, but the town made her numb. What? Stay here forever? That made her feel bummed. She knew that there was more, so much more to her life than the gossip and the small talk, being a dumb man's dumb wife. It's not hard to see, the girl I'm talking about is me. So if you wanna hear the rest, pay up now, it's not for free.
Suddenly, I felt something touch my foot. I'd almost forgotten the boy who was staring right up at me.
Wow, you're a goddess, an angel. That voice? And you saved me, right?
Yeah, but anyone would have done the same in my place. It's not special.
Of course it's special. You saved my life. I think I'm in love with you.
Aw, man. This boy was dumber than I'd thought. That's so sweet. You know what? You still look pale. You should lie back down. And I'm gonna go make a mixture of herbs for your jellyfish bite.
Oh, I've forgotten all of my pain, except that ache in my heart.
Yes, we'll deal with that too. Just close your eyes and I'll be back before you know it. I skipped off all the way to my aunt's house. I'd be gone in 2 days from here and I'd never bump into him. When I returned home, I went through the back door into the kitchen. Just as I popped a muffin in my mouth, Mom walked in.
What are you doing here?
Hello, I live here? I'm your favorite child, remember?
Shh, keep your voice low. The Ritchie family came for a second visit today, and they're in the house right now. You better not come out.
Okay, I'll just stay here. Just leave the cakes, woman.
Oh, sorry, I was looking for the bath. Oh my God, it's you, the rapping angel.
What the freaking fruitcake? The Ritchie boy was the guy I'd saved from the lake? Apparently, he'd stopped for a swim on their way here. His name was Luca, and he told his parents he was in love with me, and he'd marry me, or marry no one. Such a drama queen. He cried, Bella cried, his parents begged, Mom panicked, and she sent them away saying, we need time to think. You really went out of your way for these guests, Mom. You never make pasta for me. And yum, I haven't had this pastry in ages.
Will you please get serious for a minute? What are we going to do?
About what, Mom? I'm not getting married, duh.
You don't have to get married. It could just be an engagement till you know him better. Okay, fine. Just be his girlfriend. It's too good a proposal to pass. And I wanted it for Bella, but if it's not happening for her, you have to accept it.
Before I could reply, Bella came flying at me. You stupid witch! I'm not letting you get away with this. Gosh, Bella, have you gained weight? Get off, you baby cow. I was so close to getting everything I've ever wanted, and you ruined it. I didn't do anything, and Luca is an idiot. Don't say that. He and I are perfect for each other. You're actually just reinforcing my point. Ow! Just stop it, the both of you. I'll never forgive you. Beep! And I'll curse you every single day for the rest of my life. I wish that you gained stubborn fat on your thighs that never leaves you. Well, I won't bore you with the details of what happened after. You know those annoying people who say, long story short, and then tell you every detail and all the bonus scenes? Yeah, I hate that. Anyway, I turned down the proposal, the Ritchie family left, but Luca sent letters non-stop. Bella stopped talking to me, which was amazing, but Mom stopped talking to me too. And then a month later, she got really sick. I ended up using all my savings for her treatment, and somehow, she emotionally blackmailed me into agreeing to date Luca. See, with great favoritism comes great responsibility. Mom favored me all her life, and as her perfect child, I felt the responsibility to make her happy now. Really, it's not easy being me. Of course, Bella was furious, and after she gave all my clothes to the neighborhood dogs, she started muttering things under her breath whenever she saw me. Gosh, so immature. Thankfully, Luca lived very far away and we just talked on the phone. But he called so much that eventually I made June take his calls and say, every other minute. He never knew it wasn't me. But he was supportive of all my singing dreams and said we could move anywhere I wanted to pursue them. Maybe sometimes your dreams come true in a way you didn't expect? Then one morning, I woke up with a really sore throat. I tried calling out to June for water, but my voice was gone. It turned out that I had laryngitis, and I was mute. The doctor said they couldn't say if my voice would come back. This was the first time in my life I was truly depressed. I could see all my dreams slipping away. Mom announced excitedly that Luca was coming, like that was supposed to cheer me up, and Bella's smug face made everything 10 times worse. One day at dinner, she turned to me.
See, I told you I'd curse you. You've lost your precious voice because of my curses. Or maybe it's just karma. For the first time in your life, you get what you deserve. For once, you lose. And something inside me just snapped. I threw my pasta at her face and then jumped on her. It took June and Mom some serious effort to save her miserable butt. Later that night, I was crying angry tears in my room when June slipped in. You know it's not Bella's curses, right? Of course I know. She's just unbearable. Why is she like this? Maybe because it's not easy to live in your shadow? She's always been told she's not as good as you. She's never even tried. Maybe because there isn't any point. You're pretty much perfect. How come you turned out so nice? It doesn't bother me that you're better. Also, being nice is easy. Being mean is hard. And it doesn't even feel good. Why are you writing things down? I have no idea. June had given me some food for thought. I guess it wasn't fun to always be compared to someone. And I guess I never made it easier for Bella either. Maybe I could start now. So when Luca arrived a few days later, I told him I was breaking up with him. He held my hands and looked really sad. Ha! See? I see a smirk! Animator, please go back a little bit. Okay, Animator, you can continue.
It's not that I don't care for you, babe, but yeah, I totally get it. You need your space. Maybe if you get your voice back, give me a call?
I won't be doing that, but I think you should ask out Bella. Trust me, you guys are made for each other.
Looks like he listened because when I went down later, Bella sprung on me like a python. Oh, thank you, my amazing, lovely sister. I'll start a prayer circle for you tomorrow and you'll get your voice back in no time. You'll see. Now let's kiss and make up, but only in the air because I don't want to ruin my lipstick. Bella and Luca got married a month later and she left. And that is my favorite Bella memory, watching her leave. One evening, it was just me and June, and I was sipping tea when I spilled some on myself. Ow! June and I looked at each other in shock. I tried speaking a bit more, and I could. My voice wasn't totally normal yet, but it was coming back. We both started crying and dancing around for joy. My voice did recover completely, and I was able to sing again. But I felt a bit different. I felt more appreciative of the things I'd taken for granted. And June was wrong. Being nice was frickin' hard. Much easier to be selfish. But I wanted to be nicer, and I really tried. A few months later on my birthday, Mom and June surprised me with a ticket to LA. The American Idol auditions are happening there next week, and you deserve this chance, love. I'd always waited for an opportunity like this, and now it was here. I was excited and scared. Good scared, though. Here I come, world.
Also, in case you're wondering, this is not my real voice, obviously. They hired a professional voice actress to do the job. I can't do it.
You know you can't be perfect at everything. Also, if you want a part 2 of me telling you what happened in LA, please comment Ramen Lee Min Ho, our amazing MSA character. Okay, thanks, bye!
Okay, ready? On the count of 3, we'll jump from the wall.
Kiana, are you sure this is safe? What if we miss the air mattress?
Guys, chill. We're not even that high up. I've seen people on TV do this. It'll be fun. Good news, when my friends jumped, they landed on the air mattress and were totally fine. Bad news, I missed the air mattress and got injured. Wait, let me start from the beginning. I'm Kiana from North Dakota, and you probably think I'm a moron for doing something so dangerous. But what can I say? Teenagers do stupid things sometimes. Don't pretend like you haven't. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Luckily, when I got to the hospital, the doctor said I was fine, since I didn't jump from that high up. But I still had to wear an arm and leg cast for 3 freaking months. When I returned to school, everyone had heard what had happened and showered me with love, saying how relieved they were that I was okay. But then in math class, something strange happened.
So today, we'll be doing exercises 8 and 10 in our workbooks.
What about exercise 9, my good ma'am?
Are you mocking my accent?
Why, of course not, my love. You've got your accent and I've got my accent.
To the principal's office, now!
I hadn't realized I'd been even talking in a British accent, but I went to the principal and told him what happened. I don't know why she's so angry. Maybe it's her time of the month, if you know what I mean.
Kiana, stop with that British accent right now.
I'm not doing one. The principal and I fought back and forth for a while before he called my parents. Except I was still doing a British accent when they arrived without knowing it, and continued talking British for several days. Eventually, Mom and Dad took me to a doctor since I was acting so strangely, and to my shock, the doctor told me I'd developed a brain condition as a result of my injury. It was called foreign accent syndrome, which meant I would always talk like a foreigner now. So I started talking in a British accent all the time. It wasn't a huge deal, but kids at school were confused that I'd completely switched my way of speaking. Most of them thought I was messing around and it was annoying, and some British kids at school always felt I was making fun of them. As time passed, everyone started avoiding me because I made them uncomfortable. So I was stuck having no friends and wanting my normal accent back. One afternoon, I was doing homework in the schoolyard when suddenly someone held out a diamond ring in front of my face.
Here, take my promise ring that I spent $10,000 on for my stupid girlfriend.
In fact, why don't I date you now instead of her? How about you give it to my sister, who you're apparently in love with? Ugh, not those two. Dean and Brielle were the hottest, most popular kids in school and had been dating on and off since 9th grade. Since they were known for always fighting, I didn't take Dean's offer seriously and walked away. But a week later, someone rang our doorbell one morning, and I was shocked to see Brielle standing there. Kiana, right? I need to talk to you about something important.
Come in.
My ex-boyfriend Dean is a monster. He cheated on me and made out with my sister. And now I want revenge, and I need your help.
Why do you need my help? You and I have barely even spoken before.
Look, I know a lot of kids at school think you're weird, but Dean's always found you very attractive. I always catch him staring at you during class, and if he hadn't been with me, he probably would have asked you out. So I was thinking, maybe you could get him to date you for a month. Then you can make a TikTok fake crying and telling everyone that he hurt you and took advantage of you. I don't think anyone would take it seriously if I did it, since we're always fighting about one thing or another. Can you please do this for me? My head was spinning. First of all, did she just say that the most popular guy at school thought I was pretty? Well, if he was a cheating jerk, then maybe it didn't matter. But still, wow. Brielle begged me to help her out and went on and on about how much fun we could have taking Dean down together. Was she implying that we could be friends? I hadn't had a friend in so long. And now I could be BFFs with the school queen bee, who could maybe help me make other friends. I just had to ruin the life of her awful ex-boyfriend. I'm in. That week, Brielle and I found an empty classroom during lunch to go over our mission. Step 1, flirt with Dean and let him know you're interested. Smile at him during class, give him a compliment, or do a classic dropping your school books to get his attention. I hadn't flirted with any boys since before my injury, but I was confident I still had game. So when I saw Dean, I walked close to him and threw my textbooks onto the floor. But unfortunately, one of them landed on his foot and he screamed.
Ow! Ow! My foot is broken. I'm gonna lose a foot.
I'm so sorry. Dang it, I was supposed to get you to ask me out, not murder you.
Oh, it's you, Kiana, hot girl from history class who talks with a British accent, even though she's American?
Yes, that's me. You poor thing, getting hit with a textbook and having your girlfriend dump you.
Actually, our breakup was mutual, so...
I can only imagine what it must be like getting dumped, thinking you'll be alone, single, and pathetic forever. But lucky for you, I'm gonna let you take me out to dinner on a date.
Really?
You can even pick me up in a car and bring me flowers, especially white roses, please. They're my favorite. But it's my gift to you. Dean immediately said yes, and I was so proud of myself for being so smooth. But unfortunately, my actual date wasn't very enjoyable because Dean was the most obnoxious guy ever. He complained about everything. The chairs made his butt hurt, the music was too loud, and when he bit into some spicy buffalo wings, he started crying and saying he needed to go to the hospital.
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die.
Of course, because so many people have died eating buffalo wings.
Finally, when the date was over, Dean dropped me off in his car.
I can't believe I didn't ask you out earlier. 2 years wasted with Brielle when I could have been the boyfriend of this beautiful goddess right here.
He was looking at me with stars in his eyes. Oh boy. I told Brielle everything over video chat. This is perfect. You've already got him wrapped around your little finger. In a month, you're gonna tear his heart to shreds like he tore mine.
I really did have him wrapped around my finger. Dean texted me as soon as he woke up the next day and sent me like 8 different heart emojis. How was he already so into me? When Dean saw me at school on Monday, he came up to me right away holding a stuffed tiger.
Okay, babe, hear me out. So for our next date, how about we go to the carnival and you can witness my amazing skee-ball skills. I'll win you a tiger just like this.
I knew I'd made a deal with Brielle, but this guy was turning out to be super annoying. Still, I went on 3 more stupid dates with him, one of which consisted of us cosplaying as MSA characters. We literally went to a restaurant dressed as them, and Dean even suggested reenacting a romantic fight scene. It was so embarrassing. But there was one silver lining. Brielle and I were becoming really good friends. When we weren't scheming or talking about Dean, we hung out at the mall, had sleepovers, and painted each other's nails. One night, Brielle invited me to an exclusive party, but we had to go in separate cars because it would look suspicious if Dean's ex was hanging out with his current girlfriend. At one point during the party, I was hanging out with some of the popular girls near the refreshment table, and they were just going on and on about how lucky I was to be with Dean. He is quite lovely and very easy on the eyes, but between us, he's also a bit of a dork. He's obsessed with stuffed animals, cartoon movies, and even owns fuzzy slippers. Trust me, ladies, beneath that gorgeous physique lies the cringiest guy ever.
Sorry that you think I'm so cringy.
I turned around to see Dean standing behind me with a hurt look. Oh man, what was he doing here? Of course, this was a popular kids' party. He walked off and I felt a little guilty, so I followed him.
Dean, I'm sorry. I didn't mean what I said. Well, all right, I did mean it, but...
You don't have to date me if you don't like me, Kiana. It's not a big deal. Just don't lead me on, because I actually like you.
Oh, please. No, you don't. You're just looking for a rebound girlfriend since you broke up with Brielle. Why would a guy like you like an unpopular weirdo like me anyway?
Maybe because I don't think you're a weirdo. Maybe because I think your fake accent's adorable, and even though we have different interests, I've had a lot of fun on our dates.
That's very sweet. How about we start over? No more crazy, overly romantic dates. We'll just take it slow and get to know each other.
Dean seemed to really like that idea, and after our talk, I sort of started enjoying spending time with him. We'd do homework together and video chat at night. He definitely seemed like a sweet guy, which made it all the more confusing why he'd do something like cheat on his girlfriend. One morning, Brielle and I were walking home from the gym when Dean texted me to tell me he was sick with the flu.
Poor thing. I should stop by and bring him some soup.
But he just said he has the flu. You don't want to get sick?
I know, but he's all alone in bed and not able to do anything. I'll wear a mask.
Trust me, Kiana, he's a millionaire who has chefs and servants waiting on him hand and foot. What, do you want to spend time with him?
No, of course not. I just feel since I'm his pretend girlfriend, it's weird if I don't check up on him.
I quickly went home and made Dean soup that I brought to him. But when Dean opened the door to his room, my heart did a giant thump. He was shirtless and had the abs of a freaking Roman god.
You cooked me soup? You're the sweetest girlfriend ever.
I sat with him while he ate the soup in bed.
It tastes perfect. Brielle used to do stuff like this for me when we first started dating, but then we started fighting a lot and she stopped doing nice things for me.
Well, I don't think you have a right to complain about Brielle. You're the one who cheated on her and kissed her sister. She told me about it. We ran into each other.
Okay, fine. I cheated on her, but that's only because we got into a huge argument and in a fit of rage. Brielle started talking about how handsome my best friend was and that she was going to leave me and date him. I thought she was serious, which is why I hit on her sister. But she wasn't serious, and that's why we broke up. Right after that, I bought her that diamond promise ring. I guess it was both our faults. We both cared about each other. We just weren't working as a couple anymore.
I was speechless as Dean told me all of this, and suddenly, it didn't feel right following through on the plan anymore. And the whole day at school on Monday, I avoided Brielle. But finally, she caught me reading a book in the school garden and asked me what was going on.
All right, fine. I needed a bit of space from you. Dean told me the truth about what happened. How you threatened to date his best friend and that there was a misunderstanding. I know that's no excuse for what he did, but your whole revenge plan is over the top, and I'm not following through with it.
Okay, whatever. It was over the top and immature. I get it. So just break up with Dean now and don't talk to him anymore.
What? I'm not allowed to talk to him now?
Why would you want to? He's my ex-boyfriend. You don't have feelings for him or anything, right?
I mean, I have spent a lot of time with him, so it'd be weird for us not to talk. But why do you care? Do you still have feelings for him?
Brielle got really quiet, and that's when it hit me. Of course she still loved him. He'd been her freaking boyfriend for 2 years. And worst of all, I could feel myself developing feelings for Dean too. There was only one thing I could do. Break up over text and never talk to the guy again. But as soon as I sent the message, Dean started calling and blowing up my phone. And 20 minutes later, I heard a knock at my bedroom window. 3 guesses who had climbed onto my balcony.
Kiana, I don't understand this. Why are you breaking up with me suddenly?
Because I was never supposed to date you. Before I could stop myself, I ended up telling Dean all about my plan with Brielle, and he was stunned.
Okay, that is officially the most messed up thing Brielle has ever done. And I can't believe you'd agree to something like this. What kind of sick person are you? What?
I wanted to make a friend.
Wait, did I just talk in my regular voice? The doctors had said foreign accent syndrome could go away with time, but that was the first time I'd spoken in an American accent since the incident. I immediately ran downstairs to tell my parents what had happened, completely forgetting about the drama with Dean and Brielle. My parents and I jumped up and down and cheered, while Dean just stood there staring at me. He was probably thinking what a freak I was, so that probably meant he was over me. It sure seems like it anyway. He avoided both me and Brielle at school. Brielle was happy for me about my recovery, and we both kind of pretended like the Dean drama never happened. But one day, she came over and dropped a bombshell on me. She was leaving the city and moving hours away. I was heartbroken. No, this is a good thing. Now you can be the most popular girl at school and date Dean. I talked with him the other day. He wants to be with you, Kiana. He's moved on from me. So if you guys want to date, go for it. But how would that make you feel? Don't you still love him? Yeah, I do, and it will hurt knowing he chose you over me. But I want you to be happy, Kiana. I know our friendship started with just you doing me a favor, but I've grown to care about you. You were there for me at one of the hardest times in my life. Suddenly, I saw a car pull up in the driveway, and it was Dean. He was coming to see me, probably to profess his love for me. He got out of the car, and he looked so handsome in the sunlight. I was ready to run into his arms and kiss him, but I didn't. I couldn't hurt my best friend like that. That's why I sent Dean home and told him I wasn't interested. Kiana, you don't have to do this. I'll get over my pain. You have my blessing to be with him. I know, and maybe I will one day when you are over him. But I care about you more than him. You were there for me during the hardest time of my life. Thank you. I'm gonna miss you so much, girl. I'm gonna miss you too. Good luck, Brielle. Hi, I'm Kathy from Florida. My mom comes from a family of geniuses. Both her parents are scientists, just like her. So when I was born, she expected me to be some kind of genius too. Only I wasn't.
Kathy, how do you make 7 even?
Easy. Take the S out like this.
Ugh, no. Let's give this another shot.
Mom, I'm bored. Can I go outside and play for a bit? Such a pretty day.
No matter how hard Mom tried, I could never give a hoot about books. So Mom got me private tutors. Margot, are you with me? Tell me what I just said.
You said, Margot, are you with me?
No, I mean, what was I teaching?
How am I supposed to know that? You're the teacher.
The tutor got angry and swore to never come back, and Mom was just left disappointed, as always. She didn't talk to me for days until one afternoon, her old friend from school, Lydia, paid us a visit with her daughter, Sophie, who was awfully quiet. They'd recently moved to town and shifted to our neighborhood. I was so excited to see another kid in the area, since our neighborhood was full of old, boring people.
Do you want to see my room? Oh, wait, that's a mess. We should go outside and play.
Sophie won't be going anywhere.
Why don't you guys sit down and I'll get some sodas?
Sophie passed me a dry smile and did exactly that. I went and sat next to her. Are you okay?
What are you doing?
So you talk, huh?
Please, don't talk to me. My mom doesn't like it when I talk too much.
Or at all. I tried talking to Sophie, but she continued to stare at the floor and I gave up. After they left, Mom told me that Sophie was supposed to go to my school and I had to look after her.
Why? She's so weird, and her mom kept staring at me like I'd farted in her face.
Sophie's new here and she needs your help. That's the least you can do for me after that stunt you pulled with the tutor.
Oh, fine.
Just like Mom asked me to, I waited for Sophie so we could walk to school together. She didn't say a word the whole day till the teacher asked us the answer to a tough math question in class.
It's 7,250.
Wow, dude, that was fast. Are you a genius or something?
Well, kinda. I study a lot.
Then maybe you can be my tutor. God knows I need one, and no one sticks around with me for long. Sophie smiled, and we spent the entire day together. We were poles apart, but somehow clicked, and she invited me over that evening for a study session. But just as I got there, Linda walked up to us smirking. I have my eyes on you girls. Do not close this door.
Sure, Mrs. Linda, Sophie's mom.
You know what happens when you close the room? Monsters creep up from behind the shadows and eat you up. Have fun studying. Linda laughed, and I just couldn't stop thinking about how weird she sounded. Also, the entire time I was there, she kept walking by the door, sneaking glances. I wanted to ask Sophie if her mom disliked me or something, but I didn't want to offend her, so I kept quiet. Mom got called for an emergency meeting out of town and asked Linda to help. Oh, of course she can stay here. No problem. Work comes first. Tell me that didn't sound sarcastic. Anyway, I was happy to spend some time with Sophie, but as soon as Mom left, Linda grinned and walked in, locking the door from inside. I continued banging for ages till she opened up. What? I just went to get you my sweater. It's freezing. You just shut the door in my face and walked away. I did not. You're an ungrateful, wild kid, Kathy. Didn't your mom teach you how to speak with elders? Oh, wait. She's too busy working. Before I could respond, Sophie came and practically dragged me away. Your mom's crazy. Who talks like that?
I'm really sorry. Ever since Dad left us, she's been a little weird around people. Just ignore her.
Anyway, are you hungry? I'm starving. Sophie got me sandwiches and we watched some MSA until we dozed off. But later that night, we woke up to loud noises and it seemed like they were coming from the kitchen. We went downstairs to check and saw Linda trying to find something.
What are you doing?
Oh, no. Did I wake you guys up? I was so hungry and I thought I'd make lasagna. Go back to bed.
Who eats lasagna at 3 a.m.?
I do. Sophie and I left, but we couldn't get any sleep and were super exhausted the next day. I didn't know what her deal was, but Linda just kept getting weirder over the years. But Sophie and I continued to remain the best of friends. While I was still figuring out what I wanted to do in life, she had already set her mind on becoming a writer. Look at this poem I wrote. I could never explain how much you meant to me for sharing my joys and pain. This is beautiful. You think? It's not complete yet. I think poetry is my calling, Kathy. I don't want to waste my life studying. I think it's amazing. I just wish I knew what I wanted to do too. I'm sure you'll figure it out. Well, I tried to, but finding a passion was more difficult than I thought. I tried auditioning for the drama club, but I had trouble memorizing the lines. Art was boring and cheerleading was too much effort. I'd almost given up hope till one day a football hit me right in the head. Ouch! Watch out, jerks!
Pass the ball, shorty. You holding up the game.
Oh, really? Come and get it. Just as one of the guys walked forward, I dodged him and ran straight to touchdown. Everyone stared at me wide-eyed as the coach suggested I try out for the running team. I wasn't sure I'd do well, but I ended ended up overtaking everyone on the team, including the boys. By high school, I was good enough to compete in tournaments. After our team had won one of the biggest track events, we wanted to celebrate by going out for a concert. And I invited Sophie too. I don't know. I mean, I've never really stayed up that late, and Mom would never allow it. So we'll sneak out. Come on, it's high school, and you could use the break. What's the worst that could happen? I can murder you and hide your body, or you could be a zombie in disguise. Wouldn't that be something? Sophie and I left with the team, and we're having a blast at the concert till I left to go get some drinks. And when I came back, Sophie wasn't around. I started searching for her frantically and tried calling her, but I couldn't get through. I informed security, and within minutes, we had a whole search team looking everywhere for her. We finally found her near one of the stalls, and she had fainted. We immediately took her to the hospital. I informed Mom and Linda on the way, and was sweating bricks when they showed up. Do you have any idea what you've done? You're such a bad influence on her. She has a scholarship exam in 2 days. If they don't let her sit for that, all her hard work will go down the drain. I can't believe this. Your daughter's in the hospital, and all you care about is some dumb exam? Seriously, what's wrong with you? You should be sorry for sneaking out my daughter, and instead, you're giving me an attitude? This is exactly why I told Sophie to stay away from you. If there's anyone she needs to stay away from, it's you. She probably fainted from all the stress you give her. Enough, Linda. I apologize for Kathy. And you, young lady, let's talk at home. But Mom, just then the doctors walked in and informed us that Sophie had a slight concussion and a minor fracture and would be absolutely fine. I wanted to check on her too, but Mom dragged me back home. A week later, when Sophie came home, I rushed to talk to her. I am so glad you're okay. How are you feeling? I've been better. I'm sorry for leaving you alone like that, Sophie. It's okay. I don't want to think about it. I need to rest now. Let's talk later. With that, Sophie just went to bed and pulled up a blanket. Because of her injury, she couldn't take the scholarship test for college, and even though she didn't blame me for what happened, I wanted to make up for it. I thought about it a lot, and then one day while I was walking by the school notice board, I saw a flyer for a writing competition. The winner would get a chance to apply for a prestigious writing course and win a cash prize. I quickly tore it off and went straight to Sophie's place, but Linda opened the door and refused to let me in. I had to get creative, so I climbed up a tree that led to Sophie's window, and what I saw blew my mind. You have to stop hanging out with that Kathy. I hate her, and I hate her more every day. Stop it, Mom. You don't even know her. I know she'll let you down, just like her mom did. What do you mean? Nothing. They're all the same. You need to be better and smarter, get a better job, college, and more money than Kathy. That will be my revenge. Saying that, Linda turned around and left. She was worse than I thought. And what was she saying about my mom? I had so many questions in my head when suddenly the branch I was on snapped. Luckily, I caught the windowsill just in time. What the heck are you doing, Kathy? Hanging out? Pull me up, will you? Close call. Here, take this. What am I supposed to do with this? You have to apply. It's been your dream since forever, Sophie. No, I don't have to do anything. Besides, Mom, you can't let your mom define your life for you. You have to be strong and give your dreams a shot. Why do you even care? Because you're my best friend, and I want you to be happy, even if that means going against your mom, who is terrifying, by the way. Oh, tell me about it. We shared a laugh, and Sophie promised to think about it. I was glad to have my best friend back, but I still couldn't stop thinking about what Linda said. So the next morning, I asked Mom, and she told me that in high school, Sophie's mom was a bit weird. She always had her head in books and hardly smiled. So we thought maybe she needed to loosen up a bit, and we played a funny prank on her. What did you do? We might have taken a picture of her digging in her nose and pasted it all over the school. How is that funny, Mom? That's horrible. I know that now. We did remove all the pictures, but I think it affected her, and kids kept laughing at her for years. I apologized more than once, but I guess she's never really forgiven me. I wanted to talk to Sophie about it too, so the next day, I waited outside her house to walk to school together, but she didn't show up, and when I came back from school, Mom told me Linda and Sophie had moved. Immediately, I called Sophie, but as luck would have it, Linda answered, "Stay away from Sophie. She's done with you messing up her life." But Linda disconnected, and when I tried calling again, the number wasn't reachable. I searched for Sophie for weeks, but finally gave up when I got no leads. It was as if she'd vanished into thin air. Soon, the school announced the annual track events, and I got busy. The best student would get a sports scholarship to a college of their choice, and even though I wanted to be the best, Sophie always remained in the back of my mind. I missed her, but I set all my feelings aside and gave it 100%. I didn't land the top spot, but I did get into a good college, and Mom was super proud of me. I continued participating in athletics in college, and with time, I even developed a taste for poetry. Maybe maybe Sophie rubbed off on me a little. A year later, I was attending a poetry show with some friends when suddenly I heard a familiar voice on stage. I could never explain how much you meant to me, for sharing my joys and pain, for being my friend, patient and forgiving, never judging, scolding, or forsaking. It gives me peace that at the end of the day, you're only a phone call away. The audience erupted in applause, and I could feel warm tears down my face. When the show ended, I immediately went backstage to meet her, but it was too crowded. Kathy, is that you? Oh my God, I'm so happy to see you. And that poem? I completed it. It's actually dedicated to you. God, I missed you so much. Me too. And I'm so glad you're following your dreams and finally convinced your mom. Well, not exactly. Sophie told me after they left town, her mom got diagnosed with bipolar disorder and had to get admitted to a mental facility. Since they had no other family, Sophie had to drop out of college and pick up a job to pay the bills. I'm so sorry to hear that. Why didn't you call me? You know I would have helped. I tried calling you. I guess you changed your number. And then I got busy with mom's treatment, and there was never a good time. If it means anything, I'm here now, and I'm sorry for what mom and her friends did to your mom all those years ago. It was a long time back. I knew mom wasn't like other moms, but she tried her best to be there for me in her own twisted way. But after she got diagnosed, I realized how short life is to hold on to grudges and ignore what makes you happy. So now that mom's better, I've finally decided to pursue my dream. I'm so proud of you, Sophie. So what do you say? We start again? This time, let's leave the moms aside. I'd love that. Hi, I'm Savannah from Chicago. Please like and subscribe. I never knew my mom because she fell ill soon after I was born, but my dad named me after her. He was a real estate tycoon, and my older twin brothers and I grew up in the lap of luxury. Dad loved us all, but I was his clear favorite. I don't remember him missing a single parent-teacher meeting, recital, birthday, or game practice, no matter how busy he was. And I only had to ask for something once, and he made it happen. Like when I was 7, my favorite cereal company announced that they'd be hiding the Avengers superhero figures in selected boxes, and I wanted to collect the entire team. Not that I couldn't buy action figures from a toy store, I just really wanted the cereal ones. So the next day, Dad had cereal boxes from every store in the city delivered to our mansion, and the entire household spent 3 days opening them till I had the whole range of figures. I even made it to the local news for that, and I always got my way with my brothers, Adam and Jeff, too.
Hey, get up. I was sitting in that chair first.
When were you sitting here?
Yesterday, or maybe on Sunday. It's not important. Just get up, buzz off, and sit somewhere else, loser. I'm warning you, Adam. I'm gonna cry.
He ignored me, and then I let out a scream like someone had cut my arm off. Dad came running in a panic, and Adam was grounded before he got 2 words out of his mouth. My brothers kept trying to get back at me, but they just couldn't win. Once when I was 10, I was playing in our backyard when a scrawny little puppy wandered in, and I was immediately in love with it. It turned out that he belonged to one of our maids, and she seemed reluctant to let him go. Dad said he'd get me a better dog, but I threw one of my famous tantrums, and the maid eventually gave in. But later that night, when I took him out for a walk, I found a girl my age crying in the garden. The puppy ran out of my grasp straight to her, and she squealed with delight. Hey, let him go. He's mine. Actually, he's mine. My mom gave him to you because she works for you, and you're a spoiled brat. Look, I don't want to cause any trouble for Mom, okay? I just came to say goodbye to him. Can I? As the girl hugged her pet, I suddenly had a lump in my throat. I felt like such a jerk, just taking away something from someone without even thinking, just because I could. You can have him back. Your mom won't be in any trouble, I promise. But maybe I can play with him sometimes? The maid's daughter and I became friends, and maybe it was her effect on me, but I slowly started seeing that my brothers and I were just too spoiled. I once joked with Dad about wanting a private jet, and he asked me what color I'd like. Dad, I was kidding. I'm 13. Where would I go on a private jet? You really need to learn how to say no sometimes. But he just couldn't, and my brothers took full advantage of it. They failed their classes, but they knew Dad would pay the school off to make them pass. They were the heads of all the sports clubs without deserving it, and obviously the most popular guys around because they blew money on wild parties for their friends. Soon after the twins' 18th birthday, Dad decided they needed to learn more about his business, and he wanted me to join in too. But during these meetings, the things I learned just shocked me.
Now, look at this mansion I sold last month. There was mold in the basement, and the foundation had water damage, but we did a really good job covering it up, and I sold it for 4 times its real value.
Wow, Dad, you're a genius. I had no idea you were such a cool
cool cat.
What? That's just plain wrong. How could you sell someone a damaged house? And they could sue you.
Honey, relax. I've been in the business a long time. They can't prove we knew about this damage already. And don't worry, the insurance will cover it.
But it's still dishonest.
So, no man can make as much money as I have by being honest all the time. Everyone cuts corners. It's how things are done. And I'm doing all this for you guys.
No one asked you to, Dad. You know, you've always been my role model and my favorite person in the world. How could you be so disappointing?
That's enough, Savannah. Don't be ungrateful.
After that, things were never quite the same between me and Dad. I'd always put him on the highest pedestal, and he'd just fallen so far. It completely changed my relationship with him. And I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't going to be part of the family business. I'd always loved to paint, so I started working harder to build a good portfolio and apply for scholarships to art schools. I knew Dad would pay in the blink of an eye, but I wanted to try doing things on my own. But a few weeks after I started art school, Dad suffered a major heart attack. When he finally came home from the hospital, he gathered my brothers and me into his study and made an announcement.
Kids, I'm giving you my business and my wealth. I don't want you to wait longer to inherit everything that's yours.
I was stunned, but I could see the greedy excitement in my brother's eyes.
Really? So what do we get? Everything. I've made all the arrangements. All I ask is that you enjoy what you've been given to the fullest, and that you let me stay with you throughout the year. I'll split my time among your 3 homes, wherever you choose to live.
This is amazing. And of course you can stay with me, Dad, as long as you want.
Thank you, Adam. I leave you control of the company. You have a shrewd mind for business, and you'll do really well.
It'll be my honor, Dad. Thank you. Thank you. Dad, if he gets the company, what happens to me?
Jeff, I know how much you love to travel the world. I leave you half of my material wealth to use as you see fit.
Oh my goodness, this is unbelievable. Thank you so much.
I worked all my life to provide you with this. Please, enjoy it.
We sure will. My brothers left the room arm in arm, celebrating their new fortune. Why are you doing this, Dad?
It's time, Savannah. Which brings me to what I want you to have.
I don't want anything more from you.
Excuse me?
I'm thankful for the life you gave me, but I can't stop wishing you done things differently. I don't want your fortune, and I can't be a part of your business. I don't think I could sleep at night knowing I'm scamming people. I just want to do things on my own. Dad looked beyond furious. He just exploded.
After all I've done for you, this is how you thank me?
Dad, calm down. You'll give yourself another heart attack.
As if you care. You look down on me now, huh? And if you want nothing, fine. Get out.
Of course I care.
Enough. You're a stranger to me now. I have no daughter. Just get out.
I walked out that day and began a life on my own, and it was not easy, especially since I'd grown up like a princess. The scholarship paid for my tuition, but I had to work 2 jobs after school to pay for everything else. I survived, though, and only got stronger. I never heard from my family, but occasionally I'd see my brothers in magazines or on TV, showing up at charity events and flashing their wealth, but I never saw my dad. Slowly, I even started selling my artwork on the side. I hit the jackpot when I was discovered by a renowned painter, and she got me my first gallery show. That's where I met a lovely guy named Chase, and it wasn't long before we fell in love. He proposed after I graduated, and I happily said yes. At our engagement party, he asked me to call my family.
This is the biggest moment of our lives. They should know.
They could have called me anytime.
Please, Savannah, don't let pride keep you apart. Someone has to be the first to call. Let it be you.
Okay, I'll try. That's the best I can do. I called Adam the next day, reaching him at the office. His secretary left me on hold for 20 minutes before he finally picked up.
Yeah, what is it?
Hello to you too. I'm getting married, Adam.
So, why are you telling me?
I thought you might want to come.
Come on, Savannah. I don't have time for this.
Gosh, I knew this was a mistake.
You chose your life and walked away. Don't be mad at us now. Is that all?
Where's Dad?
Who?
Are you serious? Where is he?
Who knows? He got mad and left. Ask Jeff.
I called Jeff and reached him on his private plane.
Dad was a real drag. I had to cut him loose.
Cut him loose?
Let him go. Last I saw him, he was roaming around downtown.
What? You mean he's homeless?
I don't know. If you want to find him so bad, do it yourself.
I was shaking with rage, and I threw the phone across the room and burst into tears. Chase came running in and hugged me. We have to find him, Chase. We need to go now.
Find who?
My dad. It was pouring rain that night, but I didn't care. We drove through the streets of downtown Chicago, visiting homeless shelters and looking in back alleys, but he was nowhere to be found. How could they just let him leave? Is money that important? More important than family? And I should have stayed in touch.
You did what you had to do, love. He told you to leave, but don't lose hope yet. We'll look again tomorrow and report him missing to the police. Let's go home now.
But when we reached our house, I saw a man slumped near the front door. I jumped out of the car, my heart pounding. Dad? He looked up, so much paler and thinner than I remembered.
Savannah, I am so sorry.
Chase and I took Dad inside, sat him by the fire, and served him hot soup. When he'd regained some strength, he finally started to talk.
Your brothers only wanted my money, Savannah. I tried to advise Adam on a business deal and he screamed at me, saying it was his company and he didn't want an old man around. Then I went to stay with Jeff and he said I ruined the vibe. I had nowhere to go.
You could have called me.
How could I? After the way I treated you, and it's my fault those two have turned out this way. I made them greedy and selfish like me. I was just too ashamed to face you.
Until that moment, I had carried so much anger and hurt, but seeing him there, looking so frail, it just melted away. I love you, Dad. You're safe now. You're home. We spent the evening talking. He spent a lot of time with Chase and looking at my art.
You made a beautiful life for yourself.
Yes, I did. Chase and I converted our spare office into Dad's bedroom, and we got to know each other all over again. All these years later, we were family once more, but in the back of my mind, I still had so much resentment toward Adam and Jeff. I couldn't concentrate on my art, and Chase noticed that I wasn't being myself.
You're gonna see your brothers, aren't you? What are you gonna say?
I don't really know. I'm just so angry with them, but I think I have to do this.
Then you should, Savannah. And no matter what happens, you'll have a family here waiting for you.
The next day, I went to Adam's massive office building. I was prepared to scream at him, hit him, destroy him somehow. But when I walked into his vast office, I found him standing by the window staring out at the city. His back was hunched, like he was really tired. He turned around, and I was shocked. He looked 10 years older than his age.
I have 5 minutes, Savannah. What do you need?
I found Dad.
Great job. Is that all?
Adam, are you happy?
I have no family, no free time. I sleep in the office most nights, trying to do more and more and more. When you reach this level, Savannah, personal happiness is irrelevant. It's all about the next deal.
Why do you do it?
What other choice do I have? What else is there?
You have one last chance to set things right, Adam. You can choose to take it. I set a wedding invitation on his desk and left. In the afternoon, I stopped by Jeff's $1 million apartment. There was nothing warm or homey about it. It just looked like a cold hotel room. He was sitting on a white couch, staring at the ceiling.
I'm leaving for Europe in the morning.
What are you doing this time?
How many parties can you go to? How many vacations are enough? Nobody's really my friend. They just like me for the trips, for the yacht parties, for the money. I just want something meaningful.
You have one last chance to have that, Jeff. Think about it. And I left a wedding invitation on the edge of the couch. A month later, Chase and I were married in a beautiful garden venue on a gorgeous spring day. But that's not the most important part. The most important part was that my brothers apologized to me and begged for Dad's forgiveness. And now, my father was walking me down the aisle on my wedding day, and my brothers were smiling at me from the front row.
Hi friends, I'm Jana from Pennsylvania. Please like and subscribe. I grew up happy. My dad worked in marketing and my mom was a teacher. We had a beautiful big home, white picket fence, even a dog named Biscuit. Every birthday I got a huge party, and every summer we stayed at a house by the lake. My friends and I spent every moment together. Everything was wonderful. Then my dad lost his job. Suddenly, everything in my life became horrible. We had to sell our beautiful house, and I said goodbye to all my childhood friends since we moved to a completely different state. Our new place was a tiny little apartment. On the first day there, I saw rats. They didn't allow animals either, so we had to give Biscuit to a friend. Dad had to take on 2 jobs, and my parents began to fight all the time. I went from being happy in every part of my life to just wanting to be someone else. Without my friends or parents around, I turned to basically just watching TV. Everyone there seemed to have the perfect life. Beautiful apartments, sparkly dresses, fun parties, and friends. They also had something else in common. They all moved to New York to start a new life of glitz and glamour. Maybe if I went to New York, I could be someone totally new too. As soon as I turned 15, I started working at the local ice cream shop. I saved every single penny, smiling even as the rudest people came into the store. This strawberry ice cream is too pink.
My kid dropped his ice cream. We want a new one.
This is melting. I want my money back. It didn't matter what they said to me. All I cared about was saving for my new life. Slowly, my savings started to add up. By the time I turned 16, I had enough for a weekend in New York. I knew I couldn't have a whole new life yet, but for now, a weekend would be enough. I finally told my parents on the morning of my birthday. I'm going to New York for the weekend. New York? That's so expensive. We can't pay for that, honey. I saved up from the ice cream shop. Okay, but call us every day, okay? Yeah, sure, whatever. They dropped me off at the train station and I was off. I was so excited to finally be on my own and knew that at least for the weekend, I could be whoever I wanted. New York was so exciting. I could go wherever and do whatever. I tried on dresses at a fancy department store. I bought a hot dog from someone off the street, then got sick an hour later. But it was okay. I was living my dream. Finally, I went to the hotel I booked. I dreamed of gold chandeliers and well-dressed doormen and expensive steak dinners the whole train ride here. Instead, I got this. The hotel was tiny, dirty. Flies buzzed in the lobby. I didn't even have my own room. It was filled with other people and I just had a single bed. I think there's been a mistake.
Nope, this is what you booked. Welcome to New York.
This was not what I imagined my New York trip would be like, but it was all I could afford. Even in my dream city, I was still the same person and my life hadn't changed at all. Suddenly, New York didn't seem that great. It was smelly and dirty and there were way too many people.
Hey, watch where you're going. Who are you looking at?
Nothing, Hey! Someone bumped right into me and I nearly fell over. As I stood up, I realized he had stolen my wallet. I ran after the thief, but after a few minutes, he was gone. Now I didn't have anything. It was all too much. People were so mean. I started to cry in the middle of the street, and people began staring and pointing. It was so incredibly embarrassing. Finally, I decided to just go into the nearest building to get away from everything. Wow. This was the hotel of my dreams. Big, beautiful chandeliers, doormen in fancy suits, rich women drinking champagne and dressed in sparkling gowns. This is who I wanted to be. I was so enchanted by everything that I ran headfirst into someone. Ow!
Elena.
Huh? That wasn't my name. This man must have confused me with someone.
Where have you been? You can't just run off without telling someone.
Who even are you?
I'm Stefan. Your parents sent me to make sure you stayed safe. You have to tell me when you leave the hotel. Come, let's go back to your room.
My room? The one with the bed surrounded by other strangers and mice? It was the last place I wanted to be other than home. I almost ran. Then I noticed that Stefan wasn't taking me out of the building at all. Instead, he was taking me further into the hotel. I was shocked as I stepped into an elevator completely made of gold. It whisked us away so high and so fast, I almost got sick. It felt like we were flying. The elevator doors opened directly to a hotel room. No, not a hotel room. A penthouse. This is my room?
I know it's not big enough, but you have to deal with it for now. And again, if you want to leave, you just have to ask. Your dad just wants to make sure you're okay.
Not big enough? This place was a palace. Stefan left, and I had the whole room to myself. The bathroom was all marble with a built-in hot tub. The TV was huge, bigger than I was, and there were so many chandeliers I lost count. Even the bed was luxurious, so tall and soft I could barely even climb on. Who the heck had such a nice hotel room? I knew I should have told him he had the wrong person, that I wasn't Elena and I didn't belong here. But then again, this was exactly what I had dreamed of. My stomach started growling, and I decided I would have to figure all that out later, after some free food. I raided the mini fridge in the room, snacking on soda and chips. I even ordered room service. By the time I was done, I was almost gonna fall over. Life had never been this good. My phone rang and I saw it was my parents. All I could think about was the fighting and the rats and losing our sweet biscuit. I hung up on them and decided I couldn't go back there, ever. I would stay in New York and start my life now, even if I had to take over this Elena girl's life to do it. I looked around and found her diary and laptop. I opened the laptop and, is that me? Suddenly, I realized who she was. Elena, a famous actress. My friends used to joke that she was my alter ego. Jaina and Elena sounded similar after all. Except while Elena was living a perfect life, I was stuck with nothing at all. Elena would probably be back soon. If they caught me in the room, I would get in huge trouble. I had to get out of here before I was arrested or kicked out. But maybe I could go with a little something extra since my wallet was stolen after all. After changing into Elena's clothes, I told Stefan I was going shopping. He insisted on coming with me. When we got to the store, I said, I forgot my card. He just sighed and handed me the money, no questions asked. It was more cash than I had ever seen in my life. With this kind of money, I didn't have to go back to Pennsylvania at all. I grabbed a bunch of clothes and told him I was going to try them on, but as soon as I was out of view, I made a run for it. Maybe New York hadn't been that great at first, but things were going to be different now. Or so I thought. I hadn't even walked more than a few blocks when I realized I had forgotten my phone. But that was the least of my problems because suddenly someone grabbed me from behind and everything turned dark. I woke up a few hours later, feeling dizzy and confused. Where am I? You! Hey, you! I looked around and saw a girl staring at me from across the room, but she was in total dark, so I couldn't see her. What are you doing here? I don't even know where here is. I don't even know who you are. Well, I've been kidnapped. It happens a lot, to people like me. What I don't understand is why you're here. I've never been kidnapped with other people before. Oh my God, does that mean I'm not special? She stepped into the light and I realized, Elena? That's me. Now, who in the world are you? I'm Jaina. Jaina. You seem familiar, but I don't remember meeting you at a party or a ball. We look a bit alike. As if I could never have such ratty, dull hair. Or put together an outfit that horrible. Horrible? It's your jacket. Oh my God, it is. You're stealing from me? What? No, well, kind of. Are you working with the kidnappers? No, Stefan thought it was you. Ugh, I can't believe he mistook you for me. That's so gross. I was starting to get mad. This girl was so rude. We have bigger problems here. Maybe you get kidnapped a lot, but I definitely don't. I'm gonna get out of here, with or without you. Now, are you gonna help me or not? Elena stared at me for a long moment. Fine, but only so I can yell at Stefan. The two of us sat down and hatched a plan. The kidnappers come to check on us every few hours. They have to unlock the door, which means we can escape. How about I pretend to be hurt so they have to come all the way in? Then you can knock them out. I'm the actress. You knock them out. Ugh, fine, okay. Then what? We have to tell someone where we are. How the heck are we going to do that? We gotta steal a phone. Suddenly, our planning was interrupted by something outside the basement. We eavesdropped through the door. What are they saying? They don't know which one of us is actually famous. That's why they kidnapped us both. We only have a little time then. Once they figure out which one of us is the real Elena, who knows what they'll do? Probably wonder how they could possibly have been so dumb to think someone like you could be someone like me. That kinda hurts, Oh, sorry. I'm not very good with people. They usually just want my money or a picture with me. No one really talks to me except bodyguards. That sounds terrible. I'm sorry. I gave Elena a big hug and she began to tear up. I actually liked things better when we didn't have money. Really? Yeah. My dad doesn't care about me anymore. That's why I keep letting myself get kidnapped. All my dad does is work and fight with my mom. I don't think it's the same. They care about you, right? Right. My dad doesn't even remember my birthday. Elena looked very sad. I felt guilty about not answering my parents' call earlier that day. I knew Elena would do anything to have her dad call her. Suddenly, we heard footsteps in the hallway. Quick, the plan! I hid behind the door while Elena retreated to a far corner. She started crying and pretending that she was hurt. It felt like it was straight out of a movie. One kidnapper entered the room and looked concerned. As he walked towards Elena, I used a chair and hit him. He was knocked right out. I rummaged through his jacket until I found his phone. Got it! We dialed 911. Then quietly, Elena and I tiptoed up the stairs and out of the basement. We took off our shoes to be extra quiet and snuck past one of the kidnappers snoring on the couch. We were almost out the door when someone suddenly shouted, "Hey, they're getting away!" One of them ran and blocked off our exit and reached out to grab us. Elena and I ran in opposite directions.
We ran into the dining room. I started throwing everything I could find. A fork, a napkin, a frying pan. Throw your shoes. These are designer. You matter more than your shoes. I grabbed a plate from the dining table and chucked it at the kidnapper. It shattered against his head and took him down. Go, go, go! Elena sprinted to the door. To freedom. Yes! Not so fast, girlie. The last kidnapper grabbed me by the arm, yanking me away before I could make it out. That hurts. You're coming with me. I'll get that ransom if it's the last thing I do. Jana! Elena was standing in the doorway, frozen in fear. Why hadn't she left yet? Go! I won't leave you! Suddenly, the front door came down entirely. Give us our daughter back. Dad! Mom! I was so relieved to see them. I almost started crying. Behind them, I could hear the sirens. The police were on their way. The kidnapper's grip on my arm tightened. Where's our money? Your money? How about our daughter? You're not getting her back without it. Ow! Elena grabbed me and dragged me away from the kidnapper. Come on, Jana, let's go! You threw the shoes! Of course I did. You matter way more than shoes. Police, hands up! And just like that, the police came and arrested all of the kidnappers. They told us that they would be going away for a very, very long time. My parents wouldn't let me go, constantly hugging me and making sure I was okay. How did you know I was kidnapped? You left your phone at the hotel. Stefan called us when the kidnappers demanded they pay up for both girls, and we realized that they had you too. We should have never let you go into the city alone. I didn't think you cared. We love you so much, Jana. Maybe we're not the best at showing it, but at the end of the day, you're our daughter. We might not have a lot of money, but we would give anything for you. I love you too. Let's go home. I smiled at my parents, but I noticed that Elena started to look really sad. Her parents hadn't come at all. It was only Stefan. Are you going to be okay? I'll be fine. I just wished my family cared as much as yours did. You know, friends can be family too. We smiled at each other, and I reached out and squeezed Elena's hand. Come visit me in Pennsylvania? Pennsylvania? I would love that. Little Natalie's tummy couldn't stop growling. She had been hungry the whole afternoon, but it was evening now and her mom wasn't home yet. Those rich people should stop making my mom work so much. I wish we'd never moved from France. Mom didn't have to work so hard there like she does here. As she walked outside, she heard loud music coming from the biggest mansion in the whole countryside from afar. Her tummy told her to go there, and she found out there was a large party happening in the garden. Natalie started drooling when she saw the huge feast. She tried to sneak in, but a group of women blocked her. Where do you think you're going, little girl? I'm hungry. Can I have some meat, please? And a glass of juice, too? Just look at her dirty clothes and hands. Disgusting. You're not welcome here, child. Be off with you. Natalie was so mad at their meanness. Just as she turned to leave, she noticed a young boy around her age hiding in the bushes, and he looked furious. He was staring at a maid who was being scolded by the lady of the mansion, Mrs. Harrison. How can you serve these fruits in a stupid basket? We have an expensive tray for this. Another mistake, and you're fired. Mr. Harrison was trying to calm his wife down when their daughter Harper, who was the same age as Natalie, was making things worse. I don't have the mood to eat those fruits anymore, Mom. That woman ruined my night. Natalie felt so bad for the humiliated maid. She joined the boy in the bushes. I hate these people. Me too. And that's my mom they're yelling at. They don't deserve all this delicious food. I have to teach them a lesson. Wait, are you going to do something bad? Mom said you shouldn't do bad things no matter what. But he just ignored her and dragged a bag of manure lying close by. Then he started climbing a tree that overlooked the garden. But moments later, the branch under him cracked, and he went tumbling down straight onto the food table, spreading cow poop everywhere. Everyone screamed, and Mrs. Harrison looked ready to explode. She yelled for security, and Natalie thought she had to do something to save her friend. And with that, she ran towards the nearest barn, rode on a young horse, and made it run around the garden, completely ruining the party. You little rascals! Natalie grabbed the boy's hand, and they fled the scene. I can't believe you just did that! You're so cool!
Natalie's tummy suddenly let out another growl. He chuckled and took out an apple from his pocket.
For you. Make it 2, 'cause I saved your butt. I'll get you another one soon, promise. What's your name? Natalie. And you? Caleb. Nice to meet you, Natalie. Can we be friends? Okay.
And since then, Caleb and Natalie became best friends. Growing up, they shared their love for food and their hate for rich and mean people, especially for people like the Harrisons. Caleb was 11 years old when his mom met a guy, Mr. Cross, a gardener for the Harrisons. His mom said that from now on, Mr. Cross would be taking care of them.
Hello, Caleb. Your mom told me you like apples. And reading?
Not long after, Mr. Cross and Caleb's mom got married, and he became the hero in Caleb's eyes. He was so amazed by his stepdad, how smart and strong he was, and how good he was to both him and his mom.
When I grow up, I want to be just like you, Dad.
I'm sure you'll be better than me and every wealthy man in this land, my child.
He would help Caleb understand his math homework, give him tips on how to build a dove house, and he also gave him really good life lessons.
My dad told me something. I want to share it with you too, 'cause you're my best friend.
Really? Tell me.
He said, sometimes we need to stand up for ourselves and fight back, whatever it takes.
Yes, we fight back the right way. Mom said we shouldn't do
bad things no matter what. I know, you told me. But is it bad to defend ourselves? Do we just let other people do bad things to us and say nothing? You always speak about how unfair the system is in this town for poor people.
Yeah, I do think that. Like, if someone hurts you, I'll hurt them too.
Natalie was surprised by how firmly Caleb said it.
Suddenly, as she changed her position, she lost her balance and fell. Caleb laughed and helped her up.
Now, I don't know how to hurt the fence or the ground, but
Caleb then kicked the fence and stomped his foot on the ground. Natalie found it funny. She liked the thought of Caleb as her protector and felt really lucky to have a best friend like him. And over the years, she grew to like him as much more, but she was too scared to admit it, too scared to ruin their friendship. One day in high school, she decided to cook his favorite food and surprise him at lunch, but her heart ached with jealousy when she saw him laughing with some girls in the canteen. She was leaving when Caleb called her name and walked up to her.
Is that for me?
Before she could reply, the girls jumped in and glared at Natalie.
Why are you friends with that dumbhead, Caleb?
Same question.
Handsome boys like you should hang out with pretty girls like us.
Suddenly, Caleb wrapped his arm around Natalie's shoulder.
My girlfriend is not a dumbhead. She's the smartest, coolest, and most beautiful girl I've ever known. So please, stop talking rubbish about her.
Girlfriend. As the humiliated girls left, Natalie turned to him. Why did you tell them that nonsense? Those girls are going to hate me forever.
Are you mad?
Yes, I'm mad because you lied. We're not dating. We're just friends.
Fine, I'm sorry. But what if I wanted to be more than that?
What do you mean?
Can I hold your hand?
No.
I love you, Natalie. I've loved you since we were kids. Do you love me too?
Caleb's sincere gaze made her melt. Yes, I think I feel the same way. Caleb started to lean in closer, and when their lips finally touched, she felt like she was on cloud 9. After that, the best friends became lovers, and Natalie was really happy with Caleb as his girlfriend. But over time, things started to get complicated. His mom fell really sick, and his stepdad's earnings weren't enough for her medicines. So Caleb was forced to take more part-time jobs around the farm. He hardly had any time to spend with Natalie anymore. Meanwhile, that night at the Harrisons, the family was having their usual dinner. Mr. Harrison was talking about the progress of their business, while Mrs. Harrison was being pushy towards their son to date someone.
I don't understand the rush. I'm so young, I'll have plenty of time later on.
You have plenty of time now.
I don't, Mom. I'd rather focus on school than date. Love is nothing but a stupid distraction.
All work and no play makes people really dull, darling. Remember Sheila? Benjamin's daughter. I think she's a nice girl.
Mom, I don't like her. She's weirdly obsessed with me.
Duke, she cares about you.
Let him be for now. Don't push him so hard. He'll eventually find someone.
But Sheila might not be around till he decides he's ready. And I think she would be so good for him. She's a smart young woman. They're perfect for each other.
I have no interest in wasting my time on girls right now.
Oh, brother, how about boys? Do you want to share something?
Shut up, Harper.
Well, Sheila and her parents are visiting us soon, and you will spend time with her so you can get to know each other.
Who knows? Maybe it will end in a wedding.
Hearing that, Duke suddenly felt the urge to lie.
I'm sorry, Mom, but I already have a girlfriend.
What?
I said I'm not dating Sheila because I already have a girlfriend.
Since when do you have a girlfriend?
Since 6 months ago, but we kept it a secret. I don't want people in my business.
Duke left the table and decided to take a walk in the gardens to cool off. Suddenly, he heard someone behind him and turned around to see it was just Mr. Cross.
Oh, sorry, Master Duke. I didn't mean to disturb your walk. You look a little upset. I'm not. It's really nothing. Just sometimes parents can be too much. Do you have kids, Mr. Cross? A son, the same age as you. Maybe I'll introduce you sometime.
Duke was feeling too preoccupied, so he just smiled at their gardener and walked off. That weekend, Natalie's mom caught a serious flu, so later that day she went to town with Caleb to buy some medicine. While they were in the pharmacy, his stepdad called him.
I need to stop by a dad's friend's place to pick up a package. Wait for me in the town square. I'll be right back.
Natalie bought the medicines and sat on a bench in the town square. Her favorite thing in that old place was the old horse statue in the center. They're such gorgeous and magical creatures. Just then, she noticed that its red eye patch was lying on the ground. She picked it up, and as she placed it back on, the statue suddenly wobbled. She tried to make it steady, but it just suddenly toppled to one side and broke into pieces. Holy mighty horsey! Natalie stared at the sight in complete shock. The townspeople quickly gathered around, and they went berserk.
How could you be so reckless and ruin the pride of our town?
Isn't it bad enough that we have to live with a foreigner who badmouths our town and its systems?
And now you've ruined our cultural legacy.
Some of them even started crying, and Natalie felt panic. She tried to contact Caleb, but her phone's battery was actually dead. I swear, I didn't do anything. It was already unsteady. Please, forgive me. But the townspeople were blazing mad. Soon the police came, and as they were questioning her, everyone suddenly became silent as they made the way for someone. Natalie lifted her head and met someone's eyes. Duke, the oldest child of the Harrisons.
What's going on here? This girl just caused serious damage to a public property, and we need her to come with us to the station.
Duke just nodded at them, and soon, Natalie found herself sitting in a police station. Please, officer, just let me go home first. My mom is sick, and she must be really worried. But the officer just ignored her. A few minutes later, Duke came out of the main office.
You're free to go. I've taken care of everything.
Huh? What do you mean?
I paid $50,000 for the fine and damages, so you won't go to prison.
What? Why are you doing this? You don't even know me.
Because I need you.
What? What do you mean? Duke then dragged her outside the station to talk.
Listen, I need you to work for me as my fake girlfriend for a month, and I'm going to pay you for it.
I'm sorry, but can you repeat what you just said? I'm not sure if I heard it right.
I think you did. You don't look like you have any hearing problems.
Is that how you joke? Because it's super lame. Even hyenas won't laugh at it.
Do I look like a clown to you?
How can you offer me a ridiculous job when you don't even know if I have a boyfriend or not?
Look, I don't care whether you're single or whatever. I'm not interested. I just need you to pretend to be my girlfriend and convince everyone that we're in love, especially my family.
But why would you need a fake girlfriend anyway? You can just have a real one. Just choose any girl but me. You rich people are used to getting whatever you want anyway.
I asked you to be my fake girlfriend, not to become an interviewer. In private, we'll be practically strangers minding each other's business. I can prepare a contract tomorrow.
What makes you think I'll accept your offer? I don't want this weird job. Don't worry, I'll think about another way of repaying you.
There is no other way. Accept my job, or return my money immediately. It should be the exact amount that I spent to save your sorry little butt.
Natalie wanted to yell at him for blackmailing her, but she knew she couldn't pay him back. Let me think about it.
I don't have much time. I'll give you a day. Let's meet at the cafe tomorrow, same time as this.
Before Natalie could say anything more, he turned around and left. When she got home, she found Caleb's messages saying that he'd be staying at his stepdad's friend's house for the night. Natalie really needed to talk to him, but she was also worried about how he would react. She also didn't want to tell her mom about this yet and stress her out. So later that night, she went to her favorite spot on the farm to think it over alone. Suddenly, Caleb appeared beside her.
Hey, what are you doing here?
Wait, Nat, are you crying? Tell me what's wrong. She didn't have a choice but to tell him everything.
Are you serious? You shouldn't have let him help you.
He took care of it himself, and I could never pay $50,000 on my own.
But of all the girls, why does he want you? This is stupid. I thought Harper was evil. I didn't expect that her brother would be worse.
Look, if he didn't help me, I'd be cold and miserable in jail right now. But he obviously helped you just to force you into this stupid job. What am I gonna do? He left me with no choice. Seeing my girlfriend dating another guy is torture, Nat. It doesn't matter if it's fake or not. Caleb got up and furiously kicked some rocks. Okay, fine. I won't do it. I'll have to think of another solution then. As Natalie's tears poured, Caleb sighed and sat down. Okay, I'm sorry. Don't cry, please. Let's talk this over. You'll just be acting, and it's only for a month, right? And are you sure he's paying you a huge amount for it? Yes, I'll just be a fake girlfriend. I'll never fall in love with that jerk, ever. Okay, I'll agree to it, but on one condition. What is it?
I woke up in the middle of the night feeling extra thirsty and almost passed out when I saw the time. It was 3 a.m., the devil's hour. I tried to go back to sleep, but I just couldn't. Come on, girl. Ghosts aren't real, but dehydration is. So hold yourself together and get your ice-cold water. I silently prayed as I went down to the kitchen. Suddenly, I caught someone moving in the shadows. Holy Mother of God! Was it the devil? I was about to scream when I realized that it was just my older brother, Kevin, who looked suspicious. I silently followed him as he went down the basement and was surprised when he opened a mysterious door that I had never seen before. But before he could enter, he looked back and saw me. Don't you ever tell anyone about this, especially Dad, no matter what happens. Why? What's inside that room? He just patted my head and smirked. The devil himself. He then disappeared into the room and locked it, leaving me shaking in fear and confusion. Hi, my name is Kendra, and this is my story of how my mysterious brother changed my life forever. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. After what happened last night, the first thing that I did in the morning was to check that door in the basement. But unfortunately, it was padlocked to death. Kevin was definitely hiding something in there, and it was killing my curiosity. I was finally able to corner him during dinner.
Are you sure that you weren't dreaming? Because that totally didn't happen.
That night was really weird, so he could be right. Our conversation was cut off when Dad joined us.
Son, it's time for you to take over the company. We will be holding a gala next weekend to introduce you to everyone. They're all so excited to meet you. But Dad, no buts. You're graduating in a few months, so prepare yourself. I don't want any problems. Understood?
Of course my brother couldn't say no to him. He was always Dad's favorite, his golden boy, the perfect son. While me, I was just a stranger to him. If Mom was still alive, things would probably be different. Later that night, when I was about to sleep, I almost screamed when I saw Kevin leaning against my door. Can I help you?
What makes you feel alive, Kendra?
Huh? What's with you? Why are you being so weird?
The less you know, the better. Good night, Peanut.
Peanut? Where did that come from? That was the weirdest and longest interaction we've ever had. He was a year older than me, and we had never been close growing up. His time was spent in his room reading, in the piano corner perfecting his sonatas, or with Dad talking about business while playing chess. We also didn't see each other often at school because he was always with his best friend Cedric or surrounded by their crazy fangirls. The next morning, I woke up to Dad screaming from the library. I dashed to check what it was and found out that one of our maids found a letter under Kevin's pillow. I read it and froze. Kevin left. He didn't say where he went and when he was coming back. All the note said was, "Do not wait for him."
I would expect something like this from you, but not my son. Kevin is a responsible young man.
Well, the note says otherwise.
The gala is this weekend. I need your brother to be there no matter what it takes.
We tried looking for Kevin everywhere, but no one knew where he was. Even the police couldn't find him, and it was driving Dad crazy. One night, he just walked up to me and started inspecting my face.
You would do. You were going to be him.
Be who?
Kevin. In case your brother is still on this stupid little adventure on the night of the gala, you will pretend to be him.
But Dad, I don't think I can...
Kendra, you are a capable young lady. Of course you can. You'll be saving our company from humiliation. I know I have not been very vocal about your accomplishments, but I do notice. Will you do this for me, sweetheart?
I had never heard Dad talk to me that way, and it felt really good. So I found myself giving in. Besides, it would only be for just one night, right? I just needed to hide my hair under a wig and dress up like Kevin and just smile and avoid conversation as much as possible. Simple. When the big day finally came, I was a nervous wreck. There were too many important people, and Dad kept reminding me not to mess up. Luckily, the party was a success, and I thought my little mission was finally over until Dad came up to me.
You did well. Now we just have to make sure that your brother will not fail his classes so he could graduate. You'll need to attend school as him.
But how about me as Kendra and my grades?
I'll call the school and tell them that I sent you out of the country for an emergency. Anything you fail, you can take for a summer class.
But
no buts. This was already decided. And remember, no one should ever know about this.
But Kevin and I were just too different. After carefully thinking about it, I finally decided to do it. It was my chance to impress Dad. I just needed to do one little thing, which was to learn everything about my brother to make it believable. I checked his room, but I didn't find anything useful. I had to ask for help from the person closest to him, Cedric. But there was one problem. At school or whenever he visited my brother, I would usually lock myself in my room because every time our eyes met, I felt like passing out. The guy looked like a demigod, and I just couldn't handle him. But this time, I had no choice, and I knew exactly where to find him at school, the music room. As I peeked into the room, I saw him playing the violin, and I was instantly mesmerized. Just then, he stopped playing and smiled at me. Just avoid his eyes, and you'll be fine.
Did it tickle your soul?
Huh?
The rhythm, the passion, the climax.
Sorry, but I'm not into music. I stepped back, and he started walking towards me.
How about this? Did it tickle your soul?
I suddenly became mute.
This is the first time you talked to me, and I'm surprised. What brings you here, Cupcake?
Cupcake? I got a grip of myself and slapped his hand away. First of all, I'm not food. And second, I'm not here to talk about souls and music with you. It's about my brother. Suddenly, his face turned serious.
I had already talked to your dad about it. Kevin ran away and he didn't want us to find him, and there's nothing we can do about it.
I know, but I need your help with something. I told him about Dad's demands, and he suddenly laughed.
That's a ridiculous idea. You two look similar, yeah, but you're too cute and girly to be a boy.
Wait, he found me cute? I excused myself to the bathroom, and after calming down, he was nowhere to be found. It took me a whole day to finally find him playing violin in the school garden. So, are you going to help me with this, or are you just going to play your violin all day?
I only help people who can look me in the eye.
Ugh, why was he being like this? I gathered up all my courage before finally meeting his eyes, and thankfully I was able to control myself until he smiled.
You have the same eyes as your brother. They're very pretty.
So he liked my brother's eyes? That was fruity. Whatever. Now, where do we start?
Your appearance. And I think it needs a lot of work.
For the makeover, he brought me to the mall to cut my hair short, and it took me several hours to finally say goodbye to my precious long hair. After accepting the fate of my hair, we tried on some clothes similar to Kevin's fashion. As I walked out in a leather jacket, he came up to me to zip it up. He was so close, I could hardly breathe.
Looks perfect now.
He then taught me about my brother's stance, walk, and gestures.
I told you to walk faster, not like a gangster. And stick out your chest more. Think of yourself as the hunkiest man alive.
Like this? He held my hips to guide me, and I felt like exploding from the sparks. Just then, I noticed some girls around drooling over us. Both guys are so cute. I'll take either of them. They look so in love. OMG. Love wins. Great. And now we were a gay couple. Cedric coached me about Kevin's interests, and I was surprised. I didn't know my brother was such a dork.
He loves SpongeBob so much, he even thought of diving into the ocean just to look for its real-life version.
But one revelation made me tear up a bit.
And he adores you so much. But he thought you didn't like him, so he always chose to give you space.
What? That's not true.
He's too protective of you. He even told me not to talk to you because he thought I'm trouble.
Oh, yes, you're definitely gonna be trouble. To my heart. That weekend, we continued practicing until I looked convincing enough, and when we finally got to school, I just stayed close to him and smiled at people from time to time. I was doing an excellent job at being my brother until it was lunchtime. We sat at their usual table for lunch when suddenly someone sat on my lap and kissed my cheek. It was Lauren, the prettiest and coolest chick at school. What in the frickin' pregnant duck is happening? What? You hate my kisses now?
You look like you've seen a ghost. I turned into the ripest tomato when she giggled into my ear.
I could never hate such a goddess like you.
Wow. Since when did you become this cheesy? I gave Cedric a panicked look, but the jerk was trying his best not to burst out laughing. I kicked his leg under the table and his wince was satisfying. I then excused myself in the bathroom and dragged him with me. There, he revealed that Kevin had been dating Lauren for a while now, and I had no idea about it. Lauren had been all over me for the next several days. This was totally normal, of course, except for the little detail that I was not her actual boyfriend. And through all of this, Cedric remained an unhelpful idiot who was clearly enjoying my discomfort. We were walking to our last class when someone suddenly grabbed and pushed me against the wall. You're acting weird lately, and I like it. Before she could kiss me, I acted like there was a bug inside my shirt and ran away. I needed to talk to Cedric. As usual, I found him in the music room. We need to tell Lauren. Suddenly, Lauren appeared from behind me. Tell me what? Wait a minute. Don't tell me that you guys are dating? What? Cedric finally stopped playing the violin and grinned at me.
I'm straight, but I don't know about your boyfriend.
Aw, baby. You know I would accept you however you identify, right?
Well, that's good to hear.
Lauren looked like she bought it, and I just found myself exploding. I'm not Kevin. I'm not your boyfriend. I'm his sister Kendra pretending to be him. I then explained everything to her. Oh, okay. Explains why you look and act differently. That's it? No violent reaction whatsoever? I'm used to Kevin's quirks. So, anything I can do to help with this mission? Just don't tell anyone about this. Got it, baby. Despite knowing the truth, she still kissed me on the cheek and it made Cedric laugh. I started hanging out with both of them since then. They would talk fondly about my brother and share things about him that I didn't know. It made me realize that he wasn't as boring as I thought he was. One day, Cedric dragged me to the music room and asked me to listen to his new composition. It was a wrong move to come with him, because the way his fingers moved and his handsome face played with the painfully sweet tune screamed danger to my heart. I calmed myself down and hyped him up when he was done. You really like playing the violin, don't you?
I like to touch people's hearts with classical music. How about you? What makes you happy, Kendra? I'm curious.
I ended up telling him about my passion, which was fashion designing. I used to draw my designs every day, but when Dad saw it, he burned all of them. He found it lame and useless to his company.
I'm sorry to say this, but your dad is the biggest jerk in the world. He treats you and Kevin as assets to his company, and never as a son and daughter.
You're right, but it just made me crave for his love and approval.
Someday, I hope you'll be able to find the courage to do what you need to do. You have me now, you know. I'll take care of you.
He leaned in closer, and I thought he was going to kiss me, but to my surprise, he pulled away and walked back to the platform to play again. What was that all about? After the incident in the music room, I started thinking that maybe Cedric liked me too, until one day I heard him talking to Lauren in an empty classroom. You like Kendra, don't you?
What are you talking about? She's off limits. And besides, she's just like the little sister I never had.
Those words were enough for me to accept the truth, that Cedric will just be my dream. To distract myself, I invited Lauren for a sleepover, and as she was trying on some of my favorite clothes, I couldn't help but admire how beautiful she was. Just then, I found her smirking at me through the mirror. Are you falling in love with me now? What? No, I wish I was as pretty as you. Oh, honey, you are prettier than me. And not to mention cute. She ended up knocking on my drawers, spilling some things. There was one thing that suddenly caught my attention. A peanut. What was it doing there? Suddenly, I remembered Kevin calling me a peanut before he ran away. Why don't we crack it open? Maybe he left a secret message or something. And he actually did. I'm finally alive. Wait a minute. That night before he left, he asked me what makes me feel alive. Lauren and I then came up with a mission to find the answer to that question. Your brother is too mysterious sometimes. Maybe Cedric knows something. But unfortunately, he was useless. One day, Dad suddenly called me and started asking about Lauren.
I learned that she's dating your brother. Her parents and I are talking about a very important business deal. We will have dinner with them tomorrow night. Make sure to be extra attentive to her.
I thought it wouldn't be much of a problem until they suddenly decided to marry us off with Dad knowing that I was Kendra. He was crazier than I thought.
Do you think Kevin will be home by then? I don't know if he's ever coming back. I can't believe you dated an idiot.
Watch your words, honey. That's my idiot.
Well, we need to find your idiot ASAP. The next day, we met up with Cedric in a cafe to talk about finding my brother.
We don't even know what makes him feel alive. Shouldn't we just wait for him to come back?
Our parents are talking about marriage, for Pete's sake. We're running out of time. Do you know what my parents would do if they found out they were being played? Out of panic, I remembered something again. The mysterious door in the basement. I told them about it, and we waited for Dad to be out before destroying the padlocked door, only to find out that it was actually a dark room where Kevin developed all his photographs, and it was connected to his room. And all those pictures were related to an island that only meant one thing. Kevin was staying on one of them. It makes sense now that he always disappears on weekends.
I also found a camera in his bag one time, but I never saw it again.
And why didn't you both tell me about this earlier? You're both idiots. And with that, the three of us were off to an adventure to get my brother back. As we traveled, I kept on flirting with Lauren to avoid Cedric. And for a moment, I thought I saw his deadly glare through the rearview mirror. Was he jealous? I wished. In a span of 2 days, we had already visited 7 islands, but there was no luck. Just when we were about to give up, we suddenly spotted someone resting on a hammock. It was Kevin. He looked shocked to see us. Suddenly, he glared at Cedric.
Dude, you told them?
Wait, you knew?
Let me explain.
No, you knew. And you kept silent while I was going crazy trying to find a way to bring back my brother so I could get me back. Kendra was equally furious.
Babe, I can explain.
Shut it, Kevin. You're not my favorite person right now.
Kendra.
Later. I need to speak to my brother. I walked away and Kevin followed me. Now start explaining the reason I'm sacrificing my identity.
I'm sorry, Peanut. I didn't mean for you to be tangled up in my mess. I felt stuck and suffocated because of Dad's expectations. I always knew I would have to take over the company someday, but I didn't know it would be this soon. I thought I would have enough time to still do what I love, to enjoy every island and see its beauty through my lens. But suddenly, I didn't even have a year, so I panicked and I ran away. I'm such a coward.
It didn't take a second for me to melt. No, that's the bravest thing I've seen you do. All our lives, I've only ever seen you nod to Dad's every demand. I'm proud of this version of you. I convinced him to come back, but he ended up convincing me to ditch Dad and come with him. After everything that happened, I just realized one thing. Dad wasn't worth it. So I agreed. Lauren is amazing, you know. She didn't deserve to be left without a word.
I know, Peanut. I guess I have a lot of making up to do.
Good luck, Walnut. Later that day, he spent his time making it up to Lauren and talking to Cedric, while I was left alone doodling some cute dresses on the sand. My brother then came up to me and asked me something.
Are you mad at Cedric? I asked him not to tell anyone. Keeping this from you must have been very hard for him.
I understand, but
you like him, don't you?
What? No, I mean...
Don't worry. I finally gave him the go signal. You two can kiss or whatever.
As soon as he left, Cedric walked up to me with an earth-shattering smile.
Can we talk?
I couldn't look at him in the eye again. About
us. I've always fancied you, you know. More than violins.
I felt like melting at his confession. I told him about the reason why I'd been avoiding him all these years, and he responded to it by finally kissing me on the lips. Thank God I didn't pass out.
So, did it tickle your soul this time?
Yes.
Finally.
My name is Lola, and I'm from Atlanta. Please like and subscribe. When I was a kid, my parents and I had adventures all the time. We played hide and seek, we fought monsters in our backyard, and I even saved Mom from a mean old pirate who tried to steal the last piece of pie. My life was fantastic, but when I turned 3, Mom gave birth to an evil witch named Genevieve. From the moment Jen was born, she used her beady blue eyes to cast a spell on my parents and turn them into her evil minions. Genevieve, we love you more than anything
anything in the world. Here you go, honey.
Hey, I was playing with that.
Jen started walking at 9 months old. At 2, she could write her own name. And at 3, she could do the alphabet without making any mistakes. When Jen was 7, she won her first national spelling bee. She got a huge cash prize, and the reporter came over to interview her for the cover story of a magazine.
I'd like to thank my parents. I couldn't have done this without them.
We're so lucky to have a genius daughter. She's our pride and joy.
My parents kept gushing about Jen for hours as I sat in the corner. When the reporter finally said it was time for pictures, I joined my family for a photo. But Jen insisted that I stay out of it. My parents tried reasoning with her, but she was beyond reason.
It's my moment, and she'll ruin my image with her stupidity vibe. Like, my brain sees pictures with this special lens, and I'll be able to feel her dumbness every time I look at the pictures. I can't explain how my brain works. Just make her go.
So Mom gave me some money for ice cream and told me to wait outside while the photo shoot happened. A couple of months later, I came home from school and found Jen sitting on my bed, and all my stuff was gone.
Mom and Dad said I could switch. This room's bigger and has more space for my trophies.
But this is my room.
Mom, Dad, make Jen give me my room back.
Lola, stop being ridiculous. You don't need a room this size. You don't have any trophies.
Jeannie, do you need anything? Should I put up some more shelves? A new bookcase?
I was so mad, I threw myself on the ground and started screaming.
This sucks. I'm leaving, and I'm never coming back. I'll show you. I'll get a new family that will appreciate me.
I stormed out of the house. I got to the driveway and realized I had nowhere to go. So I decided to hide out in my treehouse. But then something crazy happened. My stomach started rumbling, and I searched through my pockets to find a candy bar. Then out of nowhere, this girl appeared and snatched it out of my hand. Hey, that's mine.
This is my treehouse. Get out. I don't see your name on it. It's written right there.
Oh. Then the strange girl wrote the word Madison on the wall.
I guess we're roommates now. We'll just have to share.
Then she tossed me half the candy bar. Madison and I spent the rest of the day together, and she was pretty wild. She told me about all the adventures she'd had in the neighborhood.
I found a skeleton in the neighbor's backyard. No way! The old lady across the street is an alien. I saw a spaceship in her garage.
Madison made up fun games for us to play. We had a spitball fight and threw water balloons at the neighbors as they walked by. Then my mean old parents told me to come inside for dinner. They didn't even miss me or remember that I'd been upset. After that, when I wasn't at school or watching Jen at spelling bees, I'd run out to the treehouse and spend time with Madison. One time, we were pretending to have a sword fight in the backyard.
It's over for you, Madison. Give up now. You'll never take me alive.
Suddenly, Jen appeared out of nowhere.
Lola, who are you talking to?
Madison.
Duh. Who's that?
I turned around to introduce Madison, but she seemed to have vanished into thin air.
She was just here.
Must have scared her off with your mean vibes. I thought Jen would say something, but she just gave me a weird look.
I think you're old enough to not have an imaginary friend.
And went back inside, and Madison instantly reappeared beside me.
Where did you go? I didn't want to meet your stupid sister. And there, I got you. You're dead.
When I was 12, I started junior high school, and it was the worst. All the girls were more interested in boys and makeup than building pillow forts or searching for hidden treasures. I had nothing in common with any of them, and most of them thought I was weird. I was pretty lonely. Then Madison started sneaking into my school. She'd make funny faces and tell the best jokes.
Madison, you're hilarious. Stop, please. I'm gonna pee my pants.
Who's Madison? Is she talking to the wall? Madison told me cool stories, and she was such a gossip. She knew everything about everyone, and she always had my back whenever a bully tried to mess with me. Having her around made me stronger and braver. Hey, ugly, get out of my way.
Who are you calling ugly? You look like a rat, and your breath smells like poo.
Once I was cast in a school play, and I had to do this huge monologue. My parents didn't even bother to come because Jen had a spelling competition the same day. I was so nervous I could barely speak, but then Madison showed up to cheer me on. I shook off my nerves and gave the best performance ever. I told my parents all about it, but they didn't care. The next day, they dragged me to another one of Jen's boring competitions. Madison brought a bag of ants, and we let them loose on stage. Jen and all the other kids freaked out and ran around screaming. It was hilarious. Then one day, things took a turn. For my 15th birthday, me and my family went on vacation, but when we got back home, I realized that Madison was gone. I searched for her everywhere. The treehouse, at school, and all over the house. She didn't show up.
Madison, where are you?
What the heck are you screaming about? I can't even hear myself think. I can't find Madison.
What are you, 4?
Why do you keep acting like Madison is real? She's real to me. Look, I'm really busy, but do you want to talk? I know you're lonely and have
trouble making friends, but this isn't healthy. I'm totally fine. Just leave me alone and go back to your books. If it wasn't bad enough that Madison had just left me, Jen soon got moved up to my class because she was so smart, and all the other kids instantly loved her. Is it true? You can spell every word in the dictionary? Yeah, almost. I am an international spelling champion. Ugh, please. What was so impressive about spelling anyway? When was being able to spell the word crustaceology useful? Then one morning, the most popular girl in our class, Emily, handed out invitations to her birthday party. Hey, you forgot to give me my invitation. Sorry. No freaks allowed. Then she whispered to Jen just loud enough for me to hear. I can't believe you're related to her. I hope you can come. It's gonna be the best party ever. I don't think I have any contests that weekend, so I should be able to make it. I watched as all the other kids waved their invites around. After school, I walked home and stopped at the candy store to cheer myself up. Just then, I caught this boy staring at me. Then he started following me around the store. I led him down an aisle, hid behind a display case, and when he wasn't looking, I tackled him and put him in a headlock.
Ouch, that hurts.
What's your problem? Why are you following me? He reached behind me and pulled off a huge piece of paper that was taped to my back with the word loser written in bold black letters. I was so embarrassed. Then all of a sudden, I started to cry like a big baby.
What's wrong?
My life stinks. My best friend abandoned me. My family doesn't like me. And all the kids at school think I'm a freak and a loser.
You're not a loser.
You don't even know me.
I just have a feeling you're pretty cool and someone I'd like to know better.
His name was Hunter, and he was really cute, and we had a ton of things in common. We loved the same books and movies, and he made me laugh a lot. We quickly became friends, and having him around made me feel a lot less lonely. The more time I spent with Hunter, the more I started to like him. He never once compared me to Jen, and he always listened to me, even when I went on a full-on rant about how my parents gave Jen a brand new laptop on my birthday, and I just got some cheap shoes. Then one day, my parents called me into the kitchen for a family meeting. Guess what, Lola? I got into St. Florence's Academy. Isn't that incredible?
Jen, we're so proud of you. We can't wait to start our new life in Chicago.
Chicago? What? No way! I'm not moving there. I'm not leaving Hunter.
Lola, don't be selfish.
You'll find plenty of new friends in Chicago. I don't need to make new friends. I already have a friend here. I'm not moving. I stormed off to my room. 10 minutes later, Jen showed up at my door. Can we talk? Why? Have you found more ways to ruin my life? That's not fair. You want to talk about fair? Ever since you were born, you've taken everything away from me. My parents, my toys, my room, and now my only real friend. I know I wasn't very nice to you when we were kids, but I've tried reaching out to you after that to talk or help you out with your issues, but you just shut me out. Issues? My only issue is you. I'm sorry you feel that way. Yeah, right. Emily's throwing me a going away party tomorrow night. Come if you want, or just sit in your room being bitter. It's up to you. Jen put the invitation on my bed and left. I was pissed at her, but I'd never been invited to a party before. My heart ached at the thought of leaving Hunter behind and never seeing him again. Hunter was more than my best friend. I felt I was in love with him. I invited Hunter to the party, and he agreed to go. The party was at Emily's mansion, and it was so much fun. The food was great, the music was spectacular, and the best thing of all was that Hunter was there with me. Then a slow song played. It was the perfect moment to tell Hunter how I felt. You want to dance?
Sure.
Dancing with Hunter was so romantic. He held me tight, and his cologne smelled so good. I looked up into his eyes. I like you.
I like you too.
You want to kiss me?
I really do.
We had the most magical kiss, but then something strange happened. I opened my eyes to find everyone staring and laughing and pointing at me, and Hunter was gone. Hunter? Lola, what's wrong? Where's Hunter? He was right there. I started to panic. Where could he have gone?
Hey, look at the freak making out with her invisible boyfriend.
Emily pointed at a huge screen on the wall. A video of me dancing alone and kissing the air played on a loop. I wished I could curl up into a tiny little ball and roll away. I ran out of there in tears and went straight to my treehouse. Minutes later, I heard a knock, and Jen walked in. Lola, please talk to me. Tell me what's going on with you. I thought Hunter was a real boy I was in love with. How stupid is that? I'm a freak and a loser like everyone says. No, you're not. You just found a way to cope with your loneliness. That's nothing to be ashamed of. Now you know the truth and you can move forward. Move forward to what? No one cares about me. I do. From now on, I'll be here for whenever you need me, I swear. And we're gonna teach Emily a lesson. Jen and I went to my dad's butcher shop and grabbed a bunch of raw meat. Then we went back to Emily's Emily's house. Hey, Jen. Hey, crazy. You still looking for the invisible boy? No, we just wanted to give you a gift. A gift? For me? What is it? Then Jen and I dumped the raw meat on Emily's head. She screamed like a banshee as Jen and I went away laughing. The next day, as the last of the moving trucks were being loaded, I made one last visit to the treehouse, and suddenly both Madison and Hunter appeared. How come you're both here now? Will you stay for long this time?
We just came to say goodbye. We don't think you need us anymore.
You have a chance to start over. Let other people get to know you. They don't know what they're missing. You're a super cool friend. Thanks, you guys. You were there when I needed you the most.
Goodbye, Lola, and good luck.
It was sad to watch them leave for good, but it felt like it was time. We moved to Chicago, and Jen was true to her word. We started spending more time together, and I realized Jen didn't have the perfect life after all. I'm so tired of spelling bees. I only do the competition to make extra money for mom and dad. I just want to be a normal teenager for once and live my life without so much pressure. You should tell them how you feel. I've got your back. I stood by Jen when she told her parents she wanted to stop doing spelling bees. After that, Jen and I grew even closer. I finally had a real best friend, and she just happened to be my genius little sister.
Hi, I'm Alina from Hawaii. Please like and subscribe. Mom, right on the ocean shore, but Dad left before I was born. According to Mom, that's because she was under a love spell that ran in our family. She could only fall in love with people who didn't love her back. And apparently, I was under the same spell too. Mom told me the only way I could avoid the curse was by staying away from all boys. So whenever we left the house, I'd march around with a toy water gun and sprayed it at any guy that came my way.
Girls rule. Boys are dumb. Any boy who comes close is gonna get sprayed.
I also went to an all-girls school and even wore a custom I Hate Boys t-shirt. Then one day, everything changed. I was swimming in the ocean when the cutest guy ever glided over to me and stared into my eyes. Oh, crud. I swam away as fast as I could and tumbled on the shore, my face full of sand. Stay strong, Alina. Mom prepared you for this.
Has anyone told you you swim like a fish with cramps?
I did not.
Also, any guy that tries to talk to me gets a face full of sand.
How about you help me eat some pineapple cake instead? If you don't like it, you can go back to being mad.
Pineapple cake was my weakness, so I agreed to sit with the guy for a picnic. I found out his name was Sage, and we got to know each other a bit. I told him all about my crazy life, my family's love curse, and how I wasn't supposed to talk to boys.
A love curse? Your mom sounds like a nutcase.
My mom isn't a nutcase. I don't know, she says it's been in my family for generations. I felt guilty for betraying Mom, but I was having fun with Sage, and he didn't seem like a bad guy. So after that day, we secretly became friends. We either met at the beach or we'd go over to each other's houses when no one was home. Then 1 year later, Sage and I were sitting on my roof talking when I heard Mom get home. But when I went down to see her, I suddenly heard Sage yell,
I could use a hand here. Who are you?
Sage, you idiot. So you know this boy? Before I could answer, Sage fell from our roof and landed in our hammock.
Oof, lucky fall. Yeah, Alina and I are friends, but we never told you about it because of your wacko family curse. No offense, ma'am.
Please stop talking. Mom, it's not like that. Sage is a really cool guy. But Mom's face was red with anger, and she sent Sage home immediately. I was sure the whole thing would blow over, but a couple of days later, I saw that Sage had changed his number and deleted all of his social media accounts. And when I went to his house, I saw his family had moved out. Tears stung my eyes. I just knew Mom had sent him away. And when I confronted her, she got mad. I did no such thing. But you shouldn't even be thinking about that boy. You disobeyed me and betrayed my trust. You sent my best friend away because you're a lunatic who believes in some family legend. Sage was right. You are nuts, and I'm not following your rules anymore. And I stuck to my word. I forced Mom to send me to a co-ed school, and our relationship went downhill from there. I did everything I could to go against Mom's rules. I dated every boy I could get and made sure to rub it in Mom's face. Oh, Tommy, your lips are so soft. Grab a net and catch me. I must be dreaming. I knew I was making her crazy, but I just couldn't forgive her for sending Sage away. One night, I was at a high school party with my newest boyfriend, Connor, and we were dancing the night away. Then suddenly, a girl pointed to the door.
Oh my God, it's the new guy from school. Who invited him? He's a criminal.
At that second, I saw someone smoking a frickin' cigarette, and my heart dropped when I realized it was Sage. I hadn't seen him in over a year. What had happened to him?
Oh, whoa, babe. Are you okay? Do you know that guy?
Sage walked over to me and, to my horror, handed me his cigarette.
Good to see you again, stranger. If you could throw this away for me, I'd really appreciate it.
Ew, I don't want that. Sage, what is going on? This isn't who you are.
You don't know who I am anymore, Alina. Good luck dating this weirdo, bro. Did you know she's under some love spell?
Sage walked away and I was totally speechless. What a jerk. Later that night, I got more scoop on him from some kids. Sage went to juvie once because he smashed a lady's car with a bat. And one time, Sage stole a little girl's kitten and ran away with it. There had to be some kind of mistake. That entire week, Sage ignored me at school, even though he stared at me 24/7, especially when I was with my boyfriend. One time, Connor bought me a hazelnut latte, and I was about to kiss him on the cheek to thank him. But then stupid Sage walked by, and I was so distracted, I ended up spilling coffee all over myself. Good God, he was freaking everywhere, like a really handsome mafia guy from a horror movie. One afternoon, I was studying in the library when I saw Sage reading a book there, and suddenly he smiled at me mischievously.
So, you really are dating boys now. I'm sorry I said that mean stuff about you the other day. I was feeling protective of you and wanted to scare Connor away.
Oh, are you also sorry for ghosting me for a year?
Look, my life is more complicated now than it used to be, but things at school are normal. So maybe we can try to be friends again? What do you say?
Sage squeezed my hand and I felt butterflies. Then suddenly, a hand pulled us apart and it was Connor's. He insisted on sitting with us since he didn't trust me sitting with a so-called criminal. But Sage just left soon after Connor came, which made my heart sink. Later, Connor ended up walking me out and pulled me close under some lovely trees.
I know you and that Sage guy used to be close, but it's obvious he's changed. The good thing is, I have you all to myself now. No guy will come in between us.
Connor kissed me, and that's when I realized I didn't feel any sparks or anything between us then. What was wrong with me? I am so confused right now. You're perfect. I'm awkward, and I don't think I can date you. Something's stopping me, but I have no idea what it is yet. Ugh, pull it together, Alina. I gotta go. I ran off feeling really guilty about dumping Connor. He was as sweet and perfect as a guy could be. He was furious with me that whole week and started telling everyone what a witch I was. I guess I really hurt him. One afternoon, I walked to the bleachers for some peace and quiet when I saw Sage sitting there alone. Oh, great. You're here. Don't worry. I'm leaving.
Alina, can you keep a secret? There's something I've been wanting to tell you since I came here.
Sage, you can tell me anything.
Okay then. I'm not a criminal. All those stories about me are lies. The real criminal is my dad. He got me involved one time in a robbery, and I got caught. That's why I had to leave town, change my number, and delete my accounts and stuff. I'm so sorry I didn't tell you. The whole town is now filled with lies about me.
So, you stealing the kitten was a lie?
Of course. I helped a kitten down from a frickin' tree. But it was hard having everyone hate me. I got depressed and started doing dumb things like smoke. Don't worry, I'm gonna quit.
It felt so good to have my friend back, except for some reason, he didn't feel like just a friend anymore. Without thinking, I pulled Sage close and kissed him. Oh man, I think I like you.
And I know I like you.
And from that day on, Sage and I were an item. He was still the dork I knew from before, but he was all grown up. And God, I was falling harder for him by the day. But there was one person who was really upset about it. Mom. And one night when I was in 12th grade, she totally lost it. Do you not remember how Sage shut you out for a year and broke your heart? You're going down a dark, dark path. And you're still seriously crazy.
I've been dating for a while now and nothing bad has happened because I know how to take care of myself. I don't blame stuff on magic spell nonsense.
This is different. You love Sage, and I can't have you getting hurt. So if you decide to stay with this person after high school, I'm out of the picture. I won't come to your wedding. I won't support it. It's just too much for me.
I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Mom and I had never had a good relationship, but now I just had it with her. So after I graduated, I moved in with Sage and we were happy together, even though I still wasn't speaking to Mom. Then one day, I was at the mall when I saw a gorgeous aquamarine engagement ring. I felt butterflies and pictured Sage proposing to me with it. I snapped a picture of it and sent it to him. I sure hoped he could take a hint. But when I arrived home, Sage was sitting on the couch with all the lights off. Hey, babe, what's going on?
My dad got arrested again. For 2 months.
I'm so sorry to hear that, Sage. But I have something that may cheer you up. It's about a text I sent you. About an engagement ring. Ahem, ahem.
Alina, we can't get engaged. What if I end up just like my dad? I can't do this to you. I love you too much. I'm gonna stay at my cousin's place for a while to think things over. I'm sorry.
Before I could blink an eye, Sage left, and I was shaking with shock. Did he just break up with me? That's when I burst into tears and drove over to Mom's house. For the first time in years, she held me and tried to calm me down. I'm so sorry about everything. You were right. The curse is real, and I'm such an idiot for not believing you. I wish Sage and I had never even met.
Oh, darling, don't say that. Listen, I'm very happy you came by. I want to apologize for everything. While you were away, I started dating someone who treated me like royalty, and I realized something. The curse was never real. It was all in our heads.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. But Sage left, Mom, just like Dad left you.
That's just how love is, honey. It's hard, but it can also be the most wonderful thing in the world.
I stayed with Mom for a few months after that to think things through. Sage flooded my phone with apology texts and calls, but I needed space from him. Then one day, I went to the doctor and she told me some news. I was pregnant, except there was one problem. I didn't trust my boyfriend one bit to raise a kid with me.
How many times do I have to tell you I'm sorry and that I won't leave you again? I was just upset about my dad and I got scared for a second.
Well, how do I know you're not going to get scared for a second time and leave again? I don't need you to help me raise this baby, so just leave, okay? But the truth was, I missed Sage more than anything. And 9 months later in the delivery room, I was still missing him. Then suddenly, Mom walked in with the nurses who were carrying my beautiful baby Michaela. And behind them was Sage. Oh my God, what are you doing here? I thought I told you to stay away.
Alina, listen to me. My dad's out of the picture. I reported him and got him arrested after he confessed to more crimes. I don't want someone dangerous like that in my life anymore. I love you, and I want to raise our daughter together. I won't let anything or anyone get in the way of that.
So, is that your way of saying you want to meet Michaela?
Let me see that gorgeous face.
Don't let your broken heart stay broken forever, because life is all about loving and letting yourself be loved.
My heart was beating like a drum as I heard the sirens wailing. I felt the cold metal of the handcuffs on my wrists and was horrified as I was being taken away in my dad's police car. This was so not what I had imagined for my life. You must be wondering how I ended up here. Well, let me tell you my story right from the start. Hi, I'm Selma, and thanks to MSA, I get to share my story with you all. So don't forget to like and subscribe. Growing up, it was just my dad and me. He worked as a private investigator and was always busy solving cases.
And the fibers on his hairbrush match those left at the scene of the crime. We've got our man.
Wow, Even though Dad was at the top of his game, he didn't make much money, but I was content with the few luxuries I had. I never asked for much, unlike other kids who wanted the latest gadgets or clothes. I was totally happy to make some sacrifices if it meant my dad got to do what he loves. He always encouraged me to follow my heart just like he did and find what I love. So as a kid, I had some unusual aspirations. I wanted to be a movie star, unicorn rider, and a ballerina all at the same time. But as I got older, I dreamt of being part of the movie magic. And because I wasn't the best actor, I decided to learn how films were made. Sometimes I would even try and look at Dad's case files to get inspiration to come up with a good movie idea. Dad had no idea. Shh. Some of my friends and I would often pretend we were making our own movies.
And action.
Yeah, friends, because unfortunately for me, we moved often. Every time Dad got an urgent call, we had to start over. What is it this time? A burglary? Don't tell me. Shoplifting?
You know I can't tell you anything until the case is solved. It's for your own safety.
This went on for a while until one day, Dad announced we were moving to Los Angeles and we would be staying there longer. Nah, I don't believe you. I'm not unpacking my stuff till I'm sure.
Pinky promise.
Okay, anything for you, but I have to navigate through a new school, again.
I'm sure it'll be fun here. After all, it's Hollywood.
He was right. This put me one step closer to becoming a filmmaker. At my new school, I was nervous to redo the whole making new friends thing. For luck, I wore my favorite t-shirt to help give me confidence. I assumed, since it was LA, most kids at school would have a passion for movies. But I was in for a surprise when I was told there was no movie club at school. So I got permission from the principal and created one. After school tomorrow? Sick! This is gonna be so fun. I was so excited for the first meeting and stayed up all night prepping. Well, I shouldn't have gotten my hopes up. Wanna know why? 'Cause nobody showed up. I was just about to give up when a boy who looked like he was in a boy band entered.
Is this the movie club? I guess I'm the star of the show today.
Yeah, yes, please, come right in.
Wanna know why the Scarecrow got an Oscar?
Excuse me? What?
Because he was outstanding in his field. Duh.
Why did I laugh? That was silly.
Don't worry. People here don't know how awesome movie clubs are. And Lord of the Rings, that's one of my all-time faves.
No way, mine too. The guy was pretty fun, and we bonded over our shared love of movies. Peter told me that his dream was to become an actor, so we met up every day after school, except when he had swim team practice on the weekends. One time, he took me to his place, and I was shocked. He lived in the most modern house with the most amazing art pieces, and a wardrobe filled with costumes. Wow, this is all yours?
Yeah, my parents are costume designers on movie sets, so they bring home all the best pieces. Plus, I love cosplay.
Peter suggested we try on costumes, and I had so much fun.
Whoa, you're the most beautiful elf.
And you're a handsome one. It was the first time I found someone who liked the same things as me, and the more time I spent with him, the more I liked him. I even developed a tiny crush on him. When it was my birthday, Peter promised to go to the movies with me, and obviously I was very excited, but he never showed up. I was a little angry and asked him about it the next day.
My grandma was really sick and I was taking care of her all night. I didn't realize my phone was dead until later that night. I was so busy, I couldn't even inform you. I am so sorry.
No, Peter, it's fine.
No, it's not. I stood up a pretty girl. I promised to make it up to you.
Ugh, that made my silly heart melt. But later that day, something totally bizarre happened. I overheard Peter telling his friends that he was with me the previous day.
Hey. Oh, Selma, it's just I don't tell people about my grandma and how sick she is. I don't want pity. You're special. That's why I told you the truth.
Okay, but you have to be honest with me. Promise?
Promise.
To make it up to me, Peter took me shopping at one of the most expensive stores in town. As we entered, I ran into Stacy, our schoolmate, who worked as a salesgirl there. Turns out, Peter and Stacy were good friends. Stacy showed us around, and that's when I saw the most beautiful thing in the world, a diamond bracelet. It wasn't like I could afford it, but they couldn't charge me for admiring it. It was really fun, but as we left, all of a sudden, the alarms blared and security stopped us. What's happening? We didn't take anything.
Oh, no. It's his jacket. I forgot to take it off. Hey, Stacy. Here you go. I'm sorry.
Don't worry. Happens sometimes. Peter acted like it was nothing, but I could still feel my heart hammering in my chest. How are you so calm? That was so scary. What if we had gotten into trouble?
Come on. It was a mistake. No big deal. And if we're ever in trouble, remember, I'll protect you.
Oh my God. This was clearly one of the best days of my life.
Oh, by the way, look in your bag.
No way. You did not. When did you get it? I can't take it, Peter. It's really expensive.
Shh, this is your birthday gift. I hope you like it.
I love it. Peter, it's beautiful. Thank you.
What's going on here? Who's this?
Oh, Dad, this is Peter, my, boyfriend. It's good to meet you, sir. I was just, leaving. Is it all right if I ask some standard questions? Sure, but I know I have the constitutional right to remain silent. Just kidding. I quickly dragged Dad back in before I could start interrogating on poor Peter. How'd you meet him? Tell me everything about him, or else I'll have to look into him my way. And, was he gonna kiss you? Yuck.
Oh, Dad, this is embarrassing. I met him at school, and he's the sweetest and so talented, and we have many things in common.
You looked very scared to me. Does he know me? What is this? Looks expensive.
Peter got it for me. And before you doubt how a high schooler can afford this, you should know his family is quite rich. So don't go digging around for information about him. I like him, okay? In the following days, Dad was busy with work, and I spent all my time with Peter. But on one date night, he was so distracted because his phone kept ringing constantly. And I'm not proud of what I did next. I found more than 10 missed calls from Stacy. Why was she calling? I was dying to ask him, but I couldn't speak after I saw the bill.
Don't worry about it. Dinner's on me.
Peter, maybe next time we do small little things that don't require you spending so much money. I feel guilty.
I don't mind.
When we got to my place, Dad rushed out.
Selma, sorry, urgent work call. I gotta go, sweetie. Nice ride, Peter.
I knew that look. That was his detective face. But thank God, whatever that urgent work call was about kept him pretty busy. Unfortunately, once he returned, he had tons and tons of questions about Peter. So many that I finally snapped. Can you just stop it? I'm finally settling in. Finally, I have someone who loves the same things as I do. I'm feeling accepted, and you start with your detective work. Just let me and Peter be. Dad, I really like him.
Selma, I was just trying to look out.
Don't look out for me. Dad, I need to experience the world myself. I won't be your little girl forever.
You're right. I'm sorry, honey.
Over the weekend, I was home alone and bored, so I decided to surprise Peter at his swim practice, but I couldn't find him anywhere. When I asked around, I got the most shocking news.
There's no Peter on this team.
There must be some mistake. Check again.
I'm pretty sure.
What the heck? Peter was lying to me about it for months, even after he promised he wouldn't lie again? But why? I had to find out. Hey, do you want to go to the carnival now?
Selma, on weekends I have swim practice, remember? I'll see you on Monday. Gotta go.
Liar. I had so many thoughts and questions, and in the back of my mind, I knew it had something to do with Stacy. Ugh, I was so angry that I ignored all of Peter's calls and texts for the entire weekend. But at school, he stopped me and literally begged me to meet him at a cafe nearby after class. Okay, before I continue my story, I gotta say something. You know it takes only 10 seconds to tie your shoelaces, and it takes 9 seconds to fall in love with someone. But do you know how many seconds it takes to make a stupid decision? 1 second. Agreeing to meet Peter at the cafe was the stupid decision that changed my life. When I got to the cafe, I spotted him with Stacy and instantly saw red. She's why you lied about swim practice?
Selma, what do you mean?
Cut it out, Peter. I know you've been seeing Stacy behind my back. Hey, first of all, ew, I would never date this loser. He's like a brother to me. What?
Look, Selma, I'm sorry I lied, actually, on weekends, I do community service. I got a couple of speeding tickets. I'm not proud of it. And your dad's this grumpy cop. I was afraid that if I told you, you'd hate me. Please, forgive me.
I was skeptical, but when he showed me those puppy dog eyes, I forgave him. Fine, but this is your last chance. So why did you ask me to come here? Why is she here? Actually, I need Peter's help to get things from my boyfriend's place when the creep's not around. I wanted backup, so you can help too. You know, it'll be quicker. It's fine, I can help. And if your ex creates any trouble, I can ask my dad to help. He's a detective. That weekend, I met up with Stacy and Peter, and we went over to one of the biggest houses I'd ever seen, 2 times bigger than Peter's. I assumed Stacy knew the passcode for the house, but after a couple of tries, she broke in instead, and quite easily. I can't believe he changed it again. Okay, we have very little time before he gets back, so sweep the place, and if you find anything that doesn't look like it belongs to a man, grab it. I looked around and picked up all of our clothes and put it in the bag Peter gave me, and once I was done, I found Stacy and Peter grabbing all of the expensive art pieces. Is all of that really yours? Why are you taking it? It's mine. Trust me. Pick up those decoration pieces, Selma. Come on, chop chop. I could tell something was definitely fishy, so while Peter and Stacy weren't looking, I dialed 911. Peter, this isn't right. I think I know you guys are stealing. Bingo. Took you long enough, but hey, you're robbing the house too, just like us.
How do you think I got you that? Yup, stolen. And you're wearing it. Now you're a part of the gang. Surprise!
I felt my head spinning. I couldn't believe Peter would do this. I knew I had to come up with some way to get out of there.
Dad, I am so sorry.
As if Dad heard me, suddenly he barged in through the door with other cops behind him, like a hero. My hero. Apparently, he had a location tracker installed on my phone and knew where I was. I know, invasion of privacy, but thank God.
I'm so glad you're safe. Oh, we've been looking for this one for weeks. Finally, you're busted.
Your own daughter is with us. If we go down, she goes down too.
And that's how I ended up in the back seat of my dad's car with my hands cuffed. But to Peter and Stacy's utter dismay, the moment I reached the station, I was set free because since I had dialed 911, the operator had heard everything Stacy had said.
Still, how will you prove that we were part of the other robberies? It's not like anyone can recognize us.
Wait a minute. Dad, were there any eyewitnesses to the burglaries?
The witnesses said the culprits wore a disguise.
Oh my God, I think I know where they're hiding the disguises. I told Dad about Peter's closet full of wigs and costumes, and even showed him the video footage of Peter's house and the vlog of him trying on the costumes.
Look, Selma, please. Without these recordings, the cops got nothing on us. I'm sorry I lied to you so much, but I had no choice. At first, Stacy wanted me to get to know you, but then I started liking you so much. That's why I stole the bracelet. For you. Just for you. You know how much I like you. I even told my grandma about you.
Huh? What grandma? Oh, please, lock him up, Dad. Peter and Stacy got what they deserved. Jail time.
And I couldn't have done it without my daughter.
Just a few months after my unbelievable experience, I made my very own movie, Dating a Criminal, all about my time with Peter. I even used the real footage, and that movie helped me get a full scholarship to my dream film school. Sometimes life throws us curveballs, and I was able to turn that into a life-changing opportunity. It's like a movie, only better.
Hi, I'm Blair, and I'm about to tell you a crazy story. Before we continue, please like and subscribe to MSA. Growing up, my parents fought constantly over money. Dad was a struggling sculptor, and Mom, who was a waitress, cursed the day she met him because we constantly had money problems. She always said dropping out of school was her biggest mistake, so she made sure I studied hard. That's how I earned a full scholarship to one of the city's top schools. But my true passion was painting. I fell in love with it at 5, taught myself through YouTube, and by 13, I was winning major school competitions. Dad was proud, but Mom didn't like it one bit.
Art's a hobby, Blair. You can't make a career out of it. Definitely not a successful one.
It was my dream to become a world-famous artist. Well, mine and my best friend Ashley's. She was an artist just like me, and we'd been best friends since middle school. Ashley was rich, so she got to go to amazing art classes and shared everything she'd learned with me. And whenever my parents argued, I'd sneak over to her mansion. Life was just better with Ashley around, except for her annoying twin brother Dexter. He mocked our art, hid our supplies, and chased us with his paintball gun. Whenever we complained to Ashley's parents, Dexter would just put on his innocent face and get away with it. Even at school, everyone adored him for his sense of humor. Ashley absolutely hated him, and I could see why. Like on their 15th birthday, Ashley spent hours getting ready, and she looked beautiful. But the moment Dexter walked in, everyone gathered around him, completely ignoring Ashley.
Look at him, smiling like he owns the world. I will never understand what people see in him.
Probably his athletic body. I mean, if you look at it from an artistic point of view, Dexter's pretty much perfect for a portrait.
What?
I mean, so what if he's good looking? You've got a great personality.
That's what you tell ugly people, Blair.
You're also so much more creative and way smarter. People would notice that someday.
Notice what someday?
That you're a total jerk.
Aw, are you jealous because no one's paying you attention?
Go away, Dex. It's her birthday too. Don't make things worse.
Fine, I'm sorry. Here, I got you a flower, little sis. Happy birthday.
But as soon as Ashley took it, the flower squirted water all over her face, ruining her makeup, and Dexter ran away laughing. As we grew older, Dexter just got more annoying. At 17, he joined the football team, became the most popular guy in school, and a serial heartbreaker. Every day, some girl would be crying over him, and it was nauseating. As for me, my parents were fighting a lot more lately, and one day, Dad just packed his stuff and left. Shortly after, he filed for divorce, and Mom went bonkers. She refused to shower or step out of the house, and a week later, she came home and told me she'd quit her job. Between rent and expenses, we soon ran out of our savings and didn't even have enough money for food.
Do you have cash?
Sure. Let me just grab some from the secret trust fund your dad left me. No, I don't have cash, you moron. Just run the card again.
I've already tried 3 times. It's not working. Pay or leave.
Mom just started yelling at the cashier like a madwoman. He called security, but as they approached, Mom grabbed a bunch of stuff and bolted in the other direction. She went round and round in circles before the security guys finally caught her and dragged her out. Since Mom was acting all kinds of crazy, I took up a part-time job at a cafe to help out. But between work and school, my life was miserable, and Ashley wasn't helping.
What do you mean you're not coming for the concert? We booked this months ago.
Things were different back then. Now I have to work.
Ask someone to cover your shift.
We're short-staffed, and I need the money.
But Hank's gonna be there, and I need your help talking to him. You're not getting out of this.
Ashley kept pushing me, but I kept refusing, and eventually she gave up. The next morning, she told me Hank had asked her out, and I was happy for her. College applications were looming, and I desperately wanted to get into NYU's art program, where Ashley was applying to. It was expensive, and I needed a strong portfolio for a scholarship. I couldn't risk my mom finding out, so I stayed late after my shifts at the cafe to work on my portfolio. One day, while I was heading back home, it started raining heavily. It was already late, so I couldn't get the bus, and was waiting for a cab when someone walked up to me with an umbrella. Dexter, what are you doing here?
I was just across the road running some errands, and by errands, I mean date that didn't go too well. Anyway, I saw and I thought I'd help.
Dexter led me to his car, and on our way, we got talking. He asked me how I was doing, and I don't know why I ended up telling him everything about Mom and how things were really tough at home.
Ashley told me about your parents' divorce, but I didn't know things were so bad. If you need anyone to talk to, I'm here.
Something about the way he said it made my heart melt. And after that day, Dexter and I got closer. He would wait for me at the cafe and then walk me home. We'd debate over classic movies, argue over music, and bond over our favorite MSA videos. The more time we spent together, the more I saw a different side of Dexter. One that was kind, funny, and surprisingly thoughtful. And before long, I started having feelings for him.
You know, I've always had a bit of a crush on you.
Really? Why?
You're kind, beautiful, smart, creative, and you're probably the toughest person I know.
Wow, thanks. I always thought you're kind of annoying.
Gee, thanks. What a compliment.
Let me finish. But now I think you're the only person who gets me. You've shown me what it's like to really connect with someone, Dex. I guess what I'm saying is...
That you like me? I like you too.
And then Dexter kissed me, and it was perfect. I wasn't sure how Ashley would take it, but before we can even gather the courage to tell her, we found her crying in the school garden the next day.
Hank dumped me. He says my nostrils are too big and that my face reminds him of his dead cat. What kind of reason is that?
The kind that's a lie. Hank's a total player. Why would you ever fall for him, you dumb... Ow! I mean, I'm sorry you're hurting, but don't weep over that idiot. You're stronger than that. Be a man, woman, girl, be a girl.
Did you hit your head or something? Why are you even talking to me? Blair, I need a hug.
The next few days were a mess. Ashley was hung up on Hank and dragged me along for endless shopping sprees and salon visits to distract herself, and I didn't think it was a good time to tell her about me and Dex, who I wasn't even getting to spend any time with. She was also home all the time, so Dexter started sneaking into my room late at night.
This is not fair. You're totally ignoring me.
I know, but she's miserable, and she needs me.
Hey, Han, remember when you needed her, but she was too busy falling in love? Anyway, my football team's having a party tomorrow night, and I'd love for you to come. It's low-key, just close friends.
How close are we talking?
Close enough to do this.
Dexter leaned in to kiss me, but before he could, someone knocked on my door. Ashley! He hid under the bed as I opened the door.
Who are you talking to?
No one. I was just humming to myself. La la la. See? You tell me, what's up? No time long see.
You're being weird. Anywho, I need your help. I've heard the football team is having a party tomorrow and Hank's gonna be there. I need him to know that I've moved on and this party is perfect for that. I have the invites. You're coming with me. No excuses.
But I have to work on my portfolio.
I promise I'll help you after the party. Please say yes.
Ashley looked desperate that I couldn't refuse. Dexter was furious, though. He didn't answer my calls or reply to my texts. Even at the party, he ignored me. But I could see he kept looking my way. Ashley had hired some guy to be her fake boyfriend, so she left for the dance floor with him while I waited for Dexter. I was near the pool when I almost slipped, but someone held on to me.
Careful there, sweet cakes. You'll hurt yourself. Blair, right? I'm Hank.
I know.
Great. Then let's skip the introductions and dance.
I don't want to.
Come on.
She said no.
I turned around and saw Dexter looking furious.
And who are you? Her boyfriend?
Yes, now back off!
Or what? You'll hit me, pretty boy?
You bet I will.
Dexter punched Hank right in his face and he stumbled backward. Hank charged at Dexter and the two got into a fight. Everyone gathered around and I caught sight of Ashley's face in the crowd. She looked furious. I ran over to her, but I slipped and fell in the pool. I don't remember much after that, but when I opened my eyes, I was in a room with Dexter and Ashley staring at me. What happened?
You passed out. You don't know how to swim?
I didn't exactly grow up with a pool in my backyard, so no, I don't. You're bleeding.
That's no big deal.
Yeah, no big deal. Just like it's not a big deal to hide from your best friend that you're dating her idiot brother. How could you not tell me?
I don't know, okay? I freaked out. You've always hated Dexter, and then you'd just broken up with Hank, so I didn't want to rub my relationship in your face.
You don't have to treat me like I'm a child who doesn't have a handle on her emotions. Anyway, you've chosen Dexter. Although I can't understand why him out of all the boys on the planet. But you did, and you're my best friend. So I'll accept it on one condition. Never, never make out in front of me, or I'll projectile vomit all over you. Deal?
Deal. After that, things went smoothly. Dexter and I could now date openly, which made me really popular. One of his friends asked me to create a portrait for her dad. He loved it so much that he gave me a lot of commissioned work. Soon, I was making enough to quit my job at the cafe, and life became a lot easier. I even finished my art portfolio and was working on some last-minute changes one night when Mom barged in.
You're applying to an art college? Why didn't you tell me?
Who told you?
Doesn't matter. Have you forgotten how much we've struggled because of Dad? And who will even pay for this college? I don't have that kind of money.
I'll get a scholarship, Mom. I made a portfolio. Look.
No, art school is too expensive and not worth it. You'll join a community college and stay close to me. Now give me that.
Mom snatched the portfolio from me and left. I followed her, but she locked herself in her room. No matter how much I begged, she wouldn't open the door. Mom didn't get out of her room the whole day. And since submission was only 2 days away, I had no choice but to give up on my dream. I was talking to Ashley and Dexter about it when he came up with a brilliant idea.
Dad knows the dean personally. How about I talk to him and get you a personal interview? And we can ask my friend whose dad bought paintings from you to let us borrow those. It could be your portfolio.
That'll work.
It should. I'm not letting you give up on your dreams, Blair.
What about Mom?
She just has to make peace with it. I know you love her, but what she's asking of you is not fair. She's acting like the kid in this relationship.
The interview was scheduled for 2 days later, and I spent every second preparing. On the big day, I felt really confident. But as I was on my way, I got a call from the admissions office saying that my interview was canceled. Apparently, I had called and canceled my interview, claiming my mom was unwell, even sending medical reports as proof and withdrawing my application because I needed to take care of her. I tried telling them so many times that it wasn't me, but they just cut the call. I had no idea how Mom had found out about my interview, but I was furious that she'd done this. I went back home to confront her, but to my shock, I found her passed out on the floor. I called 911 and immediately rushed her to the hospital. On my way, I messaged Dad, and by the time we reached, he was already there. And what he told me next shocked me.
A month ago, your mom fainted at work and was diagnosed with a rare heart disease. She needs a transplant, but since she couldn't afford it, she turned to me for help.
But why didn't you tell me?
We're trying to arrange money, and we wanted to wait till then to tell you. She didn't want to worry you.
And here I thought she was lying when she submitted those documents.
What documents?
I explained about NYU and my interview with the dean.
I don't think your mom's behind this. She was skeptical, but after seeing your portfolio, she was impressed. She told me she was changing her mind about you pursuing an art degree.
I thought she threw my portfolio away.
No, sweetie. She was proud of you.
But Dad, if Mom didn't call them, then who did? Does anyone else know that she's sick?
Yeah, Ashley's dad knows. We needed money for tests, so I asked him for a loan and sent pictures of your mom's report to prove it. I told him to keep it a secret so you wouldn't find out.
I immediately understood who might have done this. But just to be sure, I called the admissions office and asked them for the number they received the call and reports from. And when I saw who it was, my mind exploded with anger. I took a cab, reached Ashley's place, and barged into her house. You called the admission office and told them that my mom was sick and I won't be attending the interview? Don't even try to lie to me. I have proof. My mom was sick, Ashley. You could have told me that at least. Instead, you used that against me.
Hold on, I think there's some confusion. Why would Ashley do that?
Ask her. her. And suddenly, Ashley's face twisted into rage.
Yes, ask me. Ask me why I'd go out of my way to make your life miserable, Blair. It's 'cause I hate you. There, I said it. I hate you. First, you were my best friend, and you chose to date the person I hate most, my doofus brother. It was bad enough my parents always chose him over me, but even you? Also, I couldn't stand how perfect your life was. You have a football jock boyfriend. Everybody loves your art. Everybody loves everything about you. Heck, even the boy I likes you more. I didn't want to go to college and be second to you again. So I told your mom about your art school plans, hoping she'd stop you. And when she failed, I used the pictures and did what I had to.
I can't believe I trusted you. I thought you were my best friend. How can you do this to me? You've shattered everything we had. I never want to see you again. We're done.
Don't think I'll cry over it. I'm going to NYU, Blair. I'll make new friends.
You disgust me.
Whatever.
I never saw Ashley's face again, and Dexter told me that his parents heard her entire confession and ended up grounding her big time. She didn't even get through NYU, but I did, thanks to Dexter's dad who got me a second interview. Mom stayed in the hospital for a few more weeks before coming home. A month later, we found a donor. It was tough to get the money for the surgery, but we managed, and Mom made a full recovery. Today is my first day in college, and I couldn't be happier.
Okay, listen. Onion, honey, or pineapple. Any of those can tenderize meat. Pick whichever one's available.
Okay, got it. Noted.
I didn't come to this school for academics. I came for the food.
The texture. Oh, the crunch. The glaze. The magic. Ah!
There she freaking goes again. Her freaking scream makes me want to freaking lose my freaking appetite. Freaking...
And that's exactly why you don't have friends. You treat food like it's your boyfriend.
So what? I've got you.
They're reopening the Culinary Society for freshmen, and they're choosing 10 new members. The announcement's tomorrow at the auditorium.
I'm joining that club.
You in a cooking club? Babe, you're way too lazy for that.
But I have a golden tongue. What was he doing here? Don't tell me. He also cooks? Broody boy has kitchen skills?
The world doesn't revolve around you and your stupid food cravings, you annoying brat.
We only passed because of you. We almost failed because of me.
You wasted all of this? For what? For your stupid little practice?
Goodbye, Wi-Fi. Goodbye, sanity.
Welcome to the life it endless you, where the story's changing and the lead is you. So carve your name in the wind, let the legacy breathe. There's a world in the pages that we're starting to weave. Not just a school, but the soul of the story. Turning our scars into stars and our grit into glow.
Salty. Sweet. Cheesy. Ooh, spicy. You're clearly riding a flavor high. Did you fall in love?
Hello, I'm so sorry I'm late. You won't believe the afternoon I've just had. Oh, lemonade, thanks. No ice? Not much lemon and sugar either, so just water then. It's okay, I'm not a fussy person. Anyway, yeah, my mother had one of her breakups, and she was crying, and I was trying to be a nice, supportive daughter. Mom, your stupid boyfriend stole my favorite jacket. I know it's him. He's always had his eye on it, and if I ever find him wearing it, I'll strangle him with it.
By the time I was done comforting her, I missed the bus. Then I dashed to the subway station and barely managed to squeeze into a jam-packed train. And then this couple started baby talking in my face. The guy was all like, "Aw, my baby broke a nail. I'm gonna kiss that boo-boo away." And the girl was like, "Oh, Schmoopy, I love you so much." Oh, God. How can anyone with an ounce of self-respect talk like that? Then they started kissing, literally in my ear. I mean, the girl was leaning against me for support, and I could see the guy had spinach stuck in his teeth. Ugh. I just couldn't take it anymore, okay? I shouted at them to get a room, and then everyone around me started booing me for harassing two people in love. Someone even threw a tomato at me. This is why I hate romantic love, and how ridiculous it makes people. Actually, wait, don't start thinking I'm some love-hating, bitter person just yet. Hi, I'm Fiona, and before I explain myself, please like and subscribe. I grew up with a single mom and my half-sister Mila, who's 5 years older than me. The two are like peas in a pod. Basically, both of them aren't acting their respective ages. And me? Well, the only thing I have in common with them is that we all like chocolate, which is nothing remarkable given that 86% of the world's population likes chocolate. No, I didn't check this on Google, but you get my point, right? Mom had Mila at 18, and then 5 years later, she had me with another loser, who I kind of feel lucky not knowing, because I've seen the guy's mom pics, and it's not pretty. Like once when I was 7, Mom brought home this guy who claimed to be, wait for it, a prince from a far-off land. Even then, I could tell he was just a con man with a fake accent. And look, he came bearing royal gifts. This belt for Mom because her back hurts a lot, a makeup set for Mila, who was 12 at the time, and a watch for me. Trust me, this is the original condition. So, which country are you from?
Pajamistan. My people wear pajamas day and night, and everyone's comfortable and happy.
And where is this place? Can you show me on this map?
See that tiny island next to Pakistan? That one.
You're pointing to Africa, dude. Pakistan's in Asia.
It recently shifted to Africa. Your map's old.
That doesn't make any sense.
Your mama doesn't make any sense.
He stayed for free with us for 3 weeks, then finally stole Mom's jewelry and vanished off the face of the earth, pretty much like the country he rules. And my sister, well, she has a serial dating problem. You know those girls who just can't be without a boyfriend ever? She's already in another relationship before she's fully out of the last one. Also, Mila has 2 types. One is the macho criminal type, like if she ever wants a reunion party for her exes, she'd have to arrange it in prison. This last guy she was dating had tattoos all over and gold chains around his neck. And surprise, surprise, he turned out to be some low-level drug dealer. Talk about a walking cliche. The second type is pathetic losers. Boys with terrible self-esteem who keep telling Mila that she's way out of their league. Now, these guys are slightly better than the macho jerks, but I don't respect them either. For example, see this guy? Let's call him Peter. What is this loser even wearing? The first time I met Peter, I walked into Mila's room thinking some homeless dude had broken in, and I hit him with my shoe. Which brings me to a question for all you guys out there. What happened to basic grooming and occasionally washing your face? Is that a very tall order? If you're watching, please comment below and explain this to me, okay? Because when I see old Hollywood movies with their impeccably dressed heroes, I just swoon. When and why did guys decide it was cool to look like you just got out of bed and wear low-rise pajama pants that introduced me to your butt crack on the first date? I haven't even fully observed your eye color yet, and I had to see that? No. I did not want this level of intimacy. Sorry, I got off track. So yeah, Mom and Mila's collective dating record plays out like the soap operas they love. Never-ending and full of dumb characters and unnecessary drama. And I swore I'd never be like them. I'd pick the right guy. Because it's not that I hate romance. Like, come on, who doesn't want someone like Mr. Darcy from Pride and Prejudice? There's a reason why 91.5% of the female population adores Mr. Darcy. No, I didn't Google that either. I just make this stuff up. Get with the program. Of course, I want some handsome, sophisticated guy to see me across a room and be captivated by my intelligent eyes. Then we exchange witty banter and stinging insults, and he falls hopelessly in love with me. And I find out that, despite his flaws, he is in fact my perfect match. But in reality, I just can't seem to get past the flaws. I swear I try, but it's not been looking good since the 6th grade. See this love letter a boy gave me me back then? I'm writing with the red crayon to show my love is like a lion. I'm writing with the brown to show you I'm down. Circle, I love, hate you, mark. He wrote this in 6th grade. What was I supposed to be impressed by? The obviously low IQ? Looking into my recent dating history, let's start with Mr. Buttcrack. He works at the local movie theater, and he looks all right in his uniform. He cracked a funny movie line, I laughed, and we exchanged numbers. Such a mistake.
Sup, girl?
Sup, girl? No, hello, nice to see you. I'll pull out your chair. Nah. Why even bother using proper words, girl? He chewed like a cow, told me he had no plans to go to college because he already had a job, and said he was going to live rent-free with his parents forever.
Sounds sweet, right? Oh, you see that dork with the broken glasses? I gave him a wedgie yesterday.
I couldn't wait for this date to end. I leaned in for a quick goodbye hug just to be polite, but he kissed me instead, and it felt like kissing the bark of a tree. Dude, ever heard of a thing called lip balm? Then there's Mr. Pretentious Windbag. A friend set me up with him, saying he was just my type. Yeah, we're not friends anymore.
The foie gras is spectacular, almost as good as the one I have in France. Have you tried the caviar yet? Please have some. It's not every day you get to taste such exquisiteness. And oh, this rabbit, what's that smoky flavor? I'm getting hints of oak and maple.
Nobody cares, dude. Just shut up and let me eat. I tried ending this evening with a hug too, but he leaned in for a kiss and just pause for a sec. See how moist his lips are? Like they're too moist. What does he use on them? French butter? Ugh. Okay, you can continue now. There's no getting out of this kiss for me. Ugh. Then there was Mr. Sweet Tooth. He kept calling me things like cupcake, muffin, sugar cookie, cream puff. What am I, a girl or a bakery item? Then the ugly crier. He actually seemed fine till we went to see a sad play together, and I've never in my life seen anyone look so hideous when they cry, and so loud. He's not with me. I don't know this loser. Whoever you are, man, get a grip. He broke up with me for not having a heart. At least I have self-control. The gay guy in denial. He kept checking out the male waiters' butts on our date. So what can a girl do? The shirtless guy. Do I even need to elaborate? The moonwalker. Yeah. All he wanted to do was moonwalk in public and have everyone tell him he's the next Michael Jackson. Oh, so annoying. Yeah, I'd rather be single. One evening, our rich neighbor's kids had arranged a grand birthday party and they'd invited the whole neighborhood. Mom and Mila looked like they were going to a dance club. Why are you two dressed up like that? I know you're on a manhunt, but it's a kid's birthday party for crying out loud.
And kids are supervised by adults. You always have to be ready, love. What if today's the day I meet my soulmate?
Exactly. And why are you always dressed like a nursery school teacher, Fiona? What? My cardigan and skirt are cute. Lose the cardigan, and I'd trim the skirt by about 6 inches. I might as well go in my underwear then. Now we're getting somewhere. Ugh, these two. Mom and Mila did find guys to flirt with, while I sat in a corner eating cake and wondering why people ever willingly have children. They scream at the pitch of opera singers, carry a million germs, and think the universe revolves around them. Just then, our flustered-looking neighbor said she had to take her twins to the bathroom, and could I look after her baby? And then she just dumped him on me. FYI, I don't hate babies, like I'm not a psychopath. It's just that, well, babies are boring, and it's unfair to expect me to go gaga over them just because I'm a girl. No, my womb doesn't tingle every time I see a baby. Just look at this one. All it's doing is staring at me and making spit bubbles. This is about as much fun as spending time with a potato. Just then, I spotted the party clown and handed the baby to him. Can you just hang on to it till this woman with red hair comes around? She's the mom of the crazy birthday twins. Just hand it over in one piece, okay?
Are you calling the baby it?
Yeah, I can't tell if it's a boy or a girl. Also, I really don't care.
It's a girl, and she's my niece.
Oh, she's very cute. Wait, your niece?
Yeah, I'm the birthday twins' uncle. I live here. Who are you again?
We've been living next door for ages.
I've never seen you around before. Next door? Are you? Wait, Fiona? I'm Edward. We used to play together as kids. I went away to boarding school and then college.
Oh my God, Edward, yes. You're the weirdo who would eat Snickers bars with a knife and a fork.
You're the crazy girl who waxed my leg and said all men are loser babies when I cried. You were kind of a jerk to me, actually. Looks like you haven't changed much.
Excuse me?
I mean, you still seem like the warm, affectionate soul I remember. I'll see you around.
Don't hold your breath. That clown sounded condescending, right? Like, I think he just called me a jerk, right? A few days later, I got out of college and headed to my favorite Chinese restaurant for lunch. This place has been around for 50 years, guys. And if you're ever in this part of town, you gotta try Mrs. Jianbing's dumplings. And what the? There was a sign outside the restaurant that said sold. I rushed in to find Mrs. Jianbing telling other customers that they'd only be serving for another month. But why did you sell this place? Everyone loves your food.
Oh, we've been struggling a lot lately, dear. Besides, the people who bought us are going to open a huge Chinese restaurant next door. We can't compete with them. It's for the best. Oh, there's one of our new buyers. I turned around to see a young guy walk in, and he looked good. The hair, the crisp white shirt, the perfectly creased pants, and then the cologne hit me. Oof.
Hello, Mrs. Jianbing. How you doing today? Oh, hi, Fiona. Is everything okay? You're not blinking much.
How my name, how...
Are you having a stroke? It's me, Edward.
Edward? Edward who? Edward the clown? You? You bought this place?
My family, but yeah, it was my idea. We're opening a restaurant next door.
Yeah, I heard. Don't you feel guilty forcing the owners to sell?
We made them a great offer, and they accepted. We didn't force anyone.
Well, you're still responsible for shutting them down. And trust me, the people of this town won't support your business. We're loyal around here.
I've done my research, and I think we'll do just fine. Also, I think you'll be a regular at our place.
You think wrong.
Okay, no worries. You won't be missed.
Ugh, the nerve of rich people, just driving out small business and then acting like they're doing humanity a favor. Besides, what did this guy know about Chinese food? Later that night, I found Mila spying on him with binoculars. Have you seen that boy next door? He's scrumptious. Stop that. I'm pretty sure it's illegal. Also, he's younger than you. Yeah, so, you were kind of mean to him as a kid. I don't remember that. I'm sure you do. He was a neat freak who didn't like getting his clothes dirty, and he'd always arrange his things in a certain order, and you kept messing with him. Also, you gave him a wedgie once. Honestly, I'm not sure why I was a jerk to Edward. It's probably Mila and Mom who gave me my issues with boys from an early age. But why was this guy getting under my skin now? Oh, yeah, it's because he called me a jerk and he was shutting down my favorite Chinese place. I had to keep hating him, and I seemed to bump into him way more than I would have liked. I was going over to Mrs. Jianbing's every day now, and Edward was always overseeing the construction next door. But he also frequently visited the coffee shop where I worked as a waitress.
What shall I have today?
Yeah, take your time. I've got nothing to do.
Let's see. Okay, never mind. I'll just have my usual.
I don't have your usual memorized.
I literally order the same thing every day.
And you thought I put it down in my diary?
No, just your brain. But it's okay. I understand. Waitressing is hard for you.
Are you saying I'm dumb?
No, I'm just saying that you don't have the best people skills. You should think about joining the army.
And you should think about joining the garbage dump. And then one night, Edward turned up at our door with a cake and flowers. You took a job as a delivery boy? Sorry, wrong house.
These are for your mom and sister. I never visit someone's place empty-handed.
What a gentleman. So, anything for me?
Yeah, a proposal. I'd like you to be my date for a charity gala.
Did you just ask me out? What made you think I'd say yes?
Well, you keep spying on me with your binoculars. Clearly, you have a crush on me.
That's not me. I mean, it's not anybody here. You're hallucinating.
Okay, if you insist. And it's not a real date. I just need any girl, and you're my neighbor. So, it's convenient. My ex will probably be there, and I didn't want to turn up alone, okay? Say yes, and I'll find another coffee shop to go to every day.
You got yourself a deal. I know, he was the rich, annoying guy I had to hate, but it was hard to remember that when he picked me up for the gala in his tuxedo. And then he looked at me, not in a sleazy way, but in his cool, smooth, I'm noticing everything about you way that made my knees buckle a bit. It's an art, guys, and this dude knows it.
You look lovely.
At the gala, I could see how people responded to his charm. He pulled out my chair first, ate with exquisite manners, and made sure to include everyone in the conversation. Just then, a lady asked if someone could hold her baby for a while, and Edward immediately volunteered, and something really strange started happening to me. What is it about men and babies put together? I mean, I'd seen Edward the clown with his niece before, but Edward James Bond cooing at a baby? This was different. Something about him looking so manly, but being sweet and gentle with her was short-circuiting my brain. And was that my womb tingling finally? Did I want Edward or did I want a baby? I felt so confused. I need some fresh air. It's getting hot in here. Be right back. When I returned, I stopped short seeing Edward standing next to a beautiful girl. I felt I was watching in slow motion as she laughed, then reached out and casually took off a piece of lint from his coat with her perfectly manicured hand. Except that there was nothing casual about it. It was such a girlfriendy move. You don't take lint off a random guy's coat. Dang it, they looked like a golden Hollywood couple, and I didn't like it. So, that girl you were talking to, who was she?
Oh, that's my ex.
Right, she's gorgeous.
Yeah, she really is. Do you think she seemed happy to see me?
She looked happy, yeah.
Cool. Thanks, Fiona. You were a big help tonight.
He ended the night with a strong pat on my back like he was burping a baby. True to his word, Edward stopped coming to the coffee shop, and I felt disappointed. A few times when I went to the Chinese restaurant, he wasn't there either. Yeah, he'd reconnected with Miss Universe for sure and was busy with her. And I didn't want to care, but I did. A few days later, I got home from work to find Mom looking upset.
Mila went on a trip with her boyfriend and was supposed to be back yesterday. I haven't heard from her, and her cell phone is off.
We called all her friends, but no one had a clue. We thought if she wasn't back by morning, we'd report her missing. But I was sick with worry. I went out for some air and had just walked a few steps when I ran straight into someone.
Great. I'd ordered this specialty cake for Mom. Hey, Fiona, what's wrong?
I probably looked worse than the ugly crier telling Edward about Mila. He asked me everything we knew about her boyfriend and said he'd report it to the police immediately.
We'll find her. There's probably a good reason why her phone's off. Get some rest, and I'll keep you updated.
Mom and I must have dozed off while waiting to hear from Edward because it was morning when I woke up to find Mila burst in and Mom crying as she hugged her. I jumped to hug her too and then pushed her hard. Where were you, idiot? I was at this cabin with Kyle and his friends, and suddenly there was a police raid. We all got thrown in jail, and I wasn't allowed to make a phone call. Kyle is part of some criminal gang. Can you believe it? Of course I can believe it. God, don't you ever learn anything? Maybe you would if you stopped dating for 2 seconds and spent some time alone with yourself to think about why you keep messing up. Is your self-worth so low that you need constant validation from stupid pieces of garbage?
Fiona, honey, calm down.
No, Mom, I will not calm down. You two keep acting like dumb teenagers, and it's not cute. Just grow up already. I was still fuming in my room hours later when there was a knock on my door. Can we talk without you biting my head off?
We can try.
Look, you're right. I keep making terrible choices. I'm sorry, and I'll work on getting my act together, okay? Okay, and I'm really glad you're all right. How'd you get out of jail? Oh, Edward tracked me down somehow. He drove out 3 hours to come get me and paid the bail. He must really like you to make so much effort. What? No, he's just a gentleman. I'll go thank him. I know you don't want relationship advice from me, but Edward's a special guy, so don't let him go easily, okay? Just tell him you like him. I know you do. And so what if he doesn't like you back? I've been rejected by thousands of guys, and I'm fine. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Also, it's good to put yourself out there for someone worthwhile. Wow, you sound almost wise. So bizarre. Just go. Edward wasn't home, but their maid told me he'd gone to the restaurant. My heart was pounding as I thought about what I'd say to him, and then it started to rain. Great. This is how I wanted to confess my feelings. Looking like a wet poodle. Edward was alone in the restaurant and looked surprised to see me.
Fiona, you're soaked. Here, take my jacket. I'll get you something warm.
He ran off to the kitchen and came back with soup and dumplings.
We're testing out our menu today. Want to give these a try?
Okay, sure. Although I'm not happy about it. Oh my god. These taste exactly like Mrs. Jianbing's.
I hired her as the chef. That was always the plan, but I didn't tell you because you'd already assumed I'm a rich jerk who doesn't care about a small business owner. I told you, you're going to be a regular here.
Okay, that's my cue to embarrass myself. So here goes. Edward, I came here to help you for thanking Mila, but there's more. And it's probably totally the wrong time because you just rekindled things with your ex, but I like you, okay? Yeah, I like you. Wow, this is so liberating. I really like you, Edward, and I don't care if you like me back because I was still strong enough to say it, and I'm so proud of myself.
I'm proud of you too. Also, I didn't rekindle anything with my ex. I literally took you to the gala to see if you'd get jealous of her. I like you too, Fiona.
Really? Why?
Because you act so much tougher than you are, and it's really cute.
I am tough. Remember I gave you a wedgie once? I can do so much worse if you turn out to be a jerk.
I'll keep that in mind. Now please shut up so I can kiss you.
It was just as magical as I'd imagined, and it looks like I'd met my match. Yeah, I'm not gonna say, and then we lived happily ever after, cause that's dumb and cliched and not real. We lived happy most of the time ever after, and I wouldn't trade it for anything else. When I was little, my big brother was my protector. And now, I'm the one protecting him. I just hope I don't get arrested. Oh yeah, and like and subscribe or you'll miss out on the mystery. I'm Zelda from Washington, D.C. My brother Ryan has always been there for me. When I was clumsy and dropped my ice cream, he got me a new one. When I fell, he picked me up. And when I watched a scary movie, he covered my eyes. And when he had to go somewhere and leave me alone, I want Ryan! On my birthdays, he always gave me the best presents. One time, he even paid the zoo to let me meet the giraffes and elephants. Mom told me he worked all summer to afford it. Since he was so cool, brave, and awesome, you'd think he'd want to be an astronaut when he grew up, or a lion tamer, or a dinosaur catcher. It's a thing. Look it up. But no. Because our mom had to support us both by herself ever since he was little, his dream was to buy her a house one day and be rich enough that she wouldn't have to work anymore. That and take me on a grand adventure, which was my dream. Yeah, my brother's better than yours. Deal with it. Ryan got a super cool Mustang. He would always pick me up after school, and of course, all the girls swooned and every single one of the boys was jealous of him. I was the most popular girl in school without even trying. What kind of music does he like? Does he have a girlfriend? How can he afford such a cool car? Is he rich? Take it easy, girls. I'll tell you everything you want to know. My brother works for NASA. He's an engineer. He's saving up to buy my mom a house. No girlfriend. If he had one, I would be the first to know. And as for music, he and I listen to the same kind. Synth. The girls are always asking questions about you. They're all in love.
What do you tell them?
Just the usual. It's not like you're a mystery or anything.
They don't need to know my business. Next time anyone asks, tell them you don't know.
What? Why?
Look, NASA is secretive. I can't tell everyone about what I do there. The government doesn't want anyone to know. I wish I could tell you more, but I can't. Actually, we really can't talk about it at all. I've already told you too much. Just be cool about it, okay?
What? No. I want to know everything. Tell me immediately.
Maybe someday I'll be able to explain, but for now, keep everything I said between us.
Ryan, that's not fair.
Life's not fair. Here we are. Go on. I have to go back to work. I'll see you on your birthday.
My birthday's next week. I have school tomorrow. You have to pick me up.
Oh, right.
Ryan, I'm worried. You're acting weird.
Don't worry, little Z. I can handle myself.
He dropped me off and drove away like he always did. Except this time, something felt different. Government jobs are very hush-hush. I'm sure he's perfectly safe. Please, respect his wishes and just leave him alone, okay, honey? He forgot my birthday. He never forgets my birthday.
He's been a little distracted lately, just a little stressed. But he's okay, I promise.
But I knew Ryan more than anyone, and he seemed worried. The next day, I waited outside our house for him to pick me up like he always did, but this time, he didn't show up. OMG, what happened? You're soaked. Didn't your brother pick you up? No, and he didn't call either. Something's wrong. I texted him all day, but there was no response. After school, with all the girls waiting to see him like they always did, I stood at the curb, looking right, left, waiting, calling, and yeah, you guessed it, he didn't show up. My brother, who had been there for me since the day I was born, was now missing. Mom, I can't find Ryan anywhere. He won't answer his phone, and he didn't pick me up today.
Oh, honey, I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you. He texted last night and said his phone's dying. He'll be getting a new one soon, but he won't be able to reach us for a few days.
Why didn't he tell me? He was acting strange yesterday in the car. Something is going on with him. What if they heard us?
Who?
The government. What if they listened to our conversation? And now,
honey, you're just so used to him being around, and now you're extra worried. This is probably the longest he's been away from you since he graduated college, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but it's strange that he didn't text me when he texted you. And why didn't he pick me up?
Maybe he had car trouble and couldn't call you. Don't worry. Your brother can take care of himself. He always has.
Why wasn't Mom more worried? Everything felt wrong. Was I just being paranoid? She left in a hurry to go to work, and I was alone with my thoughts. Everything Mom said was true. But then again, he really was acting weird yesterday. And just because Mom got a text from his phone doesn't mean it was really him. I had to be sure. I rushed to the bus stop and went to the only place I knew I could get some answers, NASA. I would say he was an engineer, just like he told us, so they wouldn't suspect I knew anything more, which I guess I didn't really. I couldn't believe the giant space shuttle and huge NASA logo out front. This place was intense. At the front desk, I asked if I could speak to my brother. "What's his name, darling?" I told her and waited while she was on the phone. While she talked to the person on the other line, she looked at me as if there was something she didn't want me to know. "Sorry, sweetie. No one here has that name." That's when I saw two men in black suits and sunglasses at the end of the hall looking at me. Or were they looking at me? Maybe they were just waiting for someone. I didn't want to find out, so I hurried out of there. I had no idea what was going on. It didn't make sense. Unless they really didn't want anyone to know where he worked because he was part of some top secret mission. Without any other choice, I decided there was only one more place I could go to try to find him and find some answers. His apartment. I had only been there one time when I was about to move in a year ago, but I had written down the address. The building was super tall and fancy. I ran to the door and pressed the number to his unit. When an old woman answered, I asked if my brother lived there, thinking maybe she was the maid.
"No, he doesn't live here. Sorry."
My head was spinning. What the heck was going on? I saw my brother almost every day since we were little. I knew him, didn't I? A black SUV parked right behind me on the curb. I couldn't see through the tinted windows. I ran. Just then, I got a text from Ryan. All it said was an address that I didn't recognize. I tried to call, but there was no answer. What if it wasn't really him? I could be walking right into a trap. I got on the bus and headed that way. I couldn't go to the police yet. I had nothing to report. But what if I was going into a trap? But he was my brother, my protector. I had to try. Whatever it was I was heading into, I had to be brave. The sun went down. The street of the address was dark and dirty. My mom would never let me come here alone. Then I found it, a broken-down old motel. I climbed the steps and knocked on the door, my hands shaking. It opened, and I saw a beautiful young woman standing in front of me. "Zelda, who are you?" "I'm May, your brother's girlfriend. Come in." I walked into the small room and saw Ryan sitting there, his head down like he was crying. I ran and hugged him. "I'm so glad you're okay. I've been looking everywhere for you. What's going on? I went to your work, to your house."
I lied, Z. I don't work for NASA, and I don't live in that nice apartment building. I've been living here. When I showed it to you, I was a real estate agent, but I was terrible and I got fired. Now, I work at a rental car place. The Mustang is theirs. My boss caught me using it last night and fired me.
"But why did you lie? I thought we were best friends."
"We are. I was ashamed. You always thought I was so cool. You looked up to me. I said I would buy Mom a house, and I can't even afford to pay my own rent. She has to help me. I wanted to still be that big brother for you, the one you looked up to."
"You are my big brother. Of course I still look up to you. You're my whole world. I don't care what you do for work." "See, Ryan?" "Zelda, I told him you'd say that. He didn't want us to meet because he didn't want me to lie to you. But I'm glad you're here now. And I'm so sorry, but Zelda, we need your help."
"No, we can't ask her to do that. She could get caught. She could go to jail."
That's when they told me what Ryan had done. I was in total shock. My brother was so angry at his boss when he was fired that before he left, he snuck into the office and stole money from the safe.
"You did what?"
"I know, it was stupid. It was a mistake. The security guard is there now. He knows me."
"When they open tomorrow, they'll see the money's gone and your brother will be on the video. We only have until 7 a.m. before
I go to jail and my life is ruined."
My heart was pounding, my hands sweating. I couldn't believe this was happening. I know he said he was angry, but this? I don't understand. That's not you. Why did you do it?
"I wanted to pay back Mom for all the money she let me borrow. I'll go. I'll put it back."
"No. Zelda, if the security guard ever sees him, he'll be caught. If he sees you, he won't know who you are. You can run."
"But this is my mistake. I'll face the consequences myself."
"I wouldn't help you steal money, but we're not stealing it. We're putting it back. So I'll help you because you've always helped me. Yes, I knew it was dangerous. I knew I could get into serious trouble, but all he wanted to do now was make things right." He drew a map of the office and explained to me exactly how to get in and out. The problem, of course, was the guard and the fact that he had been caught on tape, which meant I would have to delete it. I had no idea how, but he wrote it all down along with the combination to the safe on a piece of paper. Why not just send it to my phone?
"You can't take your phone. If they suspect you, they could use it to see that you were here. I'll call Mom and tell her you're sleeping here."
So my mom knew he'd been lying? That's why she wasn't worried.
"Here,
The money is in this purse. Just pretend it's yours and take my hoodie to cover your head. I left the apartment, following the directions he gave until finally I was outside the office. The guard was outside the gate. There was no way around him. My first thought was to cause a distraction, but there was nothing anywhere. So I just walked right up to him. Sir, please, can you help me?
What are you doing out here at night, miss?
I forgot my phone in the car I rented. Everything I have is in there.
Can it wait till tomorrow? I'm not supposed to let anyone...
I can't. He took pity on me and let me in. He asked which car, and I pointed to a random one, getting ready to cry again when he didn't find it. And that's exactly what happened. Can I use the bathroom? In the stall, I checked the paper Ryan gave me. I had to climb into the vent to get to the office. I knew the guard would get suspicious, but there was nothing else I could do. I just had to hope he was too uncomfortable to go into the women's room. Before I put the money back, I wanted to make sure the video of my brother was deleted, so I went to the computer. There was a password, but Ryan had written it down on the... Where was it? I checked all my pockets and even the purse. It was gone. The door flew open, and the security guard aimed his flashlight at me.
Come with me, young miss.
I failed. There was nothing I could do now. He led me out, and at the gate, I saw the black SUV, and from inside, a man in a dark suit and sunglasses was waiting for me. What was happening? When I got close, the man smiled and took his sunglasses off. It was Ryan?
Happy birthday, little Z. How'd you like your adventure?
But my birthday
is next week. I know. Then it wouldn't be a surprise, would it?
I'm pretty sure this would still be a surprise. Ryan told me he did work at NASA, and he owned the car rental place because 6 months ago, he invented something for the government, and now he was a billionaire. What about May?
She's my friend from work. If I was dating someone, you'd be the first to know. Why? Do you think she likes me?
But your apartment.
I moved out 2 months ago because I bought a house.
Wow, you got your own house?
No, that one's yours and Mom's. Mine is that one.
Mom came out from inside, smiling and waving.
Thanks for trying to save me, little sis. My protector.
I was happy. He really was the best brother ever. Except for one thing. You made me walk to school in the rain.
All right, here's a weird one for you. I accidentally became a teacher at 14. Yep, you heard that right. I taught my own classmates for weeks. Growing up, my parents were super intense about my education. They were both professors at the local university. Dad was a professor of mathematics, and Mom was head of psychology.
60% of kids without a master's degree are said to be clinically sadder than those without.
They were basically prepping me for Ivy League school from the ripe old age of 5.
Mom, can I play in the sandbox?
No, honey. The sandbox isn't going to help you get into a good college. You need to master your ABCs first.
But no matter how hard I tried, I just wasn't good at school. I just didn't see the point. What would I learn there that would help me achieve my true passion? Dancing. Ever since I was young, just the sound of the garbage truck backing up would make me bust a move.
Honey, are you feeling okay?
One morning, while I was choreographing a new dance for the school talent show, my parents stormed into the room like 2 furious prosecutors ready to deliver a life sentence.
Becca, turn that noise off right now.
I froze mid-move, 1 foot in the air, and held up my harmonica bottle like it was Exhibit A. It's not music. It's my water bottle. Excuse me? Yeah, see? The bottle you guys gave me? It has a built-in harmonica cap. So technically, I'm hydrating and being a musical genius at the same time, which honestly is pretty productive if you ask me.
Wait, it does what?
I took a deep breath and blew into the cap. A loud, shrill whistle-like note filled the room. Ta-da! Best present ever!
Becca, put the bottle down. We're serious.
I sighed, but placed it down.
We're very disappointed. You flunked 3 classes and now you have to repeat the 8th grade. And as punishment, we're sorry, but you can't compete in the talent show.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's it? You're not angry?
Nah, I'm used to it. No good grades, no talent show, no future, no husband. I'll be outside, digging my own grave.
Becca, don't be so dramatic.
I picked up my harmonica bottle and played a slow, tragic tune. A funeral march, if you will. Too late.
Ugh, Becca, we're serious. You need to get your priorities straight.
Oh, I have priorities. Dance, talent show, become TikTok famous. Academics are like, 6th on the list.
Well, they better move to 1st, or else.
Fine. But I'm keeping my grave plot, just in case. To make things way worse, all my
friends were all moving up without me. When I started 8th grade again, for the second time, I was totally ridiculed.
Becca, how about you? What's 6 times 6?
220?
I think we need to send Becca back to 3rd grade.
Ha, idiots. Laugh it up now. Just wait until I'm your teacher. First lesson, Advanced Apologies 101. Homework, begging for mercy. I was miserable, but as I was walking home from school, I heard my favorite song playing, like it had come from the heavens. I followed the noise to a brick building. When I looked through the window, I saw a group of teenagers my age with their own totally distinct styles, taking turns showing off their individual dance routines. They looked happy. I rushed home, ecstatic. Mom? Dad? I've seen the light. I found my calling. I need to join a modern dance class.
Becca, sweetie, how about you find your calling in algebra first?
Ugh, algebra doesn't call anyone, Mom. It's like a spam call. Modern dance is my destiny.
And your grades? What about those?
I'll get my grades up. Straight A's. I'll even tutor other kids. Just let me dance.
Fine, but if your grades don't improve, we're canceling everything.
Yes! Thank you. I won't let you down. Unless it's a backflip. Then I might.
Becca.
Sorry, couldn't resist. Thank you.
Now all I had to do was figure out how to pull the grades thing off.
I just needed to find Jeannie. Jeannie was a bookish girl who was made fun of at the talent show last year for her terrible choreography. But one day in the bathroom, I caught her practicing a TikTok dance.
Oh gosh, I didn't know anyone was in here.
Look, I know you want to become a good dancer. Redeem yourself from last year's dumpster fire, right? Well, I have a proposition for you. I offered to teach Jeannie how to dance in exchange for letting me copy off her tests. Class was a little intimidating at first. Everyone seemed poised and confident, and I'd never shown anyone my routine before. But when the instructor put me on the spot, something primal kicked in. I just went for it. I had no idea if I was any good or not. And then, as I was mid-spin, I fell onto the floor. Hard. I was mortified. After class, I got a tap on my shoulder. It was a boy from class, and he had a sly smirk on his face. I totally thought he was going to make fun of me.
I like your moves. They're very personal, full of emotion, deep.
Wait, really? Before I could say anything else, like, thank you, I heard a loud beep.
Come on, honey, let's go.
Mom seemed to be in a salty mood when I got into the car.
Did you have fun at class?
So much fun.
Good, 'cause it's your last class. You've been expelled. You're grounded for the summer.
What?
Your math teacher caught you peeking over at Jeannie's desk. She questioned Jeannie, and she told her everything. We're so disappointed in you. I don't know where we went wrong.
Jeannie, that traitor. Remind me when I become her teacher to give her detention every time she gets a correct answer. Guess who's staying after school forever, Jeannie?
When we got home, I locked myself in my room, crying. My dreams of dancing were crushed. That summer, I was so depressed, I couldn't even bring myself to practice dancing in my room. I had all but given up on my dreams when I bumped into none other than Freddie at a pizzeria, scarfing down my sadness with a full pie to the face.
Hey, I know you.
Hi.
Dance class, right? You never came back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a family emergency.
Well, the next class starts in October. Hope to see you there.
Uh-huh. Now I had to transform into a good, studious learner, or my parents would never let me join the class. So the night before my first day at my new high school, I gave myself a little makeover. I grabbed a pair of scissors, chopped off my hair, replaced my contacts with glasses, and laid out my most scholarly outfit. The next morning, my parents' jaws dropped.
Is that my daughter under those clothes?
Yep. I've decided to take school seriously. You're right. It's important for my future.
Oh my gosh, honey. We've been waiting 17 years for you to say that.
But I've only been talking for 14 years. Oh, we know. You started talking later than the other kids, but better late than never.
And I only took 2 steps inside the school before I heard the principal calling my name.
Miss!
Yes, sir?
You must be Miss Rosen, the new teacher. I thought you didn't get any of our voicemails that we couldn't find a substitute for a month. So glad you made it work. Your CV is impressive, and we're excited to have you as the homeroom/English teacher for grade 9.
Wow, I must have overdone the scholarly look, but the bell rang before I could respond. Sorry, gotta go. Don't want to be late for class. I walked into homeroom feeling intimidated, and now old. All the kids knew each other. They were talking about their crushes and summer jobs and all the usual stuff. But then I heard them talking about something that put a pit in my stomach.
So did you get through the summer reading list?
Yeah, duh. I'm not going to be an idiot like my mom. I want to get into a good college and marry a successful doctor.
Wait, are you taking algebra or calculus?
Summer reading? Calculus? I was in way over my head. I hadn't prepared for any of this, and I only had 1 month to get my grades up before dance class enrollment. I took the only seat available, which was right next to them. Hi, I'm...
Nice mom hair.
Seriously, my grandma has more fashion sense than you. You look like you could be our teacher.
I had to stay studious. Wait. Suddenly, I had an idea. If I looked so much like this teacher, I stood up and confidently strutted to the front of the classroom. That's because I am your teacher. Yep, Miss Rosen. Why not play into it, right? I was just doing a little social experiment to see how you kids act when the teacher isn't around. And I gotta say, I'm very disappointed with a few of you. The bullies' faces went pale. Now everyone... take your seats and pipe down while I take attendance. I shuffled through the desk, but I couldn't find the attendance list. Miss Rosen must have had it. You know what? Why don't you tell me your name so I don't pronounce them wrong? I had no idea what I was doing, but it occurred to me that I'd have better luck giving myself good grades if I was my own teacher, right? Plus, I'd have access to all the test answers. I only had to keep it up for a month. Couldn't be that hard. Okay, class, today I want you to think about your favorite book from the summer reading list and tell me what spoke to you about it. Be specific. I had the students opening up, talking about literature, and having a whole dialogue with each other. And all I had to do was sit back, ask some questions, and let the students take over.
Exactly. I agree with Anne. I liked the plot. I just didn't connect with the main character.
Why don't you think you connected with Holden Coford?
Caulfield?
Yep, that's the one.
Because he's a spoiled, selfish weasel.
You sure you're not talking about yourself, Jeff?
That's extra homework for you, miss. Now, let's unpack why you feel the urge to insult Jeff.
You suck at teaching.
Okay, detention. Wow, it felt good to have power, and I actually felt like I was kind of good at this. Soon, I was borrowing my mom's clothes, caking on the makeup, and saying things like, no running in the hallways. It was awesome. Don't worry about Becca's absence. I've already been in touch with her parents, and she'll be back to school in no time. I'm handling it. I brought straight B's back to my parents. Didn't want to be too suspicious and get A's. And when they called to confirm I was doing well and not cheating, I answered.
She's a wonderful student, Miss Baker. She really applies herself, and she's improving every day.
Oh, that's such a relief. You know, she always was a troubled student.
Well, maybe if her parents... you're doing a wonderful job. She's brilliant.
When I got home, Mom and Dad were actually smiling.
We heard you're doing excellent in school, so...
We're letting you join dance class.
Thank you. When I got to the dance studio, I was ecstatic to find Freddie mid-stretch. And when the teacher paired us up as partners, I thought I'd be thrilled. But I just couldn't keep up, and I felt like I was slowing him down.
I think you're naturally gifted. You just need more technical practice. How about we train outside of class? The competition is coming up soon, and I need you in top form.
How could I not agree to that? Soon, Freddie and I were spending so much time together. My heart was beating out of my chest every time we would dance. Everything was going according to plan. Teaching by day, dancing by night. But suddenly, my teacher responsibility started picking up, and I had to lie to Freddie about why I couldn't attend our private practices. I have a parent-teacher conference that I have to attend. As the student, of course. I suck at math. The truth was, I had to grade papers and accompany the students on field trips and host office hours and actually meet with parents about their stupid kids. I was so tired, and I could tell Freddie was getting annoyed with me. Then one day at school, standing in front of the class, I saw a familiar face seated in front of me. Freddie? I heard we had a new student. Freddie, is that right?
Fred, yeah.
Did he recognize me? I couldn't tell, but soon I was so distracted by him finding out my secret, I had a hard time keeping up the charade. And Freddie was being so weird and quiet. In dance class, he was charismatic and lively, but here, he sat in the back of the room all alone. I couldn't tell if he was hiding my secret or what. It was starting to get to me. I couldn't even look him in the eyes when we danced.
Is everything okay?
Yeah, Obs. Is everything okay with you?
Yeah, you just seem different.
Nope, I'm exactly the same as I am. Not the same as who you think I might be, but...
Okay, distracted then.
I promise you, my heart is in this. You have to believe me. I want us to win.
Yeah.
At school, I started to put on heavier makeup and frumpier clothes to improve my disguise. I was so worried about Freddie. I didn't even know what I was talking talking about in class anymore. With a shaky hand, I wrote something on the board. Okay, where does the comma go in this sentence? The bully came up to the board and confidently drew a comma in. Correct!
No, it's not. I was testing you. You don't even know basic grammar?
Everyone in the class was snickering at me. I felt like I was the dumb student again. What? Of course I do. Are you guys hot? Is it hot in here? I took off my cardigan, and suddenly, Freddie's expression changed. He was staring at me, and then I realized my birthmark. I had a diamond-shaped birthmark on my shoulder. He was the only one who'd seen it. I have to go to the bathroom. I stormed off, exposed. Then I heard someone call behind me.
Wait!
Freddie rushed towards me, staring me in the eyes. He pulled off my glasses, which could have been romantic, but nope, not like this.
Becca, is that you?
I turned even redder. I was speechless.
I can't believe it. It is. What's going on? Is this a joke?
Okay, I know it sounds crazy, but hear me out. My parents wouldn't let me dance unless my grades went up, and then I found out I looked like this new teacher who was sick, and so I just pretended to be her, and I guess I kinda got carried away.
That is crazy.
Please don't tell anyone. The competition is only a week away, and I need to show my parents I'm good at this so they'll let me go to dance school and not their alma mater.
Here I was, just excited to spend more time with you outside of practice. But for you, it was always about winning the competition.
I'm sorry, and that's not true.
I won't spill your secret as long as you do something for me. Parent-teacher night.
No! I couldn't go to parent-teacher night. My parents would be there. But Freddie was right. I owed him. He'd spent so much time trying to help me, and all I did was hurt him. Freddie is wonderful. He's making so many friends. Everyone loves him.
Really? That's surprising. He got into a bad fight in his last school because some football player was making fun of him for being a dancer. He broke the guy's nose.
He did?
Yes. We told you in the beginning of the semester, Ms. Rosen.
Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted. Hi, sorry to interrupt. We're here for our 5 p.m. with Miss Rosen. Oh my gosh, I was about to have a parent-teacher conference with my parents. I quickly powdered my face, pushing my hair in front of my face, trying to obscure myself. Yes, come in. I'm sorry. We'll pick this up later.
So, how is Becca doing?
Oh, Becca, she's an absolute dream.
I'm sorry, I can't understand you. Would you mind pushing your hair out of your face and looking towards us?
Oh, I'm a little sick, so I don't want to get you ill.
No, that's okay. Just, it's a little rude not to be looking at us while you're talking.
As I turned towards my mom, head tilted down towards the table so she couldn't see me, my glasses fell off. Mom picked them up and handed them to me. When I reached for them, I saw her eyes go wide. She was staring at the frayed sleeve peeking out from underneath my blazer. It was her frayed shirt.
Becca, I thought you sounded familiar.
Before I could respond, Freddie's mom burst in.
Ms. Rosen, when you're done, I'd love to reconvene about Freddie.
Totally.
Miss Rosen, ha! Lady, this is my dog.
As my mom was finishing her sentence, I was literally diving headfirst out the window.
Becca, come back here.
I landed in the grass and sprinted away as fast as I could. When I finally arrived at the dance studio, I was exhausted and busted. I yanked off my teacher disguise, revealing the leotard underneath, and rushed into the competition.
Becca, we're about to be on. Did you talk to them? How'd it go?
Yeah, all good. They totally bought it.
Freddie, you were in on this, weren't you?
Oh yeah, they totally bought it.
I whipped my head around to see Freddie's mom, boiling red, but not redder than the faces of my own parents who were right by her side.
Becca, you are not dancing until you explain yourself.
The music was starting. The spotlight was on us. I'll explain. Just dance. I locked eyes with him, desperate. He was fumbling at first. I could feel his nerves. Freddie, don't worry about them. This is for you. You got this. And then we didn't miss a step. Freddie was amazing. When it was over, I couldn't hear my parents screaming. I was overwhelmed by the applause and the glimmer in Freddie's eyes.
You really pulled through. I'm impressed.
I'm so sorry for lying. I really love spending time with you, even when we're not dancing, but especially when we're dancing. I saw him hiding a smirk, and that was enough of an invitation for me to lean in and kiss him. As our lips touched,
Becca!
You tricked my son into going along with your charade so he could say he gets along with his classmates? You know he punched someone?
Buzz killed. He was provoked. He shouldn't have punched them, but if someone insults your passion, sir, how would you feel? Freddie might not get on well with others at school, but here,
In this place, he's the coolest, most adored guy. This is our family. This is our school. Freddie grabbed my hand, squeezing it.
Yeah, and Becca is such an incredible dancer. She may not be good at academics, but she has a passion. All she needs is her parents' support. Plus, she is a good teacher. She taught me what it's like to fight for what you care about, no matter who tries to tear you down.
I suddenly saw my mom's face soften, just a little.
I guess that's something. And you did have good stage presence. I guess if dancing is your passion, I won't get in your way. As long as you have a backup plan.
Wait, really?
As long as you have a backup plan.
I couldn't believe it. I finally got my parents' approval. Sort of. I hugged Freddie, and he grabbed my shoulders and kissed me like our parents weren't right there. I was on cloud 9. The rest is history. Freddie and I started dating, and I officially enrolled in school as a student. I finished the semester with all C's, under the perfectly boring teachings of the real Miss Rosen. But I got to keep dancing, and the following year, Freddie and I got into Juilliard. After a brief stint touring as a background dancer for pop artists, I got burnt out and wanted to spend more time at home with our new family. So I fell into my backup plan. All right, kiddos, don't hold back. I want to see those moves. Teaching dance classes to middle schoolers. And when my daughter told me she wanted to be a dancer, I freaked out for a minute. Who would want to have their daughter be a dancer? Oh, I guess my parents were right.
Hi, I'm Mia from LA. Please like and subscribe. Growing up, it was just me and my mom, who was a famous photographer working for big brands and celebrities. So you'd think, with a photographer parent, I'd have a beautifully documented childhood. Well, you'd be wrong. I hardly had any pictures because mom was always too busy. And I was raised by nannies. Sure, mom gave me everything, but she couldn't make much time for me. She did try by setting up her studio at home, but once when she was in a meeting, I slipped into her darkroom and switched on the lights, and all her photos were destroyed. That nanny was fired, and mom relocated her studio. And then she hired a lady named Susan, who was the coolest. Susan could play hide and seek with me for hours. She'd always let me do her makeup, and she even taught me how to slide down our main staircase. She'd pitch up a tent in our backyard, and then tell me stories around a fire. And what a storyteller she was. She'd just make up magical tales in the moment, and I was hooked. What are you thinking, you lily-livered, yellow-bellied scallywag?
I was thinking you should be my mom.
Susan laughed it off, but I was kind of serious. She even gifted me my first notebook when I turned 8 because she knew I loved writing stories, and that meant more to me than any of the presents mom had sent. Yeah, she couldn't make it to my birthday. Once when I was 9, Susan had taken the day off, and I ended up being stuck with mom at a photo shoot at some historical building.
Mom, I'm bored.
Read your book, Mia.
But I'm also hungry and sleepy.
Think of something fun to do for a little longer, okay?
Okay. But you better come find me soon.
Yeah, soon. So I skipped off to find an amazing hiding place. I thought it was clear to mom that we were playing hide and seek. As I waited for her in my spot, I dozed off. And when I woke up, it was kind of dark. I tried to find my way back to mom's shoot, but I was totally lost. Luckily, a security guard found me and took me to the nearest police station. And the only number I knew by heart was Susan's. Sometime later, both mom and Susan came running in, and I jumped straight into Susan's arms. Sweetie, you really scared your mom. Give her a hug. But I was so mad at her because she didn't come looking for me. Susan would have never let that happen. Soon after, in 5th grade, I came home from school one day to find a girl my age in the kitchen eating my cereal.
Who are you, and why are you here? And who eats cereal for lunch? I eat what I want when I want. You're not my boss. Now shoo!
I was about to smack that thief in the face when Susan walked in, and she introduced the girl as Harper, her daughter. I didn't even know Susan had one, and I felt a pang of jealousy. Your mom has to travel out of town more often, so she's requested that I live here now, and I'm moving in with Harper. Isn't that great? I'm sure you two will get along wonderfully. I was certain that we would not. She was a nuisance. She threw away all my markers caps so they dried out, spilled juice all over my bed to make it look like pee, and gave my favorite shoes to a stray dog. But I only had to scream, and Susan would tell her off. Harper would tag along with us everywhere, and she'd glare at me and make comments under her breath when Susan was out of earshot.
If you don't stop annoying me, I'll tell Susan to make you leave. She's my mom. If I leave, she leaves with me.
Well, she likes me better.
As if your mom pays her to spend time with you. You're just a job to her.
I'd never really thought about it that way, but it
it was true. That didn't mean she loved me any less, did it? Soon enough, Mom got Harper into my school. I was the top student in class, but she replaced me quickly. Her mental math was faster, her science projects were more inventive, and her creativity had the English teacher gushing. Usually, the person with the best story would be selected to read theirs out loud every week, and now it was always her. And one day when I walked into the living room, I saw Harper on the sofa with her feet up, watching TV, and the sight boiled my blood. I just didn't want her here. It's time for my show. Please leave.
There's a TV in your mom's room. Watch it there. It's not your place to tell me what to do. What's that supposed to mean? I thought my mom was like family. That makes me family too, so deal with it.
I snapped and dumped her bowl of popcorn on her head. She pounced on me, and as I was pushing her off, I sent her crashing into a table, knocking off a huge vase. Susan came running in at the noise, and she went bonkers on Harper. How could you do this? You know better.
But Mom...
No, Harper, I told you. You had to be perfect. Do you want to go back to the way things were? You get to go to a great school and live in a nice place. But if you can't appreciate that, then we leave today. I'd never seen Susan so mad, and I didn't want her to quit. Also, I felt a little bad for Harper.
Wait, it was an accident. I tripped, and she was just helping me up.
Susan calmed down, and after that day, things started getting better between me and Harper. Once we both backed off from annoying each other, we realized that we actually had a lot in common, especially our love for writing. And over time, we became like siblings who were constantly competing and arguing over dumb things. But we certainly didn't hate each other anymore. By the time we reached high school, Mom had expanded her studios to several locations. She wanted me to take an interest in the business, and even though I pretended I didn't like tagging along, I actually loved the glamorous shoots and meeting celebrities. I even started hanging out with celebrity kids my age, and they were something else. They shopped in private malls and had front row tickets to every concert. And once I went to a party with a giant indoor wave pool, which was awesome. I'd often invite Harper to join us, but she never seemed comfortable around them. One night, we were at a burger joint when they decided it would be fun to break into an amusement park at night and operate the rides. That sounds fun, right, Harper? No, it doesn't. It sounds illegal. Don't be such a buzzkill. You only live once, girl. Unclench your butt cheeks. Mia, this is a bad idea, and Mom would never approve. Yeah, so we're not telling her. I'll just text Susan and say we're staying at a friend's tonight. No, I'm going home. What a loser. Let's go, Mia. We had a blast at the amusement park and even narrowly escaped when a security guard turned up. We almost peed our pants laughing as we drove away, and it was such a thrill. But Harper had a sour face the next day. Just spit it out. What's your problem with my friends? They're fun and perfectly nice people. They're not nice. Haven't you noticed their comments on my appearance? They're just giving you some friendly fashion advice. They're being condescending, Mia, and they're reckless, spoiled brats who are just used to their parents getting them whatever they want. Okay, so my mom also gets me anything I want, Harp. Is that what you think of me too? No, of course not. It's different with you. But I caught Harper rolling her eyes when Mom got me a sports car for my 17th birthday. Also, when I got into a college business program without taking the entry test because Mom knew the dean. And she got really pissed when my friends were over one day and one of them knocked their drink over on Mia's laptop and fried it. Things were tense between us. But when I found out about a national story contest, I went straight to Harper with it, trying to get into her good books. Won't you be entering it yourself? Or maybe you can just win it anyway because your mom probably knows someone. Stop being so snarky. I haven't written something in ages, so no, I'm not entering. But you should, Harper. The winner even gets a scholarship to a great writing program. She finally agreed, and some weeks later she sent off her story. And then one day, she burst into my room excitedly. Mia, I won! Holy marbles, I actually won! What? The contest! Not only am I getting the scholarship, Mia, they want to turn my short story into a novel, and it's going to be published. Can you imagine? Oh, thank you for convincing me to enter. Harper, that's amazing. I gotta tell Mom, she's gonna be so happy. I couldn't help feeling a little jealous, though. I'd always wanted to have a story published, and Harper was actually getting to do it. I pushed the thought away. I could do it someday, too, and I was happy for her. That is, till her book came out. It was my first time reading her script, and my heart started racing. I couldn't believe my eyes as I frantically skimmed through the pages. These were my stories. Not exactly word for word, but the main themes and so many ideas, they were mine. I stormed downstairs and shoved the book in Harper's face. You cheat! What? These are my ideas, Harper. You stole them from my notebooks. How could you stoop so low? Are you crazy? Why would I even look through your notebooks? Then how did my ideas magically appear in your your story, 'cause they're my ideas. But of course, you found a way to make it about yourself. You've always thought you're better than me, because I'm just the help's daughter. Don't change the subject, witch, and I've loved Susan like my own mom. Yeah, and never thought about how you took all her time away from me. I was at home with my rotten grandma while Mom looked after your highness. Well, we were gonna leave after high school anyway, but now with my book deal, I'm sure I can take Mom away even faster. I always knew you were jealous of me, and I was right. Jealous of you? Oh, please. Why would I be jealous of someone whose mother can't be bothered to talk to her more than twice a month? Shut up, Harper. I never want to speak to you again. Fine by me. Susan was really upset when she found out about our fight, and she tried to make us talk, but I refused. I couldn't even look at Harper. And then one night, some reporters came to interview her at the house and asked her where she got her inspiration. Oh, my mom's always been a great storyteller. I wouldn't be here without her. You wouldn't be here without me, Harper. Hey, everyone, here's something you should... Harper attacked me, and suddenly we were fighting like wild cats till our moms pulled us apart. Mom asked the reporters to leave, and when I told her everything, she was livid. After everything I've done for you two, and this is how you repay me? Stealing ideas from my daughter and attacking her too? I want you both gone, now. It broke my heart to see Susan leave like this, but it was all her evil daughter's fault. It didn't make me feel better, though. I didn't even want to meet any of my friends. Then one night, Mom knocked on my door. Hey, sweetie, want to go out for dinner? I don't really feel like it, Mom. Do it for me anyway. I reluctantly agreed, and she took me to a small Italian restaurant. This is where your father and I came on our first date. You don't ever talk about him, Mom. You really don't talk to me at all. Your father was a photographer, too. He got sick soon after I got pregnant with you. It was really hard for me to deal with his loss, and I just threw myself into work. Also, I always wanted to make sure I had enough to take care of you on my own, but I think I've let you down. What do you mean? I can see how much you miss Susan, and she's made you into the kind of person you are today, not me. It used to hurt my feelings when you preferred her as a kid, but I can't blame you. Is there anything I can do to make up for me not being there? Mom, I've always appreciated everything you've given me, but I think I just want your time now. Over the years, Mom and I grew closer, and I got more involved with her business. I'd see Harper on the news. She'd turned her novel into a trilogy and gained worldwide success. I tried to get over my bitterness, but I just couldn't forget the betrayal. Then one day, my assistant let in a visitor, and I was shocked to see Harper. What are you doing here? I don't want to see you. Please, Mia, just hear me out. She told me that Susan had fallen sick and had been in the hospital for months. My heart sank at the news. She's recovering now, but she keeps asking to see you. Please, you should hear what she has to say. I put all my differences aside and ran to see her, and hugging her made me feel like a kid again. Susan, I've missed you so much. I've missed you too, Mia. But what's happened? Are you okay? Yes, I'm much better, but there's something I have to tell you now. Okay, what is it? Harper didn't steal your stories, Mia. I did. I felt like someone had punched me. It wasn't intentional, believe me. You remember how you always shared your stories with me over the years? When Harper was writing for that contest, she had writer's block, and I gave her some ideas. I didn't realize those were all yours, or that it would be such a big deal. But after you two fought, I realized what I'd done, but I just couldn't come clean. I didn't want to take away this amazing thing from my daughter, but I felt so awful for the pain I caused you, Mia. I am so sorry. Do you think you can ever forgive me? Oh, please don't cry, Susan. I just need some time to process this, okay? I sat outside her hospital room, still trying to wrap my head around everything. Just then, Harper joined me. Mom just told me a week ago, Mia. I really had no idea, but we can fix this. I can announce publicly that some ideas were yours and you can be given due credit. No, Harper, slow down. It's okay. You know what? Your mom inspired me to write stories too. I'm sure so many of my ideas came from her. It kind of feels right that they came back to you, and I'm enjoying being part of Mom's business, and I'm glad you've done so well for yourself. I'm glad you're happy too, Mia. And about all those things I said, I didn't really mean them. Me neither. Forget about it. Can we be friends again? As long as you bring your mom along. I only tolerated you because of her. Right back at ya. Hi, everybody. I'm Ava from Washington, and I'm searching for my one true love. He should be funny, rich, and really handsome. But I'm jumping ahead in the story. Please like and subscribe to MSA. I grew up in a big family with 2 older sisters. Maya was super intelligent like Dad, and Tara was pretty like Mom. But I inherited my parents' love for romance. I could roll around all day in bed dreaming about handsome boys. When I was 10, I invited the neighbor's son to run away with me and get married. When he refused, I grabbed him and pulled him down the street until his parents caught up to us. At 12, I had memorized all the dialogue of every romantic movie ever. And at 14, I landed my first date with the hottest boy in class, Danny. But he ran away when I asked him how many kids he wanted. Oh my God, will you stop crying? It's so annoying. But I'm in pain. My heart is dying. I might need a transplant. Who knows? Did you know heartbreak could give you anxiety, stress, even lead to a heart attack? Do you want me to die, Maya? Stop overreacting. And where did you even learn all that? I know you're not that smart. Ask Brain 2, of course. It's my only friend in pain. The only thing that understands me. She answers all my questions, unlike you, who judges me all the freaking time. That's because it's an application and it can't hear you whining. Whatever. Just leave me alone. I was heartbroken for days, and Danny told everyone what a freak I was, so no one ever asked me out again. I didn't lose hope, though, and continued to work on my romance skills. But this time, I went a level up and started reading old romantic novels. Slowly, I fell in love with these books, and after I graduated school, I joined a literature course at a reputed college and picked up a job at a nearby library. One time, I was lost in reading when this guy tapped me on my shoulder. Hi, I'm sorry. Can you help me? I'm Alex, and I'm looking for a rare book and... Alex was saying something, but my attention was fixed on his friend Sam. He was so handsome. It was like he'd walked straight out of the pages of my book. I swear I could see a halo around his head. I gave Alex the wrong direction to search for a book so I could spend more time with Sam, and we had a great conversation. He asked me out before leaving, and obviously I said yes. On our first date, he took me to a fancy restaurant, and I was kind of disappointed when Alex also showed up. So when Sam went to the bathroom, I asked Alex why he was here. He's scared of meeting new people in public. This one time, he went on a blind date and the girl chased him with his fork because he ate her fries. It was a whole scene. And then another time, when he went to meet this friend, he got bitten by a bee. So he's a little paranoid. Don't worry though, I'm just here minding my business. It was a little awkward having Alex around, but Sam made me feel special. We talked, laughed, and even though he was a little dumb, his good looks more than made up for it.
I just don't get why people read books. Just watch the movie and get done with it, right?
I totally agree.
Wait, aren't you a librarian?
And aren't you supposed to be minding your own business?
Relax. I just feel books are the best way to live a story. And being a librarian, you should love books more than anything. Yeah, about that. What kind of job is a librarian? You're pretty. Why don't you try modeling or acting?
Do you really think I could be a movie star?
Okay, not a model, but you could definitely be one of those teleprompters. The point is, anything is better than hiding your face behind books all day.
I felt kind of weird how Sam talked down to me. He was literally the prince of my dreams, and I wanted to give our relationship a shot, so I ignored his sly comments and moved on. Sam and I officially started dating soon after. I thought now that I was his girlfriend, he would be kinder to me, but he only got worse. He wouldn't leave one chance to pick on how I looked or what I wore, and sometimes it would really hurt me. Like on my 20th birthday, Sam took me shopping, and I saw this really cute pink dress. Oh my God, this is so pretty.
You're kidding, right? That's too expensive for your taste, Ava. You can't afford that.
But I saved up, and I think...
Okay, you need at least 20 years to save up for this dress. I can buy it for you, but I don't want to spoil you. I think men and women are equal and should pay for their own things. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
Great, then buy something cheaper. What? Don't look at me like that. I just want to encourage you to earn more. I can't take a librarian to my parents' dinner, okay?
You want me to meet your parents? Yeah, I kinda missed the point here, but my sister said that I'm not the smartest person, and Sam was making an effort, right? We were meeting his parents, which was a big deal since his dad owned half the town. I wanted to look my best, so a few days later, I borrowed some money from my sisters and bought the dress with the intention of returning it immediately after the party. But as soon as I arrived, everyone was dressed to impress, and even my expensive dress wasn't fancy enough. I spotted Sam immediately, but he was busy with some guests, so I stood in a corner waiting for him when suddenly Alex walked up to me, but he tripped over something, and thankfully, I caught him just in time.
Close call. I didn't know librarians had good instincts.
You didn't know you were clumsy either. Life's full of surprises.
Are you getting bored? We could dance if you want.
No thank you. I'd rather stay here and wait for my boyfriend.
Then you'll miss my awesome moves.
With that, Alex started jumping up and down like a monkey, and I couldn't help laughing. It was sweet of him to keep me company while my own boyfriend didn't even look my way. Despite Alex's efforts, I saw only Sam. He laughed and hugged other girls, and I felt a mix of jealousy, sadness, and anger. I finally couldn't take it anymore and walked up to him. Hi, babe. I've been waiting for you in case you didn't notice. Won't you introduce me to your friends? Oh my God, Sam, weren't you dating that librarian? Yep, that's me. No, but he said she was kind of weird and clingy and had no taste in fashion. Still me. But he also said that she had messy hair and her breath stank like horse poop. Let me save you the trouble. All me. And I didn't know you thought all these amazing things about me, Sam.
Oh, sweetie, it's just a joke between friends, nothing serious.
Okay. I picked up a glass of juice and threw it in Sam's face. Think of this as a sugar facial. Nothing serious. And by the way, we're done. Sam looked at me in shock as I turned around and left, but I missed a step and fell right into the waiter carrying food, spilling everything on my new dress. Perfect. I was broke and boyfriendless the same day. Sam tried calling me all night, but I didn't answer. And the next day in the library, I was still reeling from last night's events when Alex walked up to me. Wow, how typical. Sam couldn't come, so he sent his secretary to make up for his behavior.
First of all, I'm not Sam's secretary. His family and mine are close, so we know each other. And I came to give you this. I saw the tag on your dress last night and thought you might need a new one.
I'm sorry. I'm still mad and I took it out on you. I can't believe Sam would turn out to be such a jerk.
He's always been like this.
Alex told me that his ex-girlfriend had cheated on him with Sam.
There was a scandal because the girl's parents worked with Sam's dad, and they started spilling information on how he wasn't paying taxes. Sam's dad had to pay a huge penalty, and he got the whole family sent away. No one knows what happened to them after that.
That's horrible. Why are you still friends with him?
I'm not. I just want him to pay for what he did, which is why I have a proposal for you. Sam would hate the idea of his ex-girlfriend dating someone else. It would hurt his pride, and that's the best revenge we can get on him.
I wasn't sure if the fake dating thing would work, but I decided to get on board anyway. This Sam needed a shot of his own medicine, and I was more than happy to give it to him. Alex and I set the wheels in motion when he invited me over for his birthday party a week later. He insisted on buying me an incredible outfit, and the look on Sam's face when he saw me was worth $1 million. He couldn't take his eyes off me all night. Once I was alone, Sam walked up to me.
You know, I wasn't expecting you to make a move on Alex so fast, and I certainly didn't expect you to look like a vision. Why didn't you dress up like that when we were together?
Because you had weird eyes. It made me super dizzy just looking at you, and I always thought I might throw up at any time. I didn't want to waste my pretty clothes like that, so I dressed up like a homeless beggar. Happy? Now leave me alone. I'm with Alex.
Oh, come on. Alex is nothing compared to me. I'm perfect for you. You know that. I think we should give it another shot.
Thanks for the offer, but I'll pass. Also, your fly's open. Sam flushed red as I walked away giggling. The next few weeks, Sam followed me around like a puppy. He would go to the library and stare at me for hours till I got the security guards to kick him out. At college, he would wait around with flowers. The plan was working. Sam was anxious and jealous, and I couldn't be happier. Meanwhile, Alex and I hung out every night plotting our next moves. Unlike Sam, Alex was always sweet to me, and I learned that he loved traveling.
I went to Italy one time and they gave me a lobster to eat. I ended up breaking my front teeth. And if you look closely, you can see. Look.
Alex came closer and my heart skipped a beat. He smelled like sand on a rainy day. The more time I spent with him, the more I fell for him. He was kind and we shared our love for romance novels. And the best part was that he always treated me with respect. I can get that. You shouldn't spend so much money on me.
You are my girlfriend, fake or not. Anyway, I was thinking if you want to go to this concert with me, it's my favorite band, and I'd love if you could come too. Is Sam coming? I guess. Is it important that he comes?
Yeah, of course. He needs to be there if we want to make him jealous. Duh.
Yeah, didn't think of that.
Alex smiled and went on his way, and picked me up later that night. As expected, Sam was around too, and he'd picked front row seats to keep a watch on Alex and me. At the end of the concert, the singer called my name and announced that the next song would be dedicated to me by Alex. I was overwhelmed with emotion and cried. Alex hugged me tightly, and we stood like that, listening to this beautiful song. I totally forgot about Sam.
This is perfect, right? He's totally falling for it.
Huh? What? Who?
Sam. He's looking right in our direction.
And suddenly, I saw Sam walking up on stage, and then he took the mic and started singing in the worst voice ever. People gathered around watching, and he just enjoyed the attention.
Oh, baby, baby, check out my style. I'm rich and I'm handsome, it's all worthwhile. My moves are smooth, my smile's so bright. Oh, baby, baby, I'm a sight. Ava, my sweet love, come back to me. You're meant for great things, and they all start with me.
Sam walked down and took my arm, but Alex held my other side, and I stood between the two of them like a lost lamb waiting to get slaughtered.
Let her go. She's my girlfriend. She was mine first. You treated her like trash, and you're making her look like a loser.
Enough, guys. Everyone's staring. Maybe we can... Before I could finish, Alex jumped on Sam and punched him hard. Sam fell, and then he got up to punch Alex, and the two of them wrestled like dogs in the mud. Stop it! What is wrong with you?
Me? He's the one who started it.
You pushed him, Alex. He's hurt.
After all this time, you'd still choose this jerk over me? I guess all you care about is money. You're so desperate for love that you'd fall for any guy who walks your way, Ava.
Just then, I felt something snap inside me, and I pushed Alex away. All of you are morons. Eat dust and kill each other for all I care. I didn't even look back as I walked away. Maybe all this romance stuff was just a bunch of nonsense and good guys just didn't exist. When I came home, I saw my sisters waiting for me. Apparently, the concert was live on TV, and the entire fight between Alex and Sam was telecasted. They asked me how I felt, and I instantly broke down and told them everything. Maybe this is a sign that you need to realize your true value. Boys will come and go, but self-worth will take you places. And if you want a prince, I have a friend who works at Disneyland. I can hook you up. I think I'm done with guys for a while. Over the next few weeks, both Sam and Alex tried to get in touch with me, but I blocked both of them. I concentrated on studies and work and tried to move on, but sometimes I missed Alex a lot. One day, I was at the library when a colleague told me about this literature event in town. He had extra tickets, and since all my favorite authors were attending, I decided to go. But the moment I entered, I saw Sam in a corner. He immediately spotted me and walked over.
Ava, you're here. My heart can't take this much happiness.
What are you doing here?
My dad's the organizer. Ava, I only knew how much I loved you after I lost you. Please, come back to me. Not in a million years will I let you destroy Ava's life.
I turned around to see Alex staring furiously at Sam. What is happening?
I'm the one who gave those tickets to your colleague because I knew how much you'd like to be here. You know why? Because I know you. I respect you. And I know I messed up, but please, come back to me. No, come back to me. Will you marry me?
I was so overwhelmed with what was happening. I just couldn't think straight and started running away. Sam and Alex started chasing me, trying to get in each other's way.
Ava, please stop. You're too athletic for a librarian.
I may be a librarian, but I can still outrun a billionaire.
Wait up, guys. I want to be loved too. Okay, I can't do this. This is too much effort. I can get 1,000 girls like you. You hear that?
Not surprised.
But I love you. Not because of any plan, but because of who you are.
Prove it by catching me. And when Alex finally caught up to me, he pulled me in his arms and promised to never let go of me. Hi, I'm Nora, and most of the time, I'm pretty sweet. But when I fall in love, I turn into a jealous psycho. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. I blame my mom entirely for it. She and my dad were high school sweethearts. But over time, Dad kept getting promoted at work and got busier, while Mom felt neglected and became really insecure. I mean, she became a nutcase. Like once in the supermarket, when Dad held the door open for the woman behind us, Mom accused him of flirting with her and even flung a melon at the woman's head. Or that time at my 6th birthday party when Dad gave a female clown a slice of cake, Mom marched over furiously, smushed the cake with her fists, and then gave the clown a wedgie. I don't condone violence, but that was hilarious. When I was in the 3rd grade, Mom was convinced that Dad was having an affair with his pretty new secretary. So one day, she took me and my older sister Sophie to his office.
Please don't steal our daddy, lady. Don't take him away from us. Who will feed us and buy us clothes? Do you want us to be orphans? It's a very bad thing to be wait, I forgot. I wrote it on my arm. Oh yeah, a homewrecker. Homewreckers are bad, and you'll end up in jail, bad lady.
Wait a second. Are those my jeans you're wearing? I want my jeans and my husband back, witch.
Are you insane? As if my size 0 jeans would even fit your size 8 butt. Mom snarled and leapt at the secretary, who dodged her and went screaming down the hallway. She burst into the conference room with Mom on her tail, and the two ended up crashing onto the large conference table where Dad was having a meeting with the company's top executives.
What on earth? You cheated on me and gave this bimbo my favorite jeans. Mom threw a stapler at Dad, which missed him and hit his boss instead. Needless to say, he was fired. And that was the day he left us for good. Sophie and I were devastated. Wipe your tears, girls. He wouldn't have left if he wasn't cheating on me. Take it from me. All men are garbage, and we're better off without them.
Well, that didn't stop me from having my first crush in the 7th grade. His name was Adam, and he was our neighbor. One day, Sophie caught me staring at him from my window.
Adam and Nora sitting in a tree. Kissing.
Shut up, Sophie. I don't even like that boy.
Yes, you do. You want to brush his hair and hold his hand and have his babies. I read it in your diary, see?
I snatched my diary out of Sophie's hand and pushed her out of my room. She was so annoying. A couple of weeks later, a super pretty girl named Becca joined my class, and we quickly became friends. Once, when we were hanging out at my place, Adam showed up at my door.
Hi. I brought you some cookies I baked myself. You free to hang out?
Oh, yeah. Why wouldn't I be free? Wait, I have another guest over, but yeah, I don't think she'd mind. Come in. You smell so good. I mean, the cookies smell so good. I wanted Adam to have a good time, so I logged on to Ask Brain 2 and asked about fun game ideas. The three of us played Truth or Dare, charades, and hide and seek. A couple of times, I caught Adam smiling at me, and when he brushed cookie crumbs from my cheek, my heart skipped several beats. The next day at school, I was at my locker and I saw Adam staring at me from across the hall. Suddenly, he winked at me and blew me a kiss. The butterflies in my stomach went into a frenzy. I raced down the hall ready to jump into Adam's arms, but I slipped on a banana peel and fell face first right at Adam's feet. I thought he'd sweep me up, but instead he stepped over me, hugged Becca, and gave her the most romantic kiss I'd ever seen. I wanted the ground to swallow me whole. That night, Mom and Sophie caught me crying in my room.
Boys are like that, sweetie. They'll lead you on, make you think they love you, then tear your heart out, just like your father.
Not only was my heart broken, now I was totally paranoid when a boy even came close to me.
Hey, Nora, you want to go to the movies?
I'd rather eat a bag of worms.
Would you be my Valentine?
Stay away from me, or I'll dunk your head in a toilet.
Nora, you're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen.
Liar! After a while, I got a reputation for being a little cuckoo, and most of the kids in school started avoiding me, but I didn't care. Sophie was totally different, though. She'd flirt with every boy that passed her in the hall and date a new jerk every 2 weeks. Of course, they all broke her heart, and I felt so sorry for Sophie that I decided to help her. You gotta remember my rules, Soph. Don't let their good looks fool you. Don't trust anything they say. Don't let them melt you with their kisses, and don't ever fall in love. Sophie listened attentively and took notes, but a week later, I caught her kissing a boy named Clive in her room. You're breaking all the rules. Your rules are dumb. All boys aren't bad.
That's right, girl. Boys are cool, and that's why they rule. Ha ha!
Shut your stupid mouth. No one's talking to you. Where'd you pick him up from? The dumpster? That's your problem. You're so judgmental and won't give any boy a chance. I thought you were smarter than this, Sophie. Maybe hanging out with stupid boys has made you stupid too. Sophie kicked me out of her room, and we didn't speak much after that. Soon, I was off to university, and there were boys everywhere. I just kept my head in my books and rejected any boy who even tried to make a move. But a girl starts to get lonely. So, when a girl in my class asked me out one day, I impulsively said yes. Just because I'd renounced all men didn't mean I couldn't find love. And how bad could it be, right? At first, not so bad. In fact, pretty great. She loved to cook, she braided my hair, she gave me the best pedicures, and we were the same shoe size. But then, she started acting like I'd adopted her. She would never leave my dorm, and I hated it when she used my towel and my hairbrush. She was clingy and needy, and constantly needed validation that she was the most important person in my life. So, if your mother and I were hanging off a cliff, holding on for dear life, and you could only save one person, who would it be? My mother, obviously. Seriously, I've known you for a month. Mom carried me in her womb for 8 more months than that. I thought it was a reasonable answer, but she totally lost it. She broke half the things in my room and threw the other half out the window before she stormed off. Then she started stalking me everywhere I went. I tried talking to my other friends about how unsafe I felt, but they all laughed it off. Yeah, if you're dating a guy and complain about him, everyone shows you sympathy, but no one comforts you if it's a girl. Now come on, she's barely 5 feet and she looks totally harmless. What could she possibly do to you? Only after she tried kidnapping me did anyone take things seriously. She was expelled from the university and I got a restraining order. And after that, I swore off girls too. Then in my junior year, Sophie showed up at my dorm one day with the worst news. Clive proposed to me. You're kidding. Man, that loser is so out of your league. Don't worry, sis. I know how to handle this. Just send Clive a breakup text. Tell him he stinks, he makes you want to puke, and you never want to see him again. No, I love Clive. I said yes, and our wedding is in 4 weeks. I just came to ask you if you'd be my maid of honor. I couldn't believe this. I thought Clive was just a phase. I wanted to yell at the top of my lungs, "Don't do this! You'll ruin your life!" But instead, I caved in and said yes. I mean, was I allowed to say no? When I got back home for Sophie's wedding, I tried to keep an open mind about Clive. But Clive was horrible. He had no sense of humor, he was boring, and he totally ignored Sophie to spend all his time with his friends or fixing his dumb car. So when it was time to make my maid of honor speech, well, things got out of hand. Here's to Sophie and Clive. Clive is dumber than an ant, he smells like a rotten egg, and his face reminds me of a horse's butt. What are you doing? Sophie, I don't know how you can stand him. Are you marrying him for his money? Oops, I forgot he's broke. Look, we both know this marriage isn't gonna last, so why don't we cut to the chase now, and I can get you out of that tacky wedding dress Clive bought you from the dollar store. Sophie got so mad that she threw the wedding cake at me. Clive's mom cried, and the rest of the bridal party chased me out of the building. The next day, I was packing my bags to leave when Sophie came to my room. I thought she'd punch my face, but instead, she took my hand. Listen, Nora, I'm not like you, okay? I'm not bitter, I'm not angry, and I don't hate men. I chose Clive, and if you want me in your life, you'll have to respect that. Okay, but you're making a huge mistake. You're the one making the mistake. Love is real, and one day, I hope you'll understand. I was only trying to do the right thing, but clearly Sophie was too blind to appreciate it. But when I got back to my university, my life turned upside down. My friends and I went to a restaurant to celebrate my birthday, but when we got there, the waiter told us our table was booked. 3 dumb guys were sitting there laughing and joking. But I booked this table a week ago.
My apologies, ma'am. It was our mistake. Maybe you could come back tomorrow?
Just as I was about to snap at the waiter, one of the guys from the table walked up to us. His name was Chris. He had movie star hair, a $1 million smile, and a perfect body.
Why don't you girls join us? There's plenty of room, and we won't bother you.
That's a horrible idea. Don't mind Nora. She's just kidding. The next thing I knew, we were sitting at their table, and Chris talked to me all night. To my surprise, he wasn't the absolute worst. He worked in a private security firm as a bodyguard, and all his crazy stories made me laugh. At the end of the evening, he even asked me for my number. Don't get any ideas. I'm not interested in a relationship.
Neither am I. I was thinking we could be friends.
After that, Chris and I talked and texted every night, and soon we started hanging out almost every day. No, we weren't dating. We were just, okay, fine, it's true. Every time he was close, his cologne made me dizzy, and when he looked at me, my stomach did that weird thing that it does after I eat too much cheese. And if his hand brushed against mine, I started having acid reflux. Yeah, I let my guard down and fell in love, okay? And I wasn't the only one.
I know we're supposed to be friends, but I love you, Nora, and I think we're meant to be together. Like the moon and the night sky, like the bees and the flowers, like water in a well.
Just shut up and kiss me. Soon after I'd graduated and moved in with Chris, he got a job as a bodyguard to protect this beautiful pop star Sasha. Yeah, I know y'all have heard about her. Sasha, the gorgeous singing sensation who ended up dating her ex-bodyguard Damon? Yeah, that one. Sasha was going on tour, and for months, Chris was off traveling from city to city, and it got kinda lonely. Then one day, Mom and Sophie came to visit.
Oh, Nora, my poor baby. You must be so sad.
What are you talking about? Stop it, Mom. It's none of your business.
Your sister needs to know.
Mom showed me a bunch of pictures online of Sasha leaning on Chris's arm and laughing. Then she turned on the TV, and some stupid reporter said how cute Chris and Sasha looked together. When I heard that, I suddenly picked up a bat and smashed the TV to pieces. Nora, don't listen to Mom. She's paranoid. All that stuff is stupid gossip. Sasha is with Damon, and Chris adores you.
Nora, don't be naive like your sister. Everybody lies and cheats.
After Sophie and Mom left, I called Chris, but he didn't answer. I kept thinking about what Mom said and how I'd broken all of my rules, and now my heart was in danger. So the very next morning, I put on a disguise, took a bus to Sasha's next concert venue, and signed up as an extra on set. And I watched the two of them like a hawk. Every time Chris whispered something in Sasha's ear, my heart burned. She even asked him to zip up her dress once. Had everybody else died? One evening during Sasha's performance, I was backstage when I saw Chris and a dancer going into a dressing room and closing the door behind them. What the heck? I quickly ran after them and burst in. Aha! Caught you! Just then, I saw the girl's arm was bleeding and Chris was bandaging it.
Caught you? Wait, who are you exactly?
Oh God, I couldn't let him recognize me. I turned around and ran for it, with Chris sprinting right behind me. In my frenzy, I found myself heading straight for the stage.
Red alert, red alert. A snake is headed towards the eagle.
I found myself crashing into the dancers on stage, and just as I was about to run into a horrified Sasha, 4 men pinned me to the ground while the audience gasped. I was immediately carried away and found myself facing Chris backstage.
Nora?
I realized my wig had come off. Sasha's performance was ruined, and her manager insisted that Chris be fired.
What were you thinking? You compromised my client's security, and you cost me my job and my reputation.
Oh, I don't know, Chris. I was thinking how my hunky boyfriend hangs out with beautiful pop stars and dancers all the time and is never home anymore. Can you blame me for being paranoid?
Yes, I can. I haven't given you any reason not to trust me.
Yet. I just don't want you to be a bodyguard anymore.
Well, too bad. It's my job. Just go home, Nora. I don't want to be around you right now.
Feeling miserable, I ended up going to a dance club instead to get my mind off of everything. I saw this cute boy on stage playing with the band, and he kept winking at me. I recognized him from TV. He was a movie star. On an impulse, I took a deep breath and then walked up to the boy and gave him a passionate kiss. The next morning, I was back home, and I woke up to tons of pictures on the internet of me and that movie star kissing. Chris showed up at my door soon after.
Why would you do that to me? I thought we were in love.
Everybody cheats, babe. Welcome to the real world. I know you'll cheat on me one day if you aren't already. I am done with this stupid relationship. I walked out of there with my bags and went to Sophie, but soon after, I started feeling sick to my stomach. It hit me like a ton of bricks. I was a cheater, something I hated and felt horrible about. I made a big mistake. I don't know what to do.
Yeah, you messed up big time.
I wasn't talking to you, Clive. There's no need to be rude. You're right. I'm the worst, and I'm sorry for all the mean things I've said and done to you too. I don't know who I am anymore. I never wanted to hurt Chris, but something came over me. You let Mom get into your head, Nora. She says she's better off alone, but all I see is a bitter, paranoid woman who can't be happy and can't stand anyone else's happiness either. You deserve to love and be loved in return. And yeah, sometimes love can hurt, but sometimes it can also be amazing, like what Clive and I have. I really don't understand how that's possible with Clive. Okay, sorry. You're right. I decided to see a therapist and learned to deal with my insecurities and trust my heart. I even wrote Chris a letter apologizing for hurting him. I didn't get a response, but that was okay. One day, I went to eat at the cafe where Chris and I had our first kiss. Then someone walked up behind me.
You're sitting at my table.
I looked up to see Chris looking down at me. He smelled like an ocean breeze. My heart melted, but I tried to play it cool. I don't see your name on this table.
You're right. Do you mind if I sit with you?
I thought you hated me.
I did at first, but I couldn't hate you for too long. You really broke my heart, though.
I hope one day you can forgive me. You were the love of my life and my best friend. I want you back, but I understand if you can't trust me. Maybe we can start over? We could take it one day at a time.
I can't promise anything, but I do want to give us a second chance.
And this time, I was throwing away all my stupid rules and following my heart. Hi, I'm Emma from Chile. Please like and subscribe to MSA. Show your love for MSA with their awesome bottles and notebooks. Peek at the collection in the description and pick your favorites. My childhood was tough. My parents were always fighting. But when I grew up, I met Clara, and my life started to become better. We met on the first day of high school, and I remember it like it was yesterday. Hi, is this seat taken? No? Great. I saw you sitting alone and thought you needed some company. Is that a choco chip muffin? I love them. You get the best muffins at this coffee house nearby, but if you eat too many, you might get gas or a sugar rush. Sorry, I'm blabbering a lot, right? Kind of. You'll get used to it. I'm Emma, by the way. Do you want to be my friend? Trust me, we both need friends if we want to survive high school. Oh, okay. I'd like that. I'm Clara. Since that day, we were like gum. Clara was a pretty and shy girl, and me, well, I was the weird girl with a tiny obsession for Sherlock Holmes. You better not be asking who Sherlock Holmes is. Wow, that's an interesting outfit. It's my Sherlock Holmes uniform, Clara. I already told you like 1 trillion times. Yes, of course. How can I forget? The world's greatest detective, right? The best, the biggest, the most... Wait, are you teasing me? Wow, you figured it out. Guess you are good at detecting things. It's elementary, dear Watson. What? Oh, never mind. But despite my weirdy personality, Clara always stuck by my side until one day, everything started to break. I was coming back from school and saw Mom going crazy in rage. She was screaming at Dad, throwing his stuff outside, while Dad just looked like a deer in the headlights trying to stop her.
Let go of my hand. That's it. I can't live with someone who scams others. We're done. Get out of my house.
Please, not in front of Emma.
Why? She should know what kind of father she has. Tell her how you scammed people into investing money in your little Ponzi schemes. Tell her that you're a liar and a crook. Go on. A mouse got your tongue?
Mom kept screaming at Dad, and I just couldn't take it. So I ran away to my room and locked my door. Mom followed me and was still screaming, but I just lay on my bed, trying not to cry. And later that night, she came into my room.
I know you feel horrible, darling, but it's for the best. Your father was a good guy, but now he prefers money over his own family.
But what happened?
I don't know, dear, but I do know that you and I are going to be just fine. We're a team. Remember that, okay?
The next day, I went to school feeling worse than ever, but I saw Clara and I got a little happy. Hey, I had the most awful day yesterday. Can we skip classes and talk? I really need to vent. And why do you think I have the time to listen to you whine? Excuse me? Clara started to walk away from me, but I stopped her. No, wait, I don't understand. Did I do anything wrong? We can talk about it. Oh, God, if I have to listen to you talk one more time, I will kill myself. I don't even know how your parents tolerate you. You're so childish and annoying. I can't be around you anymore. But we're best friends. And now we're not. So please don't talk to me again. Clara left, and I felt completely broken. Did she always think of me like that? I tried to talk to Clara between breaks, but she ignored me, and she did so for the rest of the week. I had no other friends, so I just spent my time in the school library reading some Sherlock Holmes. At least the books were loyal. But one day, I was walking to my next class and saw a notebook by the lockers. I opened it out of curiosity, and what I saw blew my mind. The notebook was full of pictures of Clara. Clara going to class, Clara in the gym, Clara
Clara walking to her house? What kind of creep would do something like this? I was flipping through the pages when I noticed someone familiar in one of the photographs. It was this guy from our class, Gerardo, and he was holding a camera in a mirror reflection in the photograph. I'd seen Gerardo following Clara around in school, and I always felt that there was something off about him, but Clara would never let me chase him away. And now he was taking her pictures? This guy was a freak, and I had to do something before Clara was in some serious trouble. So I went to the principal and explained everything to her.
I can't accuse any student without real proof, Emma. I mean, Gerardo is the official photographer for our yearbook. He could be taking pictures of anything else. But if you feel so strongly about this, I'll tell the teachers to be on the alert, okay?
But nothing ever happened. Since telling the principal blew up in my face, I fell back on the one thing that I knew would work, my awesome detective skills. I spent the entire night stalking Gerardo on social media, but it was a dead end. The only possible solution was to confront him. But the next morning when I entered school, I saw Clara walk in with Gerardo looking completely different. Her face was painted with makeup and her hair was all red. Oh my God, Clara, what happened? Did a radioactive spider bite you or something? What happened to your hair? And what's with the makeup?
Can you stop touching her, you freak, and get out of the way?
I wasn't talking to you, creepy stalker. Clara, what are you doing with him? Did he torture you? Do you need my help?
She doesn't need anything from you, so get lost if you have nothing to say.
Clara didn't look at me, so I walked closer to her, ignoring Gerardo's protests, and pulled out the notebook. Clara, this guy is a stalker. He's been taking your pictures since God knows when. Look, he's even in one of these pictures. Can you see that tiny little reflection in the background? Clara ripped the notebook out of my hands and finally looked at me, angry. What part of I don't want to be your friend didn't you understand? I don't care about your little detective games, okay? It's not a game. This guy is creepy and weird and my boyfriend? He's my boyfriend, okay? Now stop insulting him with your dumb games and get out of my face. Clara stormed off before I could ask any questions, but Gerardo stayed, smiling at me.
Thank you for finding my notebook. I was worried about losing my favorite photos of my girlfriend.
Listen, I don't know how you brainwashed her, but she's not like that.
I didn't do anything to her. I just offered her a quick way to earn money.
What did you make her do?
Why don't you ask her?
He left with a victorious grin on his face. I started to feel really worried about Clara. The next day, after the end of the school day, I was determined to save Clara any way I could. So I decided to follow Gerardo like a shadow. After a while, I saw him slipping through the school back gate and entering a scary dark alley. I hid behind a pillar and saw him wait there. And moments later, a bunch of guys came in on their motorcycles, each scarier than the next.
How you feeling about tomorrow, boss? Pretty good. You have the motorcycle I asked for? Yeah, it's in Clara's house. Perfect. I taught Clara everything she needs to know about riding motorcycles, and I've told her to meet us right here tomorrow. I'm telling you, Clara's so ready for this race. She's gonna nail it. And what if she doesn't? Then we train her more till she can. But don't worry, I can feel that money is ours already.
Everyone started cheering in celebration, so I got out of there before they saw me. I ran until I found a bench and sat down. Clara was participating in a motorcycle race? Why? I had so many questions, but right now, the only thing on my mind was to save Clara from this dumb race. The plan was simple. I was gonna go to the dark alley after school and wait for Clara to show up, and then I would just grab her arm and run till we were safe. So the next day, I went to the alley extra early and waited for everyone to show up. Everyone, including Gerardo, was around, but Clara was nowhere in sight. Half an hour went by, and when she didn't show up, I decided to leave. But my jacket got caught in one of the boxes, and I fell, and all eyes turned to me. Whoopsie! I was just making sure there was no rats here. I think it's safe to say that this place is officially rat-free. Okay, bye! I turned around to run for my life when suddenly Clara popped in front of me, looking like a raging bull. I thought I asked you to stay away. I just want to help you, Clara. This is too much. I don't know what's happening with you, but I can help. How? You didn't even know your father's a scamster till your mom told you. I know you think you're some great detective and you can help everyone, but no, Emma, you can't. You have to stay away from this. Get that in your thick skull and leave me alone. I know you're saying this to hurt me, and I am hurt, I won't lie. But Clara, this is too dangerous and—
Okay, enough. My head's hurting listening to your annoying voice. Lock her up.
Wait! Clara tried to protest, but someone dragged me into a room nearby, took off my backpack, threw me in, and shut the door. I could hear Clara almost crying, so I pressed my ear to the door, trying to hear outside. I know she's in trouble, but you can't leave her here.
You need to focus right now. We'll come back for her later, I promise. Now get on the motorcycle. You've got a race to win.
I tried to scream for help, but I gave up after a while and just sat down on the floor. Ugh, how did I let this happen? I spent hours walking in circles and knocking on the door, but then I suddenly came up with an idea. I'd read in the Sherlock Holmes books how to pick locks with a hairpin, so I took the one I had in my hair and started decided to try it. Something clicked, and all of a sudden, the door opened. Bullseye! I knew I had it in me. Okay, now focus. I left the alley and started to run without direction, but then I heard sounds of motorcycles. I went down a stone stairway and found a giant tunnel full of motorcycles and people. And Clara! But before I get Clara out of there, I need to do something else. Hello? 911? Come to Keller Street, down the stone stairway, and hurry up. There's an illegal motorcycle street race happening. Can you provide me with your name? There's no time. Hurry up! I hung up and ran down the stairs. All the motorcycles were already lined up, and Clara was on one of them. I could see Gerardo talking to some guy, so I ran to Clara without him seeing me. Come with me. It's impossible to escape from you, right? You can roll your eyes later. Just get off this thing and come. Emma, you don't understand. I found out a week ago that my parents declared bankruptcy, and we might have to move to a homeless shelter. He's a liar. Look at that nose on his face. It's so plastic and fake. You can't trust him. His nose was really crooked. You should have seen. Wow, great story. Let's save it for another time. Now come. Just as Clara stepped down from the motorcycle, we heard police sirens outside. I pulled Clara away before Gerardo or anyone else could frame her. How? Shh, you're a suspect. If anyone asks why you're hiding behind this bush, pretend that you're from a really exotic island, you know? Maybe you're collecting a... Emma, I'm such an idiot. I ruined everything. My grades, my life, my future, our relationship. Gerardo told me not to talk to you anymore because he wanted me all to himself. Emma, I am so sorry about everything. I just really need my friend right now. Hey, don't worry. I'm not going anywhere. You and your family can stay with us until you guys get back on your feet. Let's just go home and get you cleaned up. I missed you. I missed you too, Emma. Thank you.
Do I look good, guys? Anything stuck in my teeth? Just let me know in the comments. I really don't trust my assistant. She hates me. See, I was telling a friend one day that my assistant smells like chicken, and I think she overheard. But seriously, I hear bark every time she comes close. Wait, if she sees this, she'll start spitting in my food. Director, please cut this part out, okay? Hi, I'm Cece, and I'm a model and Insta blogger from New York. Now, I know many of you are expecting Ramen to do a part 2. And don't get me wrong, I love her. But let me tell you how I'm better than that noodle-loving rapper. She never even told you her real name or where she's from. But I'm an open book. I have no problem disclosing that my full name is Cecilia and... Wait, I'm getting a phone call from the dragon. I mean, my mother. This can't be good. Be right back. Okay, where was I? Yeah, basically, Ramen's busy and her animator got sick and can't do more parts for now. But MSA can't disappoint you, so I stepped up. Now my story will take this lovely animator, and I chose him because he makes his character shake. Like this, see? See, I have a bit of a history with shaking. I love Rihanna and her song Shine Bright Like a Diamond. But when I was little, I used to hear it as shake your body like a demon. And I wondered, why would somebody shake their body like a demon? Who has even seen a demon shaking? But you know, I'm just an easygoing girl. I didn't question anything and just continued with my life. The reason why I was a relaxed, easygoing kid was because my parents were jerks. You know, like jerks to the point where you just give up and live your life because you have no other option. I was born in a family of French aristocrats who had moved to the US a long time ago. But my parents still acted like they had sticks up their butts. I lived in a large, dull mansion where everything was beige, and you guessed it, beige. Any attempts to add color were frowned upon. And then they had all these rules. Keep your voice low, but don't mumble. Sit straight and no elbows on the table. Don't show your teeth when you laugh. You're not a donkey. That's the soup spoon. That's the dessert spoon. Your ancestors must be rolling in their graves saying you eat meat with a fish fork. Jeez, weirdos. Don't you have anything better to do than watching me all day? And wait, let me show you what someone looks like when they laugh without their teeth. I look like a psychopath, right? Even Mom's cat Vivian was a judgmental snob and probably a spy. Once I was playing in the garden and I picked a booger from my nose and stuck it to a sunflower. Come on, it's normal. Kids do this stuff. I know you've done it too. Don't act so cool. And I turned around to find Vivian looking at me like this. So, yeah, I've always been a misfit in this sophisticated family. And it's not that I'm not girly. Actually, I adore fashion. And I always had a magazine tucked in the middle of the literary masterpieces I was forced to read, but I just hadn't grown up to be the classy lady my parents had hoped for. Once in 9th grade, I was shopping at the supermarket with a friend because she wanted to cook something for her boyfriend. Ugh, barf. Boys were all the craze with the girls in 9th grade. I was the only one cool enough not to lose my mind over some boy. I got bored, so I jumped into my friend's shopping cart and told her to run down the aisle with me. We were both laughing like crazy when suddenly she tripped and let the cart go, and I went whizzing straight into a pile of watermelons. When I opened my eyes, I was sure I'd gone to heaven because an angel was looking down at me, halo and all.
Hey, are you okay?
I don't know. Am I dead?
I really hope not. You have to pay for all those watermelons.
And then he smiled. Okay, so I was about to lose my mind over some boy. So sue me. His name was Danny. He was 2 years older, and he worked there part-time as a sales assistant. Our connection was instant, and he asked me out right away. Also, I did pay for the watermelons, but I learned later that the store policy didn't require people to pay for accidents. I think Danny kept the money for himself. And yeah, I didn't question it, because I'm someone who's been shaking her body like a demon for years and never even questioned that. Anyway, a week later, we were officially together. And you know those first days when you're so in love? Sky is bluer, the grass is greener, the air smells like lavender. My stupid 15-year-old brain was telling me that I'd met my soulmate. We liked the same everything, and I could just be myself around him. My parents didn't approve because he wasn't our class, but I couldn't give a hoot. Danny was perfect. So I really can't pinpoint exactly why or when things began going downhill and the lavender started to rot. Maybe because he started going to university and got too busy, or maybe because someone gave me a modeling offer in the city after seeing my blog. It was a great opportunity for me to enter the fashion world, and I was sure we could make long distance work. Yeah, except that even short distance wasn't working for us now. We were just arguing and getting on each other's nerves all the time. See this picture of Danny? Yeah, that's him as a loser kid. But do you see that annoying half smile? He would smirk just like that when he thought he was right, which was like always. Who wouldn't get annoyed? There were so many little things, like why did he tell so many jokes? Why did he touch his ear so often? Why did he sneeze like a raccoon? Sneeze like a man. But things really escalated when we were out for dinner once and he started eating my fries. Why didn't you just order your own fries?
Because I didn't want fries.
Then why are you eating my fries?
I just took a few.
You've eaten half the plate.
You can't share fries with your boyfriend?
This is not about the fries. This is about you. You lied when you said you didn't want any, then you ate mine, and now I'm the bad guy?
Cece, you're acting crazy.
Oh, you want fries? Here, have all of them. The next day, we broke up after 3 years together. And you know the worst part about dating your best friend? When it's all over, you lose your best friend too. But don't worry about me, guys. I took the breakup like a champ. Anyway, I took up the modeling offer and moved to Manhattan right after high school. My parents were very disappointed at my career choices. Surprise, surprise. But I needed to get away from this place, and I just hadn't gone back since. But now, I had just received an invite to a high school reunion. Maybe it was a good excuse to go home. And Danny had moved away, not that it mattered. Yeah, what could go wrong? Oh, Cece, you dumb, silly duck. I didn't realize I'd missed my parents so much till I saw them. Even they seemed kinda happy. Cecilia, what's the matter? Has the dirty city air destroyed your corneas? No, Mom, something just went into my eye.
I asked the chef to make your favorite dessert, a strawberry tart.
That's your favorite, Dad. I'm allergic to strawberries, but I appreciate the thought. And man, oh man, did I appreciate my bed. Why had I left this life again? Hard to recall the moment. I was having a great time at the reunion with my old friends when I spotted a stunning brunette in a red dress. You know, the kind of dress that only a very confident girl can pull off and you instantly feel imperfect in every way just by looking at her. Hey, that girl wasn't in our batch, right? Cece, that's Regina. What? No, I remember Regina. Duh. She had braces, thick glasses, and she was cute but kind of fat, you know, like plump. Yep, same Regina. She got a major glow up. Also, there's something you should know. Just then, a tall guy in a suit walked up to Regina and kissed her. Danny? Oh my God, I'm not ready for this. I gotta go before he sees me. But as I turned, I tripped over my own feet and crashed into a photo booth. Caption for next Insta post: how to be a complete moron in front of your ex and his gorgeous girlfriend.
Why do our meetings always start with you on the floor?
Don't stare at my butt, you pervert.
What? I swear I wasn't. Ugh, get up, you weirdo.
Gosh. He was even cuter than I remembered. You didn't even go to our high school, man. Why are you here?
I'm here with, Regina.
Cece, you look gorgeous as ever. Mwah.
Always the most popular girl in school? You look great too.
Thanks, babe. Listen, I wouldn't have invited Danny if I knew you were coming, given your history. This must be awkward.
Oh, please. That was 1,000,000 years ago. I've dated like 400 boys since then. It's all cool. We're cool. Except watching them together was setting my insides on fire. Listen, guys, I'm not unreasonable. Of course, I didn't think Danny would stay single forever, even though it would have been great if he did till I got married and had my
my first child. Whatever, I can't control that. But why her? She's prettier than me. He wasn't supposed to upgrade. Animator, show me the ugliest shot you got of her. No, not this one. She still looks too pretty. Not this either. Pretty. Okay, animator, you failed. Can someone else volunteer? Yes, the music guy. Love your music, by the way. Oh yeah, this picture. Look at her face. It's made according to Da Vinci's golden ratio, man. And that dark hair, that swan-like neck, her perfect skin, and those long legs. And no, I'm not gay. I mean, I don't think so. But if I was, she'd totally be my type.
Cecilia, who are you talking to? And I heard gay. Are you gay? Not that we're not open-minded people, but, no grandchildren then?
Not right now, guys. I went down a social media rabbit hole stalking Regina and Danny. I wanted to be happy for him, really, but he didn't seem like himself anymore. He was always dressed in fancy suits and hanging out with fake-looking rich people like he was trying too hard to fit in. But it wasn't any of my business. He'd moved on, and so had I. Till I found out my parents were hosting a Christmas party, and Regina's parents were invited, so she and Danny would be coming too. Ugh, I needed a distraction, so I decided to work on a new blog post. How to get a date over the holidays so you're not the only single loser at Christmas. Okay, lovely followers, and of course everyone watching this video. Here are some of Cece's tried and tested tips. Number 1, walk up to a guy in a grocery store and compliment his ugly sweater that his mom obviously knit for him. Guys love it when you compliment their moms. Number 2, stand behind a cute guy at a coffee shop, eavesdrop on his order, and then say, "Oh, you have such good taste." Ha ha ha. I'll have what he's having. Making a guy feel special over nothing is a sure way to win him over. Number 3, when you're walking outside, take one shoe off and start limping. A gentleman is bound to stop and offer you a ride home. Great conversation starter. As I was testing out number 3, a car pulled up next to me. It was freaking Danny.
Hey, Cece, you okay?
Oh, yeah, I just broke my heel.
Hop in, I'll drive you home.
Couldn't tell him what I was actually doing, obvi. We drove away in awkward silence, and then he turned on the radio.
You wanna hear about a girl who makes jealous witches?
I love Ramen Lee Min-ho.
Happy to hear that. Regina hates my songs.
And after that, we just reconnected like old times. Talking to him felt so right and easy and comfortable. I actually felt disappointed when we arrived at my place. And suddenly, it was crystal clear to me. I wanted Danny back. Look, guys, I can feel some of you judging me already. But Regina's known him for what? A few months? She'd get over him. Danny and I were together for 3 years. And yeah, it didn't end well, but we've grown up now. Plus, whose side are you on anyway? This is my story. Root for me. The Christmas dinner was the perfect opportunity for my first move. I switched around the place cards to make sure I sat next to Regina to talk down Danny. So, you must have heard Danny's embarrassing singing by now. Gosh, I've never met someone so off-key, but it's cute. Okay, but have you heard him sneeze? Like a raccoon? Yeah, I tell him he should just let it out. What about the way he snorts like a pig when he laughs? I sometimes do that too. He has terrible taste in music. Oh yeah, I'm trying to change that by introducing him to classical stuff. Also, the worst taste in food. Why eat Mexican when you could have sushi and caviar? Yeah, Mexican? Yuck. Danny and I love Mexican food. Who doesn't? This girl's a psycho. But you know, that's just small stuff. He's pretty great overall. No one's perfect, right? Right. I'm gonna go sit with my date for a while. Yeah, it was just some random dude Ted at the bus stop I'd bribed to act like my date. The second course of action was trying to make Danny jealous. Regina was all over him, touching his hair and laughing, so I ran my fingers through Ted's hair too. Ow, you're hurting me. Ow. I tried feeding him cheesecake next.
No way, girl. Get your own slice. You can't have mine. I don't share food.
And then he just disappeared after dinner. Luckily, Regina's feet were hurting, so Danny asked me to dance instead. Ugh. Why did he have to be so lovely and charming and a gentleman? Why couldn't he be ugly and gross and a jerk? Ugh. And when the music stopped, several people were pointing to something above us. Mistletoe. Everyone cheered us on to kiss, and Danny gave me a gentle peck on the lips. He walked off while my head was spinning like a ballerina. And as I watched him and Regina leave the party, she waved to me with a warm smile. Wait. What? I just kissed your boyfriend and you're smiling at me? This girl was faker than my nails. And for some reason, she wanted to keep me close. 2 days later, she arranged a big picnic for our whole batch and invited me too. Yeah, check out her fancy handwritten note because she's too fancy to send a text. first. Dearest Cece, you are cordially invited to Regina's annual charity picnic gala. All we require is your presence and generous donations. The rest has been taken care of by us. Hope you'll join us for a fun-filled day. XOXOXO, Regina. Well, two can write a note. Dear Regina, yeah, I'll come. I'm busy, but I'll come. Cece. It was a huge event and there were a bunch of games, and somehow for each of them, she partnered me and Danny. I didn't know what she was up to, but I felt like she was watching me. Well, I didn't mind. I was happy for Regina to see how totally in sync Danny and I were. Man, we could finish each other's sentences. We kept meeting for the next few days for some event or the other, but the problem was I was really falling for Danny all over again. Why did I ever let him go? And how could I know if he felt anything for me now? One evening, I was feeling bummed and sitting at my favorite spot when someone joined me.
Didn't think I'd find anyone here. Want me to leave?
You should have asked that before making yourself comfortable.
I have food.
You can stay. As we sat there eating crisps, Danny suddenly spoke.
Why didn't you come home earlier, Cece?
Maybe because I didn't want to return till I'd proved I could make it on my own. It's nice being back, though. Even my parents are a little chilled out now. I got Dad to do a TikTok with me. Can you imagine?
Hardly. You know, I always felt like your parents didn't think I was good enough for you, but this time they were nice. Maybe because I've made something of myself now.
I'm sorry they made you feel that way, but I never cared about that stuff. You know that, right?
Of course. You were always so different.
He brushed away a strand of hair from my face and moved closer. Suddenly, his phone rang and we jumped apart. He mumbled that he had to go and quickly left. Once I was sure he was gone, I broke out into a happy dance. Now I knew he felt something for me. I just had to make him feel enough to break up with stupid Regina. The next day, I was at the mall when I went to a changing room, and I heard two girls talking in the next stall. No, not this dress. We're announcing my engagement at the New Year's party tomorrow. I need something special. What the what? Is Danny excited? Of course he is. Daddy just offered him a position in his firm, and I'm out of his league in every way. He's very lucky. Are you gonna invite Cece too? I don't know why you've been inviting her everywhere. To show her what she's lost. Have you forgotten what Cece was like in high school? She never even noticed me, like I was invisible. Well, she's looking at me now, and no, she's not invited. I'll just let Danny tell her. I never ignored Regina on purpose. She just seemed like one of those shy kids who wanted to be left alone. I had no idea she felt so bitter, and it didn't sound like she loved Danny. Just saw him as someone she could control because she thought she was better than him. I had to tell him, right? But he was getting engaged. He must have thought it through. What was I gonna do anyway? Crash Regina's New Year's party and object to the engagement? That sounds stupid. Okay, now let's just fast forward to the part where I burst into Regina's New Year's party and yelled, I object to this engagement. Regina doesn't really love you, Danny. Danny grabbed my arm and led me out angrily.
Cece, what the heck?
Danny, don't get engaged to Regina. She's all wrong for you.
Who are you to decide that?
I just know that. She thinks she's out of your league and she's doing you some favor by being your girlfriend.
Regina loves me.
Not as you really are. Look in the mirror, man. I've seen you wear nothing but suits these past 10 days. She's changing you so you fit into her pretentious world.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, fine. Then don't get engaged to her because I love you.
What?
Yeah, there. I said it. I love you. Like I'd give up the last slice of cheesecake for you or whatever. So pick me. Choose me. Love me.
Did you just steal Meredith's speech from Grey's Anatomy?
Oh, shoot. I'd forgotten we'd seen that show together. Trust him to remember something like that. For those who don't know about it, here's the speech.
Choose me. Love me.
Okay, so I'm using her words, but I feel the same way.
You're just playing games, Cece. You didn't look back once after leaving, and now you suddenly want me? No, you just hate the thought of me with someone else. We didn't work out before, and we wouldn't now.
This felt worse than our breakup. And for those of you who are on Team Regina, you must be enjoying this. And you suck. I couldn't stay any longer. So I packed my bags the next day and hugged my parents goodbye.
I'll send you TikToks every day.
I'll be looking forward to that, Dad.
Don't take so long to visit again, Cece.
I won't, Mom. Wait, you didn't call me Cecilia.
Oh, must have slipped my tongue. Is there something in your eye again?
Yeah, I think so. Anyway, I'll come visit soon. Bye! Next day, as my self-pity continued, the doorbell rang, and I was shocked to find Danny outside. What are you doing here?
I couldn't get engaged to Regina. You were right about everything, and she's not the one for me. I'm choosing you.
Look, man, that speech was just embarrassing. I take it back.
I choose you anyway.
You said we won't work.
We have to at least try and find out, because I love you too, Cece.
And we argued happily ever after. If you like my story and want to hear more of this style, comment Cece, our shaking MCC. Hi, everyone. I'm Alba from Hollywood. I knew some girls who had fame, kind and supportive parents, or cute boyfriends, but I was the only girl I knew who had all three. My boyfriend was the best. We met on the set of my first big role. I was an actress, and I was nervous to act in front of these amazing people who were also talented and experienced. The first person I met that day wasn't nice at all. This super pretty girl walked up to me and immediately started yelling at me. I recognized her from TV and magazine covers. She was an actress named Jamie Hart.
Where are the rest of the vegan options? I've told you guys I don't know how many times I'm not eating this stuff.
Sorry, I'm not the caterer. I'm an actress, like you.
Oh, sweetie, there's no one like me. I'm one of a kind.
Good luck, though. I didn't know what to say. When she left, I felt even more scared. Was this what it was going to be like working on a big show? Rude people treating me like I'm their servant? But then right after that, this random guy approached me. He must have noticed how anxious I was because he pretended to trip into the craft service table to cheer me up. Everyone else looked over like he was crazy, but I couldn't stop laughing.
First day?
Yeah, I'm a little nervous.
I was too when I first started.
How did you get over it?
Oh, I didn't. I'm terrified right now.
He grinned at me, and I could tell he was joking. I was having a hard time imagining him ever being scared. He was so comfortable and at ease with himself. I wondered what his job was on set.
Just remember, you're here for a reason. You wouldn't have gotten this job if you didn't nail the audition. You'll be great. I'm Malik, by the way.
And then right after that, I found out he was an actor too, and my co-star on the show. We became close really quickly. And then things turned romantic, and he asked if I wanted to make it official. He got along with my parents, and even my dog was obsessed with him. So my first day got off to a bit of a bumpy start, but things were great now. I felt so much more comfortable on set. It took me some time, but I realized that Malik was right. I was there for a reason. The only person still rude to me was Jamie. But whatever, I didn't care. She was clearly just insecure and felt threatened by my success. Even though I didn't get nervous about my job anymore, there was still one thing that really scared me. My family's curse. Okay, curses aren't real, but I couldn't help worrying anyway. When my mom and grandma were my age, they both ran into some really bad luck. My grandma got into a car accident, and my mom almost got trapped in a house fire. Besides, I'd been lucky for so long. No one could have a perfect life forever. Malik and I got dinner at my favorite restaurant for my birthday. Malik gave me this gorgeous diamond necklace, and the food was amazing. But I couldn't fully enjoy my meal because I was thinking about this stupid curse.
Babe, you know there's nothing to worry about, right? What happened to your mom and grandma was a coincidence. Besides, they're both still here. They got through it.
I know, you're right. I just get anxious sometimes, even when my brain tells me it makes no sense.
You know what I do when I'm feeling anxious?
Before I could ask, there was a loud bang as Malik slammed his knee against the table, pretending to hurt himself. Our plates and silverware jumped, and half the restaurant turned to stare at us. I started laughing. I loved that Malik was willing to make a fool of himself just to make me smile. The table started to shake again. Okay, Malik, you should probably stop before they kick us out.
That isn't me.
All of a sudden, the walls started to shake too. I heard glass shattering, and people were getting up from their tables. Everyone was scared.
Don't panic. It's an earthquake. Come on.
We ran for the exit. Just before we got to the door, I remembered I forgot my necklace. I started to turn back for it, but before I could move, a big chandelier ripped from the ceiling and fell right on top of me. Then everything went dark. There was a strange beeping sound. What was that? When I opened my eyes, I was in a hospital bed. My parents were looking down at me with worried faces, and there was someone else there too, a boy who I didn't recognize.
Alba, we are so glad you're awake. You scared us.
What happened?
There was an earthquake. You had an accident at the restaurant where you and Malik were having dinner.
I guess the boy's name was Malik, but why was I having dinner with him? Oh, my head was pounding. I must have hit it pretty hard.
What's the last thing you remember?
I just got the call back letting me know I got the role, and I was on my way to the studio to start my first day. Oh no, I hoped I hadn't missed my first day. I'd worked so hard to get this role.
Honey, you really don't remember anything after that? About the show? About me?
Do we know each other? Malik looked so sad in that moment, but I didn't know what to do. Everything was so foggy, and my head was killing me. After I got home from the hospital, my mom sat me down and explained everything. I had amnesia, and I was missing almost a full year of memories because of my concussion. She said my show was really successful and I was a popular actress, and that boy from the hospital was my boyfriend. After you fell, he ran back into the restaurant to carry you out while the whole building was shaking. We're very fortunate that he was there to help. Wow, sounds like that boy Malik might have saved my life. On set the next day, everyone was so sweet and understanding. Even though I didn't remember all the acting I had been doing, the super famous actress named Jamie Hart went through the scripts with me and helped me catch up. I saw Malik too. He smiled and waved. I think he could tell I still didn't remember him though, because he turned sad and didn't come over to talk. The strangest thing happened. When the director called action, I didn't feel nervous at all. I had been so scared to start my first day, and I barely slept at all the night before, but here I was, nailing it. Then I remembered, this wasn't my first day. It just felt like it was because of my injury. It was all so strange. After a while, though, I got back into my routine. Things were going really well with the show. Jamie and I became great friends. We'd go on shopping sprees and have spa days and everything. I was surprised one day at the studio when Malik approached me. I felt like he had been avoiding me. He was always sweet when we spoke, but it was usually just small talk, and that sad look never left his eyes.
Hey, I wanted to ask you something. I know everything's messed up and weird since the accident, but you're someone really special to me. And I know you don't remember, but I was someone special to you too. Maybe we could start over.
What did you have in mind?
Something casual, no pressure. There was a smoothie place you really liked. Maybe we could hang out there.
That I hadn't forgotten. Strawberry banana was my favorite. That would be nice. Malik and I got smoothies later and strolled around the park. The way the sun shimmered on the pond was so pretty. And Malik was so nice and funny. I could see why I must have liked him. I felt bad though because he seemed to know so much about me, but everything he told me about himself was brand new information. I tried really hard to remember, but I just couldn't. Ugh, stupid earthquake. On set the next day, Jamie came up to me after she saw Malik and I talking. Look, I don't know if I should say this because I don't want it to seem like gossip. What is it? You can tell me. Jamie glanced around and lowered her voice. It's about Malik. I'd be careful around him. He's one of those people who only talks to successful people because he's trying to boost his own career. It's pretty gross. I was shocked. That wasn't the vibe I got from Malik at all. But Jamie knew him much better than I did, and she'd been such a good friend to me since my accident. We were best friends before that too. At least, that's what she told me. Malik and I were supposed to hang out again that day after we finished filming, but I told him I wasn't feeling very well. I could tell he was disappointed. It made me doubt myself for a second. Was this really the right decision? We had fun getting smoothies, and my mom said he saved my life. But then I remembered what Jamie told me. Hollywood was full of fake people. You had to be on guard to protect yourself. What if he had lied to my mom about saving me? Jamie came over one night so we could practice lines. I had a huge monologue the next day, and I wanted it to be perfect. Jamie was so generous with all the time she put into helping me. Suddenly, my dog Rocco started to growl at her. Rocco! I couldn't believe it. Rocco was such a sweet and lazy dog. He loved everyone. What's his problem? Sorry, he must have smelled one of your pets. He's not usually like this. I don't have any pets. The next day, Malik approached me while we were getting ready to film.
Hey, is everything okay? I tried calling and texting, but you never answered.
Yeah, I've just been really busy.
Okay, Alba. Have fun with your new best friend, I guess.
What's that supposed to mean?
You blew me off last week, and now you're giving me the cold shoulder. And you spend all your time with Jamie, who you don't even like.
Of course I like her. And Jamie has really been there for me since my accident. You barely even talked to me until a few days ago.
I was trying to give you space. I'm sorry, I didn't know how to handle you forgetting me. It was like we were strangers again, except I still had all these great memories of us together.
I didn't ask to get a concussion. You're acting like I did it on purpose.
That's not what I meant. I'm sorry. I'll leave you alone from now on.
I thought my day couldn't get any worse, but just then, the director came up to me and told me that my monologue had been given to Jamie. I was devastated. I found Jamie getting her hair and makeup done for the big scene. Hey, what happened? They just told me that you're doing my monologue instead. Oh, I told them that you were still feeling really tired from your accident and weren't up for such a big dramatic scene. I thought you'd be happy. Thought I'd be happy? You knew how important this was to me. Why would you do that? I thought you were my friend. That's how things work here, sweetie. It's really not a big deal. And if you don't mind, I need to get ready for my monologue. I spent the rest of the day trying not to cry. I felt like Jamie had taken a mask off and I'd finally seen the real her. A selfish monster who'd been using me this whole time. At the end of the day, I snuck onto an empty set and finally cried and let it all out. Everything was so messed up. My accident had ruined my life. It was that stupid curse. I knew it. My mom might not believe in it, but how could she say it wasn't real now? I stared at the set. It was this huge, dark sky filled with galaxies and stars and comets. The door opened. Malik saw me and started to head over, a little bit hesitant. Suddenly, he tripped over an electrical cord and almost fell. I burst out laughing. He was such a goofball. He smiled and sat down beside me.
Hey, so I know I said I'd leave you alone, and I still will if that's what you want, but I wanted to give you this first. I went back for it after the accident.
Then he took out this beautiful necklace. It looked oddly familiar. When he handed it to me, our fingers touched, and suddenly, everything came rushing back to me like a flood. Malik and I were playing with my dog Rocco, the two of us cuddling while we watched a movie, on the red carpet together getting our photos taken. I remembered it all. Malik. I took his hands. He looked at me with a puzzled expression, and then he saw it in my eyes. That I remembered him. That I remembered us. He leaned in and kissed me in front of the galaxies and stars. A moment later, a security guard came in.
Hey, you guys can't be in here.
Malik and I laughed and then raced off the set holding hands. The next day, I found out that Jamie had been fired. It turned out that she was only acting like my best friend because she had heard a rumor that her character was being written off the show. I would have tried to help her if she'd just been honest with me, but now it was too late. Anyway, things went back to normal. Eventually, I stopped thinking about the curse. It wasn't real anyway. The only real thing was life's ups and downs, and I couldn't control that. All I could do was be here in the moment. In this moment, I was enjoying a strawberry banana smoothie with my boyfriend, and it was perfect. Malik grinned at me.
You know what would make this moment even more perfect? If more people liked and subscribed to MSA,
he said with a knowing wink. I couldn't help but laugh at his suggestion. Hi, I'm Carly. This is my crazy story. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. I was born to a single mom who worked very hard to raise me and my twin sister Blake. Blake was born with a rare condition that impacted her kidneys and she was always sick. Since mom was busy juggling things at home and work, it was my duty to look after Blake.
You can't eat milk with your hands. Drink it. Blake, don't chew on your gross shoes.
Even mom was extra paranoid about Blake, and she hardly paid attention to me. Like this one time when I was 6, mom had to leave for some urgent overnight office trip, and she dropped us off at the neighbor's place. These are Blake's medicines. You know she drinks chocolate milk before sleeping, and I've also packed her favorite pink night clothes.
Wait, where's my stuff?
The bag's too small to carry both your things, but hey, I packed your toothbrush. You'll be okay, right? I wanted to say no, but mom already looked tense, so I nodded and she left. Everything was going great, but right before bedtime, I went to get milk for Blake and I heard a huge thud. I rushed to see Blake crying on the floor with a bleeding nose. Apparently, Blake was jumping on the bed with the neighbor's son and he thought it would be fun to push her off of it. Thankfully, the injury wasn't big, but when mom found out, she went ballistic on me.
Carly, I trusted you to look after her.
And I did. I was just getting her milk, like you asked me to. And she's okay, Mom. Everyone falls sometimes.
Your sister isn't like everyone else. After that day, Mom banned both me and Blake from participating in any extracurriculars at school or playing in the park afterwards like other kids. I was always stuck at home with Blake, so I never really got a chance to make new friends. And those at school joined clubs and got busier. I missed having a normal life, but Blake needed me more. Mom got more paranoid with time and took special care preparing food for Blake. I knew how tired she was, so I'd get by with frozen meals. And over time, I started taking comfort in junk food food, eating candy bars from the hospital vending machines while I sat in waiting rooms for hours. By 13, I was much bigger than most girls my age. One time, our aunt was visiting us and she hadn't seen me and Blake in a while.
Look, I bought you girls matching outfits. Go on, try it.
I'll just wear it later.
What are you saying? Come here.
Aunt pulled me to her and tried her best to fit me into the dress, but it barely got past my neck. I was so embarrassed. I went to my room and didn't come out till Aunt left. Don't be so sad now. So what if you're a little bigger? Easy for you to say. You don't have to wear clothes 3 times your age. You're thinking too much. Here, I got you these. Blake's health improved as we got older, and by 16, she was much better and put on medication to manage her condition. Soon after, Mom got married, and a year later, she delivered my twin brothers, Jake and Jonah. I was happy for Mom, but I could tell Blake wasn't adjusting so well. Oh, I want to pluck out my ears, they cry so much. I know for a fact Jonah hates me. He farted and gave me the stink eye. That one's a devil. I knew Blake didn't mean that. She just missed Mom since she was busier than ever. And I tried my best to make Blake comfortable, but she was constantly throwing tantrums and hardly ever helped me take care of the boys. Oh, Jonah pooped his pants again. Quick, hand me a nappy. Right. What's that? Forget it. Can you just warm up the milk? Actually, I don't feel so well. I'm getting a headache in my stomach. A stomach in my headache. You get the point, right? And when I asked Mom to hire a babysitter, she just gave me a lecture on money and expenses. My grades were getting affected too, and I was an overall mess. I knew it had something to do with my eating habits, so I started taking care of my health. I went for runs, ate better, and over time, I could see the results. One day I was jogging when I saw someone taking my picture, hiding in a bush. I caught him by the collar and dragged him out. What do you think you're doing?
I just thought you were pretty. I'm good at taking pictures. Here, have a look.
Wow, that's me? Yeah, whatever. But you should be asking me first rather than acting like a creep.
I get it. I'm sorry. Can I make it up to you with some coffee?
Fine, but I want a copy. Deal. Eli and I went to a coffee place close by and hit it off instantly, and soon we became good friends. He was into filmmaking and would always have his camera around his neck. Watching him, I got interested and tried my hand at handling a camera too, and it was love at first sight.
Okay, so that's how you focus. Now look at that sunset. Beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, you know so much about the camera. It's really fascinating.
I've always wanted to make movies, and I love the ocean too. I'll tell you a secret. I'm part mermaid.
Oh yeah? Prove it. Eli got up from the rock he was sitting on and started doing an awkward dance, flapping his arms like fins. Okay, I believe you.
Well, good, because I was afraid I'd have to splash you with my tail.
Really? That was on your mind?
Well, that and something else.
With that, Eli jumped down and pulled me in for the most magical kiss. Eli and I started dating soon after, and I decided to make him finally meet Blake. So the next time he invited me out, Blake tagged along, but the moment she saw him, she burst out laughing. Oh my God! Where did you get that shirt from? Your grandpa's closet?
Actually, yeah, he has a really good shirt collection. Do you like it? I can get you one.
Ew, no thank you. I'd rather wear a tent than slip into something so cringe. Come on, Blake, that's not very nice. What? I'm kidding. I'm sure Ebola can handle a few harmless jokes.
Eli.
Blake made it painfully obvious that she didn't want Eli around, and even though Eli kept his cool, I knew she made him uncomfortable. Then one time, Eli invited me and Blake to the launch of his dad's new restaurant. I appreciated the effort he was making with her, and I hoped she would too. But I was so wrong, because minutes into the event, Blake threw a massive tantrum over pickles. What do you mean you're out of pickles? Pluck them from a tree or something. Could you please keep it down, Blake? Everyone is staring. So, you care about all these fancy people, but not your sister? No one understands me. I just had a very big lobster, and I feel like throwing up. You know pickles calm me down. This is such bad customer service. Hey, you have pickles, and you, and you. And then she started taking pickles off of everyone's plate till Eli intervened and dragged us outside.
What's the matter with you, Blake?
What? It's not my fault your party sucks. At least I brought some entertainment to it. Blake, let me handle this. Eli, I'm really sorry for the mess, but
what? Your sister's not normal.
And you are? You're so boring, if someone stole your identity, they'd give it up, because it sucks.
You really need to watch your tongue.
And you need to watch your hands around my sister. Guys, please. Before I could say another word, Blake started hyperventilating and fainted. We immediately took her to the hospital, where the doctors told me that she passed out from anxiety and high blood pressure. Thankfully, she was out of danger.
I'm really sorry about Blake, but that girl's out of control. You've got to draw a line somewhere.
You saw what happened, Eli. You can't just scream at her like that. She's my sister.
I can't be around her, Carly. This is going to be a problem.
I wanted to stop Eli, but there was nothing more I could say. Blake was my sister, and she came first. I didn't meet Eli for a few days, and a week later, he told me that one of his movies that I'd helped him with had gotten selected for a local film festival. He wanted me to come, but Blake was still recovering, and I couldn't leave her alone. But when he came back, he told me something shocking.
Everyone loved the movie, Carly. One of the biggest film schools in New York wants to take us both in on full scholarship. How amazing is that?
I don't know what to say, but I don't think Mom would let me go to New York, Eli.
You're a great filmmaker, Carly, and you should give it a fair shot. And think about it. You could finally live your life on your terms. God knows you need it.
I was numb for a second, and then I felt like someone gave me new wings. It did sound like an amazing opportunity. All I had to do was convince Mom, but when I told her, she looked at me like I'd asked her for her kidneys.
Have you gone crazy? You can't move to New York. Your life is here with me and Blake. I applied to this marine biology course on behalf of both of you, and you guys got in on scholarship. This was always the plan, and it's the right one.
But that's not what I want to do. I want to make movies. I'm really good at this. Everyone says that. Everyone or Eli?
Who's Eli?
Just this dumb boy she's dating. I'm sure he's the one who's filled your head with this sawdust. How can you even think about leaving me? I just want to do what I want for once. Can't you give me a few years for my own life?
Oh, stop being so dramatic. And not another word about this movie business, Carly. You'll stay here with us. Is that clear?
Mom left, and I turned to Blake angrily. You couldn't take my side for once? What did I do? Oh, you mean telling Mom about Eli? I don't think she even noticed. I left the room angrily and didn't speak to Mom or Blake for the next few days. I thought I could confide in Eli, but suddenly he was acting really cold. Every time I tried to talk to him, he would turn the other way, till one day I finally cornered him after class. Am I imagining things, or are you ignoring me?
Neither. I'm just busy.
So, I told my mom I want to make movies, and she went bonkers, but
look, Carly, you and your family have issues, and I don't want to get in the middle of it. Do whatever they say.
But you told me to live my life. You said...
Yeah, I did. And now I'm saying I don't care. You'd choose your clown sister over everything. I've seen that. So good luck, but I don't think I can be with you anymore.
Eli, wait.
Tell your sister she won.
I felt frozen in my place as Eli walked away, and a week later, he left for New York. I couldn't believe he'd just dumped me like that. I felt so bummed out that I didn't come out of my room for days, and Blake was the biggest pain in the butt. Come on, we need to go shopping. It's painful to watch you in those pajamas. I'm not in the mood, but I am. Also, we'll have a nice lunch, watch a movie, just like old times. I said I'm not in the mood. Back off. Jeez, why are you so snappy? Because of that stupid boy? He wasn't stupid. I loved him, Blake, and now he's gone. Because I chose you over him, like always. And you don't care about my feelings, like always. Carly, just leave me alone. Blake left with a small face, and I felt kind of bad, but I was too mad to go after her. The next day, I calmed down a bit and was about to call Blake when her phone started buzzing like crazy. I picked it up, and I was shocked to see it was Eli. Before I could answer, the call got disconnected, and a text message appeared. I did what you wanted. Leave me alone. My mind went blank, and I opened the call logs on Blake's phone to see multiple calls to Eli. Suddenly, it all started making sense. Of course Blake must have driven Eli away. No one hated him more than her. What's this? You don't understand. Oh, I understand everything perfectly. You asked Eli to dump me so you and Mom could use me as your servant all my life, right? Before Blake could even say more, I pushed her out and slammed the door in her face. I started packing my bags and stormed downstairs, only to run into Mom. What's wrong? Is Blake okay? Yes, she's fine, but I'm not, and I haven't been fine for a while now. But you don't care, do you? Of course I do, sweetie. Why would you say that? Because you never have. Not since we were kids.
Carly, I knew you could take care of yourself, and you were the healthy one, and Blake,
No, Mom, I was eating my feelings, and you didn't even see that. I got back to being healthy on my own, and you've stunted both my growth and Blake's. Hers by over-coddling her, and mine by always holding me back to be her guardian. And now I'm done. I will go to New York because I want to get away from you and Blake, and you can't stop me. I left home and booked a flight to New York. On my way, I called Eli and explained everything to him. He told me that he was proud of me for taking a stand for myself and welcomed me with open arms. We moved in together, and I was doing really well in my classes. Mom and Blake tried getting in touch with me multiple times, and even though I missed them, I needed my space. Eventually, they stopped calling. After graduation, Eli proposed to me, and I said yes. Life was going great, till one day I heard a knock on the door and opened it to see Blake and Mom. What are you guys doing here? Eli called us and told us about the engagement. Carly, I have a confession. It was me who convinced Eli to break up with you, not Blake. Wait, what? Eli never told me that it was Mom behind everything. I didn't want to stress you out more. I could see you missed your family, and this would have made you sad. But I saw the call logs and the messages on Blake's phone. I'd actually been calling him to apologize, but I guess he thought both me and Mom wanted him to dump you. And I don't blame him. I was always awful to Eli. I guess I was just terrified of being on my own without you, but I drove you further away. I'm sorry too, my baby. I'd just become used to having you around, always taking care of everything. And the thought of you going away for college crushed me. I was selfish and always burdened you with too much. I hope you can find a way to forgive me. Thank you for finally acknowledging that. It might take me a while to really forgive you, but I'll get there. I won't lie. I have missed you guys. Then let's start with a hug. Some superheroes strut around in capes, while others rock pixie boots and a trendy poncho. Because, yes, you are looking at a real superhero. Hi, I'm Annie, and I'm from New Jersey. Don't be fooled by my cute pink locks and dazzling big blue eyes, because as it turns out, I'm also a bit of a crazy, jealous maniac. You know, every superhero has a weakness. Mine was my dad. My dad was the center of my world. Mom left when I was 3, so it was always me and him. We'd hang out all day, and he'd do whatever I wanted.
Let's jump on your bed and then go fishing for sharks in the park.
I've just made the bed and it's raining outside, but whatever makes you happy, my angel.
My dad was the best. He was my superhero. We did everything together and made a big effort to share each other's interests. For example, he learned the names of all the dogs from Paw Patrol.
You're such a Sky.
In return, I learned to play chess, which was Dad's favorite game. Kapow! That's a check and a mate. One time, when I had a high fever, I asked him not to leave my side for 1 minute.
I promise, Annie, I never will.
And I totally believed him. He even made a pulley system to get the Uber food delivery to my bedroom window without leaving my room. But then, the worst thing happened. A couple of days later, instead of making me breakfast, he grabbed his car keys and let a babysitter in.
I must go to work today, Angel Annie. Teresa will look after you.
No, Daddy, I'll go with you.
I'm sorry, sweetie. I have to go alone. It's for the best.
Why?
Because we need the money to live.
Fine. If you want to leave, you'll have to step over me, and everyone knows that's bad luck. And to my surprise, he actually stepped over me to leave. I hated babysitters and caused as many problems as I could to get my dad to come back. He used to be late for work pretty much every day and had to sneak out during lunch and leave early to take care of me. So you can imagine what happened next.
I got fired.
Yay! Daddy's at home forever! Yeah! I was ecstatic, thinking things would go back to normal when I got the biggest shock of my life, kindergarten. I cried all the way and threw a total hissy fit at the front gates. Why?
To learn and get a good job when you're older.
Jobs suck!
You'll make lots of friends.
Friends suck! I hated it and let everybody know that I did. I hated it. Stop! Dad got more calls from the kindergarten than the principal's secretary. I know what you're thinking. I was a little monster. And yes, I was. I just couldn't help it. I wanted to be with my dad so bad. Soon, kindergarten turned to school, but things didn't improve. I felt so alone and sad without my dad, and I was always getting into trouble. But then one day, I got the best news ever.
I know how unhappy you are at school, so I talked with the principal and I'll take a job at your school as a janitor. This way, we can spend all the time you want together, and I can have a job. God knows we need the money. I know it's not glamorous, but would it be too embarrassing for you?
What? Just you and me again? This is the best job ever!
But there is one condition. You must behave, because if not, I'll get fired. You promise?
Oh, I promise. Pinky promise!
And for some years, things were amazing. We drove to school and worked together, sat together at lunch, and whenever he'd go past my classroom mopping the floor, he'd give me a goofy wave. For the first time, I focused on my schoolwork because I didn't want to mess up our arrangement. Other kids were even inviting me to parties.
You should go. Make some friends.
Maybe you could come with me?
Annie, you must learn to do things without me. Rely on other people.
Really? Maybe you're right. I guess I can go for like half an hour. Nah, let's just hang out here and watch TV. But then it all changed. I was supposed to be meeting some peeps at the movies, but then remembered Dad's favorite TV show was on. So I decided to go back home and watch it with him. But when I opened the door, I found that Dad was having dinner with a woman with candles and flowers on the table.
Annie, Angel, I wasn't expecting you. This is Fern, my new friend.
Hello, Annie. I've heard so much about you. It's great to meet you at last.
Funny, I've heard absolutely nothing about you.
I was hoping we'd spend some time with Fern, Annie.
Three's a crowd. Suddenly, I felt so jealous. Why would he want to spend time with her and not me? Soon, Fern became a permanent fixture at our place. Despite my grumpy face when she was around, she was always super nice to me. Wanna hit the shops? I have the biggest discount card. Maybe you can use it to buy another book on winning over skeptical teenagers. And at school, Dad was always calling her. She even joined us for lunch some days. I tried to do everything to get his attention when they were together. Like the time in the canteen, she'd made us all sandwiches, and I pretended to choke.
Poison!
But they were too busy staring into each other's eyes to notice. Soon, Fern moved into the house. And even though I kept moving her things around, she was always calm and supportive.
You can always talk to me about anything, you know.
I'm fine.
You and your dad have such a special relationship. I wouldn't want to come between you two.
Well, cheers for that.
You can rely on me too. I'll always have your best interests at heart.
Yikes, is that the time? Gotta run. It felt like Dad was slipping away from me. But at the same time, I was also starting to become independent. During that time, I joined the chess club and quickly showed talent. No doubt thanks to all those games with my dad. I even won the school tournament and got invited to represent the school in an international tournament in Belgium. I knew it was a life-changing trip, but I also knew that my dad's job as a janitor didn't pay much. He would not be able to afford the expenses of such a trip, so I had to decline the offer. I was pretty sad about it, and soon things got even worse. That same afternoon, I got to class, and one of the more popular girls was sitting in my seat, slurping on a milkshake and making fun of me. Look at me. I'm Annie, and I'm so lame because my dad's my BFF. Great. That's really mature. Now move your butt from my seat. Oh, no. You better call your personal janitor to clean up this mess. What mess? I shouldn't have asked, as she threw her milkshake on the floor on purpose. This mess. What are you waiting for? You better call Daddy. I jumped on her and tipped the rest of the milkshake over her, and that's when the teacher intervened. I got after-school detention. I was really scared that Dad would find out, but thankfully, he went home after finishing his shift. I was super relieved. But then, on my way out from detention, I heard a weird rustling noise from one of the classrooms. That's odd. Everybody went home already. I thought it was best to get out of there. But suddenly, a man in a ski mask rushed out of a classroom, holding a bag full of the school laptops. Oh no, a thief! I froze in my spot as he spotted me and stopped for a few seconds, then started running down the hallway. As he ran past me, he accidentally hit me with the bag of laptops, and I yelled in pain as I stumbled to the floor.
Oh my God, are you okay?
I looked up in shock as I recognized that voice. Dad? Suddenly, he dropped the bag and ran down the hallway and out of the school. I tried to follow him, but he was too fast. So I sprinted home, and there he was, Dad, completely out of breath and with the ski mask in his hand. The first thing he told me was to keep my voice down so Fern wouldn't hear. Dad, seriously? Stealing from the school? Are you crazy?
Annie, you've got it all wrong.
Oh, really? Ski mask? Swag bag? Come on!
Keep it down, will you? We can't let Fern hear this.
Start talking.
I did it for you, Annie. Professor Parker told me about the chess tournament and the trip to Belgium. He told me that you turned him down without even telling me. I want the best for you. I don't want you to lose out on something like this because of me. But the moment I saw you, I knew I couldn't go through with it. Now, we can't let the police know. They'll lock me up. If you think about it, no harm was done. Nothing was stolen, so everything's great.
Of course, everything wasn't great. While his intentions were sweet, he made a huge mess in school. The principal had reported the attempted robbery to the authorities, and I had to testify in front of the police as the only witness. I couldn't turn in Dad, so I had to lie. I told them that the thief was super short and had green hair. I hoped to keep a low profile about the whole thing, but the next day at school, I was treated like a hero. The girl who saved the school. My hair would have just frizzed out in fear. You're like a real superhero now. Yep, I guess that's me. Want to hang out with us and tell us all about it? And oh, let's snap a selfie. I need to boost my feed with some genuine hero vibes. But the worst thing was, since I caught Dad red-handed, he'd become increasingly clingy and hardly left my side. I guess he was scared I'd confess the truth, but it was really annoying. Like when this really cute boy Warren, who I liked but I didn't think had ever noticed me, talked to me.
Hey, Annie. I'd love to take you out for a burger. Sorry, she's busy.
Dad?
Come on, hun. It's lunchtime. The first one to our seat wins the pudding.
Sorry, Warren. I'll just have to go now. A burger soon, though.
Sure.
But soon, I started hanging out with Warren and his new friends all the time, while Dad's excuses to drop by became increasingly awkward and downright embarrassing.
I came by to check if you seen my lost, mop. Thought it might have wandered into your classroom.
And he'd always pick the worst times to barge in.
I think I'm falling for you in a big way. I think we need to clear the air here.
Dad! I'd had enough, and on the way home, I thought of ways to let him down gently. But I ended up screaming the truth at him in the driveway. Dad, it's time for a reality check. You can't shadow me forever. How about picking up a hobby that doesn't involve stalking me? You're suffocating me. Then he looked down and rolled his puppy dog eyes. I began to feel very guilty. But then big news popped up on my phone. A very short man with green hair had been arrested for the school robbery. And it was all because of me.
Annie, we must go on the run.
No, Dad. You need to confess. Confess to what? And suddenly, we both turned around, and Fern was standing there with the groceries.
To not cleaning the bathroom properly.
You have never cleaned it properly, Annie.
Oh, I think my sock drawer needs some reorganizing.
Annie, you can tell me anything. I'll always take your side. You can trust me.
I didn't tell Fern. I thought she wouldn't understand. I tried to forget the whole thing, but I felt so guilty. That innocent guy was in jail because of me and my dad, and we needed to set the record straight. But I just couldn't turn my father over to the police. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I was so angry at my dad that the next morning, I skipped breakfast and took the bus to school. But when I got there, I saw him getting into a cop car. Dad! Loads of people were standing around, watching and filming, and I was mortified. I tried to make my way through, but when I reached the police car, it drove away from the school. Then the principal came over and pointed at me. Warren and my friends were shocked.
It seems Annie isn't a superhero after all. She was an accomplice to her dad.
I've never felt such deep shame. If I had superpowers, I'd have vanished right there or zapped myself to the North Pole. I covered my face, crying, and was ready to run away from there, but a cop caught my arm. Time to face the music and confess. But when I finally told the truth, I felt like a weight had been lifted from my shoulders. They let me off with just a warning since I was a minor, and my dad took full responsibility. Fern came to pick me up, and I was enraged with her. I knew she couldn't be trusted. How could you betray us like that?
I must confess that I heard you guys whispering around. I quickly understood what was happening, and I knew I had to step in. You didn't deserve to live with that huge secret and with the guilt. I knew it was the right thing to call the police, and I was about to do it, but then I just couldn't. Not to save your dad, but because I know how close you guys are and how devastating it would be for you. I just didn't want to hurt you.
I started crying. Thank you, Fern, for everything, and I'm sorry for being a brat with you. Fern hugged me firmly, and I hugged her back. During those hard times, we became really close. She took me home and stood firmly by my side through it all. But if you didn't turn him in, then who did? Some weeks later, they allowed me to visit Dad.
I confess everything myself. It was unfair that someone else was arrested, and it felt even worse that you lied for me. I was afraid you'd start hating me for dragging you into my mess, so I gave myself up. I'm so sorry for being such a terrible dad.
Dad started crying, and I soon joined in. No, Dad, you've been the best. I'm sorry I've been so difficult, and you don't need to feel like I'm missing out on anything. Promise, you won't ever do anything like this again.
Pinky promise.
And now, a few months later, Dad has been released, and we're moving with Fern to a new city for a fresh start, and I'm looking forward to making new friends. Hey there, I'm Natalia, and I just moved from Moscow to LA to live with my grandma while my parents are still in Russia. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Imagine being a young girl from Russia, starting 3rd grade in an American elementary school without your parents by your side. That's me. My parents sent me to live with grandma, and they said they would come when they got the opportunity. Fitting in at this American school wasn't easy, especially the language barriers. They can lead to some hilarious misunderstandings. One time I said, "Excuse me, can anyone tell me where the strawberry is, please? Are you trying to find a fruit or a place to read?" I meant the library. Excuse me, can I borrow a racer, please?
Sure, Natalia. Do you want a Ferrari or a Lamborghini?
Oh, I meant an eraser. Excuse me, can I have a sheet of paper, please?
I have a cow of paper. Would that work?
Hey guys, cut it out. She's new here and learning the language. We all make mistakes, right? Here you go, Natalia. Here's a sheet of paper. I don't know why, but I just hugged Jake and mumbled a thank you. The whole class laughed even louder.
When are you guys getting married?
Jake just smiled and shrugged off the teasing. Over the next few weeks, my friendship with Jake grew stronger. He became my go-to person for navigating both the school and the English language. We'd sit together at lunch, share stories about our families, and even work on homework together. One afternoon, after school, Jake invited me to his family's small flower shop. Jake's mom warmly welcomed me and offered me a cup of hot chocolate. As we explored the shop, Jake asked me about my favorite flowers, and I told him about the beautiful jasmine that grew outside my home in Russia. To my surprise, he found a small jasmine plant tucked away in the corner. Here, Natalia, I'd like you to have this jasmine plant. It's not much, but maybe it'll help you feel more at home. I couldn't help but smile. It was a sweet moment that strengthened our friendship and also made me feel more connected to my new home. I envied Jake for having such a lovely family, and I missed mine so much. Once in the 7th grade, my grandma fell ill and had to be admitted to the hospital. The doctor said it would be about a week before she could return home. With no other family nearby, I felt lost and worried. But when Jake's mom heard about my situation, she kindly invited me to stay with them at their place till grandma was out of the hospital, and I gladly accepted. Jake had been telling me that his dad was the sweetest, but that was far from the truth. His dad was a very moody man. Some days, he'd be yelling at his mom and having fights with Jake and his siblings, but some other days, he was just a cool, cheerful, annoying dad. While I stayed in their house, I took Jake's bed and Jake slept on the couch. One night, Jake's dad burst in yelling,
"Jake, time for a little wake-up prank."
With that, he splashed a bucket of water onto the bed, soaking me completely. Startled, I gasped and sat up. He immediately realized his mistake and his face turned red.
"Oh, Natalia, I am so sorry. I thought Jake was in here. Are you okay?"
But just then, Jake came in looking super angry. He pushed his dad away.
"Can you just behave normally? Like a normal dad? It's not always the right time to joke or prank. You're the most..."
"It's okay. He was joking."
"Stay out of it, Natalia. My dad is crazy. I don't know why he's here instead of being in a mental asylum."
Suddenly, his dad started crying like a little boy. It was so loud that he woke everyone up. This was crazy. But what happened in the morning was crazier. When Jake's dad saw me, he started yelling at me and threatening me for shouting at him yesterday. "No, sir, it wasn't me."
"Shut up. Just leave my house."
Jake held my hand and took me out. He started apologizing and told me that his dad had some issues and he was very ashamed. There's nothing to be ashamed of, Jake. Some parents just love their children in their own way. The important thing is to understand them and respect them.
Respect a crazy psycho like him? Easy for you to say. You're lucky your parents don't even care enough to come for you. Oh, darn. I'm sorry. I didn't mean...
It's okay. Let's go to school. We're late. After that incident, Jake became a bit distant with me. It was as if he felt ashamed that I knew about his family secret. I wanted to talk it out with him, but then summer break started and life got hectic when my family came to visit. My parents and younger sister Sasha, who's 2 years younger than me, flew in from Russia. Sasha was a true people pleaser. She was always willing to go above and beyond to make others happy, even if it meant sacrificing something personal. One night, she and I went out to explore the city. We stumbled upon a street musician playing a dope tune, and Sasha started clapping like crazy. But then the musician just stopped and yelled at her.
"Yo, your clapping just wrecked my jam. What's the deal?"
"Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to mess up your performance. Let me make it up to you."
She quickly grabbed some cash from her pocket and dropped it into the musician's hat.
"Here, I hope this helps. Seriously, I'm so sorry. Okay, fine. Just take all my money. Here, please smile."
I stopped her and took the money back from the musician's hat. In fact, I took everything, and we both ran like crazy. I mean, I didn't take all the money, but he started it by being a rude person. When we got back home, I started yelling at Sasha. "Can you stop being such a fool? Just be okay with making people upset, especially those who deserve your anger. Sasha, my sister, I love you. That's why I'm insulting you. Please listen to me. Just then, Mom barged in.
Lucky for her, she has her entire life to listen to you. We're going back to Russia next week, and Sasha's going to stay with you and Grandma. We're coming to live here as soon as we can, honey.
On the first day at school after summer break, Sasha was super excited to join me. As we walked through the hallways, I introduced her to my friends, and soon enough, we bumped into Jake.
Hey, Sasha, nice to meet you. Your sisters told me a lot about you.
Oh, really? I hope it's all good stuff. Because, sometimes I can be a disappointment. And I'm not saying this because I'm nervous or anything, but I mean, in general, I am a disappointment.
Just then, the principal walked in, tripping on her own shoelace and accidentally dropping a stack of papers. Sasha immediately rushed to help her.
Oh, looks like school's off to a flying start, huh?
The principal laughed at her joke, and everyone around joined in. I liked that side of Sasha. She's kind and always rushes to help. I could see in Jake's eyes that he was also impressed. Maybe also because Sasha was prettier and taller than me. Maybe now he'd like her and something romantic would happen between them. That didn't bother me, right? Jake is only my friend.
I think you need to go stop your sister. She's giving away all her school supplies to some girls.
Oh, God. Things between me and Jake started to go back to normal, and the three of us spent a lot of time together. And Jake even started coming more often to our home. He almost felt like a family member. One day, Grandma fell ill again, and we were very worried about her. To make us feel better, Jake offered to stay next to Grandma all night, especially since Sasha and I had exams the next day and needed to sleep well. I think maybe he'd also take any chance to spend time away from his dad. During the night, I heard some loud noises. I woke up and didn't find Sasha next to me. I rushed downstairs to find a group of shady-looking boys about to leave the house with Sasha, who seemed unsure and anxious. Sasha, what are you doing? Hearing my scream, Jake dashed downstairs.
Hey, let her go.
Jake threw a punch at one of the boys, making him stumble back.
Get out of here and don't come back.
The boys realized they were no match for Jake and scrambled out of the house. I turned to Sasha, feeling confused and shaken. Sasha, what just happened? Why were those guys here?
Please don't be mad. They said they needed me to help them with their science project, and they were scared that someone would see them and tell the teacher. That's why they wanted to work at night. I just couldn't say no.
Are you stupid? God knows what they wanted from you at this late hour. This is not about pleasing people. This is just pure stupidity, Sasha. She started crying, and Jake patted her back and winked at me to stop.
Hey, Sasha is smart, and I'm sure she won't do this again. Oh, by the way, I meant to ask you, Natalia, would you be my girlfriend?
What? What a weird timing.
No, it's perfect. I feel like I'm the man of the house. Just saved a damsel in distress. So what do you think?
I think I want to be your girlfriend. And with that, I kissed him. We started dating, and Sasha got stronger, and Grandma felt better. Life seemed good and peaceful. Jake was the perfect boyfriend, sweet and protective, and I loved him so much. I couldn't imagine my life without him. Years went by, and we both graduated high school and went to the same college. We lived together until we graduated college, and it was the best time of my life. Then Jake proposed, and I said yes. On my wedding day, everything was perfect, and I was the happiest. Just as I was about to put on my dress, Sasha came into the room, her face filled with worry and fear. Natalia, I need to tell you something important about Jake. I've been keeping this secret for years, but I can't let you marry him without knowing the truth.
What are you talking about, Sasha?
Do you remember that night when those shady boys came to our house? They were actually Jake's friends. He promised them a girl they could take to a dance club with them, and he convinced me to do it, saying he'd always protect us. He threatened me, saying that if I told you, he'd hurt me. I was young and terrified, but now I can't let you marry him without knowing the truth. He's gonna be your husband and the father of your kids. No, you're lying. Jake would never do something like that. Maybe you're just jealous and trying to ruin my happiness. Why did you wait all these years to tell me? I was scared, and I didn't want to hurt you, but I can't let you marry him knowing what he did. Please, believe me, Natalia. Leave, now. You're not invited to my wedding anymore. Soon after the wedding, we left for our honeymoon, but it was cut short when we received a phone call that Jake's mom had been in an accident. We rushed back to see his parents, who we hadn't visited much since graduating high school. Jake had mainly kept in touch with his mom through phone calls and social media. At the hospital, Jake went into his mom's room while I sat in the waiting area. His dad, who was sitting beside me, started to berate Jake.
My son is a heartless jerk. You never should have trusted him. You made a mistake marrying him.
Just then, Jake walked in and heard his dad's words.
Shut up, Dad. You have no right to talk about me like that. I'm ashamed that you're my son. You never stood by my side. You were born a jerk, and I bet you're cheating on your wife.
Jake couldn't take it anymore. He grabbed my hand and we left the waiting room together. I could see the pain in his eyes, and I chose to believe in the man I knew and loved, pushing away any doubts starting to creep in. A week later, later, we both returned to work. Jake left the house earlier than me, accidentally leaving his personal laptop open. On an impulse, I started going through his social media and stumbled upon his Instagram account, where I discovered he was chatting with several girls. Some of them were even sending him their pictures, to which he responded with compliments like gorgeous. I couldn't believe my eyes, and anger surged through me. But the next moment, I felt a strange sense of relief. Despite everything, he had chosen me in the end. I began rationalizing his behavior, thinking maybe he'd grown bored of being with just one woman for so many years, and that somehow made it acceptable. I started to blame myself, thinking maybe I'd been too busy with my studies, work, and life in general. In that moment, I made a promise to myself to become a better wife and to give Jake the attention he needed. Days went by, and I did everything to become a better partner to Jake. I even decided to become a stay-at-home wife, dedicating my life to our marriage. I also made up my mind to get pregnant, even though Jake had suggested waiting for 2 more years. I thought a baby would solve all our problems. Eventually, I got pregnant. I planned a romantic surprise dinner to share the news with Jake. When I finally told him, he snapped.
What? Are you serious? We agreed to wait 2 years. I don't want kids right now.
I thought it would be a good surprise, and it might bring us even closer.
Look, I'm sorry for reacting like that. It caught me off guard. I didn't mean to upset you.
Still horrified by his outburst, I told him I'd be sleeping on the couch that night.
I said I'm sorry, but if that's what you want, then fine.
The next morning, I apologized to Jake for my mistake and asked for his forgiveness because my reaction was exaggerated. He simply said, "I forgive you." Weeks went by, and it seemed like my plan didn't work, as I could still see Jake smiling at his phone, and I started getting depressed. One day, while pregnant and cleaning the house alone, I slipped. I called Jake multiple times, but he didn't answer. I had no choice but to call Sasha, who rushed me to the hospital. After the doctors examined me and said everything was okay, Sasha came to me. "Hey, I'm glad you're okay, and so is the baby. Jake is on his way. I'm gonna talk to him outside your room. Please, pretend you're asleep and just watch." Soon enough, Jake arrived and met Sasha in the waiting room, where I could see them, but he couldn't see that I was watching. He held Sasha's hands and touched her cheek in gratitude. I was stunned. Then Jake entered my room and kissed my forehead while I pretended to be asleep. As he leaned down, I grabbed the vase next to me and hit him on the head. "I've had enough of you, Jake. Just leave me and the baby alone. She's been hitting on me since forever." I sent him a message an hour ago telling him I agreed to be his girlfriend, and the rest you saw, Natalia.
Don't listen to her. She's lying.
Shut up, you lying jerk. Your dad was right about you, you heartless snake. I choose to believe my sister, to believe my own eyes, and what I saw on your laptop. I'm such an idiot for putting you first, but I know better now. I come first. I'm an amazing woman, and I deserve better. Just get lost, or I'll start screaming until security takes you out. Go to hell, Jake.
You're such a witch, a stupid immigrant that I felt sorry for and took care of. And this is how you repay me? An ungrateful monster?
He kept screaming like a madman till security guards took him away. I knew I'd never allow Jake to come back into my life again. I turned to my sister, and I hugged her tight.
Hey there! My story is a little different from the stories you might have seen on MSA. Want to know why? 'Cause it has a ghost in it. I'm Beatrix, and unlike other kids who are born crying, I was born smiling. Yep, and that sort of freaked out my mom and the doctors. "Come on, little angel, it's time to cry." But instead, I cooed and laughed. Mom had so much fun playing with me and making me beatbox. That's the reason she named me Beatrix. Needless to say, growing up, I had a great life, and my parents absolutely adored me. They made me feel like I was the center of their universe, especially Dad. We were like 2 birds of a feather. He was an amazing singer and owned a studio. He often took me there, and I was always in awe of the place.
"Daddy, can I be a singer too when I grow up?"
"You already are, kiddo. In fact, you're so good, you even make crying sound like a melody." I always thought that nothing would ever break us apart, and our family would stay together forever. I was so wrong. One day, Dad told Mom he had taken on some debt and was unable to pay it back. From that day on, they started fighting over the smallest of things and soon ended up getting divorced. Dad left the city and never looked back. I was heartbroken and hoped he'd come back for me, but he didn't come, even on my birthday. I felt shattered.
"Mommy, why didn't Daddy come? He promised he'd come for my birthday. Please call him."
"I did, sweetheart. He must be busy. You have me. Come on, let's cut the cake.
No, I want Daddy, or else I don't want this cake at all.
After that day, I was asking Mom for Dad all the time, but he changed his number. And then to make things even worse, she married again. I was nervous at first when I met my stepdad, but it turned out he was an absolute gem. Not only did he paint my room in the exact color I wanted, but he also treated me to ice cream every day and spoiled me with all the things I asked for. Every night when Mom used to tuck me in bed and sing me a lullaby, he'd come too. Life was finally good again. And then my half-sister Jennifer was born. Mom and my stepdad only had eyes for her, and it seemed like it was all Jennifer all the time. I started to get jealous of her. But one time when she was crying and Mom and my stepdad weren't around, she gave me the most beautiful smile ever, and I melted.
Aw, aren't you the cutest thing in the world?
I tried to lift her, but Jennifer ended up crying again, and right then my stepdad stomped into the room. He looked really pissed. I just put her to sleep. Did you wake her up? Did you make her cry?
What? No, I was just...
Don't yell at her. She's just a kid. Then they started fighting over me all the time. When my stepdad said I was always causing trouble and should be sent away to live with my real dad, I felt like someone punched me in the gut. That's when I felt like I wasn't a part of my own family. But I kept quiet and didn't complain. And since no one even knew where my real dad was, I wasn't sent away. But then I noticed something strange was happening. I couldn't go outside anymore. Mom even had to homeschool me for a month. Thankfully, I grew out of it eventually with Mom's help. And as Jennifer grew up, she loved being around me. We were pretty close, even though she was competitive and wanted Mom's attention all the time. Like, when I'd come home from school and run to hug Mom, she'd jump in and hug her first, then talk to her and keep her busy until I gave up and would go to my room. I didn't mind, because she was still very small. But one day, she broke Dad's phone by accident when we were playing with it.
Beatrix, please don't let them know it was me. It was an accident. Please, please, please. I don't want them to be mad at me.
I couldn't see my baby sister that way, so when Mom entered the room and saw Jennifer crying, she assumed I had done something. Mom, we were playing, and I accidentally broke Dad's phone. Why can't you be more careful, Beatrix? Why are you two in his office anyway? Don't you know how angry? At that exact moment, Dad rushed in and turned as red as a fire truck. He began yelling at me and Mom. Look at what your daughter did. I told you she's only trouble. Your daughter? Oh, wow, that hurt. After that fight, I began distancing and avoiding my stepdad every time I saw him. Since at home I had so many problems, school was a relief. There I was part of the music club, and singing always felt like a joy. One time when I was in 12th grade, I was performing in a school play, and the lead had to sing a lullaby but forgot the words. I didn't know them either, but I jumped up and sang the same lullaby Mom used to sing me when I was little. When I was done, there was silence. Oh, shoot, I must have sounded bad. But then, all of a sudden, there was a thunder of applause, and I was stunned. Oh my God, Beatrix, you sounded so amazing! Oh, stop, you're just being nice. Wait, who are you? I'm an ad producer, and I'd like to work with you. But... Before I could even finish my sentence, the man handed me his card. I called him a couple of days later, and then I found out he wanted me to sing a jingle for a Christmas ad. It was so much fun. When I got paid, I went to Mom and told her I wanted to take her out for dinner, but she seemed so occupied. That's very nice, honey, but I have to go out with your sister tonight. She got 15th position in her class in the exams. Oh, wonderful. Okay, I'll come too. Well, you know how she is. She said it's a mom-daughter thing only. We'll go out some other time. I hope that's all right. Sure. It was pretty clear that Jennifer was more important to her than me. Mom never made the time to go out with me, even as I finished high school and moved out to my own apartment. After a few years, I started to get lots of attention for my singing, and people were totally loving it. I worked hard, and eventually I got a huge show in New York. I was so psyched about it and invited Mom and Jennifer. But minutes before I was supposed to start, Mom said they couldn't come. When I got on stage and saw the crowd and the 2 empty seats in the front row, I suddenly got really nervous and forgot the lyrics. My brain went blank. And since I was on the stage for so long and still hadn't performed, the audience started booing me. I felt my heart sinking, and then everything went dark. When I woke up, I found myself in the hospital. That was supposed to be my big break. Everything is ruined now. It's not, Beatrix. You just need to take it slow. Trust me, you'll be on the stage again soon. Everything will be okay. I wanted to believe her, but right when I was about to step out of my hospital room, I froze at the door and couldn't move. Honey, what's the matter? I don't know. I'm too scared to leave. I hurried back to the bed and refused to move. After talking to the doctor, I was diagnosed with a condition called agoraphobia. It was just like when my dad left. The stage incident triggered the condition I already had but forgot about. It meant I had trouble being in crowds and open spaces. It had been months since I left my home, and Mom was worried sick for me. She suggested I move into the house next to hers. It had been empty for years because the owners had left town. I was fine with it, as long as it was kept locked and I could stay inside. Mom and Jennifer were the only ones allowed in. My stepdad never visited. Jennifer was incredibly understanding, and we grew even closer. Mom came over every day, always spending time and taking care of me. One day, after she left and I was alone, I heard the sound of a door creaking open. I got up to check all the doors in the house and found the back door completely open. That was weird. I remember locking it. Soon after that, weird things started happening. Like, once I noticed the stove was on, even after I was sure I had turned it off. And then my shoes went missing. What was happening? Was I going crazy on top of everything else? I told Jennifer, and she thought the unthinkable. Maybe my house was haunted. I didn't want to believe it, but I couldn't explain it. One day, Jennifer brought over a Ouija board. Why did you bring this?
Well, if there is some ghost here, we need to communicate with it and ask what it wants so we can go away.
I wasn't too sold on the idea, but I thought I might as well try. Yeah, just like those stupid kids in horror movies. In just a few minutes, it turned out to be a very bad idea. I thought Jennifer was moving the pointer, but she swore it wasn't her, and it definitely wasn't me. It spelled out, "Get out." Awesome! I was even more scared now, and I couldn't move or even leave the house. I was stuck. Things died down for a little while, but one day while I was watching TV, the volume got super loud and the channel changed by itself. I was terrified and ran out of the house without thinking and immediately ran into the most beautiful delivery guy I ever saw. "Are you okay, miss? I thought maybe someone was in your house. I can check if you want." I just nodded and followed him into the house, and after 10 minutes, he assured me that no one was around and nothing was wrong. "I work around here a lot. If you have any problem, let me know and I'll help you, okay? I'm Easton." From then on, Easton came to visit me every once in a while. We would sit near my door and talk. I told him about my agoraphobia, and he would bring me things that I couldn't get for myself. He was so thoughtful and sweet. One day, when Easton and I were talking, Jennifer came to visit me. The three of us had a good time. Once he left, I could not stop talking about him. He's so kind and sweet. You know, we like the same pizza, and we both love the Marvel movies and
Be an Easton sitting in a tree. Kissing.
No, what are you talking about?
You have a crush on him. It's so obvious.
Oh no, it's true. The day Mom was supposed to meet him, I invited her and Jennifer, but he called and said he had to work late. Mom seemed disappointed. I went to get them some snacks, and when I got back, I overheard Mom and Jennifer talking, and Mom was crying. I don't know how I can help her. I've never seen her this happy.
But Mom, you should know about it. That Easton does not exist. She's maybe hallucinating, going crazy.
What in the chocolate fudge? Beatrix, honey, what do you mean he doesn't exist? Jen, you saw him.
Bea, I'm sorry, but I didn't. I was pretending for your sake. There was no one there that day.
If Easton wasn't real, then who was I texting a while back?
That was me. I put in my number when you weren't looking.
Could it be true? After everything, I thought maybe she was right. Maybe I really was losing my mind. Mom consoled me for hours until I finally calmed down. Then we made an appointment to meet the doctor the next day to see if I really was going cuckoo. Just a week later, I was trying to get ready when a diary fell out of my cupboard. I went pale when I saw what was written. Easton used to live here all those years ago? This freaked me out so much that when the doorbell rang, I screamed. I was shaking as I opened the door. But the minute I did, I went pale with fear. It was Easton, standing right in front of me. Beatrix, I'm sorry for not showing up last week. Stay away from me. Why are you haunting me? What do you mean? What's going on? You're not real. You're my imagination. Or a ghost. That explains all the weird things that's been happening. The stove, the TV, the weird... What? Of course I'm real. I don't know what you mean. I began screaming and yelling for Mom. And pretty soon she rushed to me with Jennifer and stepdad following behind her. The minute they saw my frantic state, they went pale, especially Jennifer. Mom, I can see Easton, and I'm scared. I think he's a ghost. Honey, I can see him too. Of course you can. I'm a real human. What's going on here? I don't understand. Jennifer, we met too. What's going on? We all turned towards Jennifer, and as if on cue, she began crying and wailing. It was all about Beatrix. She's my mom, too. Ever since she got that condition, she's been with you, not me. I've done things to try to make her angry at you and happy with me, but it never works. Jennifer, how could you do this to your sister? You made her think her house was haunted? It ain't my fault she's so dumb. Believing there was some ghost. Stupid Beatrix. How dare you do all of this? All I've been is nice to you. And you're so ungrateful. But Mom, Dad, I did this all because I love you and want you to myself. Enough. I can't believe you could stoop down to this level, Jennifer. You're the one who has a problem. And this is all my fault. I'm sorry, Beatrix. If I had never behaved that way towards you as a child, Jennifer wouldn't have grown up hating you this way. Easton just stood there, shocked at the entire situation. After talking to him later, we continued to stay friends. Mom and Dad helped me get through my agoraphobia and get better. Jennifer was sent away for therapy and treatment. With my parents' support, I was able to turn my focus back to music. It took a lot of hard work and dedication, but eventually I was able to start performing again. Mom, stepdad, and Easton were all there in the front row when I went on stage again. And when the show was over, Jennifer surprised me with flowers. She was finally better.
I'm sorry for everything. You were always a great sister. I was selfish.
No more ghost stuff?
Never.
Good. Let's go to my not haunted house and celebrate.
People call me the queen of entertainment, a famous pop icon, a musical superstar. You can take your pick. As for me, I like to be called the queen of hearts. Hi, I'm Ariana Grande. I was born in 1993 in Florida to overachiever parents who were super successful in their careers. Right since I was a toddler, I loved to sing. Mom would sing me lullabies and I'd sing along with her. You have a beautiful voice, my baby. Just like an angel. I'm not so sure. I didn't get selected for the school choir. Don't let that dishearten you, sweetheart, and have confidence in your talent. I'm sure you're meant for greater things. Although I loved singing, I was also fascinated by theater and acting. I performed on stage for the first time when I was 8 in a musical named Annie. Are you nervous, Ari? No, not at all. In fact, I can't wait to set the stage on fire. And I did just that. That musical was a great success, and it marked the beginning of my musical theater journey. After that, I performed in so many other local productions like Beauty and the Beast and The Wizard of Oz. Life was going smoothly, but then my parents got separated. I felt devastated for a while. But thank God I had my pet dogs to keep me going through that tough phase. Just so you know, I have 10 rescue pups. One of them is named Sirius Black. Yeah, I'm quite obsessed with Harry Potter. But then, aren't we all? So by the time I turned 14, I decided I'd acted enough and now wanted to make a career in singing. I packed my bags and moved to Los Angeles to meet my managers. Guys, I think I want to make an R&B album.
That's a hell of a goal, but who do you think's gonna buy a 14-year-old's R&B album?
Well, that kind of made sense. So I went back to Florida and decided to focus on theater for the time being. Then when I was 15, I got chosen from among thousands of girls to play one of the main characters in a Broadway musical called 13, for which I later bagged a prestigious award. By this time, I had moved to New York, so I was missing school a lot. Mom, I want to continue performing, but what about studies? I want to finish high school at least. Don't worry, sweetheart. Your school has agreed to send study materials so you don't miss out on your studies. That was pretty cool. I was studying and focusing on my career, even though I was miles away from home. Then in 2009, I bagged the role of an adorable goofball named Kat Valentine in the famous Nickelodeon TV show named Victorious. Since the show was set in a performing arts school, it gave me an opportunity to showcase my acting as well as my singing abilities on a national platform. Thanks to the show, I was suddenly a teen idol.
So, Ariana, what's next? Are you looking at a career in Hollywood?
To be honest, acting is fun, but music has always been first and foremost with me. I was determined to give singing a shot, so I kept uploading my videos on YouTube where I sang covers of songs by Adele, Mariah Carey, and Whitney Houston. Meanwhile, the second season of Victorious premiered in 2011 to 6.2 million viewers, becoming the highest-rated episode of the show. Victorious ran for 3 seasons until it was finally wrapped up in 2013. Then one day, I got the most unexpected call.
Hello, Ariana. I'm Monte Lipman, CEO of Republic Records. I saw your YouTube videos and I want to sign you up for the label. Are you interested?
Yeah, of course. I'd love that. I put down my phone and did a little happy dance. My music career was finally taking off. The next 3 years, I focused completely on my vocals and singing and collaborated with many contemporary artists. The result was my first album, Yours Truly, that debuted at #1 on the US Billboard 200 albums chart, and it sold 138,000 copies in its first week. After that, there was no looking back for me. Today, I've sold over 85 million records worldwide, broke 27 Guinness World Records as a singer, bagged 2 Grammys, and was listed among the 100 most influential persons in the world by Time magazine. So friends, I hope my story inspires you to never give up on your dreams, since miracles do happen. Just believe in yourself, because if you don't, who else will? True friends are those who care without hesitation, who remember without limitation, who forgive without explanation, and who trust without communication. The woman had a baby in her arms and ran as fast as she could, never looking back. At last, we are safe, my love. We are going to America, the land of opportunities. Our future will be different now. That's what Robin's mom had hoped for when she ran away from her husband in Brazil and moved to the USA. But making a living in the USA wasn't as easy as she thought it would be. At age 4, Robin and her mom were living in a shelter home and had trouble making ends meet. On the day of Robin's 5th birthday, her mom saved enough money to take her to a playland, a place Robin had wanted to go to for a long time. Well, the playland rides were super fun until the card was exhausted. Just when Robin's mom was about to take her off the ride, the woman came and swiped her card. No, you didn't have to. We were done. Please, let me. Hey, kid, take as many rides as you want. I need to finish this card today, or else my daughter, Summer, will have me stay here for the rest of my life. Seeing the lady's daughter jump up and down like a kangaroo on a sugar high, Robin knew what she meant. Soon the girl went running towards the jungle gym, and her mom got Robin in there too. As Robin was having fun, she heard a scream and instantly ran towards the sound to find the other girl stuck in one of the tunnels.
Are you all right? Please help. Oh, thank God you're here. I was so scared. It was so dark, but also colorful. Oddly like the witch's house from Hansel and Gretel.
Robin pushed, and in no time the girl was able to get out of the tunnel. Both became good friends, and seeing how much both girls liked each other, Summer's mom soon offered Robin's mom a job at her home. She had to work as the cleaning lady, but she also got to have a room in the big mansion. As time passed, both girls became inseparable. Soon they started going to the same school and were like 2 peas in a pod. But the kids there always had something to say about how different Robin and Summer looked, especially Anya, who was mean as a snake.
Together, you both make the number 10. Does Summer eat all of your food, Robin?
Jerk, her weight is a temporary caloric imbalance, but your stupidity is a permanent genetic malfunction. If you say something to my friend again, I'll...
Let it go, Robin. It's not worth it.
Such mean comments didn't affect their friendship until they joined ballet classes together in the 8th grade.
Come on, Summer. There are just 5 ballet positions we did this year, and you can't even get one of them right. Look at Robin. Her posture is like a delicate swan. But no buts. Come on, you can do it. Let's try it again. Seeing how hard Summer was pushing herself, Robin couldn't just sit by, so she started doing ballet and ended up landing straight into her teacher on purpose.
Oops, I am so sorry. I guess lesson's over now, right? Come on, Summer.
But Summer wouldn't budge. She remained standing in that awful position until there were tears in her eyes, and that's when Robin had had enough.
I swear, if you don't stop, I'll never talk to you again. Then don't. I guess it would be better that way.
Saying that, Summer kept on repeating the ballet steps till she was out of breath. That was the day something between the girls changed, and Summer started to spend less and less time with Robin. Worse, she got into all kinds of diets and started to hang out with Anya, the same girl who used to make fun of her. Once during lunchtime, as Robin started to enjoy her chocolate muffin, she could see how badly Summer wanted it, so she offered it to her.
Oh, no. Don't tell me you're gonna eat that.
And why can't she eat that? She doesn't have to starve herself.
How can she eat that? You touched it. Aren't you her maid or something? Or her mom, like they clean your toilets? Summer, that's so unhygienic.
Yeah, gross. Her mom does scrub our toilets.
What was I even thinking?
Thanks for rescuing me, girl. Come on, let's go have some detox water. As Summer left with her new friends, Robin was left in shock. That was the day Robin promised herself to turn her life around, so she focused hard on her studies and soon started acing her exams. By the time the girls reached high school, Summer was the official queen bee of the school. She had it all: a hot body, designer clothes, designer bags. She even had followers carrying her bag for her. But there was one thing Summer didn't have: Calix. Summer had a huge crush on the school's heartthrob. The guy was the perfect combination of beauty and brains, a jock and a straight-A student, and Robin had a crush on him too. Even though Calix might have smiled at her once or twice, Robin never spoke to him, knowing how much Summer liked him. One time, Robin was running late for school and was rushing when suddenly a car zoomed by and someone threw juice on Robin.
Hey, jerk, watch where you're going.
Oh, it's you, of course.
Ugh. I didn't do it on purpose. Hey, come on, we're running late.
And Robin, don't worry.
You look the same, trashy as usual.
Robin hoped that Summer would say something in her defense, but she just avoided her gaze and drove off. When Robin reached the school, she caught her reflection in a window and saw her hair was a mess. As she fixed herself, she spotted a smiling face. It was Calix behind her. Hey, what happened to you?
Nothing. Just started the day on the wrong foot, I guess.
Well, you still look amazing. Never mind. Saying that, Calix walked away, leaving Robin stunned. Whoa, did the Greek god-looking hunk tell her she looked amazing? He sure did. After that day, Calix and Robin's paths started to cross almost every day. One time, Robin ended up accidentally stepping on Calix's heels in the crowded lunchroom. Another time, they were paired together in the science lab. And once in the cafe, Robin was buying a donut when she realized she'd forgotten her wallet, and Calix came to the rescue.
Oh, you didn't need to. This is so embarrassing. I forgot my wallet.
Come on, it's 50 cents. You need to loosen up a bit. So I'm throwing this party, and I would love if you could come, please.
She isn't gonna come. She's always too busy studying, but I'll come. Would you like that, Calix?
Of course. Robin, do try to come, and I'll see you guys later. Just as Calix left, Summer's sweet smile faded, and she glared at Robin.
You know I like him. That's why you're running after him. You are pathetic, Robin.
Robin felt like slapping Summer, but controlled herself. Later that night, she was all dressed for Calix's party. She wasn't doing it to make Summer jealous, but because for the first time, someone from school had invited her over. Just as Robin reached Calix's place, she spotted him and was swept away when the boy came running and took her hand. Whoa, and I thought you looked pretty in glasses. You look mesmerizing in this dress.
Thank you.
Calix then took Robin to the dance floor, and as she was having the time of her life, Robin spotted the look of hatred on Summer's face. But once the song ended and Calix leaned in and kissed her on the cheek, it looked like Summer would explode. Oh no.
Robin needed to explain to Summer that she wasn't after her crush. Calyx, I need to go.
Wait, Robin, I wanted to tell you how much I like you.
But Robin was more worried about Summer. As she ran after Summer, she bumped into Anya.
Well, what do we have here?
A little birdie told me that this dress you're showing off is courtesy of Summer's mom. So I guess you wouldn't mind perhaps taking it off? Saying that, Anya ripped Robin's dress, and in seconds both girls were tangled in a fight. But Summer came and pushed Anya away. Robin, stop. You're better than her. And I'm sorry I told Anya that my mom gave you that dress. I shouldn't have. Wanna go home? Yes, I would like that. Summer and Robin sat in the car and talked after such a long time. And for a while, Robin thought everything between them would be all right. But just then, it started raining like crazy, and Robin realized that they were going towards a cliff. That particular cliff had a bad reputation among the townfolk for being haunted by ghosts. Why are we going there? Summer, you're so scared of horror stuff. Why do you want to see it? Just wanted to look at the city from up here. Ever since I learned how to drive, I wanted to go there. I've heard the view is to die for. Once the girls reached the cliff, they both enjoyed the view, but then suddenly, someone kicked Robin out of her car. It was Anya. She had been hiding in the back seat. What are you doing? It's raining. Summer, let me in. I'm scared. This place, it's creepy.
Oh no, you witch. You thought you could just steal my guy? Walking back home in this rain will teach you a lesson. Or maybe make some friends with some ghosts.
What? No, she can't walk back. It's raining. Let's just drive around for 5 minutes and come back for her. No way. She tried to steal Calyx. I say punish her. Saying that, Anya took the steering wheel and they both drove off while Robin kept begging for her to stop. She even ran after the car, but exhausted, she fell to her knees. The next day, when Summer woke up, she was sure that Robin would be sick and tired from walking back home. But to her surprise, she saw Robin's mom all worried. Summer, did you see Robin last night? I've been waiting for her all night, but she didn't come home. What in the world? As her mom and Robin's mom called all their friends and then the cops, Summer felt her world shake. But before going to school, Summer saw a shadow enter Robin's room. Perfect, she's back. Got her mom worried for nothing. But upon entering Robin's room, she saw nothing except wet shoe marks on the floor and all the way up to the ceiling. Whatever you're up to, it won't work on me, Robin. Ugh. Saying that, Summer left for school. But when the announcement of Robin's disappearance was made, she felt confused. What? If Robin was still missing, who was that at home? During break time, Summer told Anya everything, only to be laughed at. So, you're saying Robin turned into a ghost who can climb walls? Or is she now Spider-Man? I don't know. I just think we should tell the police about last night. Police? Don't be crazy. She'll be back in no time. Don't be so dramatic. A few days later, Calyx visited her at night, and right then, an officer also came to speak to Robin's mom. But as she opened the door, Summer saw something behind them. A person. Robin. Oh my God. She's here. She's coming here.
What? Who's here? Kid? You all right?
Scared witless, Summer ran into her room and shut herself in there. The next day at school, Anya came to Summer. You're trying to blackmail me? I'll ruin you, Summer. What are you talking about? Don't play dumb. I got this note in my locker. I know you're trying to spook me. Seeing the note, Summer's heart leapt into her throat. It was Robin's handwriting. I am coming. Everyone will pay. I swear it's not me. It's Robin. It's actually Robin's ghost. She wants revenge, I think. OMG, what have I done? All because of you. You left her there and she isn't back. This was all your idea. Shut up. And my idea? You were the one who tricked her. Keep your mouth zipped, or else. Or else what? You're horrible. I wish I could have seen your real face earlier. Robin was the only true friend I had. Yeah, and she's gone. Boo-hoo. This was the point Summer realized what a jerk Anya was, and she hoped and prayed her real friend would return, alive. A week later, in the evening, her mom was out and Summer was alone, when all of a sudden the lights went off. Summer immediately lit a candle and looked out the window. She almost fell on her butt. She couldn't believe her eyes. It was Robin. Robin looked deathly pale, like a ghost.
You betrayed me. Summer, you betrayed me. Why did you betray me?
No, I didn't. It was a...
And then there was a loud bang on the door. And in the split second where Summer looked at the door, Robin was gone from the window. But the banging kept going on, driving Summer mad.
No, I won't open the door. Never.
Just then the lock turned, and Summer screamed. But her mom entered and, seeing her crying on the floor, hugged her.
Mom, Robin was outside on the porch. Oh, Mom, he did a terrible thing. Anya suggested, but it was all me. I could have said no, but I was so blind in jealousy.
What? What are you talking about? And then Summer told her mom the entire truth.
Mom, I am so sorry. I miss Robin. I wish she could come back and none of this had ever happened. I now know that jealousy is a disease, and because of it, look what I did to my best friend. Oh, Mom.
Well, I am glad you learned your lesson. Hearing Robin's voice, Summer's eyes widened and realized Robin was in fact alive. Summer was stunned.
You're all right. Oh, thank God. Robin, please forgive me. I crossed the line, and I shouldn't have done this.
You shouldn't have. But, oh, Summer, I'm just glad all of this could open your eyes. And then Robin explained how Calyx had followed her that night and picked her up. Even though Robin could press charges on Summer and Anya, she chose not to and decided to teach Summer a much-deserved lesson. So she hatched the whole plan with Calyx. Even Calyx's cousin, who was in the police force, was in on the plan, and even both of their moms.
Okay, you really got me there. I was scared out of my mind,
but your absence told me the worth of your presence. Come here.
You've heard of a rags to riches story, but how about a riches to rags one? Like and subscribe to hear my reverse Cinderella story. Hi, MSA Nation. My name is Patricia, but since we're friends, you can call me Trisha, but not Patty. I hate Patty. Growing up, I was extremely rich, like next level rich, like Oprah meets Rihanna meets King Charles rich. It was all thanks to my mom, who the world knew as Cheryl. She was the most impressive person I knew. She and her best friend, whose name I won't mention for reasons that will soon become clear, were business tycoons who got a ton of investors and created a huge mega corporation right out of college. Ever heard of Amazon? Their business was kind of like that. Let's call it BFF Enterprises. It employed thousands of people all across the country, and Mom and her friend reaped the rewards of their extraordinary efforts. I aspired to have a BFF like Mom's. As a VIP daughter of a VIP, I was enrolled in etiquette classes immediately. By the time I was 5, I was practically Julie Andrews. You know, the queen from the Princess Diaries, only smaller. I was treated like a princess, with people attending my every need. When I showed an interest in art, I was gifted all of the finest art supplies and was even able to practice by creating portraits of some of the coolest celebrities. I can neither confirm nor deny that those were the celebrities who I painted. Yeah, my life was pretty much perfect until someone ruined everything. One day, there was a huge commotion next door at Mom's best friend's house. All of a sudden, the door swung open and I was shocked to see Mom's bestie in handcuffs. It turned out she who must not be named, that's what I called her, had been stealing a ton of money from their company. Because of that, their business went under and thousands of people lost their jobs. To make matters worse, an angry former employee was convinced that Mom must be to blame too. He put together a whole manifesto and brought Mom to court. Fortunately, Mom was declared innocent. I knew she always would be, of course. She who must not be named was proven guilty and sent to jail. The employee who had lodged a case against Mom ended up behind bars for defamation too. Mom's name was cleared and she and I lived happily ever after. That's the end of my story. Thanks for tuning in. Just kidding. It got a whole lot worse from there. Even though she was innocent, the public knew Mom as the face of the company, and they were mad. Mom and I weren't exactly well-equipped to fight off an angry mob, so the government intervened for our safety, and we were forced to join the Witness Protection Program and completely change our identities. We were given cover stories and everything. So, remember before when I said my name was Patricia? Well, that was sort of the half-truth. I had a different name before all of this mess. A gorgeous name. But that and everything else were taken from me when she who must not be named ruined my life. I was pulled from my life of glamour and ease and relocated to here. Yeah, the house was a serious downgrade from what I was used to. See what I mean about an opposite Cinderella story? I know this is different from what we're used to. At least we still have each other. One day, we'll live in a big mansion again. I hoped she was right. In the meantime, Mom set up security cameras everywhere. She was afraid someone would somehow find out who we were and try to break in and steal whatever valuables we had left. That fall, I started up at my new school. I thought it would be a breeze. I'd never had any problems making friends before in my fancy school, back when I had money. But here, everyone was staring at me as I walked in. I felt like a total fish out of water. What, are you like from Gossip Girl or something? It got worse in the classroom. May I use the washroom? Mayhaps the princess would like a peasant to escort her. And even worse than that, in the cafeteria. Look, Gossip Girl thinks she's at a royal banquet. Here, have some slop like the rest of us, princess. I was about ready to blow my cover and demand Mom let us move back to our old life when... Hey, leave her alone. Your mama sure would be mad if I told her that this is how you minded your manners. Wow, thank you for that. Don't mention it. Someone has to show you some proper small-town hospitality. I'm Sally. Patricia. Where are you from, Patricia? I grew up in the big city with a ton of money. My paternal grandparents invented trail mix, but my dad walked out on me and my mom and took all of our riches with him. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry to hear that. We used to have more money too, but, well, it's complicated. It's hard, what with being one of 6 kids. Hey, if you'll let me, I would love to help you learn the ropes of a small-town life on a budget. Under Sally's wing, I started to really get the hang of my new life. She taught me all the tips and tricks to finding the best deals while thrift shopping. $5, final offer. The art of sandwich making. The more cold cuts, the better. Even how to use a lawnmower. She was a hoot. While all the other neighborhood kids were riding bikes, Sally would show up places driving her dad's lawnmower. And you don't need a license for this? Nope. Weirdly, though, I never actually saw Sally's dad, but more on that later. Sally encouraged my painting, even if it meant using unconventional canvases. She was the most thoughtful friend I ever had. In turn, I taught Sally all about how to host a proper high tea and even how to ballroom dance. Sally was a total girly girl at heart, and I could tell she appreciated feeling like a princess for once. Over time, Sally and I became inseparable, and we especially loved taking her lawnmower out for joyrides. Hey, instead of zooming around town, why don't you put that machine to good use and mow my lawn? I'll throw you $20.
$30, final offer.
The haggling skills Sally taught me were really coming in handy, and that's how Sally and I started earning some extra cash. In the beginning, we had a handful of customers, mostly our friends' parents, who paid us to mow their lawns and rake their leaves. But then, Sally had a fabulous idea. Trisha, you're such an excellent artist. We should offer painting services too. You can even do customized designs.
Oh my gosh, Sally, you're a genius.
We showed up to the hardware store, excited to get all the materials we'd need to expand our business, but were shocked when we saw the prices. We were in over our heads. I went home, defeated, but then I thought of someone who just might have some good advice. Janessa, the apple certainly doesn't fall far from the tree. I'd be happy to jumpstart this business for you too. We'll finally have a new way to make money. But first, I want to see your business plan. With Mom's guidance and funding, S&T's Landscaping was born, and with her savvy advertising, our client base expanded quickly. Plus, I was having a blast customizing people's houses with my art. With Sally by my side, I was starting to finally feel at home in this small town. There was just one weird thing. Sally never invited me to her house. She always made excuses why we should meet at my place instead. Oh shoot, I totally forgot. My crazy Uncle Louie's at my house this week. He always brings all 17 of his pet chickens. We should probably just hang out at your house. I fell for it when she told me about Aunt Linda and her 6 boa constrictors, but 17 pet chickens? Yeah, right. One day, curiosity got the better of me. When Sally told me she was heading home after school, I pretended I was going to my place, but I followed her instead. What could she possibly be hiding? I followed Sally to the outskirts of town, the bad neighborhood. Whoa, Sally lives here? The trailer barely looked big enough to hold a twin bed. How could Sally and her 5 siblings and her parents even fit in there? Just then, I lost my balance and fell to the ground with a huge thud. Trisha? Sally, I can explain. I thought Sally was going to start screaming at me, but instead, she started crying. I'm sorry I never showed you my home. It's just, well, I was embarrassed of this ugly trailer.
My dad used to have an excellent job, and we had a big house and a big yard, but Dad lost his job a few years ago and ended up in jail. Ugh! If it wasn't for BFF Enterprises, we would never be in this mess. He was just trying to stand up to their evil owners, and instead Cheryl hired her cronies to make it look like Dad was lying and put him away. It felt like my stomach had dropped out of my butt. Sally's dad was the angry former employee who'd made a case against Mom. Thank goodness Sally had no idea who Mom and I actually were, thanks to our aliases and dye jobs. But why was she blaming Mom when it was really her dad who put us in this mess? I knew I shouldn't say anything or risk Sally getting suspicious, so I ran home before I put my foot in my mouth. Trisha, wait! Was it something I said? I avoided Sally the rest of the week, which wasn't easy. I felt so conflicted. Sally was my best friend, but she hated my mom and blamed her for her dad being in jail. So, I decided to get Mom's advice. I need to talk to you. Sally's dad is your angry former employee who ended up in jail.
Oh, come on now, Trisha. What a strange joke. Why was Mom calling me Trisha? At home, she always called me by my real name.
Mom, this is serious. Sally has no idea who I really am, or that you're actually the co-founder of BFF Enterprises. Just then, Sally popped up from behind the couch, and suddenly, Mom's behavior made sense. Sally, it's not... I can't believe this. I thought we were best friends, and all along, your family is why my family is suffering? Sally, please, leave me alone. I don't want to talk to you ever again. I've heard of surprise birthday parties gone wrong, but never this badly. I probably lost my BFF forever. But Mom was more preoccupied that Sally would out us both.
What are you doing? Follow her. Make sure she doesn't talk. Do whatever it takes.
I hadn't seen Mom this stressed out since the trial. I tried texting, calling, even showing up at Sally's window, but she wouldn't even look at me. I returned home completely hopeless.
Did it work? Will she keep quiet?
She won't even talk to me. Just then, Mom turned into a fire-breathing dragon. Well, not literally, but I'd never seen her this angry.
Then we need to move again, now.
But this is her home. Sally is my friend.
Some friend. As soon as she talks, I'm going to jail.
Mom, what are you talking about? Why would you go to jail? The judge said you were innocent.
Of course he did. I bribed him. My business partner and I were both stealing funds from the investors because we deserved more. But unlike me, she was dumb enough to get caught and unwilling to do whatever it took to stay out of jail. And Sally's dad figured it all out and tried to get me behind bars too. But I showed him I am not to be messed with.
I couldn't believe it. I was so blinded by all of her generosity over the years. I'd never even once suspected that she could have done anything criminal. And I felt so awful for Sally and her family. They didn't deserve this. But then again, how could I choose between my mom and my best friend? What Mom said next, though, made everything totally clear.
You got us into this mess. Now you have to get us out.
Me? I'm just a kid. You're the one who was so greedy that you stole money and ruined your company and all of your employees' lives. You even let your own best friend take the fall. You cared so much about money, you forgot about what really matters, friendship.
Trisha, come back here.
My name isn't Trisha, Mom. It's Janissa. So, let me reintroduce myself. Hi, MSA Nation. My name is actually Janissa. Pretty, right? Okay, back to the action. I grabbed the security cameras on my way out and headed straight to the police station. It had our conversation and Mom's confession recorded. The police took my mom away, and because I had just turned 18 recently, they let me take care of myself. And that night, the story was all over the news. I knew I'd done the right thing, but I'd never felt lonelier. The next morning, I woke up to a knock at the door. Sally, you have to believe me. I didn't know about my mom. She told me everything for the first time yesterday. I can't believe you did that for me, Patricia. Well, I had to. It was the right thing. I mean, sure, I probably could have bounced from town to town with Mom for years, pretending to be someone I'm not, but I don't want to be like Mom, throwing my friends under the bus and not caring about hurting other people. I would choose friendship over luxury 1,000,000 times. And by the way, my real name is Janissa. It took months, but after campaigning tirelessly, we finally got Sally's dad out of jail and back home where he belonged. With Mom behind bars, I was finally free to come out of hiding. Even though I was totally free to move back to the city, I decided to stay put in this small town. After all, this had become my home. I even asked Sally's family to move in with me. Plus, Sally's dad was able to take over the landscaping business. With him in charge, business is booming. Everyone is just so thrilled that he's back home where he belongs. We did have a company name change, though. I'm just so happy to have my best friend by my side.